us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Everyone, and welcome again to our pre-stream warm-up, a little fun chat time that we have. Now, on day one of the Riyadh Masters, we had every single CIS team play, and so who better to have on the show than Miro, Collapse, and Mira? Now, can we talk about this? Are you guys evil twins or something? Like, what's the deal with the names? Did you plan this?
Like, don't you see? We're like very similar with our appearance. So,
brothers.
Yeah. We were like split it like in our 5 years old, and now we're like back to family in Dota.
That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. If he was your brother, is he the evil, like, bad brother, or the kind, nurturing brother?
Oh, he's good brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like he is bad then.
Yeah, so you're the bad guy.
So he is like evil twin.
Looks like I'm bad.
And then Collapse as well. The middle child. So sorry.
It's family.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, I just want to talk to you about CIS Dota, CIS region in general. I'll be real with you. Over in the Western-speaking world, we don't really get to see too much about the region, the players, anything really. I mean, all I know is that this Knicks guy has like 1 billion viewers, and I've never watched a stream before. So tell us a little bit about what's going on over there. Give me the lowdown. What's it like over in CIS Dota right now?
That was fast, fun season because first season Bad Boom won DPC, then Pandas won, and then we won. So we split it all the points, so we all get PTI. That was planned, and we were, of course, and
Oh no!
we talk about it before season, so it's finished good for us. So
Wow!
even without good places on majors, still okay,
Oh, fantastic!
and on TI.
So you guys mostly friends over there? Because I know the EU teams, they hate each other,
And we know each other.
We're friends, but we hate each other. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best kind of friends, right? Claps, who do you hate the most? No, I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that. But you're
I'm also a
good.
friendly guy.
Yeah. So who's a friend that you have on another team? Is it mostly just your team, or do you hang out with other people?
Only with my team.
Oh, okay. Do they forbid you from talking to other teams,
Yes, sometimes.
Don't talk with this.
I mean, it happens though, because famously, CIS region roster swaps. People go in and out. Is there safeguards against that now? You guys actually yo, don't speak to this player. Yo, don't let him take you away.
No, not sure.
I mean, we hang out all the time. After we lose on majors, and we just go together to some party. I don't know, and just hang out together. So we're not friends, but have good communication.
Yeah. Sure.
But my team has a good friendship with Bad Boom, so we talking with each other.
Not too good, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, who do you like playing against the most, and who do you hate playing against?
In CIS,
Yeah, sure.
Navi. They're a strong team. And second is Spirit.
Yeah. That is Oh, you guys did a 1-1 today, right? So
1-1. What does it mean?
yeah, 1-1.
But how we can win with 1-1? It's it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, right?
Yeah, but we didn't win
But
because
you did-
because we draw.
Well, that's a win. Winning is 1-1. No, you have to get the
winning is 2-0.
Oh, okay. Come on.
It's simple math.
Group stage. I guess that's the winner's mentality, right? It's what got you to TI and all that jazz. So, no. What got you to TI?
No, winners mentality. No winners mentality.
No.
I mean, we're not quite good like Navi, but I mean, we have our chance on this tournament for sure. But this group is very important. I mean, managing to get to upper bracket is a half of success here. So every game is very important.
Collapse, how's it feel to have most of your favorite heroes back in the day kind of be
Which hero?
What?
Which hero?
Just in general. I mean, you know, Magnus used to be giga broken. Now,
Какой тебе
just
сейчас
like,
герой в целом нравится?
okay.
Probably Timber. Because,
Oh,
yeah, spammed it a lot.
that hero's looking rough. Like, they were gonna nuke that hero. You think
No.
it's even gonna be playable soon?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think it's not that hero because he still have good spells. So his damage, like, you can't resist that damage because it's pure and it's just rising.
Yeah, okay.
So it's good.
Alright, well,
Only problem is the weighing stage because of the nerf passive.
So
Pipe Crimson doesn't help from Timber, you know.
Yeah.
So it needs more nerfs then.
Sorry?
They have to nerf it more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you say that? I thought you liked him.
I just want to play if someone nerf the Timber, probably the Magnus will just
Come back.
Ah, yes, I see. Is there any hero that...
I'm angry on him, I don't know,
Yeah.
because I have a level 13 Timber, you know. I don't like nerfs.
Yes, of course. So, is there any hero that you hope, you know, gets good, gets super broken that you haven't been able to play in a long time?
I think the all heroes I have, it's mostly good right now.
Okay.
Yeah, just playing.
Yeah. Same question?
Yeah, like I mean, they should like buff Tekis. I think it's too weak now.
Oh
you know?
my god.
Like
No,
I think they nerfed it too much.
no.
Maybe
Sick
some
man.
10 damage and would be nice again.
We don't like this.
Make Tekis great again, bro. It's,
They're still picking
it's
it. What are you talking about?
It's not so good now.
Would you be happy if they just nerf techies in the ground
Yes.
collapse and never see it again?
Would be nice if they delete that hero. And Undying too.
Delete the hero?
I feel him. Undying too.
Undying is
Undying
the
is
most
fucking-
like brain dead person.
Person?
Oh, I mean hero.
Well, yeah, he is a zombie, so yeah, that's a point. But yeah, I thought they nerfed him with grab ally and
No,
stuff.
it's
Yeah.
not enough.
Is that hero just okay? If you could delete one hero collapse. from the entire- Undying.
Yeah, for
Really?
sure. I hate this hero.
Wow. Why? It's not.
You know the meta where you can buy any mangoes without like they have no limit to buy it. So this hero just buys like 6 or 9 mangoes and just goes on you, and he can't die because he's like healing from decay,
Of course.
and that's just cancer.
I agree. I spam Undying all the time, and I legitimately just buy every
Keep it
single
up,
mango.
keep it up.
I'm gonna keep it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're definitely like good person.
Okay,
Now
take
I
it
see.
easy.
Now I see.
Now listen, I go brown boots refresher Undying.
Okay,
so,
it's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice build.
Thank you.
Maybe Axe?
Huh?
Maybe a by Axe?
Yes, of course. So, I also get phylactrophy axe, guys. This is the new meta.
It's good.
Pause for phylactrophy axe. Think about it.
You should try Phantom Assassin with Phylactery.
Oh,
Possession 3.
yes, I've
Yeah.
seen it. I've seen support.
I'm also.
It's awful. It's really, really bad. But
I was playing Asia Pubs at Barrel Major,
Uh-huh.
the latest one, and I saw one guy who spams the PA, and I didn't saw him lose. You know, he not losing at all.
jeez.
Yeah. 2 or 3 games I saw that.
Holy-
Like the position 3.
Dude, I saw this guy in a pub the other day. I swear to God, I went to Dota Buff. He had
It's the same. It's the same.
10 pages of Dazzle. Only Dazzle. This dude had been playing Dazzle for, I think his name was like Night of Orlando or something. It was legitimately 10 pages of Dazzle. Have you ever done anything like that? No?
No, bro, never. Because people like ban your heroes later. They see that you play
Sure.
and they ban. But like if you could just play like Tekis like previous meta and spam like that and just gain some 10 rank in Dota.
Absolutely, yeah. I should have got it while the getting was good. So what else is going on like in the world of CIS Dota? What's like the atmosphere? Any good heroes that you see in pubs? What's it like over there?
Heroes?
Yeah, sure. It's like pub logic and stuff like that. What's life like in CIS Dota?
Spirit Breaker, like every game. There's a beer on it. Just spill some beer on it and it just bash you like every hit.
Same as Undying.
It's
Yep.
like- yeah.
You got a lot of hate in your heart, Collapse. Come on. You're always smiling, but you just detest heroes so much.
And you also, when you play in pubs, like you're getting some summon hero, Visage or Lycan, you always getting Naga into it.
Yeah.
You know, because you should always ban Naga, and if it's banned, you should pick someone. If you don't ban it, you shouldn't, because you can. It's
Yeah,
hard. It's
scary,
really
like always
really
play
hard
Naga.
to play.
Like, I don't know why
Yeah.
as well. Like if I could like remove one hero, that would be Naga for sure. Because,
Really?
Because life as support versus Naga is like a nightmare, you know.
It is always.
You just always run on you and you die to one like illusion, and you're like full hero dying to one illusion.
Yeah, even in a laning phase.
Yeah, sad life of support.
All right, so we've asked everybody, right? Undying, Naga, one hero, delete,
Delete?
for all time. Delete.
Tinker.
Tinker. Now that is a good answer.
Yeah,
yes.
I always hate that hero like all my life.
Yes.
Tinker.
Tinker because you don't want to pick it like anymore, like after 2 previous games because
Yeah,
they
you lost
they,
two games in a
picked
row.
it, like and 2 last games, like the
Minus
attacker
Ryan.
died 7 times before minute 10, and so maybe that's why I don't know.
Gotta go cold turkey.
No, they're not gonna keep trying.
Oh, okay, okay. Well,
Maybe.
yeah,
Who knows?
I think everyone in Dota would agree with you that Tinker would be a great nominee for Delete Forever or Nature's Prophet. You know, annoying. No,
No.
we love NP.
For what?
Oh, he just does everything. You know, he could be support, carry, offlane. You know.
Oh, you actually was asking us to buff hero, you know?
Yeah.
I would like ban Fury. I mean, блять, короче, апнуть Фуриона, up Furion. Buff Furion, you know? Yeah, buff Furion, yeah.
Ah.
Because
You don't like new mechanics, so you just max teleport now and do nothing. It's very good build actually.
I mean, it's a good build, yeah.
And,
you get in trees level 3 max and take in teleport.
You're
like-
disgusting. I don't like this. This is that's rat Dota. Nobody
What?
likes that. Nobody wants that to come back.
Because I'm playing Furion.
Oh God!
It's my best hero. I love it.
Well,
I love him. You know?
Yeah. There are some real Furion sickos. They're usually Tinker sickos as well. You know, you
Yeah.
just think that you're better than everybody. Like, I'll just split push. I'm good.
Also,
Bye.
is Meepo pretty good?
Okay.
Yeah, in pubs, and also I see a lot of bans in competitive games.
Mhm.
Like every team is training Meepo.
I respect
almost.
Meepo players. That's skill. You know, you have to actually be good.
we will show some Meepo too because he like his like played 10 games before this tournament. So yeah, so we're super ready.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, Meepo position 3.
Yes, ban Meepo every
He can't
single
keep
time.
his secret of teams, you know.
Oh, my
secrets.
God. He's
Yeah.
leaking everything. Fantastic.
We were testing it, but everybody knows. Like,
What do you think about the Agnum Scepter with Meepo?
It's broken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
it's broken
Hmm.
for sure.
People.
I found some counter heroes to that.
Oh,
It's OD and Shadow Demon.
wow.
Because they use
If you astral the
The-
big Meepo, so they split like after your astral.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's easy to counter.
that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I will definitely use that against the Meepo Smurf that is in my game almost every week. Appreciate you. Not that I play OD. OD position 5 though. We can make it work. No worries. All right. So, what do you guys think about the current patch in general? Do you still enjoy it? They kind of changed it a little bit. Does it need a complete rework? Are you sick of it yet?
I mean, it sucks.
What? What did you just say? It sucks?
Yeah, it sucks.
Why?
This patch sucks. I don't know, because no very strong supports no more. So now you're like back to poor life of supports. You know, you cannot win solo games nowadays. No. Maybe some enchanters, I don't know, but like it's only hero.
We had it pretty good for a while though. Support's like, come on.
We had like 2 good months.
Mhm.
This super like OP heroes, Pagna, Tekis and stuff, and now it's back to basics,
Shame.
back to being like non-factor hero.
Well, we're supposed to be. That's the role of support, you know?
Yeah.
I just wish they'd give us more sentry wards. That's the most annoying thing to me.
Yeah,
man.
that would be nice.
Yeah, that'd be good. Collapse, how do you feel?
I mean, I like this patch because it's look like the balanced patch.
Mhm.
It's because there's no super like strong heroes in this patch. Every hero is like 50%. Maybe good, maybe no, because
There are some counters to it now. Like,
Yeah.
like to any hero. No
just-
super imba patch.
just no more uncontestable hero like Lina and the Limo Major or
Sure.
nobody.
Medusa in the.
Yeah,
Berlin,
Medusa.
that was cool.
Medusa, Alk, Timber and stuff.
So just balanced patch,
Yeah, yeah.
and I like it.
How you feeling about it?
I think right now it's kind of short pool of heroes, which really strong, you know. But I would like to buff some other heroes that don't pick ever, you know.
Mhm.
Like at last major we saw like bans Undying,
Yeah.
Morphing. It was broken like Duz or Lina, before, and we always ban this Medusa. Yeah, so maybe we should up some
You want
carry heroes, you know, Race King.
okay. So you want some more 62% win rate heroes? That's what you're looking for? That's
Not sure.
Yeah, that was awful. Okay, that was terrible. It reminded me of like when Primal Beast came out. And it's just like, okay, cannot have. You will lose if you don't have that hero. So, all right, cool. So, what do you guys think is like the future of your region? I feel like a lot of your teams are really, really good, but we don't, you know, EU is still on the top. What's the deal? When's we gonna see the breakout and CIS returns to glory?
Who is a lot? You mean we have like only some teams, maybe 2 or 3, that like are really good, and the other just sucks. So I don't know who we're talking about.
Like that,
they have some good players for sure, but like 5 like good players is not a good team. You know, they should to build a good team. So, but like for now we don't have that strong crossing region. We have not so much good teams.
Well, you know, over in NA, things are real rough, so it's real bad up there.
Like it never was good.
Well, okay, that's true, you got us there. But there's a lot of talk of like how to fix that region and how to, like, you know, make it better. You guys have any theories on like what could, you know, make your region stronger?
Yeah, I had one thought. It's like in our region, they have wrong mindset, you know, at the game. The most players playing like win or die, you know, something like this, maybe.
Like ghouls, you know?
They're all like ghouls, and
like in our region, so they just they don't have this PMA like mindset. They just too cocky, too selfish and stuff, and like it's hard to build team with these people.
And you know, when you're playing on death or win, you're really nervous, you know, and you have some arm, you know, shaking or something. So it's hard for them to improve until the whole game when they're playing. So I think it's main problem in our region.
Yeah, NA's main problem is that we're cocky and bad. So that's a really bad combo, you know? It's like, I'm the best in the world, and then they go fight literally anyone else, and it's a beatdown. So.
It's the best combo.
It is a good combo, you know? It keeps
players.
But we export good players, you know? Snaking, Quinn, Owie 2000, like we build good ones and then we let them free, you know? It's like a gift to everybody else. So
you can play now like in good good team or good region, bro. Let's go. Just leave us here.
Yeah, we're kingmakers, you know? Send them off. Would you guys ever consider, let's just say like, you know, your orgs pull out, the team is happy, you get a free slot in NA, you have to play on NA with NA teammates. Would you ever consider that? Would you stay in CIS?
Maybe like if Dendy like invites you, then you go.
Then
you go.
He's in NA, dude?
Yeah, it's his dream.
That dream to play with Dendy? No. Bro. Come on. Ooh, do you have a dream person that you'd like to play with? Let's say they join your team, you know, you don't have to talk about like, oh, I'm gonna leave my team, but you know, this person calls you up and be like, Collapse, I want to play with you real bad, bro. Who do you hope is making that call? Anybody?
I would like to play with him.
Oh!
Yeah, I will go position 4.
Okay.
And support.
This is a tryout right now. That's great. Well, I hope you both do well at the tournament.
And my brother is gonna go position 5.
Oh!
Yeah. We'll make good team.
That's fantastic. All right, well, clip it. If it happens 3 years from now, guys, it happened right here. Collapse, who is a player you'd want to play with? Anyone in Dota?
Maybe Toronto.
Oh, come on.
Never mind, just a joke.
What the hell? I got emotional. You bastard.
Maybe Neta? And you go carry?
Oh, probably with Saxon.
I don't know how to say his name. Saska. Did I do it right? I think so. Saska. Yeah, he's cool. You know, tall. Doesn't really talk. Great guy. Yeah, fantastic. That's all you really need.
If taking it serious, I would like to play with Thompson maybe.
Oh, yeah.
And Miracle, you know.
Thompson and Miracle?
Yeah.
Good roster, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Miracle, Thompson, who else? Maybe Notail, Jerox, something, and go.
And then we go back in time, and then you win 2 TIs in a row. That'd be pretty hype, you know? Sure, you can do that. Thompson, huh?
Yeah.
You still believe the legend? I mean, you still think he's good despite all this time, or would it just be fun to play with?
I mean, it's if you get all the time, you know, I would like to play with him.
Oh, okay. In his prime, you know?
Yeah, his prime, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
What do you mean, bro?
Hmm?
Like his prime is now, you know?
Yes, of
Now
course.
His
and
prime is now, yeah.
like in the past as well. So like he never gets bad.
That's true. He's like a...
In pubs, for sure.
Yes.
It's hard to beat him.
Про Денди?
Yeah, I beat him always.
Why are you smiling? Why are you laughing?
I thought they were talking about Dendy.
No, they weren't talking about Dendy. What the hell's wrong with you?
His prime is now.
His prime is now. Oh, why are you so critical of Dendy? He's a hero. He's everyone's love. He's the CIS god. How can you speak this way about him, Collapse?
Just joking.
Okay. You better be, okay? You make a lot of enemies here. My God. All
For
right.
some reason, like people like in CIS, I mean players hate Dandy for something. I don't know.
What?
People like in CIS hate Dandy.
Why?
Like most of them.
Why? What?
I don't know, because like they think that he's very toxic in pubs.
Oh, I don't believe it. But
It's like a theory, you know.
many people don't think I'm toxic.
It's
in
hard
pubs.
to check it, but
Dang.
but I think he's legend for sure.
Yeah.
The origin, so nothing.
I mean, it must be hard. Did you guys see like a difference after you guys you win TI and then you're just like, I know more than everyone in this game now. Like everyone should listen to me because I won TI. So you're in a pub and you're like, yo, look at the ages, bro. Click on it. That's me. You know? Did you get a little bit of that after you won?
Yes.
No.
No.
For sure, no. I mean, like that means that like you were the best like in a particular time, but now it's like not the reason to flame someone or just to tell what to do, because now you might be super bad, you know. Like
No.
I mean, if I just won TI, I still had to fight for my position 3 role with some pub guys because I just don't give a fuck about this.
What is their argument? If you were like, I literally a month ago just won TI, give me pod 3. What do they say to that?
They have a nickname like Post 3, I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care?
And you just can't do anything.
Okay, well, that is a sad tale. Anything would change you, my man? You think winning TI would, make you arrogant, an insane person?
I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. That
We'll see.
I do like that answer. That makes me very happy. Very good. All right, well, guys, what do you think is the future of Dota? Do you feel like, we're gonna get new crazy heroes? Do you feel like the end of the season is gonna be really hype? How do you see our road going? Because things are changing right now, you know?
I'm waiting for like a new role for jungler role, so I don't have to win with this guy like anymore in the future. So I hope they just save me.
Is this what you're hoping for as well?
Yeah, I'm just tired of him feeding on the lane
Oh, okay.
all the time.
Same.
Because he just ruined my lane. I can't do anything. And everybody frames me because they think like I'm the... Как быть важный?
Like important on the lane. Important.
Yeah, I'm the important on the lane because I just...
He like finding some stupid excuses, so I don't wanna like help you. Like it's just
Please,
like
get into it.
his fault. Like most of the game, it's his fault. So.
Like if I lost lane, everybody thinks the problem was in me because I'm the important
And they're
hero on the
right.
lane, but not nobody just blaming him. Even if he finished the first blood before the runes.
You should listen to these people, bro. You should listen to them. They're totally right.
This seems like a really healthy team dynamic. I'm really glad that you guys have had so much. Is your team like this as well? Do you just constantly flame each other and hate each other?
No.
They have healthy relations.
Mostly we like not talking after lane stage. And maybe if something wrong, we just watch some replay or something.
But I've seen their vlogs, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've seen your vlogs. Like some Antaros coming like after a game. Okay, oh my god, I'm tired.
Yeah, he's still
Look, you're feeding. I'm tired of
he's
feeding,
tilted as
bro.
fuck, but he doesn't say anything.
He said it to camera though, so maybe
Yeah, it's just acting, man.
that's his way.
Just because of the cameras, for sure. Well, how do you guys keep like positive then? Like you just don't say anything to anybody? You just play your thing, look at the replay?
I think it depends what emotions you have.
Sure.
Maybe if you was playing good all the game, you will not get tilted, you know. And if you made a mistake, you will maybe set, you know. You're gonna be set. If you played bad, maybe did something wrong on lane. So, but if you play good, you don't after game, even if you lose, you just.
So I want to ask something. So what you do like when you lose and you are tilted? What's your way to to lower pressure?
You know, the life is not stop. You should just forget
so
about
psychology,
that.
nothing more.
Huh?
So just psychology, like
Yeah,
mental.
for sure. Yeah, you just.
Never mind. Never,
Take it easy.
never mind.
You know, you just lose the game of Dota. You know, just playing the
it's
game.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's just a game.
Yeah. Just a game.
Why you have to be mad? It's just a game.
That's true. Collapse, you are always smiling. You seem like you're always in a great mood. Never toxic. I've never heard anyone complain about you. What's the most mad you've ever gotten in Dota?
What? Sorry?
What's the angriest you've ever gotten in Dota?
Every time I'm playing Asia Pop, I guess.
Why?
Because I can't play. Everyone just running at me, saying like, "Oh, my Collapse, I kill you, I kill you, I kill Collapse."
Is that good? Don't you like that? You know? No. I think it's because the hero you play, right? You know, you play off lane, you need your lane to go well, and people
Yeah.
should not rotate to go kill. You know.
If I play Magnus on the Asia Pop, it's like 5 euros, 3 forcers, and just if I blink, 5 times I get ulted, and then just died.
Well, that's because your reputation precedes
Yes.
you. You know, they respect you. It's good. The fans.
And I can't play on my fake account because I had to fight for my role,
Oh,
and I don't
right.
want to fight for my role.
The worst of both worlds, then. You know.
Yeah.
How about you? Maddest you've ever gotten, Amira?
I think maybe like in some pub, but like most of the time I don't get mad in pubs, or
Oh.
I just don't care
How do you?
about.
No, yeah, you don't believe this, no?
No.
No. What do you mean, bro? Like at least I don't like break my table like after some lose in Dota. So like yesterday it was a mess in our practice, you know.
Yeah,
was
he just breaks keyboard. You know.
Breaking keyboards?
just breaking
Yeah.
table.
I was playing 5 games for 2 hours. Just for 2 hours, I played 5 games and 5 losses, and I just don't know how to win the Dota.
Yeah. And like later on he just like
And every
broke
time,
our practice room like.
and every time in every game happens the same thing.
Yes.
Enemies just outpick your whole pick, and you just can't do anything, and you're losing in the like 20 minutes.
Out on the beautiful tables here, man. You gotta calm down. You need a stress ball or something, you know? No?
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Doesn't help?
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
get the
man,
rage out on the
yeah.
table?
Maybe some box, you know. You need something.
Yeah, we have been sending a lot of keyboards to players lately, so
You
yeah.
need to hit someone or something.
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 Yes, thank you very much. All right, guys. Well, we're almost out of time. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know more about you guys, about the region, all that jazz. Anything to say out there? I'll pass it to all 3 of you for the fans or anybody. I'll say something for Collapse. Leave them alone in the pub, okay? Maintain respectful distance. All right? No ganking Collapse, please. Do not buy Yules as a sign of respect. And if you can beat them without Yules, then you know that you're good, right? Helping. All right. Anything to say, Mira, before we head out?
Yeah, I wanna say thanks to like all like our fans, because like even like after we lose majors 3 times in a row, they still support us and send us some good words, and that is like really keeps you in good mood, like even after lose. So thank you guys, thank you support.
That was great. Collapse. Anything to say?
Thank you guys.
I was just kidding. Buy Yules against this guy. This dude sucks, you know? Go on, gank his lane, destroy him. All right.
Yeah, I also want to say thanks for our fans. And this year we got a lot of followers in social media, you know. And yeah, thank you all for support us.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming as well. You guys were awesome. Thanks for all the info. And we hope that you guys have a fantastic time watching the rest of the Riyadh Masters. Thank you so much for joining us and having a great time before the stream started. Don't go anywhere because we have a big show coming up. Thanks. Bye.
Dragging us down, face on the ground still.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بخراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi. Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, then? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
little bit, but
Yeah.
solo maybe you just let them.
What's up, everybody? It's time for day number 2 here at Riyadh Masters. Day 1 had some surprises coming our way. BB team going completely undefeated. Gaimin Gladiators splitting series. This is the brave new world that we're in right now. Now, obviously, group stage, we're just getting things started. And here, it's starting to get a little bit warm all over again. So you know what? Let's get day 2 underway.
It means a lot to me to compete here. It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Overhead. Go, collapse!
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good morning and welcome to Riyadh Masters, where legends are made. We're here live at Gamers 8 and this is day 2 of the group stages here at Riyadh Masters. I'm joined by Purge, by Effie, by Faith Beyond. Purge, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Having a good day. The tournament's been great so far. Lots of good games and hopefully some more.
Hopefully some more. We had some amazing games yesterday, Effie.
Yeah, there were a couple of games that went over 60 minutes, which always fun to watch.
Yeah.
That means that you don't really know what to expect. There was even a mega creep comeback yesterday, so I hope something like that can happen today as well.
Faith Beyond, did you expect the games to be this close between all the teams?
Yeah, I mean, first day of group stage is really amazing. Every team have a great play. So I think I'm really looking forward to what's going on right now.
Yeah, me too. And of course, you're watching the Sevi Games Group pre-show. We have a lot of things to talk about today because it is day 2 and there are so many things happening at the same time. Not just the 4 streams going on at the same time with games, but also we got a different competition running at the same time, and we like to keep you up to date with everything. So just in case you missed it, the club awards, those are the ones going on right now. So let's take a look at how that works.
Esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world and also support the entire global community. During Gamers 8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers 8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams competing here at Gamers 8, but one stands above the others with head and shoulders. It's Gaming Gladiators, and this is, of course, a team that is also participating here at Riyadh Masters, so they can get more points out of that. Don't worry, though, if you see your favorite team in here and they're not in the top 8, no worries whatsoever, because there's still so many more tournaments coming your way from Gamers 8 that everybody still has a chance of making a comeback. Gaming Gladiators, of course, is in our tournament. We saw them yesterday. They're one of the favorites. They have won so many tournaments here or before this already. We're going to find out if they have a good shot at doing it this time around. Yesterday, they struggled a little bit, and they really want to win, though, just like PSG.LGD that they faced yesterday, where they tied, because everybody wants a part of the lion's share of the $15 million prize pool, Effie. This is a lot of money on the line.
That's a lot of money. I don't really know what to say, except if I were a player in a tournament like this, I would absolutely be trying my best. Like, I would be just the most strict player on the team. Be like, hey, you better not make any mistakes. And I would watch replays 24/7, and I would just be like, what are you eating today? Did you eat well? Did you have breakfast? I'd be that kind of person. So.
But you also can't overwork. You have to get 8 hours of sleep too. Very important.
That's very true. Very true.
9 hours even for some if they do exercise, which needs you to get 9 hours of sleep. Otherwise, your muscles don't fully develop. This is great information I've learned from Jenkins. Yes, important information. We're learning a lot about Jenkins today as well, as we are obviously checking in with him later. But first, I want to talk a little bit about something we just saw. It's quite unique, the format that we have here with the play-in stage, the group stage, and the playoff, and obviously the play-ins being the odd one out there. Faith-BM, what do you feel about the format of this tournament?
I really like the play-in section because we already talked about how first day of group stage is going, and I think because of we have 12 games in play-in section, and they play lots of games, so every team can watch and learn a lot. So I think that's why they perform so well at first day of group stage. I think this play-in section brings this tournament into a next level.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. We saw that yesterday in the games that were played. We had some really close, high-level, high-tier games. So that experience that they got from the play-ins definitely shows. And yesterday's matches, we do want to talk about yesterday because, of course, that's where it started. It was day one of the group stage. We started the day off with Extreme Gaming versus Quest Purge, and that already started off great.
Yeah, it was an interesting series, actually, because it was so competitive. It really felt like during the two games that both teams could win it. Like, Quest had good moments, Extreme Gaming had really good moments, too. So that was a really good series. I like that one.
Yeah, we ended up having, of course, a tie between the two teams. Effie, coming into this, did you expect these two teams to tie? Because this was, of course, the second time they already faced as well. We saw them in the play-ins.
Yeah, honestly, the outcome was pretty much how I expected it to go, because during the play-ins, XG did 2-0 Quest. So I assumed that the preparation that Quest would come into their next series versus XG would be much more thorough, and it really was. That first game was a complete outdraft, in my opinion, by Quest, but XG brought it back in game 2, proving that both of these teams have a really good shot of making top 4.
Yeah, Faith-BM, Extreme coming out of the Chinese region. Do you have them like set high for how they will end here at Riyadh Masters?
Yeah, I think they during play-in section, I think they're doing really good. And just game 2, the patch game, they showed me they have this skill to win every game. Yeah.
Yeah, later that day, we also saw not just the JT Pudge, but there was a JT offlane Meepo that was crushing it as well. So we can definitely expect a lot out of Extreme Gaming. We had Tundra versus BB Team as well. And that one, well, it didn't go so well for Tundra, but I will say, Effie, once again, these two teams, when they play, and especially in that first game of the series, they just go long.
Yeah, I mean, BB Team traditionally has been a team that likes to take the games a little bit longer. Like, yes, they are extremely dominant in their laning phase, but they do like to farm and try to outfarm as much as they can in the mid-game, and they don't mind taking these long, drawn-out games. They're very confident in their ability to execute these late-game team fights. Whereas Tundra, of course, they're a team that are famous, world-renowned for playing the map and trying to secure a gold advantage. So when these two teams face, you can imagine the games will be at least 40 minutes. And that game 1 was pretty competitive. We saw an IO Razor, which was interesting, but BB team do end up taking it.
Yeah, they took that second game as well. Was a little bit of a shorter one, but still competitive from both sides. We'll see what Tundra can do today to maybe change their fate a little bit. Then we went back to a Group A match between Gaming Gladiators and PSG.LGD Purge, where it was a tie.
Yeah, it was a little surprising, I guess, but at this point, I guess I just anticipate Gaming Gladiators to have some losses here and there, and that's fine. So it doesn't scare me that much. PSG.LGD is obviously also a very good organization. Cool to see them win with a Luna. Not something we get to see every day, so I like to see these like throwback carries once in a while.
Yep, same. And then Aster versus Secret, that was a 2-0. And, well, at the end of every day, we have a play of the day, an ALG play of the day, actually. And this ALG play of the day this time was part of that last series. It was part of Aster versus Team Secret. And we are not the ones that were allowed to choose that play of the day. But our colleagues did, and apparently we have to wait a little bit longer to find out what our colleagues chose.
They didn't do their homework yet?
They did not do their homework.
God.
Well, it's, you know.
It's very shameful of them.
We just threw them under the bus, isn't that right, Faith Beyond?
Right.
Sorry. Inside joke, sorry. You'll learn about it later, maybe. But I do want to talk about some of the matches that have happened, because not just were there games happening on this stream, there were a lot of games happening on a lot of streams, and that means we've got our first day of groups in the bag, and we have some standings to look at, because it's not everybody that ends in a happy place in these group stages. Unlike the play-ins, everybody got to play a decider match or was through. In this group stage, 2 teams at the bottom will be eliminated. So definitely a lot to fight for here. As we saw, let's talk about Group A a little bit first, Effie. We see a lot of splits in Group A this time around.
Yeah, I mean, when you see splits, that's always a very good sign that the group is very competitive and very close in skill. I suppose the most shocking split would be GG going 2-2 in their first day, but I did manage to watch those games, and they were competitive regardless. And I think the best time to drop games is during these first couple of days of group stages, and when you lose, that's when you learn the most as a dominant team. So hopefully, looking forward to more Gaming Gladiators performances. Something I'm really excited about is Evil Geniuses being 3-1. This team, everybody has such high expectations for ever since they were formed, and they did not deliver during the Bali Major. So to see them back in form is really, really exciting and good for this tournament.
Very, very true. On the other side, we got Group B, Purge, with an undefeated team at the top, BB team.
Not unexpected, really. Some talent for sure. We're expecting BB team to get top 3, top 2, maybe even win the tournament. So a good start for them. It's not like they played slouches either. They beat Tundra in a 2-0, and they beat Shopify Rebellion in a 2-0.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, there's Team Secret that is not doing too well. But it's just day 1 of group stage. There are so many games. There's so many more chances for every team to catch up. So let's see what we can expect out of today. Let's go through all the games today. And I don't expect you to remember all of them, but definitely pick some out that tickle your fancy. This is Stream A, Faith Beyond. Which game, I think I know, but which game do you think is the most exciting one coming out of this? This is like this is everybody in round 1, actually. Sorry, my bad.
We have to watch OG versus Nanpanda, right? But
yeah.
Personally, I want to watch LGD versus Extreme.
You're gonna have your phone up in the green room to watch both. I understand. This is all the matches that are happening right now, like in half an hour, in 15 minutes. Then our second series of the day across all streams here. Effie, which one stands out to you here?
Let's take a look. Obviously, there is one very clear contender, which is Team Liquid versus BB Team. I think both of these teams are probably the strongest or second strongest in their region. So watching them go up against each other is going to be a test for Liquid, honestly, just because of how hot BB Team have been looking. So that is the one to watch.
I think all 4 of these are actually very competitive, though. They're all very even.
They are all very good. This is, of course, in Group B. Now we're going to have the third series of the day, which is all going to be happening in Group A again. Purge, choose one.
Give me 3 seconds to make a decision.
We got Spirit, PSG.LGD,
probably
Gaming Quest.
Stream B, Gaming Gladiators versus Quest, I think will be really solid. The other ones, I think, the mainstream Spirit, LGD also very good, but the bottom two, who knows? Might be one-sided.
I think, I mean, 9 Pandas Extreme, it just has me curious because, of course, we saw them quite a bit already, but I feel like at the moment they're on even footing, but one will step ahead after that series. And then we got our final series of the day, 4 series at the same time. We got TSM, TALON, Tundra, Aster. We got ourselves Team Liquid, Shopify, and well, at the moment, Team Secret BB Team is looking like that's going to be a rough one because that is undefeated versus...
Defeated.
The person defeated. I was gonna say, what are you called if you haven't won anything? Undefeated, unwinning.
The goose egg, I believe.
I don't know. It's a bit sad.
Zero.
I mean, they can definitely prove their worth here on that fourth series. We have chosen, however, one series in particular out of all the games that you saw on your screen just now. We have chosen one series to watch. If you were going to have time to only watch one game today that is not on the mainstream, it should be this one. BB Team versus Team Liquid. Both of these teams are expected to top their group, so this should be, Effie, the highest quality Dota out there.
I'm just very excited to see the mid lane matchup. In this, I mean, come on. It's Nisha versus GVK. I mean, it's going to be really hype. And I think the support rotations are going to matter a lot in this game. So it's going to be very action-packed in the first 15 minutes. So you have to make sure to tune into this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I'm sure that there's someone who's looking forward to all the hotel matches. That's right. There's going to be a lot of games played here on the main stage. But there's also more games played at the hotel where we have our personal reporter. Let's check in with Jenkins.
Good morning, David Smith. The one guy named David Smith just had his mind blown in chat. But for everybody else that's not named David Smith, also good morning to you. Yesterday was a very long day. We had a few 60-minute games. Some of them, unfortunately, we didn't get to those neutral items. Go get the damn neutral items, guys. Come on. But Quest lost a 75-minute game to Megas. That's always quite devastating. But it was good Dota. It was good Dota. It meant it was a long day, so a lot of players are tired. Some other people maybe are tired, but that's okay because we got this. This is how we refuel. I just saw OG. They were down here getting 5 of these. The old man Seb wasn't here, so I hope he made it out of bed and is going to make it to his match because the first match of the day is 9 Pandas versus OG. They just got on the bus. They're headed to the venue. That's going to be on Stream A. But the LG match of the day you should check out is a little bit later today, and that is going to be BB Team versus Team Liquid. BB Team, this is the only team that seems to be able to take it to Gaming Gladiators, the best team in the world. And so if they're feared, but if a shark is feared by a lion, then you should be afraid of the lion as well. I don't know what that analogy is, but BB Team are the lion. You should be afraid. And Team Liquid, this is the second best team in the world. They're tying in this group stage so far, but that's what they do. And then they get second place. So that is going to be a very fantastic match. And I'm going to have a very fantastic whatever this is. I just pressed a random button. And back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. And you heard it there on their way. We got ourselves 9 Pandas and OG as our first match of the day coming your way right here on Stream A. And I want to talk about these two teams a little bit more because 9 Pandas coming in here, they have a lot to prove. They've done pretty well earlier on in this year, but then yesterday, Faith Beyond, they struggled a little bit. We saw them tie against Quest. We saw them lose a series against Evil Geniuses. How do you feel about 9 Pandas in this tournament?
I feel it's quite normal because they already played the play-in section. So other teams, they can watch and research to you, and you can't do nothing. You just show everything to everybody. So I think it's okay, and it's first day of group stage, right? So yeah, I think it's fine.
So they're maybe a little bit figured out, and there's just a lot of data to go off of. I think, Effie, if you haven't watched any of 9 Pandas games, how would you describe their playstyle?
They're very heavy on rotations to mid, which is what happens when you have like a superstar type of mid laner. Their support player Andros likes to play these super bursty playmaker type of heroes like Skywrath Mage, Techies, Batrider. He's always playing in conjunction with Kiyotaka. And then of course there's always a super hard carry on Ramses. They try to take it to the late game. So it's kind of a soft 4 protect one, I would call it.
Yeah, I see you nodding along, Pert. It's like, yeah, that's how they play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at the heroes they play, Miero's very like summons based. It's like Lycan, Beastmaster, Enigma, Visage. He's got a Doom in there, but so it's pretty just summons based with their support duo focusing on kills and the hard carry, like she pointed out on 9 Ramses.
Yeah, one thing about 9 Pandas and that I think OG is kind of mirroring is their team composition. You got yourself a couple of young guys, you got yourself a couple of veterans, and in the case of 9 Pandas, they of course have got the legend Solo on board, and we're going to learn a little bit more about him.
Despite his name, Solo has been surrounded by teammates for over a decade. His career started all the way back in 2012 in Moscow 5. Throughout the years, he's grown to be a household name within the Dota scene, but it wasn't always that way. His first few years of professional play weren't very successful, jumping from one Tier 2 Russian stack to another. Solo has outlasted many of his former teammates' professional careers, including BZZ, who's famous for his notorious Pugna set, as well as current member of the Eastern European talent team, Go Black. The first time he attended the International was in 2015 with Vega Squadron through the wildcard slot, but was ultimately knocked out by CDEC, who went on to place second at the event. This team featured both 9 Pasha and No One, who he went on to play with in one of the most well-known and legendary CIS rosters of all time, Virtus Pro. VP included players Ramses, No One, 9 Pasha, Lil, Solo, and later, Roger. Solo played with this team for 4 years and achieved numerous victories, including first at several majors, ESL 1 events, and summits. In spite of this, VP always seemed to fall at the International, only achieving 5th in their best attempt at the Aegis. Since then, he found little success in both Na'Vi and Hellraisers, but since 9 Pandas, it started to pick up. At age 32, he sees himself a bit like a dad of the team, captaining an 18, 19, 20, and 24-year-old. Can Solo raise his teammates towards their first trophy?
He's still playing with Ramses, of course, and he has found success here with 9 Pandas. We'll see how far he can go this tournament, but I do wanna also just highlight, and I think Purge, you'll agree with me, that his run with Virtus Pro and that team in particular, it changed the whole Eastern European scene, because he was jumping from one team to another for the longest time, and that was what everybody was doing until that Virtus Pro showed that if you stick around with the same squad, it pays off.
Yeah, I think they were definitely one of the biggest glory teams of all time. I mean, they came off the heels of like OG winning almost every major. A lot of those majors, they were getting second. And then after that period a little bit, that was when they started just knocking out tournaments, getting one after another, winning MVP trophies, dominating stuff. They always disappointed TI though, so yeah. It's kind of reminiscent. I think they set the standard that we're now seeing in Gaming Gladiators, frankly, the knocking out tournament after tournament. So definitely a really good history for Solo, and happy to see that he's on a good team again.
Yeah, definitely having what it takes here to go far. We'll see though, because on the other side, there's a team that has such a similar history in OG. Of course, they are led by veteran Seb, who has recently joined the team or stood in for the team. Is it a stand-in? Is it a player? Effie, is this permanent? Do we know?
I mean, he's like, you ever watch Kuroko no Basket?
Yeah.
There's always a 5-man basketball team, but Kuroko, he's the Phantom. He was the Phantom 6th man of Serene. That's just Seb. He's the 6th player. He's always in the shadows. You know, he's waiting to sub in whenever he needs to, and when he does, he makes the team better. So, I mean, honestly, he's just a staple of the squad.
I believe he constantly says, one last ride. Every time he stands in for it, one last ride. Ooh, we got ourselves a countdown on the screen, and that's what we like to see, because you all came here for one thing and one thing only, and that's some Dota 2, which we're gonna watch. But to do that, we need some teams on stage. So I believe we're gonna head over to Tsunami and Fancy to get those teams on.
Welcome everyone. It's time for day number 2 of the group stage here at Riyadh Masters.
حياكم الله أعزائنا المشاهدين في اليوم الثاني من بطولة رياض ماسترز، جاهزين نقدم لكم أفضل دوتا موجودة عندنا في العالم.
Fancy, I feel like it was just a couple of hours ago that I last saw you. We had a pretty late day 1.
We're gonna have a second late day as well, and I'm loving it. I don't know about you, but I'm loving it. Having so much fun being here. أعزائنا المشاهدين الوقت الآن اللي نبدأ فيه في اليوم الثاني من الجروب ستيج، راح يبدأ بأي لحظة. الفرق جاهزين في المسرح وجاهزين نقدمهم لكم.
I'm relishing the opportunity. Group stage is a fun time to learn about where we are right now in the patch and the game. And for this matchup specifically, maybe a little regional head-to-head as well.
في هذا الماتش أعزائنا المشاهدين راح نشوف ريجنال ماتش ابس، مباراة ما هي غريبة عن منطقة شرق أوروبا، ودنا نشوف ايش ممكن يقدمون كل الفريقين من ناحية ايش ممكن يسوون في الأداء، خصوصا إنه الفترة الأخيرة كل الفريقين ما كانوا في أفضل أدائهم.
Both these teams came in through the play-in stage, and to make it here, they had to defeat their own region mates, 9 Pandas taking down VP, OG taking down Entity.
زي ما انتم عارفين كل الفريقين كانوا متواجدين معنا في البلاي ان ستيج، وكلهم حاربوا الى اخر لحظه في اول يومين معنا في رياض ماسترز عشان يقدرون يوصلون للحظه هذه، وكلهم اضطروا انهم يهزمون الريجنال تيمز اللي عندهم فعشان يقدرون يوصلون للمرحله هذه، فاكيد انهم ما خاطروا ولا سووا كل هذا الا عشان يقدرون يقدمون لنا افضل دوتا ممكن نشوفها.
Well, let's get things underway then, Fancy. Let's bring out our Eastern European team. Nine Pandas! It's a fun mix of senior veterans on this team and newcomers as well. They've been going through a rock, paper, scissors in their region between their other 2 teams that keep showing up to every single major. Here at Riyadh Masters, let's see if they can leave an impression.
فريق الناين بانداز من شرق اوروبا الفتره الاخيره ما كانوا في ادائهم الافضل، لكن قدروا انهم يواجهون الاغلب في كل ال3 ميادين اللي شاهدناها في السنه. حاليا الان قاعدين موجودين عندنا في الرياض جاهزين انهم يورون ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونه ضد فريق خصمهم، لان خصمهم ابدا الفريق ما هو بسيط. أبطال تي آي مرتين على التوالي فريق أو جي. فريق أو جي ما هو غريب عن المسرح، كانوا متواجدين في رياض ماسترز في السنة الماضية وأدائهم كان في مستوى جدا كويس، لكن مع رجوع السب إلى الروستر بعد سنة كاملة ما كان متواجد معهم، ما كان حاضر في مباريات اللان أبدا. اليوم جايين نشهد روستر بحلة جديدة ودنا نشوف وش ممكن يقدمون معنا.
The Western European region's been cutthroat, and OG hasn't had much opportunities to show their mettle on stage. But now, for the first time since Arlington, Seb's back on the main event. Let's see if this time they got what it takes.
ودنا نشوف إذا الجلوري حق فريق أو جي ممكن يرجع معانا في هذه البطولة، أو فريق ناين بانداز بيكون عندهم الأفضلية بحكم أن مبارياتهم في البلاين جروبز كانت جدا مثالية، وأكيد أنهم بيستمرون في نهاية الجروب ستيج بأفضل ما عندهم. فخلونا على طول نرجع للأستوديو نتكلم أكثر على إيش ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة.
You know what it's time for, my friends? Get into your computers, get to the chairs, and let's get this draft and game number 1 underway.
Very much, Fancy, and thank you very much, Tsunami. And we are ready to watch some 9 Pandas versus OG. So as they're heading over to their computers to sit down and join the lobby and start the game, we're going to talk about some of the Dota things. Now, first, I do want to point out that both these teams are featured at the bottom 2 of Group A. They're 1 and 3. It's not great, but this series will decide which one of these 2 teams will be a little bit more safe, because bottom two does get eliminated per group, so they need a couple of points on board. But earlier I asked Effie what the playstyle was for 9Pandas. Purge, would you be able to describe OG's playstyle, like for someone that might have missed the games that they played at the play-ins and yesterday?
I mean, they're definitely very talented. Seb's 4 position is like a little bit, he picks weird heroes sometimes, very confident in himself. BZM has just like a very explosive playstyle. His hero pool is sometimes a little bit different as well, but he's always very aggressive, wants to go dominate his opponents basically. But across the board, Yuragi very safe, consistently has good performances, but they're just generally a little outmatched. So it's hard to say these good things all the time, because when you lose a game, you almost always look weaker anyways. But they are genuinely very talented players. They can definitely bring it to 9Pandas.
They can bring it to 9Pandas. I mean, both teams have shown even results, so potentially they're on the same level, which means this will be maybe a more competitive game between them rather than the ones that they had yesterday. I believe, Faith-Bian, you watched some of OG's games yesterday as they were up against both Extreme and PSG.LGD. What did you think of OG yesterday?
OG, they had some great games, and also, I think because they already played the play-in section and they still play same style with play-in section, so they kind of struggle because the enemy already know you will pick Enigma, and I was ready for this. Yeah.
Do you think that if a team is playing like in a group stages, which is, if you count the play-ins as well, that's a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that teams should have a lot of different play styles to rotate, basically?
Yeah, I think every team you should, like, when the tournament going on, you should change your strategy to a better strategy. And you should learn from other teams and progress yourself.
That's maybe something that we're hoping to see them put into practice today, Effie. We have the draft on board. 9Pandas, Dire, OG, Radiant, and first pick. I don't think there's anything too surprising coming out of our bands right here.
No, you see the Broodmother and Undying taken out by OG. I mean, 2 staple heroes of the patch even after the E-patch. And 9Pandas banned the Enigma. So I was quite curious what take they would have playing into OG, because they've been running the Enigma whenever they can, but to be honest, they've lost with it quite a bit. But 9Pandas just make the decision to not give it to them anyway, don't allow them their comfort zone, and force them to play something else. But I was actually quite curious, Faith-Bian, if you could shed some light on Enigma now that the new patch has come out. Why is it that this hero has become so popular all of a sudden?
They buffed Enigma first skill, and this hero now this hero is a strong lane, and you can give team fight to your team, and you can buy flexible items. So generally, it's a good support.
So you think that any hero that can give his team fight in the first phase is valuable?
I think laning is always important in this patch. So Enigma gives good lane, so that's why it's popular.
So you would say that the laning aspect is actually much more valuable than the team fight. It's just like an extra addition to it.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. And just a follow-up question to that is, when would you rather run the Enigma as an offlaner versus a support, in your opinion?
I don't think Enigma is a good offlaner right now, this hero, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because you are not so tanky, and there's no race pact in this patch, so
I miss it too.
Yeah, you can't pressure too much. But we also saw one game we have position 3 Enigma, and he by Dom. So I think maybe sometimes it's still good, but I don't think it's a generally option.
Gotcha. Interestingly, OG has actually been playing it primarily on Seb as the 4 position. Which is kind of cool. But this game, probably it's going to be Elder Titan for Seb here. They're primarily putting on him over Taiga.
It will tick the same boxes. I mean, it's a team fight hero you can pick in the opening, right?
Yeah, and like Faith-Bian mentioned yesterday, it's a very good tournament hero, because in these high reward tournaments, enemy team tends to clump up together. So Elder Titan takes advantage of clumped up situations. So this hero has shifted in priority for a lot of these teams. So we get the Doom Oracle coming out for 9 Pandas. I think this Oracle is actually quite a good pick. We don't see it very often come out in the first phase, but I do like it a lot versus ET because it's such a simple matter to dispel ET's buff from his spirit with Oracle's Q. Whereas with something like a Shadow Demon, you're expending an ulti to debuff the ET, but here it's just low cooldown first spell.
Yeah, it's very good counter on lane. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely where it matters the most. Don't let him out-harass you and zone you from the game.
So what are they going to try to protect on both sides? On the side of OG, of course, they want to remove any threat to the Naga Siren. So that's someone they picked up there. But what does 9 Pandas want to protect? Like, Doom Oracle, pretty good. Is there anything in particular they will try to ban here against OG?
Probably banning out the second support that OG might go for is probably their call on second pick, since they don't really have identified draft, whereas OG needs to protect Naga, like you said. I do think it's interesting to see Naga picked first phase, though. I feel like I see it a lot like banned second phase, but OG feels very comfortable playing it as their carry, so they're going to open with that. That's their statement hero.
I think this Naga is actually quite good because you already see the Doom, right? So you know that Naga is going to have a good lane versus Doom. She's also one of the better carry heroes at playing versus Doom because not only is it difficult to find the real Naga and Doom her, but she can counter his initiation, right? If suddenly 9 Pandas are taking the fight, boom, you press song and your team disengages. So it's always been a traditional counter in that sense.
Kind of good against Oracle, too, in a lot of ways. You know, if go send illusions to the back line, you can find him easier.
Yeah, it's super annoying for Oracle, actually. There's no way to deal with illusions.
Run away. Go invisible.
Get punched in the face.
Shadow Amulet.
I'm really looking forward that 9 Panda, if they can pick Alchemist or Nature Prophet for Ramses. These two heroes he really likes to play, and I think it's a good counter to Naga because you can speed up your tempo.
Yeah. Do you think Nature's Prophet still has a place in this meta? Because a lot of teams stopped picking it.
Yeah, but yesterday we saw 9 Panda play it, and I think it's pretty good. I think it depends on player. If you are really good Nature Prophet player, maybe you can try it.
You can still play it.
Yeah.
What item build would you like to see out of Nature's Prophet? Like, how do you think it fits into this meta?
For this game, you just farm and general damage building. Yeah.
I see. I kind of understand that actually because Nature's Prophet can counterplay the map versus Naga because she always has her illusions pushing out lanes.
Yeah.
So you can just TP, push out a lane, join your team.
Yes.
That sounds pretty cool. I also like the Alchemist idea because we saw 9 Pandas win versus it. They had a Mega Creep come back. Always exciting. I wouldn't mind seeing Alchemist at all, especially because we have Oracle, right? There's so much healing that can come out of Oracle plus Alchemist.
Oh, we still have Bat Rider here.
Yeah, and actually we still have the most picked hero of the tournament in as well, in case OG wants to go for that as a support with the
Still Rubik?
Yeah. Still Rubik, and Snapfire was actually second, so it's actually Snapfire, Bat, Rubik, so they ban out the Snap, get Bat on the side of 9 Pandas. And we'll see if OG even wants Rubik, because I would imagine Rubik is mostly played as the POS 4, and with Taiga now basically playing POS 5, right? It's maybe not his hero to play in this one.
I mean, I don't know if it matters too much for... I feel like Taiga and Seb are playing 4.5, 4.5 each. That's really what it feels like. We've even seen Taiga play Willow from the 5 position, which isn't really her best role, but I think they can make it work. Also, Celery from Gaming Gladiators played 5 Rubik yesterday.
Not the best Rubik game, though, for OG. I just don't really like the spells on 9 Pen. Stealing Doom's great, obviously. Stealing Lasso can be good, but maybe not the best game for Rubik.
Really? I think it's a really good Rubik game.
What spells do you like?
Well, it's Doom's best counter from the support role because there's no way to stop Rubik from stealing Doom, so you can always have a Doom in the early game if Rubik's ready to steal it. You can also save heroes with your Shard against Bat Rider.
That's true.
It's pretty nice, in my opinion.
Well, they're taking their time here, digging into their bonus time. What do you think they're discussing right now, Faithbjorn?
They want to pick a combo pick. I think maybe with mid hero. Oh.
Coddle Spirit Breaker. Well, I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card.
I thought for sure the Coddle plus Storm.
Yeah.
After the Coddle came out, but they went for Spirit Breaker instead.
This is surprised me.
He needs more mana. Charge more often. Very important.
I mean, we still... I guess this could be an offlane flex too. It doesn't necessarily have to be going mid here.
It's DM's played it twice so far, so probably offlane.
Yeah, but I don't think this is a good hero right now because they can stop your charge easily, and also Oracle can dispel you, so it's quite annoying.
You're actually very correct. Like, you can flame break away the charge.
Yeah.
You can stop charge with Oracle's Q.
Yeah.
You can also just disarm Spirit Breaker so he can't attack.
Yeah.
And you can dispel Bulldoze, right?
There it is.
Maybe the goal, though, is that because they're going to be split pushing so much, it gives them better catch when they do finally want to engage on a kill. You know, you spot somebody with an illusion, start a charge from across the map, team smokes in. Maybe it's something like that. And they do need somebody to go in with their lineup.
I mean, right now, this Alchemist looks so free farm. No pressure on Alchemist. I think OG now, I think they maybe should move this Koto to mid so they can make some pressure.
Huh.
How does a Keeper of the Light do in the mid lane versus probably a Bat Rider?
He does great. He just bosses away. He never puts himself in harm's way versus the Bat Rider. And honestly, I would like that. That way they can actually take advantage of their Spirit Breaker before it comes too countered. Actually, I think the idea behind the Spirit Breaker is that they want to find Oracle. So they need something to give them vision of the Oracle on the backline. So because of the charge, that's the way that they're going to catch Oracle. I think that's why they picked this hero, even though it's countered.
Makes sense.
Well, let's see what they're worried about. On the side of 9 Pandas, it looks like we are missing a hero for, actually for Antares, I would almost say. Do we think this Bat is a support?
Yeah, it's an Antares Bat, I would say.
Yeah?
It's one of his most played heroes, and I feel like it's just... It's easy to match or bother the Spirit Breaker in the early game if you shift the Spot Rider to support.
Okay, so then we're looking for a Kiyotaka hero.
Yeah.
You can never count out Tinker if you're playing against 9 Pandas.
I make sense that 9 Pandas ban the Ember, though, because the Coddle seems fine, but it doesn't have any obvious combos on their team, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, okay, you get to pick your hero later, but your Coddle might feel a little weird. Maybe they picked it because they wanted to, like, de-push a little bit with the illusions and just make sure that Naga has all the space in the world, like they're feeling confident late game. But like you guys pointed out, now their gank is just kind of mediocre. Their ability to pressure the Alchemist just doesn't feel that awesome, unless it's mid.
So, Faithian, what do you think OG are lacking? Like, we know that the Coddle mid-flex is still open, but because they can get countered by 9 Pandas on the last pick, what kind of mid-hero do you think they can go for here?
They definitely need some pressure on early stage. They have Naga need farm, and they need someone to lead other players to go in jungle to kill Alchemist or push tower, something like that.
They played Coddle one other time, and it was Seb that played it, so yeah, they pick a mid.
I like Puck here. Puck is a hero that fits all of the descriptions that Faithian just gave. It's also a hero that can kill the Alchemist and the Bat Rider in the early game. It also jumps on the Oracle in the backline, which I think is very important because it's why they picked Spirit Breaker. So Oracle can just go in with the Spirit Breaker. I mean, the Puck can go in with the Spirit Breaker, find the Coddle, kill him very quickly, and make it so that they can take the fight.
And it's not super easy to get doomed. You have some solutions in case you do go in and you're worried about getting caught like that. So, and Coddle Puck is honestly probably not that bad. They're not the most spammable spells, but lowering the cooldown by like 6 is still pretty great.
I think they had to Puck here because if they picked a more conventional hero in the sense that it's more popular, it would have gotten counterpicked on 24. But a 23 Puck is very difficult to counter. Like, he has very few bad matchups. Like,
They can pick Tiny to counter Puck.
but then you have a Tiny on your team.
But mid Tiny is good,
It's
actually.
okay, you think?
Or they can put Alchemist to mid if they want. Okay,
Or
Wind
they can
Ranger.
put Wind Ranger mid.
Yeah, she doesn't really die too easy. It's like 3 right clickers on the enemy team, so turn on Wind Run, you survive.
Do you like this Wind Ranger?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think this pick for 9 Panda is very easy. They just need something like you can fight on early stage and making space for Alchemist. I think Wind Ranger is good, and I really like Alchemist in this game. I think they can win this.
With their Alchemist,
Yeah.
That's a good assessment. What I like about Wind Ranger in this game too is she's one of the better mid-heroes at killing Naga as the game scales, because she typically buys BKB regardless of what the carry matchup is, so she can just focus fire the main Naga. She's going to have the Gleipnir or Mjolnir depending on how you play. She's going to have the damage for the illusions, and she can tunnel vision the real one. So I think that gives them a Naga solution also.
All right.
They've got a good mix of disable and 9 pandas. Yeah, getting lockdowns once they do get them should chain and net them a lot of kills.
So do you think that the Alchemist is threatened at all this game, Faithian, by any of OG's heroes?
Actually not. I don't think this Park is good.
You don't think it can threaten
Yeah,
Alchemist?
Park actually I think very afraid of Alchemist because you need a lot of item to deal damage, but Alchemist will go for you like very quickly, and you don't have enough damage for it.
So you're saying Alchemist gets his items way faster than Puck gets his items?
Yeah, but Park can catch Oracle. So I think this game depends on how fast Alchemist is. Yeah.
What about the rest of OG's lineup? Do you think Naga can, with items, fight Alchemist?
Late game can, yeah.
Okay.
Late game, OG will have a shot. How do they get to the late game, Purge?
They need a Spirit Vessel. And it needs to not get countered by Oracle in 2 different ways.
Ooh, that sounds like maybe a tough ask. It sounds like OG has got their work cut out for them. My panelists will favor 9 pandas a little bit. Any other glimmer of light for OG's draft coming out here, Effie?
I think that if they can use their Spirit Breaker to kill the Oracle first, and they can just pick and choose their fights, right? If they can take the fights after getting a pick off, they have a really good shot, because Naga is a fast farmer. But for the most part, it's a losing battle.
Okay, we're going to find out how things are going to go down, though. We're heading over to Cap and SVG for the game.
Two teams that had a bit of a rough day one, both going 1-3. Have an opportunity here to be able to right the ship at the start of day 2 by taking on an opponent that is also suffering a little bit. Dave Reed, do you have an early favorite in this matchup? I certainly do.
Okay, who is it?
9 Pandas.
Oh, wow.
I believe in these guys. I think they're a solid team, and OG has not really proven to me that they're ready to go just yet.
Okay, but the longer a tournament goes, the more Seb powers up.
That, 100%, yeah. I mean, I think 9 Pandas will do better at this tournament, but I think OG has a higher chance of winning the whole thing.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Absolutely no sense, but I'll trust you on it either way. I think 9 Pandas definitely got a lot of their comfort picks again. I think their best hero has been this Alchemist in terms of their confidence with it, not necessarily the results. It just seems like anytime Ramses can get this hero later on in the draft, they take it. They don't believe it has answers. They feel like his acceleration is going to be too fast for maybe the carry matchups to deal with.
Yeah.
It's hard to blame him if he's just that confident on it. He's just going to run it, jam it every time, and make enemies deal with it. We'll see if it can prove fruitful here again as he picks it once more up. And we'll try and get as much gold as he can.
I mean, I will say that I completely agreed with Faith Beyond. I feel like I've seen Puck versus Alchemist so many times, and it rarely ever looks good for the Puck.
No, this used to be a matchup you could even put the Alch mid.
Yeah.
If you remember those days. I think it's still a matchup that Alch might just win based off of how strong Acid Spray is now. The stun can be hard to land, but the mid game is just way too strong for the Alch. You don't have the damage ramp as Puck. It usually takes your 3rd or 4th item to start clearing through him. However, in the late game, it's a very good matchup for him as you just get kited around with the coil talents and you can never really land on the Puck. You have a chance to burst him off the Abyssal timing. That's pretty much it. So if you're 9 Pandas here, your skill is still pretty solid. You have the Oracle to back it up. Again, I think this is a hero we saw yesterday. Toronto Tokyo played it. Seems like these Eastern European teams have a bit of a shared meta. I expect the Oracle to rise in priority over this tournament. I think that hero is just ridiculously good as long as you're not getting Zoo'd. And the Zoo seems to be falling off a little bit, right?
Sure.
The Beast,
yeah.
Is that hero even a Zoo hero? I don't know. They're going to get first blood here.
That
Acid
is
Spray.
very easily first blood. Pops the Fairy Fire, but pretty good body blocking and positioning there from Ramses. Secures first blood for himself.
That is a 400+ gold kill with the +12 from Grieful Screed.
Yeah, that is
just
true.
Pure value in the bank. As Seb feeds away, not a kill I would have expected. I actually think it's pretty hard to get on this Coddle at the level 1. Oof. They find the opening, the strength of the Alch in this laning phase, and one of the reasons I think...
Oh, what a play from Antares.
Damn.
Taiga's going to have to use a TP to get out of here, which means if he dies in this period of time, it's going to be really bad.
even if he doesn't, it's bad. Elder Titan is not a hero you want to expend mana like this. These TP scrolls are really expensive. You have limited spirits, you have limited stuns, especially pushing towards level 3. Now you're an Elder Titan with no spells, sitting on a bunch of health regen. Feels terrible. I mean, look at the consumable gold. None of it's doing anything for Taiga right now.
Yeah.
OG having struggles on the side lanes already with their supports, and it's letting 9 Pandas get to pretty significant early boost for the heroes that have built-in gold talents in the Doom and the Alchemist, right? These are not 2 cores you want to give a good early start to. They're just going to run away with it.
Kiyotaka, I think you actually mentioned to me, I wasn't sure if you're going to elaborate on this too much. I think you said that Kiyotaka's having a rough tournament. Is that true?
That is absolutely. Would you care to elaborate? Thought you were referencing that meme. No, I would not. Yeah, I was looking at the stats, and all the other turns we've casted, when I look at 9 Pandas, we talked about it a lot, I feel like it is a team built around Kiyotaka popping off.
Yes.
It's around his Tinker, his Puck, his Storms, whatever these heroes that are, even the Wind Ranger, Snapfire that he's shown to be a KDA monster on. This tournament so far, his KDA has been a paltry 3.5 or so.
And that is pretty bad for Kiyotaka's
extremely low. I think for reference sake, at Berlin, his pop-out tournament, he was averaging 15, 16 for a lot of that tournament. Something is just not clicking for him right now. I think the hero pool's a little off. We're still early in the tournament in terms of games, but sample size, because they played the play-in, is, you know, it's around 10 at least. Something is not clicking right now for him, and it hurts 9 Pandas a lot, because he's the fulcrum point. You know, Ramses can carry some of these games, but it's not about him necessarily. About what the man does for mid.
Especially
right
if Ramses is going to be under assault like this, which they will manage to get that kill pretty easily. They'll try and return some fire here from Solo, but doesn't really look like it's going to work, frankly. So, good gank here from Taiga, who, frankly, I don't think he was getting much done in that other lane.
And these are 2 players from OG that I expect to continue to step up more over the course of the tournament as they figure out what their hero pools look like and what they want to thrive on, and it's Seb and Taiga. I think especially since Taiga kind of got displaced from that 4, it pushes more onus onto OG for figuring out what works for him in terms of the hero pool and the early 5 to 10 minutes. What works for OG as a team in terms of the laning phase and getting them out into a decent position, because I think that's where some of their struggles have lied. I feel like Yuragi, he gets left on an island sometimes, which is a role he used to fill on some of the older versions of his team. You know, he would play some of the fighting carries like the Lone Druids, the Kunkas, the Monkey Kings, where you can do that on.
Yeah.
But if you're putting them on more of these hard carries, generally you want to give them a bit more resources. This is another game where OG are just putting 3 heroes top very early, giving that Naga the solo XP, but he's in a 1-on-2.
Nice bounce back there with the flame break. That's going to put Taiga out of position and should get the kill. Solo takes the last hit with the Purifying Flames, and Tari's going to take some damage in return here. Now, when you mentioned Kiyotaka, right, and okay, this puts a lot of pressure on Ramses, it made me think about the 9 Pandas offlane, which frankly, I feel like I don't have a great picture of, despite the fact we've casted so many games of them. So where do you think Miro, like, kind of sits in this responsibility of carrying the game?
I think he can kind of do it all a bit. Ramsey's going to be okay here if he's going to stun himself, but I mean, what can you do? Actually, he might not be okay.
Yeah, the blast is going to come in with the sleep. Making a run for it. DM, he's going to get some hits in him, and that's going to finish him off. They do get a trade-off of kills.
Yeah, Solo's real happy with these levels right now. He's just getting XP in the bank.
Yeah,
and on Oracle, that is really nice. Again, I don't think Alk cares too much about deaths on lane if he has stacks waiting for him, which doesn't really here. Still, if he gets good spawns, it doesn't matter too much, and you're getting solo XP on a Doom and a Wind Ranger. This is a very interesting trade-off. I'm not sure who it favors. It might just come down to who's getting more CS out of these one-on-ones, which also look very even. Well, there's another coil.
Yeah, we're just going to not stop with the action as Antares is probably going to die here, as they actually always have that combo. Maybe it's part of the reason they went for the puck, the coddle puck, to be able to force break the coil is interesting.
It is a very nice and very reliable combo.
Yeah.
This is something that was very popular when Coddle had the old blinding light off of his ult, and now he just has it all the time. It's even better. So where does Miro fit on this team in terms of offlane? I think he generally is versatile in that he will play a high damage offlaner. He will also play the aura route. I think when 9 Pandas were doing really well at some of the past majors, he was playing more the aura style. Like even on the Doombringer, I think he was one of the Dooms that we looked at. And even when you have people like 33 going Octarine, Midas bots, he was still going early pipe, early Crimson Guard Doom. So I think Miro is happy to support his 1 and 2, which, I mean, if you're looking at the 1 and 2 on this team, that is where the bulk of the damage comes from.
Yeah.
They're gonna fight for the Wisdom Rune here. Taiga should not be able to get this one.
He is,
He should
because
not be able to get this one.
He did not want to use the Doom on him. And
That's an expensive Doom not to use. You're gonna
now
have to
they're
use
going to
it
have to use it anyway. That is very annoying. My goodness. Yeah, okay, so I like that point about Miro because I agree with that. I feel like he's kind of a jack of all trades but master of none. His strong points don't necessarily stand out to me, but I don't feel like he's a weak player, you know?
No, not weak at all. I think sometimes, again, if this tournament, Kiyotaka is not having as standout of performances as he was in some of those other tournaments, then maybe more onus does fall to him to pick up that slack, but it's not necessarily what he has been told to do, right? Maybe he's been told to play more sacrificial, play for auras. Like even some of his Enigma games, right? This was one of the teams where Miro was doing the helm of the Overlord Enigma before a lot of other players. That is a more, I'm going to open up the map for my other two cores build than I'm going to play greedy Midas BKB Enigma. This is how I tend to think of his role in the team, so it does push more pressure onto him, particularly in this game on the Doom, which is a very flexible offlaner in terms of how you play it, how you itemize it. He's top net worth here. What are you going to choose to do with this Doom? Are you going to go for the auras? Are you going to go for a greedier build when you have an Alk and a Wind Ranger?
Chemical Rage is up. Ramsey's going to be forced to use it here. The two-man rotation is coming from OG, and they're going to try and do this on the Chemical Raged up Alchemist, but they've already missed the Waning Rift. That's going to be a little bit of a lack of damage, but they still get it through anyway. The coil leading into the blast. Now Kiyotaka, he needs some help. He doesn't really have anybody close by. Solo's going to be here soon. Kiyotaka fighting for his life up against BZM with a high ground. Couple of misses there, allow BZM to stay healthy enough. They drop a ward trying to spot him. Kiyotaka managed to get rid of some of that magic damage thanks to Solo. Trying to burst him down with the Purifying Flames. Might just be able to get him. Shot not quite there from Kiyotaka, and Solo loses track of BZM, so not going to be able to get a return kill, but does manage to bail out Kiyotaka from a potential second death, and a good gank for OG.
Gotta keep in mind this Wind Ranger build a lot of times in the early game. You're maxing this Wind Run, so you're really playing off your ulti, but you're not going to have the shackles for the control. You're not going to have the high-level power shot to try and help secure these kills. It's going to hurt your skirmish power a little. I do feel like 9 Pandas are getting dragged in these fights, but it's not that bad for them, honestly. I don't know if OG are getting what they want out of the pressure they're trying to exert on this Alchemist. Like, does Ramses care about this? He cares a little bit, right? Because he's not farming. It's just not doing anything to him directly, and he's still ahead of your Naga here. Even after all of this, even after 3 deaths. This is kind of just what Alk does. Even your Ragi's up here now, trying to steal some camps. They will see this on the ward. This is a lot of early pressure dedicated from OG to try and shut down the Alchemist ramp.
There, funny enough, they both see each other, so Uragi's going to dip away into the trees, knowing that Ramses is trying to stop him. Meanwhile, DM putting the pressure on mid. Responding with a focus fire, but too many heroes here. So Power Rune's going to be secured for BZM. OG making a great effort to secure that for the Puck, who needs to be able to have a good game like we talked about in this matchup. You got to have a lot of items to be able to threaten an Alchemist.
Especially with the heroes they have, I just don't see the single target physical burst coming out until way later on. Like maybe Bloodthorn Naga is a big power timing. If the Puck gets the 5 or 6 slots, okay, Puck is always one of those late game carries that 9 Pandas don't have a direct answer to that easily. You know, if you get Lincoln's Octarine Puck here, it's gonna be a menace, and they are giving him the Ancient, so that'll tell you everything you need to know about who's the carry this game. It's gonna be BZM. You are the man to do it in the late game. The Naga will push the waves, the Breaker can push the waves, maybe you get a pick off here or there. The bulk of the damage is gonna come down to Puck in this late game. And this game is probably gonna go late, because I don't see OG accelerating the objectives here. You know, this is the downside of the offlane Spirit Breaker. He's not buying early auras, and he's not pushing the buildings. He's not giving you Roshan. He's giving you scale, he's giving you damage, he's giving you wave shove. You just have to make the other stuff up somewhere else.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Animitis done for the Doom, so that network advantage should really start creeping 9 Pandas' way. And if it doesn't, then it means OG is winning the game.
Absolutely. Unless they have insane stacks. We're going to see the Midas on the Naga too. Try and help bounce out that GPM coming from the Doom and the Alk.
Sure, might as well.
I mean, this is something we saw RTZ do yesterday as well on the Naga. I don't know. I never feel like the Midas on the Naga ends up mattering that much. Just because I don't know if this hero cares about the levels a lot compared to some of these other carries. I mean, they feel good, but they're not game-changing. Like, for example, I think the Fury on Midas... Oh, we're going to see Earth Splitter. Is this enough damage?
And Miro doesn't want to use the Doom. He's finally going to drop it now, but slow down as the Coddle's going to join in on this. They are just out-moving 9 Pandas. Bringing heroes to these ganks. Every single time it feels like there's a 3-man squad here from OG, and 9 Pandas always show up just a little bit late. Lacking in numbers as a result. Kiyotaka is going to go for the kill onto Seb, but immediately the sleep comes out, setting up an opportunity for a 2-man coil. Going to be able to grab them both. Great hit from PZM with DM joining in on this fight. Again, 9 Pandas are trying to take an engagement that they are just outnumbered, and as such, will lose it pretty badly. Oh, PZM didn't hop to that one. Thought he would still go for the Antares kill. Opts not for it. Instead, going to go for solo, because he wants to make sure that there isn't going to be these saves coming out for the Oracle. BZM, DM, they're both going to focus on solo, bring him down before he can get that level 6. Meanwhile, Lasso underneath the tier 2 tower here. This is getting a little dicey for OG, as even the glyph could be used to try and repel back these OG heroes. Ultimately, it's only the Elder Titan that dies, though.
I think he's happy to die there, gets the free mana refill. OG's just running a train here. 9 Pandas getting caught out. I mean, where are the numbers? Why are you even going for these skirmishes, right? Your lineup is pretty slow and clunky.
Yep.
You need farm. You want to be hitting stacks. You want to be hitting creeps, defending your towers. And then when the fight comes to you, you even out the odds with an Alchemist teleport if you really want to take that engagement. This is just in no man's land. You're on OG side of the map trying to bail out a Doom that already died, basically.
And again, going for this Coddle, but you can't kill him. There's no way you could go for that one play, Kiyotaka. So even if there weren't heroes there, you still have the blinding light that's going to negate so much of the damage.
9 Pandas read of this game just feels completely off.
Yeah, it really does, and they're going to be losing more heroes for it. Rams are going to try and bail this one out. Oh, instantly gets bashed up. Does manage to get off his stun. Bailed out by the False Promise. He'll get healed a lot thanks to the Chemical Rage, but he doesn't really have the damage to get any of these kills. OG are just running circles around the 9 Pandas heroes. They're going to focus on Ramses. That Chemical Rage isn't going to do enough for you. He's gonna get 1 kill before he falls.
Oh, that was close to getting turned. You get a couple more misses on that Radiance. That was his Radiance timing, by the way.
Okay, Kiyotaka came back into the fight and did manage to get DM as well, so.
That's a consolation prize here.
Yeah.
I mean, those are 2 fights where OG basically extracted 2K gold from each. That's just so damn much in this early game. And 9 Pandas not respecting the skirmish power here between the ET, the Puck, and the Breaker. You have Chalk or Magic on top of all of it here. Seb is not dying early on. I mean, you hit a 3-man concoction. That's about the only thing that salvages this fight. Otherwise, I think OG just completely run you over. And the early itemization here also paying off. You have a drum on the Breaker. These little things make a big difference in these early 4-on-4, 5-on-5s, which is what it's turning into at the 13-minute mark. This is not a fight Ramses wants to join with that Radiance and lose. He just doesn't get much out of it.
And it goes back to Kiyotaka. He started that fight getting picked off in the first place, allowing OG to have the numbers advantage and push for more. And they're going to jump in. They're just assaulting this triangle. They are not going to let Ramses get this comeback goal that he so desperately needs right now. He's going to be charged up, half health, right through all of the Ancients. A Doom's going to be put onto the Puck. If Ramses can live here, this is a good fight, but he's so close to getting bursted down. DM needs the bash. They're finally going to get it with the Coddle Blast out of the off, and a deny comes through. DM giving them absolutely nothing if he can help it. Kiyotaka did have a double damage rune, so at least he'll be able to get a bit of something off of that one. Gets the kill onto Seb, but it's only that one, and they lost the Ancients. Kiyotaka has to get more off of this one. Shackle shot, not gonna land, and the stomp, it's gonna hit Kiyotaka, giving an opportunity for them to be able to slip away into the night. Hops over the cliff, nicely played by Taiga, and DM, he's gonna charge up in 1 more second. Radabatos, stomp, helping him out, and the charge away. He's good.
Right there. Man, Taiga has been lining these up beautifully in the fights. Even with double belt here, this is really telling you how fast OG want to play this game. You're just accelerating the HP pools, going into another drum. So much early tank ability and skirmish power. Even Midas Naga joining these fights. This is how you punish greed right here. You get in the enemy side of the map, you take the fight to them with numbers, and you steal the stacks. I think DM got 90% of that Ancient camp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Through the double charges. Honestly, I would have Earth Splittered it. Power to Taiga for trying to hit a hero with that spell in the early game. Yeah, look at how active this Naga has been, man. That is crazy for a Midas Naga who pretty much got left solo safe lane. He has made his impact felt here. 1-0-4, highest net worth, joined all these fights, and the action just don't stop.
Now the pipe is complete for Miro, so he is not the easiest kill, or maybe he is. A lot of burst damage coming in. DM just needs a last little bit. Miro, he's getting out of the range of it, perhaps. DM, one final swing, he can't quite get it. Miro will survive.
HP.
The pipe is just enough.
All those little items adding up for him. This is the part in the game where you have to start being a little careful if you're OG, because you ran over this early game. You built a pretty decent lead. You got to remember it's a Doom and an Alk lineup, so even though the net worth doesn't reflect it, you're still pulling ahead in the timings. The defensive fight from 9pan is going to be really nice with this Oracle, though. So you can't end up in a situation where you're going on the Doom, you're going on the Alchemist, and then these two big, beefy boys just get healed up by an Oracle, and suddenly you're overextended.
Yeah. Especially with all the damage over time they have, Scorched Earth and Radiance.
It adds up. Like the Radiance burn, the Scorched Earth burn, like you said, a couple power shots here or there. The Firefly, actually, there's 3 burn spells in this game, quite literally, on top of an Acid Spray. It's going to tick you out, especially since you don't have an early pipe here. You went some of the early drum builds, you have the Chakra Magic. This is where you want to take that early lead you built and solidify it into more map control, get your next set of items, and then take that 5-on-5. Do not overextend and throw this lead back right now. Keep playing around your puck as well. BCM is having a great game here and will continue to scale. And yeah, Breaker's just going to go second item Shadow Blade, so maybe transition this into more of a map-oriented style right now instead of the Skirmishing. Start trying to pick some heroes off.
It also means their lane shove continues to be massive, right? I mean, with a Naga and a Spirit Breaker, you can play clumped up constantly because if you're OG, because you have all the lanes pushed in all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think OG are forced into the style that they've shown here for the first 15 minutes, as weird as that sounds. It worked for them. Now you can transition into something else and use the other strengths as Naga Spirit Breaker lineup. As long as you're confident in the puck helping you win some of these late game fights, you can make this game very awkward for 9pandas. Maybe you just got caught off guard by the pace set here.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if they got away with how many stacks they had in an early game where that laning phase was okay for OG, but they didn't get the punish on the Alchemist they wanted, like, look at the camp stack, right? If 9pandas got away with that without what OG did, you're looking at a very different game here. Early blink for Ramses.
Pipe comes out, dodges a lot of that damage and slip away into the night. Helps DM.
We can already see how tanky this Alk is. He doesn't even have a real defensive item yet. It's just too much HP for OG to go through, especially with Oracle behind. This is the nice combo for 9pandas this game.
Yeah.
Can always just throw that ulti onto the Ogre, and what are you going to do if you're OG? I don't think he will ever die in it this game. You don't have a Vessel buyer, you don't have any anti-healing, there's no real Scotty buyers in this game. You're just going to have to deal with it. And a fast Lotus for Miro as well, so he is going for this Aura Doom that I kind of expected from him. Very tanky, a lot of extra armor in this early game, and another Dispel for the Coddle Slows, the Naga Nets.
The heart is now done for the Naga. This is a very early heart that I don't think 9pandas have the damage anymore to really contest too much.
Nope, that's the flip side here, is as much as the Alchemist is hard for you to deal with, the Naga is not too easy for 9pandas.
Man, they really want this kill, and I'm a bit surprised they got it. Maybe Blink Dagger was on cooldown.
That's a nice little pickup there. Transition into a tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're using the tankiness right now. I think 9pandas know that OG do not have the damage at this exact point in the game to contest these frontliners.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Do you feel like OG could take Roshan? Like if BZM, I thought they were rotating to take Rosh. If BZM didn't die there, then they'd be setting up for it.
That's what it kind of looked like. They're going through this gate. They're still all huddled around the bottom right of this map right now, kind of looking at this gate or looking at Roche. It's where their vision control is at too. You look at the Radiant Wards right now. They've basically got 3 of them on the gate and 1 around the tier 1 mid. This is almost a little too defensive for me, but I understand what they're trying to do with it. And if they can get a good core pickoff around this area, it's instantly going to transition into the objective.
They want to get the pickoff on Miro first, but he's already backed up enough that he's really not in much danger, especially how tanky he is.
9pandas on 3 lanes right now. They're going to get a lot more out of this map while you're clumping for OG. So I think you either have to force the Roche here or make an aggressive smoke play. Don't really have other options, and it looks like it'll be the Roshan.
It's pretty nice. 9pandas, they don't really have a way to poke into the pit very well, no way to get vision into it, so I think OG feeling very confident. They pushed in that bottom lane with the illusions, and very unlikely that they're going to get
snuck up on. As you can see it, DM pushing out just to make sure there's no smoke gang coming or something. So a very easy Roshan for OG. Does give a lot of space to 9Pandas like you're talking about, but let's see what they make of their smoke here. 5-man smoke to get out of the pit area and out onto the map, and maybe even find a successful pick-off or two.
Quick little pause.
I'm almost surprised they didn't give that one to BZM.
The
Aegis?
Oh, yeah. It's a little surprising, too.
I feel like the Naga can't really die.
Yeah, but the thing is, all these puck players think they can't die.
That is true.
Like,
but
if you
he literally just got evidence directly handed to him.
But
that
obviously, that's
die.
why we're pausing. You know, his keyboard was lagging or something. That's the only reason he died. Well, let's just say, if you're a puck player on a top-tier Dota team and you take Aegis, it's embarrassing. It's honestly embarrassing, right? Why are you even playing puck?
You're kind of saying, guys, I'm not good enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you should have picked up hero that can die then.
Puck can't die.
All I'm saying is that if you pick Puck and you consider yourself the best mid in the world, which is basically every mid at this tournament,
sure,
you should have 0 deaths.
And to be clear, not every mid in this tournament is the best mid, but they all think they're the best
yeah,
mid.
Of course. You know, everybody thinks they're above the average.
Blink for the Doom.
Top tower is under
So a bit more initiation after Antari's picked up his Blink Dagger for the lasso that we're seeing here successfully pick off Taiga and make the song get wasted.
Can 9Pandas get the punish here? They're looking for the catch.
Managed to get out the mirror image. Oh, nice stomp. And they managed to get the shackle to follow that one up. The damage is a little bit lacking, though. And Uragi's realizing that. He's like, man, I can turn around and beat these guys down because they really just cannot put enough damage onto me. They do have a nice Fate's Edict. That's going to dodge a lot of it. Solo playing back here. Meanwhile, Ramsey's looking for the stun and goes back to the Naga Siren. And now that's where the damage comes in.
What's going to bail him out?
First life, though.
You have a coil. That's it.
Not much. Yeah, they're going to use the Doom immediately onto the Naga Siren with the Shackle Shot latching him in. They're going to deal with DM and BZM on the side, but they have to keep their focus on that carry. Can't let him get away while the Doom is ticking out. They're going to commit and get this kill rather easily. Good hit, though, from, once again, our Elder Titan coming in. Taiga trying to do what he can, but OG just a little bit too far forward there. Uragi using the song like that.
Those are
unable
those
to
types
save his support.
Overextensions that 9Pandas are going to punish very hard here because you end up in a situation where you can't get on the backline. At the end of that fight, we see BZM try and jump the backline, control the Oracle. It's not enough burst to kill Solo here, and once that occurs, you are absolutely screwed in this fight. Of course, getting Elder Titan at the start and wasting a sleep, very nice here for 9Pandas because those are your 2 disengage spells. So there's just nothing to bail out the damage pumping in. I don't know if this is the damage you're looking for. This is a tickle if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, seriously.
Still, this game is becoming a lot about the backline for 9Pandas, and can you deal with it on OG? And another quick pick off for Kiyotaka as he's starting to raise his KDA average at this tournament.
Yeah, he's picking it up a little bit. This is a quiet game for him so far, but back-to-back good pickoffs on Taiga.
That's one way to inject some gold, inject some morale. And man, look at the net worth that 9Pandas have gotten out of the last 5 or 6 minutes here, especially on the Bat Rider. Where did he get it all? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's...
I guess stealing enemy camps is one way to do it. He's ahead of the puck.
This is always kind of the problem of Puck, right? I feel like it's very hard for Puck to keep that net worth up. You get it at the start, you know, they gave him the stacks and stuff like that, but you have to be so successful at just kill after kill after kill.
I feel like he was having a pretty decent game. I guess he should have taken that Aegis.
You know what? It was a pickoff before Roshan. Because it delayed their Roshan taking, which 9Pandas got a lot of net worth out of the map, waiting, you know, during that period of time. And obviously he lost a lot, dying himself.
They can still fight around the Naga, and they can still split push this game out. That is the one thing OG will always have going for them. Between the Puck, the Breaker, and the Naga, even if a Coddle, I mean, you have the ability to always stall this game. As long as you have an idea of how you can win it later. In theory, it's not the worst position to be in. I just don't know if Alchemist is the hero you want to do that against. Like, there's a lot of hidden scale here, right? You can start throwing Ag Scepters around. You can give an Ags to the Oracle, and then the Oracle can return it back onto you.
Yeah, that's true. Make your crazy BAT time.
I mean, that thing's spell amps, too. Throw it on, like, a random Wind Ranger or Bat Rider. It's actually a lot of extra damage.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how deep this game goes, how big Ramses gets. I don't know if 9 Pandas are going to want the game to even go that long. I think they're just going to hit a crazy peak here with whatever damage item Ramses wants to go, which looks like it's just going to be a straight-up Mjolnir. This is an item on Alk I've actually wondered where it went, because it used to be a very old-school Alchemist build. I go back to, like, TI4. I know that's a really long time ago, but TI3, TI4, I remember Loda used to... He was like one of the first Alchemist players I saw that would go just Abyssal Mjolnir. It had some pretty crazy games on it in those tournaments. I think it's a build that has always been good on this hero because you get the lower BAT in the Chemical Rage and you just go absolutely ham.
And the active is a lot more useful on a hero that's that tanky.
Exactly. So I'm kind of cool. It's cool to see Ramses pull this back. I think it's a good build this game. I mean, one, you have the extra value versus the Naga, right? He probably wants some extra lane shoves, some extra lightning in the fight. The charge is good here. Still, I think Mjolnir Abyssal is also one of those builds that can punish the puck if you ever land a clutch stun.
DM gets caught. Tried to go. Ooh, nice stomp in response there from Taiga, but it looks like DM may not be able to make it out. BKB from Rams. He jumps into the song, hits Yuragi up there on the high ground. So Yuragi is going to be within striking distance potentially. 9 Pandas. Can they catch up?
So damn fast.
Yeah, he is.
Even getting solar crested out of here. The disengage from OG is going to be pretty solid this game. It's something 9 Pandas are going to have to think about. They're obviously very aware of when to pop the BKBs and commit. Might even be something that prompts Kiyotaka for his own BKB here. Not a third item I think you'd normally get after this Ags rush on the Wind Ranger because you basically already feel invincible. Something he might end up going back for just so you can go up through the sleep and stick on the Naga, right?
Sure, if you focus fire, the worst feeling is a stun like that, being able to stop you and resetting the fight.
So it's something that 9 Pandas might want to itemize here for as, I mean, this game is in their control. It's about how do you try and close it out right now. Is OG continuing to search for answers in these fights?
BZM gonna be hit by the shackle.
Ooh,
he is dead. Wrong. Great pickup for Kiyotaka. Really picking it up now. Jeez. He went from getting pickoffs on Taiga and landing some 6 shackle shots to now just getting a solo kill on BZM like that. What a difference.
Picking up the KDA just as I called them out. It calls them up, right? I mean, you'd rather have your mid player performing well on the main stage than in those play-ins, for sure. Unless you get eliminated in the play-ins.
9 Pandas did well enough against their matchup of Virtus Pro, a team they know very well.
You're done. It's time to go.
Yeah.
Huge amount of damage coming out from Ramses right now. He's his own individual threat, too. When he goes in with that stun PKB, there's not much answer for it on OG unless you can hit him with a charge.
Do you think he goes, like I haven't seen Abyssal played in quite a bit for Alchemist.
I would like it here.
I think I would like it too, right? Like you want the chain stuns against this puck. BKB gonna be used by Antares. Kiyotaka has his Aghanim Scepter, so it's pretty hard for them to be able to counter him. They manage to get the pullback here on the Coddle. TM, what a hit it! What a charge hit, leads up the coil. The Earth Splitter's coming in too. Hits the Wind Ranger, that's all. Ramses does not get hit by that, he stays alive.
That Delta split, damn nice here from 9 Pandas. They got 4-man slept, but they all got woken up by some of the AoE damage there. A little unfortunate from OG. They really need big Earth Splitters. It kind of feels like they're lacking damage in these fights.
Yeah, they're lacking that last bit of pop to get the numbers advantage.
And honestly, this is one of those anti-Elder Titan matchups with the Oracle that I think teams are going to have to think about, because we're seeing a lot more ET this event already. It's becoming one of these heroes that even some of the non-Chinese teams are prioritizing higher and higher.
Yeah.
Oracle just demolishes this hero. Like, at every point in the game. You kill him on the lane, you purge his buff. Another solo pickoff here. Whew. Oh, Kiyotaka has had BZM's number, and he's putting it on speed dial, man.
Ever since he's gotten that Aghanim Scepter, that invisibility is allowing him to sneak up on the puck. Something that, you know, is kind of an interesting aspect of this matchup.
It really is, actually. It just sounds amazingly simple, right?
Yep.
Very hard to dodge that shackle out of the invis. I mean, of course, we don't really see the fact he's invis, but I can assure you BZM sees the fact he's invis here.
Well, he doesn't see that fact, but yes. 30-minute power rune coming up. What's it gonna be? I feel like you get a BKB on Kiyotaka. You get this next. I was saying Abyssal Blade looks like he's going to go MKB.
Oh, no, he went Basher first.
Oh, he went Basher first. Okay.
Yeah, I think you do want to end up with Abyssal in this game. I think BZM's life is just going to be impossible, right? Between the Invis Wind Ranger who can shackle or Gleipnir you, going to have BKB to bypass the sleeps. Then you're going to have this Alk who can just insta-jump Abyssal you, and you're probably dead off that. There's no real save because of the lack of BKB interaction here for OG, unless DM saves the charge.
Yeah, I was going to say, does or DM also shard? You know, maybe that's a pickup that
Planar
could help.
pocket could be a factor. Yeah, I mean, it is a good planar pocket game. You have Doom, you have Lasso.
Yeah, a lot of single
stuns.
target, big spells.
There's almost too much, though. I wonder if it's going to just be overwhelming. And of course, I think the biggest problem for OG right now is where's the damage coming from? You look at the net worth on these 9 Pandas cores.
Is that enough?
It's all effective right now. They are very tanky. They have an Oracle behind them. It's got to be Yuraki just right-clicking people down with this Butterfly Scotty. This is a very pivotal moment for OG. They can somehow win this fight and get a Roche. They're back in this game.
The smoke is going to break. What is Miro going to do? Is he going to be blind blinking up there? He's going to wait for Kiyotaka to get the information.
This is Arcane Rune Wind Ranger.
He is
definitely let him
sneaking
scout.
around. He's going to get a lot of smoke breaks. Seb, he knows he's on the right-hand side here, but the jump in from Miro always goes in. He already hits the stun. Lasso pulls back DM, but not for a moment.
Oh, that stomp.
It gets taken out really quickly. An Earth Splitter that's going to land on it too. He should even hit Solo in the back lines there. Solo ready to go with the save. Ramses might need it here. Still has the False Promise ready to go. Well, Kiyotaka is a big threat. There goes the False Promise. That's going to bail out Ramses. And now the Naga Siren is in a fight. He cannot possibly hope to win. Jump down onto Seb because he knows the Naga Siren is already dead, leaving Taiga for last. DM bought back for that fight too. Couldn't even get there in time for a second life with the charge. The fight was over too damn quick.
And they lose a gem off that, and they're going to lose their wards, and they're going to lose Roshan. Just no answer for this Alchemist in the Doom jump. I like that Miro goes there. Even if he dies in that fight, you're probably going to win it. But the fact that he attracts so much attention, Shiva definitely helps you make this move as well, right? Way too tanky to get bursted here. And if you're Rocky, like you see his main hero off to the side, if he's not hitting people, OG are not killing anybody. You land a great stomp, you land a great Earth Splitter, Solo's in the back. He's just healing everybody up, while Kiyotaka with an Arcane Rune is shackling multiple cores and slaying you on the back end.
Yeah, there was actually so many things about that initiation that went wrong for 9 Pandas, and the fight was still clean.
It didn't matter.
Yeah. Which, what happened to Roche?
What do you mean he's chilling?
Well, what happened to 9 Pandas killing Roshan? He shouldn't be chilling. All right, Ramses comes back. Time to do it, I suppose.
If we must, fine. Who are you gonna give Aegis to? I guess you give it to Ramses, you can go Siege.
I think Kiyotaka, yeah.
All right, Kiyotaka, you can go Siege. And he did end up with this full Mjolnir Abyssal, so this is kind of the exact build that I thought he was gonna go for this game. It's pretty cool to see. Not a build that's very common nowadays, but as we've talked about, very effective in this game. Also very nice that he can itemize maybe more aggressively with the early Mjolnir because he has the Oracle behind him.
Are you pointing out how smart you are or how smart Ramses is?
Giving Loda a shout out, you know?
Yeah. Keep one to the living legend. Charge. Flame break, a little bit too late there to stop it.
How does he still land?
Kiyotaka just still landing these shackle shots. Fortunately, BZM will live this time. Iragi almost needing to use the song.
They need Nullifier. They need Nullifier really bad on OG right now. So at least you can sleep this Wind Ranger into a Nullified net and shut him down control-wise. Like this, Coddleags is not done it for me this game.
No, it hasn't. I honestly didn't even think about it.
I don't think it's done much in any of the fights.
Yeah, I've seen it like once or twice. I just kind of ignored it in the fight because it wasn't really doing anything.
And it's one of these items you go on Coddle when you feel like you need team fight and you don't really know what else you can buy to give it to you in this time frame. Right? I feel like Seb probably thought they have to win a fight soon. He bought it. It didn't end up paying off, and now it's kind of a lackluster net worth investment.
Sure.
That's a hard call. He could have bought a Nullifier or Hex this game. It wasn't out of the question. It's just it maybe would have taken longer. You're not as tanky.
Yeah, I feel like Hex is the natural go-to, but
he'll get found again. Just not much room to operate on this map. They're even going to clip him for good measure. Let him burn on top. Throw down an orb. I mean, that's worth 100 gold. I don't know if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, but it stalls 2 heroes' time for 3 seconds.
Actually, yeah, I don't know if you wanted to go the Ags on Coddle this game. You might just be feeding him some extra gold. Greevil's Greed on top of it. Do you get Greevil's Greed gold off killing an Illuminate Orb?
Oh, Miro almost caught him. Lincolns. Okay, that's something. BCM no longer has to worry about a shackle shot. That is until Kiyotaka gets some sort of single target item to be able to proc that and then land the shackle shot.
Yeah, he still has to worry about this guy right here, though. with Blink BKB Nullifier on a Bat Rider, who's higher net worth than him.
That is pretty bad. Yeah, a full-out Nullifier. That's crazy.
Kiyotaka will find the split pushing Spear Breaker and put him in the ground.
Do you think the Spirit Breaker has been good? Are you still, like, are you fine with Spirit Breaker core? Because he's hit some big charges. I'm just not sure if his impact has actually been that big.
You mean conceptually with the hero or in this game?
I mean, either. Both.
A little sleep on orb action. I think the hero's fine. I think he did work this game.
Okay.
I think OG just ran out of momentum. And looking back, I thought it would be okay if they kind of split push the map a bit more, if they could find the pickoffs, but they didn't. And at that point, you're just not trading. You're just going to get out GPM'd here.
Lincoln's breaking the attempted Blink Abyssal there from Ramses.
He's a strength Blink. Oh my god, he's so beefy.
Yeah.
The thing is, the downside of this build is you don't really have armor because you don't go the AC. What is threatening him with physical damage? Nothing. So there's no downsides here for Ramses.
Sorry, he's popping the BKB. I mean, any pickoff, if you can get it, is worth it at this point in time because, I mean, OG can't really fight you as is, but a 4 versus 5, a 3 versus 5, that's impossible.
Yeah, this is one of those pushes where you come up with a plan and then you realize there is no plan.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Plan is to keep the creep wave out of your base.
Still Mage is here for a minute.
Yeah. Give up the lane, I think. But we'll see. I mean, OG are sticking around. They're not pushing in the other lanes. DM could like farm mid or top right now, but OG are still trying to figure out a way to defend this. Stomp lands, goes for Kiyotaka. He's got the Aegis, of course. DM just feinting a little bit, seeing if he can get 9 pandas to respond. And there it is. BZM jumping and looking for Solo, very likely. As he's a very important target, but Solo has been playing very far back.
Does not have to be there instantly on the jump because the burst is not there for OG, so he can position really deep in. It's causing OG problems. Haven't really been able to scout him with Naga illusions either. Just too much AoE from 9 pandas protecting their Oracle. Even like we saw in that top fight, they doomed the Naga and all ran back to protect the Oracle.
Yep.
That's just good heads-up play. You keep this Oracle alive, you're going to win the fight. And a Hex done for Kiyotaka. Well, there goes your Lincoln's advantage.
Yep.
A lot more damage for the Universal Wind Ranger here as well. He'll even get a free regen boost. Still got a branch in his backpack. Look at that. You're going to tell me he's going to use this branch again?
Yeah. He's going to go back for a magic wand.
Okay, if he actually ends up using his branch because he plants it and shackles somebody to the tree. And,
oh, now that would be a sick play.
I'll give you my salary.
All right. Let's go Kiyotaka, who also now just got a shard, thanks to the Tormentor.
Yeah, almost level 25 as well.
I like how this game is going so well for him. Like, once we reach about like 20, 25 minutes, I keep seeing him queue up BKB. And then he'll win some sort of fight. Things are going amazing. He's like, not yet. I don't need that BKB quite yet. We'll get a Blink Dagger. Now we'll get a Scythe of Ice. See if he actually commits to that BKB now. As it's 39 minutes in, and we're really just looking for the death blow from 9 pandas.
That's what it feels like. I mean, you have Naga net worth here. I just don't know if he can enter the fight. He does have the Nullifier, so this is a big piece of the puzzle here. If you can get the lockdown on Kiyotaka, you land a net, you land a Nullifier, he will get bursted until Oracle saves him, and then maybe you can kill him anyway. If that happens, though, like, let's say Kiyotaka plays hyper-aggressive, you get that pick off, it can swing a lot of momentum in this game. It can open up the fight. Maybe you get some chase down kills, and Hex on top of it. All right, this Naga net worth has finally translated into some extra control that OG needed. Those are 2 very big control items.
My problem with this is that it's a lot of focus on Kiyotaka, which they definitely need. But, for example, like the Bloodthorn build would have helped you a lot for being able to burst down the Alchemist, right? Then you wouldn't have had so many damage problems. So
it's pick your poison here, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Which just kind of says there is a fundamental draft problem in that, right?
Well, I mean, not always. It just means maybe a momentum died. They might find that pickoff here. He's alone.
Yeah, this Solo. Great pickup.
Solo. Help me. That's a gem, too.
When you said solo, I thought he meant he was solo.
No,
like nobody else was
Where's
around.
my Oracle? That's what these mid players always say. You like die in the corner of the map.
Guys, why aren't you playing
behind?
Where was my
save? Yeah, where was my save? I was like, brother, I'm 32, man. What do you want me to do? I'm too old. I can't get across the map.
What? Where are you?
I mean, I always blame the mids. But okay, what I was going to say is another big timing for OG there was they lost that gem in the earlier fight, so they had to wait that huge cooldown to get another one.
Yeah.
Which was why this Wind Ranger was so annoying. So that gem also enabled them to get that kill. They got the other gem back from Kiyotaka. So now they have 2 chances to keep that item up on the map, especially on this Lincoln's puck, and try and gain some momentum. That's a big kill. That's the one they're looking for. Some time to deward, gain some map control, force 9 Pandas into a defensive position. Still got a cheese to worry about. You still got a lot of net worth here. The Ags is starting to come out for Ramses as well. You can feed that to a Bat. You can feed it to a Doom.
Yeah, they got Doom on their
to
team.
An Oracle.
I say feed it to the Doom first.
Yeah, these are some good Ags upgrades. I would not be surprised to just see triple Ags here out from Ramses in the next 5 minutes.
Though, you know, I do like that BAT idea on the Alchemist.
Oh yeah, the Oracle Ags is good this game.
Yeah. It's just, I think the problem is you just saw Kiyotaka die. So now Solo might be thinking, okay, I might have to use False Promise on Kiyotaka. They're going to target him.
The thing about this Oracle Ags is even when you use it on a hero like Wind Ranger, the spell amp is still effective.
Yeah.
Like you're always going to get value out of this basically, you know.
25% bonus spell damage and 0.25 reduced base attack.
It's almost never bad. Now, I'm not sure this is a game where you'd buy it on the Oracle, right? But when you get it for free,
sure, yeah.
You're not going to turn it down, you know.
Shiva's smoke push out. And Tari's, he's going to be one to break on. Got a charge on him.
That's very clutch.
BZM trying to go for the sides, but immediately going to be saved by the Feed's Edict. He's not going to take as much damage as they would hope.
Ramsey's
In fact, he takes hardly nothing at all. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka catches DM. Shackle shot and bursted down. Immediate buyback from him. Yuragi going to be target here. Use the Doom on him, sure. Absolutely. Just take him out of this fight. The heals are not going to do enough.
Oh, he's gone.
And the DM, he's not going to be here in time to be able to bail out that carry. Now with their Naga Siren, there is no hope for OG to be able to win this fight any longer. Ooh, that
Where was the
Lincoln's
bash?
barely saves him and a bit of RNG to go with it.
I can't. I actually thought he was going to get bashed, dude. I felt it in my heart. It was coming. The second you get Doom on the Naga there, he's just stuck in what looked like a weird Gale. I mean, I think it was, yeah, it was the Gale Force. Very annoying for
Yeah,
Yuragi.
he was getting pushed around and stuff on Tari's.
Yeah, and then Ramsey just sits there and wails on him. I do like the fact that Ramsey's farmed that creep wave before entering that fight. Very efficient. Very nice Alchemist.
Did he really?
He's just hitting creeps and then blinks on DM. That's such an Alchemist move right there. This game just got out of control for OG. No damage in the tank right now. Still searching for answers. They had a little bit of control there to start the fight. It just doesn't matter. The whole time, BZM's trying to kill Solo. Don't even get him in the end.
Aghanim Scepter, Elder Titan.
That's some damage. In theory. Pretty low armor here. Like, you don't have bonus armor on this Alk.
Yeah, but is the Elder Titan going to do enough to threaten him? Two-man coil. They caught Solo, a perfect target to kill at the start.
There's
Lightning on a bunch of heroes, immediate sight device, nullifier, net, all of these things being thrown at Kiyotaka. They have a chance to kill him with another soft landing. She ate a cheese. Kiyotaka back out to half health, but here comes the splitter. Bam! Takes him down. Kiyotaka dies a second time in the last 5, and 9 Pandas will lose just a little bit of control of the game they were just about to close out.
That's a 2K gold kill right there. That's another 90 seconds on the map with no annoying Wind Ranger. And more importantly, it's a fight that finally looked cohesive for OG, right? You get the coil on the Oracle. Solo does not get his ult off here. It's pretty hard to read that situation, and then Taiga just gives him the business with the case. Finally, some damage coming through. He just rushed Ags. I mean, that's one way to pick up some slack. And then the nullifier connection on the Wind Ranger. These are all the pieces you're looking for. A nice cheese pass almost salvages this.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. Doom was also on cooldown for like 5 seconds at the start of that fight.
But hey, OG hit that window, and now they're getting an Ags Roshan off of that.
Yeah, great stuff.
That's another Scepter to go into somebody's pocket here. Is it probably the Spear Breaker? The Naga? I think he's holding it.
Pass it off to somebody,
I think it's got to go Breaker or Puck. Even just for the extra stats on one of these two cores to give him the net worth, you are going to lose a cheese here. How does this always happen, man? I don't get it.
It's because supports just assume that cores are going to take everything, but then their backpacks are full because they have like branches and shit.
Yeah.
An empty bottle still
so
sitting there.
Get this trash out of your backpack so you can pick up a damn cheese. This item's still good. Okay, let's say all your cores don't want it because they have better slots. I'll take that on a 5, man. You don't think Taiga would like a cheese this game? He doesn't have slots.
He could make a block of cheese.
He literally has empty slots.
Does he actually have
Which is
empty slots
okay, that's
at
also
45
why
minutes?
does he have an empty slot? That's where you should have a branch. I mean, somewhere AUI is crying right now. Okay,
DM's trying to build an Aghanim Scepter, but
he really just hated on the Naga. That's, I mean, it is
actually
BKB control. Like the BKB control is really nice. I do think he won a Naga Ags at some point in this game because being able to net the Alk during BKB or something.
Yeah, you know what else is BKB control? Aghanim Scepter on Spear.
I kind of agree. Yeah. I feel like we'll see. We'll see how it pays
and it's
off.
not the Naga Siren is gonna get him more farm to buy your own Aghanim Scepter.
That would also be my argument. Yes, it's just gonna cap the Naga even faster, right?
Yeah.
HP and stats are nice. This is a nice angle.
Weird position. Uragi, he's going to spot sight. Immediately onto the Bat Rider. See if they can kill him before the BKB. No, they can't. The song goes out. Lasso during the BKB timer. That's going to pull the Naga Siren out of position. The song can only last so long. Uragi.
Look at the stomp.
Yeah, that's a beautiful stomp. And the charge on top of the coil. The Doom in response. Miro trying to save this one. The heroes are not quite dead. They have the Nullifier on the Spiritbringer. They're chasing him down while Ramsey goes for Taiga. They're going to finish him off. Uragi trying to do what he can, but he's being caught by the Gale Force. Pulled back in during the scythe. Now hit by the Unstable Concoction. Nullified up. He's got nobody to help him out. There's no more buybacks on the side of OG. Uragi's going to learn his first life, and BZM is chased away, so he can't even come back in to bail out his carry.
Oh, it looks so damn good. I mean, you're not going to get a better fight setup than that from OG, and you just get nothing out of it because you cannot catch solo on the back line.
And BZM didn't even make it out, by the way. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he died during his TP.
He got found TPing out. A brutal ending to that fight. Miro cleans him up. Man, Ramses just sits there and nobody's man-fighting this Alchemist, man.
Yeah.
He's just shredding everybody. He's got Penta-Edge Sword on top of all. He's pulled 2 Ags, by the way, by now. So he's getting extra tank ability from that.
Yep, spell amp, damage.
This is just a disgusting amount of EHP that OG have to cut through, and they don't have the heroes built for it at this point.
Yeah, the that neutral item, by the way, that's kind of interesting because it's going to work well with his new passive, right? Which increases the...
Yeah, you can't move.
Yeah.
You just get perma main.
Yep.
Who did he end up pulling the second Ags to, by the way? Did it go to...
So, Doom has an Ags that is not in his inventory, right? So that might have been one of them. Kiyotaka, Miro, looks like.
I guess it was the
So they sold, yeah.
I guess, oh yeah,
they got the gold back.
Yeah, Kiyotaka sold his. Interesting. Wow, they gave it to him over the Bat Rider. I feel like
Well, I mean, he
Bat
gets the
Ag's
gold
not
back for it, right, in that situation.
Yeah, but
so.
come on, he's rich enough. Share the wealth, you know what I'm saying? Ambitious Shackle, considering there was
BKB gonna be used. Seb is gonna die.
Mini stuns enough, and that is a dieback for him. He's out for 7 minutes, for 100 seconds here.
I mean, I like that jump from Kiyotaka because there was just 2 heroes about to come back. Now they're still at a numbers disadvantage. Just keep OG from being able to formulate a full 5-man response to this final push that comes in.
Yeah, they're waiting for Alcald here, and he will go in and clean up the Megas. Still have this ET Ags, maybe he can get some punches in. I think Antares is going to get the jump first, however.
He is going to get the pick off. Miro tried to jump in with the Doom, didn't actually find anything, and the song from behind actually saves everybody.
Where did come from?
He somehow looped around the back. Now, maybe that isn't the best place to be because Ramses now gets a 1v1, a 2v1 against him, and he is just shredding this Naga Siren. He is chopping up some sushi right now, and OG are going to call it for this game 1.
Yeah, this game, it's probably been over for a while. Valiant effort to try and pull it back. They had some clutch team fights, pickoffs on the Wind Ranger into the Roshan that was not theirs to get. They're just way too far behind after that mid-game. It just came out of nowhere, man. It felt like they were steamrolling the first 10 minutes. They hit a roadblock, and that roadblock was some good old Greevil's Greed and Devour. The second you lose one team fight.
Remember the start of this patch where it was just like out-economy them by thinking Doom?
What 9Pandas were playing in
And
Berlin.
Exactly.
This was their go-to, the Doom Alk. So they're pulling out a strat that they're very comfortable with, very confident on, putting some good support heroes behind it in the Bat Rider and the Oracle that can win the lanes and give them the help they need. And then Kiyotaka, finally, he's starting to pop off again. A really nice performance from him. He found BZM, what was it, like 3 solo kills on him in that like 15 to 25 minute mark that were just, that's just your game, right? Your game evaporates from that point because you need to puck the scale. You need his damage. As we saw in these later fights, you're hitting the stomps, you're hitting the sleeps, you're hitting the earth splitters, and they're all half HP.
Yep.
And then they all heal. and then you
have nothing
bad.
left in the tank. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you wonder what went wrong, which is, I think, what they're discussing right now.
Yeah, they just, needed to be able to keep that momentum going, but ultimately Kiyotaka, who had, admittedly, he had a slow start, though. He did. Remember that, he started off some really bad fights for them and stuff.
Yeah, the first 10 minutes was not great for Nine Pandas. I think OG were pretty happy being up, 3 or 4K at a certain point, especially versus the extra GPM heroes. Just what does that translate into? Something went wrong. Either the read of the game slowing it down, which was also my read. I thought it was going to be a bit better for them in terms of getting pickoffs on the map. Maybe something about that was off, or they shouldn't have let their foot off the gas at all. And then when, Seb might not be happy about that, but if you go into game 2, you got to adjust for one of those two things, ramp it up, and either continue the pressure or draft in a way where it's not entirely dependent on you keeping that tempo for the whole game.
Well, it shows OG have a chance to be able to still bring the series back into a 1-1 potential, but it's just a question of how to do that. We'll bring that question, of course, to our lovely panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Yeah, we're going to break down this game and, of course, see how OG potentially can make a comeback in this 2-game series they have against Nine Pandas. Because what our commentators say is completely correct, of course. We did see Nine Pandas have a slower start, which we'll focus on in a little bit. But let's first talk about how they ended it, because we saw the draft and we did see that Nine Pandas had the upper hand here coming into this. They ended, though, Faith Beyond, incredibly strong with a massive lead.
I think we can saw it in late game. They just so much damage and they just so easy to win every team fight. And I think they are just draft better.
Yeah, and they had so many defensive capabilities too with their Oracle, right? He had the whole Tavis Glimmer, Doom even bought some Shivas, Pipe. There was a lot going on where if OG were taking these fights and they couldn't burst the one target, they would just turn the fight instantly on Nine Pandas and they would have thrown everything and got nothing out of it on the side of OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, Purge, at the end we did have, the start rather, Kiyotaka wasn't doing too well, but Kiyotaka on his Wind Ranger, and we do see why he is just really good on that.
Yeah, he's a very good player. Definitely fantastic on almost every hero he plays. His early and mid game was a little bit weaker, but I think that was more just because OG was playing well than the vice versa. He wasn't as successful in his rotations, whereas OG kind of got everything they wanted.
They did get everything they wanted at the very start. Nine Pandas ended very strong, but where we want to start off really breaking this series down, really breaking this first game down, is at the start of this series, because that's where OG should have shined. And Purge, they did very much shine.
They did, yeah. Basically, it came down to the Coddle pick. It looked a little weird in the draft, and we were unsure about whether or not it would be effective enough with the heroes they had, because they didn't have the normal Coddle plus Storm type thing. They did Coddle Puck instead, which is actually pretty good. I have some clips for you guys if you want to see them.
I would love to see them.
Yeah? Okay, cool. I have this cool iPad. It's very nice. Beautiful, it's working. I'm going to press the old play button. So, 3 minutes in, jumps through the Twin Gate to come gank the Alchemist. And they did it in a cool way. He zones the Oracle on the right, does a charge in, they commit the 15,000 blood grenades to guarantee the kill because it's free skill points. That's their first kill. Very effective. Second time, 5 minutes in, draws to the right, Ramsey's kind of low. They're like, okay, we're gonna kill him, right? Nope, he's charging a stun. They're like, get the hell out of there, let him take the damage. Then they nuke him afterwards. Then they actually go in. So great pressure on Ramsey's here 5 minutes into the game. Taiga on the other Titan does die slightly before Ramsey's, but still so worth it for them. And now 5 minutes in, Seb's naturally double stacking because you got to get all those stacks. Course. You're playing Coddle. Very important. Giving mana to BZM. They end up killing the Bat Rider for the rune. DM even comes for this too. Gives up his lane temporarily, which was excellent. And then BZM's clearing neutral stacks with just treads and a bottle and his raindrop. So the Coddle's really fueling BZM's acceleration in a big way. Look at this cool thing they did. They're blasting waves. BZM gets all the last hits with his orb, and they immediately check runes because he's like, I got to get these kills, push out the wave, and also get ganked, so he gets more mana. This is where DM's already slapping the Alchemist a little bit, anticipating this gank, knowing things are going to happen. And Ramsey's like, okay, the gank's coming, I know it's coming. And look at this, Puck uses both of his spells just to get there, but with Chakra Magic, he gets another nuke, so it gets him across the map within like 20 seconds to prep for this gank. There's a little bit more skirmishing there, but not super. Oh, 1 second. And then they finally go do the ancient clearing. DM comes through. He's doing the homie thing. He's going to charge and he's going to leave. He's like, I don't need this experience. I don't need this gold. We're just trying to get BZM as far ahead as possible. So they eventually clear all these ancients, giving them a ton of gold. And if we just jump forward and pause here, do a little zoom, take a look at this net worth. Puck is equal with an Alchemist and a Midas Doom, just about. It's really, really incredible. And then after that, using all this net worth, BZM's like, all right, I'm farming aggressively. I don't want to let Alchemist get any of this farm. I'm just going to do annoying stuff like stealing his creeps as well. So they basically got Puck super far ahead, used all this net worth to pressure the map. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but I thought the Coddle actually did work out pretty good. So I was happy with it.
Yeah, the start of the game, it looked very strong. It's actually quite interesting because we also have an STC play that ties in incredibly nice to everything Purge just told you. I think we chose this this STC play because this is the reason why the game lasted as long as it did.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of choking going on down here actually by 9Pandas because they just fed too much here when they didn't have to be here. But I'm gonna let Faithion talk about this because he's the one who picked this play out. So can you tell us what you were saying in the green room?
I think during this, I think it lasts for like 4 or 5 minutes. They just keep fighting at bottom. And yeah, for 9Panda, they shouldn't be here, but also it's what OG plays good. They using their early stage advantage, as Purge said before, and they keep force fighting here, and they keep fighting and fighting, and in the next 2 minutes they force Alchemist to here and they kill Alchemist. I think this is a way that they want to win this game. If they can keep doing this, maybe they can. They have a chance to win this game. But eventually, I think their draft is just not so solid as 9Pandas. So I think they already did good at the early stage, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I agree entirely, actually, because when you look at OG's draft versus 9Pandas, you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, what timing are OG playing for? Do they have a clear timing? Like, is at any point Naga going to be able to overwhelm any of their heroes? And the answer is no, because Naga is a late game type of hero usually. So, okay, their timing is let's let our Naga farm, but if you're letting your Naga farm, then you're trading farm with a Doom and an Alchemist in an already unfavorable matchup for the Naga versus the Alchemist. So the only way for OG to win that game from where we were standing or from what we saw is to just constantly take these mini skirmishes over and over again. But the second the skirmishes start to go the way of 9Pandas, OG's game plan falls apart because there really is no timing at any point. We're like, okay guys, Naga gets her, heart and then we're good. Naga gets this and then we're good. Spearbreaker gets this, then we can fight. There was no clear timing at all.
I guess it was the Hex. Usually it's like a Bloodthorn or a Hex or something that kind of like throws a wrench in and all of a sudden you can kill somebody you couldn't before, but it's difficult. You just need so many items.
And you're also playing versus an Oracle, right? You just presses. There's a lot. There's
just
uphill
saves
battle.
whoever you go on, yeah.
So how does OG fix this? Because if they want to play for such an early timing, which this game it seemed like they want to do that, or my inexperienced brain says Naga Siren does not fit in that type of lineup, Purge.
I feel like if they were playing against a hard carry that wasn't so good at accelerating and farming in the ultra late game, like if it wasn't an Alchemist here, if it was a more traditional carry, then all that pressure they put on him would have turned to then Puck like just smashing the map continuously and he can't catch up as fast. Like Doom still would have been really farmed, but I think if it wasn't an Alch, they would have had a better shot at winning late game.
So when Keeper of the Light and Spearbreaker were chosen by OG, they knew Doom, Oracle, Bat. I guess from that side of things, Faithion, you wouldn't have been able to tell that 9Pandas was going to be able to deal with such a fast-paced lineup. Do you think that they just made the mistake of assuming that 9Pandas would pick different things? Like, how do you feel like OG got into this situation?
I think this game, OG's draft, the problem is they pick Naga so fast. They pick Naga at 8th, and it gives 9Pandas so many time to think how to play against this Naga. And also they pick Koto and Breaker. It's just no pressure on early stage. So this Alchemist come very natural and very easy way. So yeah, I think that's the OG's problem.
Well, a lot to work on, but I think for a lot of people it will be nice to just say, you know what? The draft was the problem. we would have done fine if we had a different draft. We're gonna find out if OG can get a better draft on the board against 9 Pandas in game number 2 after a break.
I think my signature hero would be Morphling. I think I have the most games on it in my career and highest win rate among those heroes. So I think Morphling.
Tomato, full HP, full strength, and incredibly tanky.
I like the idea of humans trying to achieve perfection but never achieving it and still striving for it. I think Morphling really embodies that, where you'll never be the best morph. There's so many good morphs. And I have like 1,000 morph games and I still have to keep practicing the hero. I don't remember my first Morphling game. I remember against 9 Pandas Dream League this year.
They got him, Morphling. Dragged down to half HP straight up, but he shifts in, he's BKB'd and he's into Magnus mode, skewers across 2 heroes, Ramses Kiyotaki intro.
I feel like the game was really hard. My team wasn't doing so well after lanes and they had this counter pick on me, which was a Varong at the time. I told my team, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. And then I just like 3v1 them, 1v4 them. I was just very confident. Anything that we were playing. I guess we're both kind of chill. You know, we kind of flow, go with the flow of the water. We're also able to morph into the situation that we're in.
My signature hero. That's not a easy one since I switched roles so many times. I did have a lot of fun with Wind Ranger. Maybe I keep the Wind Ranger. I specifically enjoyed the skill shots about Wind Ranger. I feel like you could look at like a failure, like a non-factor, or you could look like the best hero in the team fight. If I think of like performances on Wind Ranger in the Stockholm Major, I think our first stage game, if I remember, was against Thunder Awaken. They were very strong.
See the concern for more Yuragi. He's in straight away on top of Pandas. The Pugner has to run. Shackle.
Pakazi's shackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Yuragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back. They're in onto the void. Whooping forward. Shackle again. Step, locking them down. Thunder Awaken. Everybody's dead.
This was the first stage game, so I was like, finally. And I played Wind Ranger, and I felt like I played really, really well this series. Had a lot of impact. And then it got me going. So I remember that series in particular close to my heart. Yeah.
Okay, my signature here would easily be Invoker. What I really like about Invoker is just basically the entire skill set, the entire concept that you mix your own spells and that he just basically has more spells than other heroes. It seemed super, super cool and it seemed really, really complex. So basically in the beginning, he has a big advantage. Oh, he has 10 spells.
Got him. This is huge. This is everything. Second round disarm. Tries to keep him alive, but not gonna happen. Did not have his BKB out and ready, and losing those two OEG.
And I've always played like spellcasters in video games, so everything came together.
Welcome back to Riyadh Masters, where we are in day 2 of the group stages here at Gamers 8, and that means a lot of Dota is being played right now. We're in the middle of our first series of the day. There will be 4 series in total today on this stream, but there's 4 series in total on all the streams. There's 4 streams in total, so good luck trying to keep up to date, but that's fine. You'll be kept up to date here as well. Although at the moment we're still wanting to focus on this series that we have. OG 9 Pandas are going head to head. First game went the way of 9 Pandas. Can OG turn it around? Can OG make a comeback here? We're finding out, as both teams really in need of points. They are at the bottom of Group A right now, or at least in the case of 9 Pandas they were. Both teams started at a 1 and 3, and of course right now 9 Pandas getting a little bit ahead with a 2 and 3, where OG is sitting on a 1 and 4. Scary times. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Bian, and we want to see something different coming out of the draft of OG, which is coming your way in just a couple of seconds. Purge, it all starts with the opening of the draft. We had Elder Titan Naga opening coming out from OG. How different do you think they'll be this time around?
The only thing I wonder, because they did pick Alchemist in the second phase, what if they ban Alch in the second phase instead and do the same opening? Maybe it's okay then. Maybe there's a carry that also could work against Naga, but do you think that would work?
They have to ban Natural Prophet as well.
Okay. Do they have enough bans for all of the bans they need is the question.
Maybe, but I don't think they can focus your ban on carry player.
I think if you're going to Naga in the first phase, banning Alk sounds pretty good, but if you're going to ban 2 carry matchups for Naga, maybe you're better off not first phasing her. But to me, the closer looked solid. It's just the Alchemist was so effective against her.
Actually, I wish to see OG pick Wisp here, because they also play Wisp, and it's a very strong hero. IO, sorry.
Yeah.
That's fine. We know what you mean. We do the same thing all the time.
Okay. Elder Titan again.
They'll go back for the Elder Titan for now. We have the same bans coming out, by the way, compared to previous game. So same opening, I guess in a way makes sense. 9 Pandas previously opened with the Doom Oracle. We'll see if they want to do that again. Yes, they do. Okay.
Yes, they do. Why not?
Why not? If it ain't broke, why fix it? Let's see if OG will go for the Naga again, if they think they can protect it properly. So previous game, after picking Naga, they banned out Beastmaster, Timbersaw, and Legion Commander. Maybe, I mean, they would have to let 2 other ones of those through if they ban out Alk and Nature's Prophet instead. That's a tough ask.
Theoretically, you could leave in the Beastmaster and take a Rubik instead of a Coddle, and that way you'd have 2 solutions for 9 Pandas heroes in Doom and Beast.
You know, the Oracle, when I watched the laning stage, Oracle wasn't as bad in the first like 3 minutes as I thought it would be. They did a really good job, like purifying flames or range creep before they could last hit it kind of thing. They got first blood as well. They basically waited till Coddle's a little bit too far forward, and they channeled Fortune's End with Acid Spray, which bought time for the Alk stun. So I think it's really solid in this case against the ET. I think it's fine for 9 Pandas.
It's a bit strange that they're thinking about it
yeah,
so much.
I think they have to prepare for this, right?
Yeah. So I feel as if they should have already discussed their opener in the break.
I don't know. Maybe they just have some different ideas at this time, and they need to talk about it.
Yeah, it does feel a little foreign to take so long when it's the exact same start this far. And they'll end up going for Visage. Very different.
Yeah, very different.
Is it good different or bad different? Or just different?
Hard to say.
Too early to tell.
We'll see how it goes. The thing about first phase is it's stronger overall if you're very confident in your 8th pick, because the 8th pick can do so much damage to the core that the enemy shows in the first phase, and you can protect it so well. But if you take this long to decide on your 8th pick, it makes me lose a little bit of confidence in OG, if I'm going to be honest, because then 2nd pick is just superior, and you're kind of telling us that you're not exactly all on the same page when it comes to this 8 Visage.
They played it one time before and they actually lost on it. It was DM playing it, of course. It's more commonly offlane hero, but I mean, against an Oracle, you can stop the damage a little bit, but a lot of the lane pressure comes out in the first like 2 levels, basically, right? So Oracle's not really going to be ready to deal with that.
And I feel like 9 Pandas themselves can go for Naga if they want to, versus this ET Visage.
I still feel this Visage may become too early, because this hero is also not, you cannot pick it for everything.
Yeah.
You need to like prepare for it. And I think in this way, in this game right now, 9 Panda can have a good prepare on lane to Visage. So maybe it's not so good.
So typically, what kind of conditions do you think a team has to meet for it to be a good Visage game? Like, how do you think that OG can enable this Visage pick?
You have to make sure Visage have a good lane, and you have to make sure that they are afraid of like physical damage, of pushing tempo, and you can pick Visage.
So what can they do now to enable the Visage? Do you think that they could maybe just pick something like a Templar Assassin and try to play on Visage's timing, or it just has to be solved through the bans right now?
I think a good point maybe they can do is they can flex this Visage to mid and off lane. So they can maybe do some do something to confuse enemy. Yeah.
I see.
OG's turn to ban.
Okay, so OG take out the Alchemist because they've identified that it's a very good hero in Panda's hands. They also take out the Bat Rider, which is an Antar specialty hero. They don't want to give it away again because the Lasso was so disruptive last game. And the Bloodseeker.
That leaves Snapfire still in the pool. I want to point that out. That's a hero that is one of the most big spots.
And they also banned Beastmaster last game, I believe,
and
right?
Legion as well. I mean, based on last game, they 9Pandas also banned Veno and Lycan. So they went somewhere completely different with this, as they have banned out Clock and Slark, and they are now thinking about their last ban before they get a chance to pick something.
I still feel like the Rubik is quite valuable for OG if they're still looking at it. Like, I know that the Coddle was really effective last game because of the stacks and Puck clearing them and the refresh, but after a while it didn't feel like it could do anything versus 9Pandas. Like, it didn't help versus the Oracle in any way. But I think if you pick a Rubik instead, you can just steal the Doom, and that opens up the team fight for your team.
And interesting they banned the Naga, feeling like they can't deal with it now. Kind of cool.
Yeah, or maybe just they don't want to have to think about that one anymore.
Maybe the Alk was their best solution by far.
I think Snapfire is a good pick for 9Panda here.
I like Snap also, or Skymage for Anters, or Rubik for 9Pandas if they want to steal it away.
Yeah, they have a lot of nice options. Out of all of those, I would guess the Snap is the one that they least would like to give away.
It seems the best. I mean, it's just such a strong mid hero. I feel like it rotates. It feels like it's good at all the stages of the game. It has lots of damage in the lane. You can get kills in lane. You can side lane rotate with your spells or your ultimate. And then in the mid game or the late game, you have tons of physical damage with the talents. So it just feels like kind of a do everything hero that's perfect in this drafting position.
Oh, it will be the shot.
Another way to dispel Elder Titan.
I have a question. We heard during the break, we heard Seb talking about how he likes to play Wind Ranger, especially, you know, on lands like this. We've seen Wind Ranger in the previous game, Faithion as a mid. Do you think there's a chance we'll see her as support this game or this tournament?
I think for Seb, maybe.
Yeah.
Because he loves play Wind Ranger in support. But for other players, I don't think so.
I think Wind Ranger would grief this game in particular. Like, I don't think it's a good pick here. Ooh, the IO comes out that Faithion talked about. Now I hope to see some kind of combo come out, you know? Maybe like an IO Storm or an IO anything that can take advantage of the IO battery.
You know, this makes me think that they're taking Faith Beyond's advice, that they're delaying their important picks until the second phase. They said, like, okay, what hero, like maybe Visage is going to have a harder time, but that's okay. They're just going to accept it, knowing that they're going to get less counter-picked in their second phase here.
IO Razor. When we saw it yesterday, it wasn't great, right?
It was first phase, though, so it was very counter in comparison.
I think it was XG that played it first. It was either XG or LGD who ran IO Razor, and then Tundra ran it afterwards, but XG did win with it. And Tundra's game with IO Razor was quite competitive, but I still think it's one of the best IO combinations. I just like Razor a lot more when it feels like he's countering in specific an enemy core. That just gives the draft a lot more integrity, and that hasn't come out yet still.
I see your point, but he's also pretty effective against these supports, and frankly, all three heroes. If he gets doomed, as long as he casts Static Link first, I don't think he cares as much if he gets doomed. He doesn't care as much about Enchantress and Oracle either, so I think it's decent, and it is a carry that's kind of like good against lots of things. It's maybe not super countering one guy, but I think that's all right in this pick position.
Do you guys like Storm here for 9Pandas?
Oh, they would like the Wind Ranger again instead.
It's another good Wind Ranger aim.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all right clickers on OG side, so he should be able to protect himself well, get out if needed.
You know what feels the best on Wind Ranger when you're playing against IO Razor? Get a Blink Dagger and position so that you get them both together shackled. It's such easy targets because they line up with the tether. You know exactly where to go.
And I think Wind Ranger is really good against Visage. Kills him very quickly. She's good because she can break the link from Razor if the Razor is going mid, if it's a BZM hero. And she can eat Elder Titan. Like, this hero does very little by way of controlling her. The only issue I have with the Wind Ranger right now is just in terms of draft synergy for 9 Pandas, it doesn't feel like they have the clearest way to start a fight until Doom gets his Blink Shiva's guard. So if they can maybe pick a carry, you know, something like a Faceless Void or any kind of carry that can go in and start the fight in the early game, I would like to see that.
Yeah,
Pandas.
yeah, they definitely need someone to open the fight. And this game is very good for Wind Ranger. No catch to catch her.
Yeah. How do you feel about this Enchantress? I think Enchantress Doom lanes are usually very good at pressuring carries.
They just want to play it fast. They want win lane and push tower and give pressure to Visage.
And you think it's enough, right? Do you feel like this Visage has been solved?
It's hard to say because Visage is kind of you are fixing your own draft. If you have you can make a good ball, then Visage is fine. It can play, yeah.
But it doesn't feel like a great Visage game to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you guys think about like Dragon Knight carry for 9 Pandas? Could kind of do the initiation thing they need. You get that slow later on against Razor could be good.
I don't like it versus Razor actually, because then you have a good static link target.
Okay. What about like more traditional Scotty buyer, like a TB or something? You think that would be good enough against OG?
I think it could definitely have merit because the Scotty is always going to be useful, and then of course TV will eat Razor in the late game. I would just like for them to be able to take the fights early on in 9 Pandas instead of just farm the entire time. So a fighting carry like Monkey King or Void or something.
I think they need a Void, but maybe... Oh, Meepo. No, they can't play Void.
No more.
So...
Interesting.
Visage mid or Meepo mid?
Meepo also can go off lane.
Yeah.
I think they can still flex here.
I think it's IO Razor.
They can pin what carry 9 Panda pick, and they choose who go off lane.
Yeah, I think it's IO Razor carry actually against this Doom Enchantress. I think IO Razor can lane very well into Doom Edge.
Yeah,
that makes the most sense to me.
Razor is a good counter to Doom.
Yeah, and then you can put Meepo mid or Visage mid depending on whatever you feel better. But I like that.
Oh, it's carry Doom.
Or
all right,
yeah, I guess
carry win.
You dodged the IO Razor that you just read. Odds carry Meepo.
It is carry Doom.
Ah.
Okay. And carry Meepo.
So it's Razor mid, carry Meepo, offlane Doom. So Doom's going to be playing, offlane Visage. So Doom will be playing into Visage, and Meepo will be playing into Beastmaster, which I think is a pretty good lane for Beastmaster, honestly.
I'm so confused right now. I can't even respond to your question.
Okay,
There's still a lot of weird lane swaps.
Beastmaster Enchantress. Let's just start there because that seems like an incredibly strong lane. Like against anybody, let alone against, what is it, Meepo Elder Titan. That's just sad for Meepo and Elder Titan.
This top lane is really powerful for 9 Pandas. This Beastmaster Enchantress, they're going to pressure the Meepo really well, and then they're going to take his jungle. Like when you have Beast Enchantress, they're going to take the top side of the map. So when Meepo is recovering in the jungle, it's going to be a lot harder, and he's going to be a lot more threatened. So this is one of the best lanes that 9 Pandas can ask for.
Okay, so where is OG going to find their advantage, Purge? Because it's not going to be Meepo Elder Titan. They got Razor versus Wind Ranger.
It sounds like, and laning like killing Doom as a Visage sounds less likely anyways because you have way more HP and regen than a typical carry. So I don't know, it feels kind of hard. Maybe rotations.
I think for both team on lane stage, you don't need to worry too much. The point is after laning stage, the pressure on Beastmaster and Visage because these two are like the core they pushing towers. So they need to deal with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna find out. Does OG have a better plan this time around compared to game number 1? We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
What's the worst that could happen?
It's going to be an interesting one as we have a Meepo for Yuragi, who's only played it once in his entire professional career. I would say it's hardly even counts as a pro match because it was on a team called Nova, with a bunch of teams, players I don't recognize. And he actually played against a team called Tempo, which has Noob on it.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost.
What? Don't remember shit.
Yeah, he lost that game.
You remember the EGB Isolation Cup?
Rings a bell.
Get the Get out of here.
I remember looking at that game because I've been looking through players' history.
Okay.
Seeing who plays Meepo and who doesn't. Because at this tournament, you kind of need someone who can play Meepo.
Agreed.
And when I was looking at OG's games this morning, I was like, who plays Meepo on this team, right? I only saw the one Yuragi game.
And Yuragi has played a couple games recently on his main account, surprisingly, which I feel like almost nobody does. He played 2 games of Meepo just 3 days ago. He's only played 39 games in total in pubs on his main account. I'm sure his Smurf has some, as all players do. But, that is not a healthy amount of Meepo games.
No. I don't think of Yuragi as a Meepo player. Maybe this game will change my opinion on that. I'm more than open to being convinced here. I think some of these cheese picks can be one of OG's weaknesses so far. They tend to pick more honest than a lot of other teams. So they're trying to expand that a bit. They get the IO Razor cheese in here. They get the Meepo cheese. There's some Visage. This is a very toxic draft, if I may say so myself. And then you have Seb on IO. I mean, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, but cheese is only good if it's aged. And Yuragi's cheese is.
That's why they left it in
like
the pit last game. It's been aging the whole time, and now it tastes amazing.
A throwback joke. Thank you.
Deny on the board. Look at the courier instead. Taiga cannot be stopped here. It's a massive spirit for level 1. He got an okay trade. This is actually one of the reasons I like buying salves on Elder Titan as he flies in a salve. Beautiful. Elder Titan gameplay here by Taiga. I actually think salves tend to trade better on this hero than the early tangos because you want to maximize the hits and just force out the regen trade and go back in.
Oh, this mid-fight is gruesome. BCM and Kiyotaka just going blow for blow.
Yeah,
Speaking of blows, Taiga is raining down blows on Miro and will secure the first blood. Your salve comes into play.
And he buys another one. This is how you win the level 1 with the ET. It's very hard to do it over time with tangos because it's very discreet trading. You go in, you all in, you get low, you salve back up, you go in again. That's where you're going to get the surprise kill factor with two hero spirits. Really nice early laning from Taiga. I like this. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful Elder Titan gameplay because you need these early level advantages in order to get you to the level 3, especially versus a lane with Enchantress who's going to be purging your spirit buff anyway, right?
Yeah, frankly, I feel like, okay, you did it at level 1, but is he ever going to do it again?
That's the thing. I don't think you should have been able to do it in the first place. I think you just hold the skill on Antares here, and the second he runs in with the spirit, you purge him with level 1 Ench slow. I think the early impetus, or maybe just using it aggressively, did not work out here for 9 Pandas on a lane that should have been able to deal with this very easily early on.
Yeah.
But, Taiga takes advantage of it, buys the effective regen, and makes it work. This lane over time will not be that easy, though, because your aggressive potential shouldn't exist. It'll be a question of how much 9 Pandas can extract from there, and yeah, like Faith Beyond says, it might just be a race between the Visage and the Beastmaster in this game. Like, which aura buyer that's the engine in their 5-man group up is going to come online first, have a better laning phase, and take it to the enemy supports. I think this Visage was a direct answer to the Oracle that caused OG a lot of problems last game, particularly in this ET team fight, that they didn't have a hero to get online or a Zoo hero to kind of disrupt the flow of those fights. So this Visage, he's designed to kind of counteract that, pick from solo out again, and get the job done.
Why? Why is Visage good against Oracle?
Put the birds on him.
Okay.
You don't like the birds.
I mean, I get that when you get like later, when you get like an Aghanim Scepter and you do that Invis thing and you go around and take out the supports at the start, but is Visage really that good in the first like 25, 30 minutes of the game?
Yeah, I think Oracle doesn't have a lot of aggressive potential on you because you get Graves Keepers. The birds are always annoying for him. You build early auras so you can fall into these 5-on-5 sustain fights where you actually have advantage. And I think a lot of times Visage drafts end up, I don't know about this one, but sometimes they end up in this category where you have Luna Visage or Drow Visage, at least historically. And those types of sustained physical damage lineups are what punish an Oracle. Because your Fate's Edict isn't as good, your defensive capabilities aren't as good. Even if you save someone, they continue to get right-clicked down from a Drow, Luna, or Visage, right? And then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Those types of sustained physical damage lineups that can just push through fights are generally what Oracle struggles against.
Kiyotaka, why'd you come back?
Because he didn't expect Seb to be there, but Seb is always there for the high five.
And DM is going to be chased down in bottom lane, though I think he has enough Magic Wand charges. Yes, Seb comes back, gives him the heal, and he's good.
Overtime, even gets a courier kill.
Bye-bye, Boots.
And a range denial. Like, this guy's too good.
The Seb IO.
Two old men going at each other down here.
That's true. Seb and Solo are actually Those are two of the relics of like the 2012 days.
I mean, it's some real old school. They're going to try and turn her back around on a raindrop. Is not enough here. Does Ramses want to die? I feel like he kind of does.
Yeah, it kind of sucks to be a carry and just kind of limping around on low HP, not able to get CS because you're too low.
Yes, he's going to make the trek to base here. It also just kind of sucks, especially since he lost his boots. It's ultra slow.
Oh yeah, this is really terrible.
I also think the Visage is pretty nice versus the Oracle because you build early physical boosting items, right? You can go a Drum, you can go a Solar Crest. These are also items that are nice versus the Visage in terms of, again, his spells just don't counteract it that well.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really disarm a bird either. I guess you can.
I mean,
Time action. Ooh, little power shot action.
I could see it from the physical damage sustain aspect of it being really good versus Oracle. I like that argument.
Solo. You greedy man. That's a fast Razor right there. Like the move, though.
Not going to catch him.
Dire's courier.
These couriers are just dying all over this.
Yeah, seriously.
Courier apocalypse. My God. Protect them. Even Yuragi's here with one of the clones, but doesn't want to man up. Knows there's a Dispel.
Yeah, I wonder what you do with safe lane Meepo. Like, what do you do when you get that clone? Well, it seems like defend your own jungle and punish Antari's Enchantress trying to play some evasion.
Nice little efficiency here. This is how you get those extra levels up on the Meepo. Really take advantage of it. EZM continues to drain the damage away from Kiyotaka. He's not having fun in this lane. Oh, he's making it work, and okay, that was not a rune that Solo should be able to walk up and get. And yeah, you were saying these are two old school players. This is a matchup we would have seen 10 years ago. Quite
Sigma
literally.
versus Rock's Kiss.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they were both awful back then, but then
that's true.
They both got really good.
Actually, Sigma was okay.
Yeah, that team was actually pretty good for like one tournament.
It was actually the Sev teams before Sigma
That's true.
that were not.
He had like
the
a mini
best.
peak. But hey, it worked out for both of them in the end, right?
It did indeed. Players that were perhaps ahead of their time.
Maybe they're still ahead of their time. Can't count them out.
Kiyotaka looking to catch up for a focus fire kill. And they'll have it.
Yeah, a little greedy there. They're trying to scout some stacks, see what's up with the Meepo.
Man, they really are trying to push DM out of this experience range whenever the push comes into the tower.
I mean, I like this. There's not much offensive capability in IO Visage before the 6. You may as well try and limit the XP that this bird's going to get before he gets that online.
Roar on one of the low meatballs.
Oh, that's a huge kill if he gets it.
There too. Yuragi not really microing the best there.
That did not look optimistic. I'm not going to lie. Not the cleanest early micro I've seen. I mean, these are the stages when the micro should be the best too.
I'm telling you,
a single clone.
It's not fine aged cheese, Avery.
I gotta leave
this
it in the pit a little longer.
New cheese, and they brought it out of the. Where do you put
cellar?
Cellar. They brought it out of the cellar too early.
Wow, you really
I was
struggled
going to
with
say
that
fridge.
I mean, you can put cheese in the fridge, but that's not where you age it.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not where I would age cheese.
You will hit the 6 here on the Visage. This is when this OG lineup starts to power up. It gives some more playability for your supports as well. If you can ever connect the Razor and the birds in the early game, that's going to be your real power point while this Meepo just farms up some jungle and maybe joins a really good fight. Kiyotaka's continuing to take names, or is he? Oh yeah, he got a lot of damage drain. EZM
slowed down too much.
He's just not finding anything. He's just getting kited out.
Do you think this matchup...
He should get solo.
Yeah, with the next plasma field, perhaps solo.
Wand actually in raindrop.
Yeah, he's good.
Man, BZM is struggling. He doesn't have stuns to help him connect on these kills. It's just the IO to buff him up later. ET is also great in that late game for now.
Kiyotaka almost getting caught there. If he got hit by a stomp after a win run, that would have been real bad.
Also, this Beastmaster is getting a lot right now. He just finished up a big Ancient stack. He had a good lane phase. He got that kill. This is their Meepo answer, too. With the Ags Rush on the Beast, you get this drum going.
Yeah.
That is why I think they last picked it here. He's going to be pretty unstoppable in the fights. When these drums hitting all these units going in,
but then he turns into the Mega Meepo, and then he doesn't get the same number of charges.
Is there a counter to Mega Meepo? I guess it's Outworld Devour and Shadow Demon. But you can't pick those here.
Necrophos.
Sure. All right, Kiyotaka just does not like Taika here.
Yeah,
Is that the third focus fire on him?
I feel like he got momentum in game 1 off of Taiga kills.
He's doing it again. He's add up. It's a lot of gold for him.
BCM opting to go for the kill on a solo instead of trying to chase after Kiyotaka, who has a counterplay with Windrun. I was curious what you made of this matchup, the Windrun versus Razor, which I feel like can be good in both ways.
Ooh, that ice armor, man.
Like 8 HP, I think, is what Ramses would left on there.
It makes all the difference. This is a good ice armor game, too. That is... Dude, Ramsey's got such good RNG. He had the Harpy creep for the lightning on the lane, then he gets an ice armor, and he has the extra magic resist from that circle. My God. Chill, bro. Like, save some for the later stages of the tournament, you know? You're going to use up all your RNG early.
They're still chasing after him. He's trying to work on Animinus. Not terribly surprising. I'm not even sure why I'm saying it. Look, everybody, a Doom's going Animinus.
Now, what else do you go, right? Radiance? That could be interesting.
BZM shackled up here, but he is going to be able to fight back with Seb joining him.
I got the link broken.
Static link broken, so Kiyotaka can go back in to try and put some damage onto him, but it's not the fastest. And now with DN here, Kiyotaka is going to be in some trouble. The Visage Familiars. Oh, a little bit of miss micro from the other member of OG. Dropping the wrong familiar. This one will drop right on Kiyotaka's head. They'll land the stomp. They're still going to chase after Kiyotaka, even maybe into the tower. It's going to be a close call, but DM with that final nuke, not going to be able to get him. Fate's Edict will bail him out. Solo will lose his life, though, for saving Kiyotaka.
As ball's heating up for OG, they're finally bringing it all together. Well, the Meepo does his own thing. This is where these four thrive. Very hard to fight into them. They just chase you down. And that worst just exploded here in the last 2 minutes for OG as they clean up a tower, clean up a couple kills, force some heroes back to base. The only hero that's going to continue to ramp up here until the Midas and Max Devour online for Ramses is that Beastmaster, which, I mean, Miro is going untouched. He is kind of the real carry here with that early Ags that's going to come online. I just wonder if you're going to be able to force the issue. Because you're going to have a very fast Ags here. What do you do with it? Do you just start pushing down towers? Are you happy if you're trading the map out? It's a big question. You were talking about this Wind Ranger Razor matchup. I think it is quite good for Wind Ranger. You can normally kite out the link. You are a hero that can match Razor in the move speed, and then your ult kind of just owns it for a lot of the game. I think the later and later it goes, it gets better for Razor in some ways, though. Like, you get to Nullifier points, you get to Halberd points, you become really tanky.
Yeah, like at some point in time, I could see a world where like draining the Wind Ranger's damage doesn't feel that good because he's putting out a ton of Maelstrom or Gleipnir damage. But then later on to the game, you know, Universal Hero and such, you're more reliant on the physical aspect. Rod of Atos put to work here from Uragi with the relocation coming in from OG. They've got to pick off on Ramses. Tries to go for Desperate TP, but of course that will not work. Not with Taiga in the neighborhood anyway.
Yeah, you get to this mech on Seb, it is completed. This is where OG want to basically take any fight. I don't think 9Pandas have enough to deal with the mech IO here, pumping up the Razor going in with Solar Crest and Drum gonna finish on the Visage here. This is such an early timing here from OG. Pretty similar to last game, right? They played that very fast as well. They just have an idea that they want to take away the map from 9Pandas. Miro's gonna trade out some of the space. You just don't want to fall into a similar situation last game where you feed away some big core kills and then you lose all that momentum.
Yeah, it feels like this game they're not going to run out of gas, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Roar goes out.
Not a move that they expected.
Oh, Seb's trying to heal him as much as he can, but the mech.
This Ags is already up for Miro, by the way. This is a super fast Beastmaster.
Yeah, you can't fight this beast. You can't do it.
Seb got the tether cancel. They're kind of body blocking each other a bit, though. I think OG not expecting that sort of net worth to come out right here, and the Meepo's not ready to join the fight, so you're kind of just left alone on your other two cores. That four-man ball is strong. Not that strong, though. I don't think you have answers to this Beastmaster right now.
I mean, what a difference it would have been, though, I think, if he had the mech for the Razor kill. That's a significant heal up, but another Rod of Atos this time for the Wind Ranger. Plasma Field going out to slow down Antares.
Another link that's just going to get broken here.
Yeah.
Man, the lack of lockdown for OG is really hurting BZM in these early fights. He's not getting the connections he wants, even with the extra move speed.
It looks like one of those matchups where you really want like a disruptor. Looks like Ramses threw a Doom out onto the Meepo, probably got ganked by Uragi, tried to respond with something, but again, the relocate off of the Meepo setups is super nice. Taiga trying to stop Kiyotaka from killing him. It's not going to work, but the Earth Splitter is going to be able to hit Miro here. Can they bring down this Beastmaster? He doesn't have the Primal Roar, so he's not going to get those maxed out clap charges, but he does have the save coming out from the Oracle. A TP way, no stuns. Miro will get out, but Solo will die again to save a core.
He knows his job this game, you know? Sacrifice a little bit of himself to boost up his core heroes so he can't get flamed in the end. That's a good job. It's the most an Oracle can do. It is a fight they don't get to capitalize off this Beastmaster strength, though, which is good for OG here, as they're slowing down Miro's timing with this really powerful item versus their kind of group up Zoo. It's also something you're going to have to think about, like, this Oracle ult on the Beast is actually a lot of heal, right?
Yeah, it is.
Not a hero that used to be able to amplify this. Now it does. Also, if you get that Oracle Axe and you spell amp him up, that is a nasty hero to get some spell amp on.
Then he's attacking even faster, so then he gets the more drum beats coming out.
Exactly. See, now you're understanding the meta here.
I'm not sure if you're understanding the meta, seeing as not a single person has got Aghanims on Oracle yet.
Well, maybe they don't understand the meta. Is it me that's wrong? No. It's everybody else.
It's the pro players that are wrong. Primal Roar goes out. Miro right on top of a Meepo. Yuragi tried to make a move, but 9 Pandas this time around say, screw this relocate shenanigans. Let's group up. They can't get the numbers advantage this way. They relocate into death, it looks like. As Seb trying to get him out. Oh, he died on the last bit. Seb will return solo with carrying the corpse of BZM.
That's quite sad.
But you didn't. Well, that was a monster move from 9 Pandas. More like a, I mean, I guess it was OG moving into 9 Pandas who were just kind of like 5 stacked on top of each other, but
I think it's still a little... I mean, I don't want to say it's too early for OG to be looking for those types of things, because it is what their lineup wants to do. It's just when you pick those fights with the Meepo needs to have the extra impact to push it over the top. And if that doesn't connect right away, you kind of get stuck in this situation where the heals sustain the multiple win runs coming out. Like, this is just a weird connection, right? Because the Meepo's here first. And I don't know if that's what you really want for OG. He's just gone. By the time the Visage is in here with the auras, by the time a Stomp comes out, by the time the reload comes in, he's dead.
Meepo needs to be finding the pickoffs or coming in late to the fight because he can't go into the Beastmaster.
You want the front line here for OG and the Razor with the IO pump up in the mech and the birds going in to be the first point of contact, not this Meepo, unless it's a solo target like you're saying. Maybe later on when he's way stronger, he has a lot more stats.
When he has Mega Meepo, I feel like maybe that's fine.
Sure.
But he doesn't have it yet. He is closing in on it, last I saw.
Double damage for BZM, maybe he's going to help you take that. That is a big fight to lose, however. They'll try to get the punish on this. He's just out.
Oh, man.
Lack of stuns is going to be something OG have to think about this game as Taiga goes down to Kiyotaka again. And how much of Kiyotaka's gold this game has been extracted from the Elder Titan? That is something to consider here. It has been a decent chunk.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably take a look at his overall. Perfect, thank you, production.
Yeah,
so
like
kills, 1,900 gold off the
right
kills,
there.
and he's killed Taiga probably 3 or 4 times.
I think it's been 4. Like 12 or 1,300 gold. These support kills are worth a lot more than they used to be.
Yep.
And here's tier 2 power push. Pretty greedy from 9 Pandas considering they know Kiyotaka can't be here.
It is, and they're going to get punished for it. Solo's dead first, and they're going to try and grab whatever else they can. They've caught Miro. All they need to do is keep the Meepo away from this Beastmasters. The drums is healing him up. Be careful of that. Fortunately, there's nobody else from 9 Pandas willing to fight.
I'm surprised OG didn't pounce faster. It was like, what the hell is 9 Pandas doing there?
Yeah.
Especially the aggressive position from Solo. I think they almost didn't realize, hey, wait a minute, our Wind Ranger TP'ing out bottom, guys.
Yeah,
we should not be pushing it tier 2. Very awkward fight. They also gave the Aegis to the Wind Ranger, not the Beastmaster here, so that push is also a bit more sus. Big kills to give away. You have that Ags online for Yuragi. Mega Meepo's coming soon. And you just injected a whole lot of net worth into the Razor that he had no business getting that easily.
Yeah.
Big little turnaround for OG. This lineup is going to scale way harder than the one in the previous game, right? You have multiple avenues on your cores to pick up the physical damage later on, which was a big problem in game 1. You have ET Aura to throw on top of all of it. All of a sudden, these stomps and reloads and tether saves that bail out your cores and reset the fight are actually accomplishing a lot more because you have damage to throw back into these 3 cores from 9 Pandas, unlike last game where it was just entirely on Yuragi.
Yeah, with the new options that Meepo has between the Mega Meepo and the Shard, I feel very confident about OG's late game, which I think was the exact opposite situation in game 1, where felt like that Alchemist was going to take over the game eventually, but Kiyotaka is getting going, man. He's got a Gleipnir.
This is actual deja vu, man. I just feel like half this game has been Kiyotaka killing Taiga in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
At this point, just bait it. If I'm Taiga, I'm like, yo, boys. He's going to do it a 6th time in a row. I guarantee it.
What happens if you doom a Meepo and it gets Mega Meepo'd? I assume this is just going to be a non-option for Ramses until he has the Aghanim Scepter. It looks like DM is right in the mix of things. They're going to relocate, go for Kiyotaka. It's going to be locked down. They're trying to focus on a Meepo right now. Can he get the Mega Meepo together? He's already got the mech, and there it is. Mega Meepo, so there is going to be doomed Meepo, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to march forward with this tanky unit and let BZM put out the damage here. Kiyotaka's going to be next. The ensnare's not quite landing, but maybe a slowdown to plasma field will allow them to catch up, and yeah, he's gonna die once, he's gonna die twice.
Yeah, the overwhelming chaser from OG is where this lineup shines. You cannot end up in a position like this if you're 9 Pandas where you're getting routed. The chase is basically infinite, and the damage, there's nothing you're really wearing out. There's no big ults you're getting rid of. There's no cooldowns that you're happy, oh, we got that out of him, now we can turn. There is no turning versus lineup. It is continual, especially if your Beastmaster cannot stand his ground, and now he's getting caught as well. Is Yuragi gonna win this fight?
He's got the shards, so
I don't know if you're winning this fight, son.
Let's see if this one Meepo can dig himself to safety.
See you later. I'm back.
It pops back out. Miro is gonna try and chase after him. The drums.
I'm not gonna lie, this
beating back all these OG heroes, and I think the Axis. Oh, the Meepo. Mega Meepo came up just in time.
All right, that was a little damage test. You know that. You know, it's like Elden Ring. You go in, you test the boss, and you're gonna come back later with some upgrades.
Yeah, you're gonna need to level up a bit more.
So it'll go farm some boars in the jungle. Return later when this Beastmaster isn't as scary. By the way, he went to Vampire Fangs here for some extra spell steal.
Oh, nice. And then he's gonna get a Heaven's Halberd, which the Sange will amp up that lifesteal stuff even more.
This is good stuff. You get that Oracle Ags on top of all
Oh, man.
Now we're talking, baby. He's gonna be the real carry of this game. Absolutely.
That is true, I think, for another 15 minutes.
Also, that Doom Mega Meepo interaction is dumb. Yeah, oh, that's another word for it. Like the fact you can suck up the Doomed Meepo and then your Mega Meepo isn't doomed.
Yeah, because he threw out the ensnare, so he wasn't actually, it was just that one Meepo that was still
But if you
doomed.
doom the main Meepo, then the Mega Meepo is doomed.
Yes, then you won't be able to get off Mega Meepo. So you have to find the real Meepo? That's just a mess. I mean, better just to get an Aghanim Scepter.
Exactly, just get a Shiva's Ags and then just doom them all.
Yeah.
Still a very obnoxious hero for Ramses to deal with this game, which is why, you know, they had choice in the last pick. Like, do we play this Doom 3? Do we play it 1? Do we want to carry that can deal with the Meepo? Do we want an offlaner who can deal with it? They went with the Beastmaster over something like, I guess, Sven? I don't even know what carry really deals with Meepo. I think this hero's kind of just busted, to be honest. Unless you get like a really good anti-Meepo cheese pick.
Carry Earthshaker.
Yeah, like Elder Titan, Shaker, these Wyvern, I think is still good. People forget about that hero, but
oh yeah,
it is very good for Meepo.
Ensnares, Gleipnirs for the relocation on the side, but a counter by Premleror plus the Doom, a lot being used on the BZM, who already casted all his spells, and Zeb is getting all of his heals over Doom. They're focused so much on the BZM, they finally bring him down, yes, but is it going to cost them his team fight? 9 Pandas, Centauri's chasing after him, Impetus is raining down on the Meepo is going to die.
Nice positioning from Miro in that fight. He just starts on the backside, and all of a sudden this Beastmaster gets so much value out of his positioning. Heals from Seb are a lot. It takes him a decent chunk to get through this Razor. I don't even know if that's like real damage. That seems way more than I saw the Meepo do, but I guess he did 9,000 technically. They're even gonna get Seb on the other side of the map here.
Nice pickup.
Shackles have been on point from Kiyotaka. Oh, this is just
Kiyotaka taunting Seb a little bit. Seb will tip him back.
I mean, that is the correct play, you know, because technically you waste a bit more time from this Ion.
Yeah, you delay out his revive.
Oh, they're going to get him. Okay. You should have taunted, my friend.
I wish Seven saved that tip. If he used it right now, that would have been the chef's kiss.
If he could high five from the grave, you know he'd be spamming it. I'm sure he'll get him around here.
Oh, they should add that. That's a great idea. So, high five.
Let's not give
as a corpse.
Let's not give OG any more firepower.
I'm surprised this works so well.
I guess all his damage went into the beast here, into the Crimson and heals. Miro's just invincible. Crimson also. This is a very good Crimson game, right? And the whole thing is the whole fight on Tari's is actually doing a crap ton of damage. It's been one of the issues people are trying to deal with this patch, this meta, this tournament with this Enchantress. We saw it from Save yesterday.
Yeah.
This hero always gets farmed. She always becomes that fourth core problem, and it's honestly a pretty decent core Ench game. It's hard for OG to burst the Enchantress here. You can link him. Do you want to link him? If he has a Hurricane Pike later, that becomes also more annoying, right?
Yeah.
It becomes very obnoxious. It's going to be a hero that OG have to think about. Vessel will be the choice for Taiga, trying to deal with the heals that are coming out between this Beast and the Oracle. And that'll be 2 big armor items done, the AC for the Racer and the Shivas for the Doom. Both teams trying to gear up for this physical man fight that they know is coming and is going to decide the game. Any percentage-based damage you can get, any anti-healing you can get is going to be nice for both sides here. Kind of racing towards the same ideas, just it's going to be a different route to get there. Who gets the shard? Antari, so more farm capability for him. Similar to last game, he has picked up a lot of net worth here. He's had a quiet, in some ways he's a quiet player. I feel like he always goes under the radar, but does his job very consistently. That Bat Rider from last game was definitely a problem for OG, and this Enchantress is going to be another one. He is climbing that net worth chart right behind the Visage. This is scary. He's building a vessel of his own, so both teams are basically going for similar solutions here.
Does Little Friends work against familiars?
No.
I'm not sure if familiars, because it doesn't work on ancients, like the Helm of Overlord creep.
Actually,
so I'm not sure if familiars are in that same class.
It might work on familiar. Familiars are weird. They're a very weird unit. I feel like it actually might, though.
I think it might, too.
Yeah.
That'll be really interesting to see. Look out for it. BKB done for Kiyotaka. So now he has a lot less to worry about. No longer has to worry about being locked down by the Meepo and then grabbed by the static link.
Kiyotaka flirting with danger here.
Yeah, he's got that BKB. He's going to put it to the limit here with the Gleipnir coming out. The rest of the team coming through the portal. They're going to go finish off Taiga and then now focus on BZM. But Miro's got to be careful. He's pretty far forward with the Nullifier and a Doom placed onto him. A lot of damage. He's getting some heals. And now the False Promise comes through. And now OG have been broken. They have to make a Meepo. They have to relocate out. They have to do anything they can to get away from this team fight because it is no bueno.
That is not a hero you can man fight. There's just no answers. This Beast with the Oracle behind him. Once again, Solo is just making these fights so damn problematic for OG to commit into. They don't have the best backline jump. Their answer is just consistent damage output. The issue is you can output all the damage you want. I don't think this Beastmaster is dying. They just don't have enough straight up. They're gonna try and hide here and maybe go
this
for a
is a bold move against a Beastmaster with Hawk.
Yeah, their ward just died as well.
Oh,
does
God,
it
the
scout him?
Shivas? Oh.
If he had ran to the back of the pit, we'll see if Yuragi goes for this. They're going to TP in the Elder Titan. So the Elder Titan, he's going to have a Spirit out. He might actually just stomp them all in the pit.
Oh, God, this may not be a steal. This might be a great team fight.
This is a disaster.
They don't see any of this. They're all going to be caught. The clock gets hit.
God.
They don't have an Earth Splitter. They just have the Earth Splitter hit it big time. Holy crap.
Oh, 9 pandas.
A moment of silence for 9 pandas throwing away another game in the Roshan pit.
My heart goes out to the entire Eastern European region right now, as I think that was felt everywhere, across every border. My God, what have you done?
I thought he didn't have Earth Splitter.
What have you done?
I thought he used Earth Splitter in that last fight. Oh my God, they could not. How did you, 9 pandas, why?
Well, some lessons were learned today. You know, don't clump.
Yeah, don't.
Versus the World Forger.
Yeah, OG is one of those teams that is more than willing to take 4 versus 5s.
That is a disgust. That turned from like, hey, maybe they're going to snipe it to Ooh, yeah, that is the correct. Thank you for the carry, Taiga. He definitely pays back the 5 solo kills from Kiyotaka.
Oh, wait, do we ever get to see the damage he did in that fight?
I would love to see the damage coming out from that ET on that
that's
fight.
too bad. Okay, a breath of fresh life for OG to be able to play off of here. 2,000 net worth lead. A bunch of items coming in now. They've
I think
got
Solo
Heaven's
died to
Halberd.
Roche, though.
Oh, wait, really?
Out of all of that, I think. Something Yeah, he did.
He did.
Freaking Solo, man. He's like, you're not taking me. You can have your combo, but you ain't getting me, son. I'm too wise for this.
Well, he wasn't wise enough to stop it.
No, definitely not.
All right, we have the Aghanim Scepter done on DM, so better option being able to catch Solo.
Oh, they got a burst.
Who just as you speak of it, he's gone.
Good as a kill. The ult's gone for the Beast
Turn around
Master.
a Doom plus Primal Roar. Once again, the split
Another
comes in
splitter.
nicely, doing huge amounts of damage, but it's not enough to bail out the Razor, and may
Yo,
not
this
be
Beast
enough to
Master.
be able to win this fight.
This
Vero is
Beast
fighting
Master.
strong. He finally dies, yes, but I think he did enough to be able to win the fight. They still have an Aegis on this
he even
Meepo.
shackled to?
I'm not sure, maybe another Meepo, but he is going to lose his first life. That's going to help Ramses, who is in trouble.
Tanky as well, man, with the Shivas.
He's going to TP out, see if he could somehow get these Meepos back to safety.
Okay.
That one's going to get away, but this one who
stunts.
dug in is going to be stuck.
Yeah, way too many mini stunts. Nice attempt to try and get out. I mean, these nullifiers are coming out from OG trying to deal with the Wind Ranger. Somehow 9 Pandas, after getting completely wiped in the pit, just turned it straight back around, catching OG off guard. Some more beautiful shackles from Kiyotaka. He caught the Visage and the Elder Titan on the side. And once more, the sustain from 9 Pandas is what's pushing them through these engagements. The armor on Ramses, the HP on this Beastmaster, it just takes so damn long to go through. The Dooms on the Razor have also worked out really well. They're not focusing the Meepo, they're not trying to focus the Isle, they're just punching through it all.
Taiga, what's going on here? Are you baiting them in?
They have nullifiers here. Baits could be
DM is
successful.
going for Solo with that Aghanim Scepter once again. Solo protects himself with the help of Ramses.
That's a
Kiyotaka
good
going
link.
in. BZM is going to chase him out and gets the kill, in fact.
Really good
Turns
link.
that damage back onto Ramses now, trying to slow him down. Not going to quite get that one. Ramses going for the TP away. The damage. Ooh. And Nuke was almost there in time.
Yeah, this Hags on the Visage is letting him zone out Solo a lot more in these fights, especially if he can just start on him. That's going to be the ideal scenario for OG. Put the birds in, put the spirit in, get some vision.
I mean, this
not
is kind
surprise me.
this is kind of cheating.
It is cheating, but we'll
you
give
get
it to him, right?
insane amounts of hero damage against a Meepo.
I mean, to be fair, when you pick Meepo, you invite the counter cheese, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this is some justice.
Man, if he gets a BKB, he's going to be untouchable in these Meepo fights.
I actually would like to see a Radiance from someone on 9 Pandas, too. I think it's a disgustingly good Radiance game. Just from the AoE evasion, some extra burn damage. I don't know where exactly you fit it in. I think the Doom or the Beast can buy it. I also think when you have these sustain lineups, Radiance is really nice because the fights last very long. It kind of pseudo-protects your supports as well. Like, these birds miss a couple hits or whatever. It's nice for the Oracle, nice for the Enchantress, I would normally say, but I don't think this Enchantress is dying anyway, as Antares continues to climb and put in a lot of work. This game is coming down to, can you burst this Beastmaster? Can you burst this Doom before BKBs and Sustain comes out? Can you build up enough damage? OG are going a lot of utility and defensive items as well, like this Satanic on the Razor. He kind of needs it this game. It is limiting your damage, though. You're also going these nullifiers. Now he's thinking about a Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually some of the problems they've had with this Beastmaster is they're like trying to out-sustain the Aghanim Scepter Beast rather than trying to burst him down
I mean, their
faster.
burst is just... Like, how do you
It
up
sucks.
the burst here, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty hard. I guess you get, like, Hex on Meepo and just jump Hex him and try and all in him. The thing is, do you want to link the Beast too? That's where a lot of the damage comes in this OG lineup, is the link damage, building it up. Ideally, BZM wants to be linking the Wind Ranger here, so you get both value. Removing the Kiyotaka and buffing up yourself. You link the Beast, it's good for you, not that influential in terms of stealing the damage away from him. Kind of got to pick your battles. And again, the instant lockdown for OG's not there, so they can't just like jump and pick a hero to burst. They kind of just have to push into the fight and win it over time. push through the front line into the Oracle with the birds. I think the Ags on the Visage is incredibly important here for DM. If he can get a good angle, bypass some of the vision off these Hawks that have also been doing some work for 9Pandas and protecting solo in these fights. BKB up for Antares. Not a lot of BKB control for OG as well. Some of these heroes are just going to run through and be able to pick and choose who they want to go on. Very similar to last game, however, the scale definitely stronger here for OG, so maybe more comfortable prolonging this game a bit.
Sure.
And of course, BZM sitting at the top. This is a big Razor. Lincoln's finished. Can't really just run in and focus fire him as easily anymore, especially if it catches you off guard in the first surprise fight. This is probably not a Lincoln Sphere Kiyotaka might expect. You'll see it here. It does get pinged out. Yeah, he's tanky with the armor, with the sustain. IO behind him as well. This is where IO Razor just becomes a menace late game. If you ever get the Dispel land on the Wind Ranger, you're just gonna melt.
Can you ignore him?
A little bit. Like, you still have some decent sustain. I think it is something 9Pandas can play for. It's just the damage is it's gonna start to come online here. It will not last forever, especially if OG can kite around the beast. Let's say Miro gets slept in a fight. You have this tether, move-speeded Razor, Meepo's going on somebody else, the Visage comes in from another angle. Okay, your Beast is tanky, he's a decent frontline, but he's not dealing that much damage. I feel like OG's best game plan is kind of almost just ignore the Beastmaster.
I think so too, because it gives them too good of a false promise target.
Yes, I think them going on Beast is a total bait here. Even if you kill him, you're going to pay too big a price. You got to find the damage in the fights. Where's the damage coming from? It's the Wind Ranger, it's the Oracle Sustain, and it's honestly the Enchantress.
Lost the IO already. This is really bad for OG. With no buyback here, they won't be able to save BZM.
Man, Kiyotaka is just putting on a Wind Ranger clinic in this series. OG have no answers for him. And he's forcing the itemization from him. He's forcing out these Lincolns and nullifiers that they don't necessarily want to build. And he's not even dying to it. Now you died at a bad place on the map.
Yeah,
OG here.
Right in front of your own base.
Double catapult wave.
9Pandas, very likely to get a lane of barracks off of that.
You even have Skeleton Rally from the Enchantress Sard coming into play.
And it's pretty nice.
This is also the Oracle ET matchup. You can always wake people from the sleep. You block a lot of his damage. These sleeps are not going to be the setup you want them to be, other than that 5-man Roche wipe.
Yeah.
But you didn't get solo.
That was a rare situation. Who really won that fight? OG or Solo?
Or Roshan? That's just an easy Rax off a single
lane?
Razor
Can
death.
they get two?
Do keep in mind there is
seconds.
that cheese on set from earlier. So you still have basically a second life for this Razor. I mean, a third life after Mech and the Holy Locket here. Birds in the back. He's looking for the Visage.
Yeah, he sees where Solo's at, but they can't fight just yet. 3 more seconds till the Razor is back up. They're going to get the second lane of barracks and get out.
9Pandas, they get a lot for free. You can
try
and turn.
Yuragi comes in through the side. It's an
again.
ensnare, lining up the birds. BZM charging out with his ultimate already ready to go. They did not get the catch they were looking for.
You want to find somebody other than this Beast.
They got to sleep
That's all
on the
you're gonna
Enchantress. They
find.
turn around with a Primal Roar. They're going to try and focus down this Razor. BZM, I think he's going to be okay here. He's got Seth behind him, ready to go with that cheese. And Hero's getting decimated. They go False Promise, barely going off in time, but the Earth Splitter did land on top of that as well. Red's going for a TP out, but he's not going to make it. The damage is too immense.
OG finally able to just sledgehammer through. They even get Miro in the fountain off an ET hit?
It was just the damage
just
put
ticked
out.
He was the last
False
one to get
Promise.
some damage, and yeah, I thought it maybe died in some weird way, but that was enough overwhelming physical. Just run BZM in, and all of a sudden the 9Pandas front line collapsing under the weight of this Razor plus the sustain from the IO.
Yeah,
OG.
you can't go for this Razor without killing the IO first. That's just not going to work.
Especially in that type of situation where a lot of your damage got cut off. The backline was getting thwarted by these birds. The Visage finally picking up some slack here, creating the space, and now OG in a situation where they're trying to rack you back.
Yuragi!
That is a lot of burst.
Mega Meepo happens, and he's able to blink away because the main Meepo didn't take damage.
And they got the Oracle again.
Oh no.
Doesn't
He's
have
got buyback,
but he can come. What's he going to come back into, though, is the question. You don't have BKBs here. You don't have your focus fire.
2 lanes of barracks,
Just
1-1
like that.
fight into another 2 lanes of barracks.
I think they'll just commit for the Megas. I feel like you do, actually, if you're OG, because you're not a cooldown-dependent lineup right here.
Oh, trying to get that Meepo. Miro, he got the Primal Roar on it as well, but the single target is not immense enough. They do manage to get off the dig. They're going to go for Seb, though. They're targeting him as best they can, but Miro, his drums is not keeping him alive anymore. The damage is too overwhelming for OG. They've lost 2, and they haven't gotten much in return. Yuragi still not dead. Digs once again. DM Stoneform kept him alive as well. That Meepo did come back in after the dig and immediately got shackle shot and finished off. But he does have a buyback. Let's see if they can kill DM. No, relocate gets him out of there. But it does leave BCM alone. That may be very bad. Let's see if he can fight his way out of this one. The damage coming out. Atari's out of mana. Kiyotaka, can he do the finishing blow? It's just enough.
He's out of mana on Antares. The work this Enchantress has done in this fight is ridiculous right now. OG need to take him out, and they will. No buyback for him either.
2 heroes left.
For any of 9 pandas here. OG just won a throne. Yuragi, BZM, both coming back into this game. They say gold is enough to secure this one.
Nullifier, Focus Fire, trying to kill DM, but even if they kill him, their throne is exposed.
It's over.
And they cannot stop OG from claiming game number 2.
Now that game flipped so fast on both sides. We went from a double reaction off a Razor kill to 9 pandas just lose in a single push. I guess that's the power of IO Razor, right? You hit this damage and HP threshold that you can't get through anymore, and he just runs you through the fight. That was always part of the issue in this game for 9 pandas lineup. If your front line collapses between the Beastmaster and if the Oracle dies first on the back line or gets disrupted from saving him, at a certain point your lineup just crumbles under the sustained damage here from this OG lineup that is scaling way better than they did in game 1. I like the response here. I think this was a cool idea versus the Oracle that caused them a lot of problems in game 1. It was an interesting idea to pull out the Meepo that maybe 9 pandas weren't expecting, and man, this ball lineup caused a lot of problems to them. I think the Doom carry felt pretty bad for Ramses here. Like, it's an interesting wild card to pull with this Beastmaster cheese pick that can create a lot of momentum. And maybe if you don't get 5-man stomp wiped in the pit, that game looks a little different. I think that's what they're still thinking about. You know, how did that happen, guys? Maybe they felt like they had to do that?
Yeah.
Still, that is a tough fight to throw away. That's a lot of gold lost in that game. If that fight you get that Roshan, maybe you get Megas instead of only 2 lanes, that game looks very different. But that is how Dota works. Very clutch calls from OG to stay around the pit and go for that play. Works out beautifully. And
I mean, I think this is very big for OG in establishing another threat. I love the fact that you point out that cheese has actually been one of their weaknesses. Just the fact that they haven't been able to, you know, pull those things out that some of the other Western European teams have. And now they've got a threat. Yuragi has proven, okay, he could play Meepo. Maybe it's not the best Meepo in the world, but it's good enough to be able to win games.
Honestly, I think the micro in some of the later fights was quite good. Like that last base push fight where he's digging, really nice.
All right, let's go to the stage where we've got Seb and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am indeed standing by with Seb, who you actually seem more calm than I expected. Dude, that Roche fight, what was the reaction like when that happened?
Words I cannot repeat here.
How about emotions of, did you guys know that you were gonna win that dominant in that fight?
Yeah, I mean, they had spells on cooldown. We knew that they were all clumped up, and Tommy, Taiga on ET was like, guys, I'm about to respawn, I'm gonna TP, and you know, apocalypse is gonna happen on them, and it did.
أعزائي المشاهدين معانا سب من فريق أوجي هنا في المسرح سألناه عن إيش الرياكشن اللي صار منهم بعد ما شفنا الروش فايت كان جدا مو طبيعي قد إيش قدروا يفوزون في الجيم لكن بكل بساطة يقولون إنه كانوا عارفين إنه كل الأبيليتيز حقتهم في كول داون وقدروا بكل بساطة إنهم على طول مجرد ما إن التيميت حقه سوى ريسبون قال بسوي تي بي وخلاص راح نخلص الفايت فعلا هذا اللي سووه.
How about this Meepo pick that you guys whipped out? This is a hero that we're not often seeing, especially on Yuragi's hands. Whose idea was it? Was it a coach, a draft, or was he like, yo, give me Meepo, I'm going to carry?
It was a team decision. I mean, he's talked about Meepo a bit, and we know he likes the hero. He's very good on it. So we were just looking for the right game. And I mean, the way the draft developed, we started thinking about it like second phase, like, oh yeah, this might turn into being a great Meepo game. And it's a very good hero with our lineup also in that game. So yeah, it just was the perfect fit, and we're lucky to have a carry player that has like an immense pool of heroes.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين قبل شوي في الجيم شاهدنا ميبو في المباراه. سالنا سب انه على اي اساس اخذتوا ميبو، خصوصا انه احنا ما نشوفه ابدا في الجيم مقارنه باول، لكن كان الجواب انه بكل بساطه ميبو احنا كنا ننتظر الفرصه اللي ناخذه، والدرافت اللي احنا شفناه بصراحه يعني شفنا انه هو الخيار الامثل في هذا الجيم. مجرد ما انه يعني كان دي تيم ديسيجن، كل الفريق قرروا انهم ياخذوا ميبو، وفعلا كان القرار الصحيح.
You had some time in online Dota on old G. Now you're back on LAN. Are the sensations just as you remember from Arlington?
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is when I feel the best. Like, this is much better, much more fun, much more exciting. I feel like I also play much better when I'm on stage rather than in a hotel room or even worse, like at home. Like, I'm so bored of online, and I'm so bored of online. I just want to be in LAN. Like, I feel like this is where I belong. I feel like this is where Dota belongs also. So I'm just really grateful for this event and for, you know, all events in general that are live with people, you know, like humans,
like these people right here.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين سالنا سب باختصار شديد عن شعوره بتواجده معنا في اللان ايفنت، خصوصا انه اغلب البطولات اللي لعبها في السنه الماضيه كانت اونلاين، ولا قد شفناه في لان ايفنت من سنه كامله. فكان الجواب انه بالعكس هو دائما يحب يلعب في اللان ايفنت، ما يحب انه يلعب في الاونلاين تورنمنت، وطفش منها بشكل جدا كبير، خصوصا انه يكون موجود هنا في المسرح، وهو يشوف انه دوتا هي تنتمي الى المسارح اكثر من انها تكون اونلاين تورنمنت.
My last question's a bit about the structure of the team. Misha's gone back to coach. Chu is now assistant coach. And obviously you have a strong background as a coach. How are these responsibilities shared amongst such a large staff that you guys have?
I mean, Misha and Chu are invaluable for the team. They've always been. I mean, ever since Stockholm, I remember like they were one of the big reasons for why we won that tournament. And honestly, immense credits for them, to them. And I think they've both grown. I mean, especially Misha, because he's obviously taking the first role. I remember myself coaching back then, and I watch him coaching now, and I'm very impressed. Like, honestly, I think he's grown into one of the greatest person to have on the team. So big props to him, honestly, like at every level, in terms of like how he understands the game, how he breaks it down for people, how he helps the team emotionally, everything. He's the best coach.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين سالنا سب عن الكوتشنج ستاف اللي عندهم، خصوصا انه بتواجد ميشا وتشو، ميشا كهيد كوتش وايضا تشو كاسيستنت كوتش، خصوصا انه سب يعني يعتبر من اقدم اللاعبين معنا، فاكيد انه هو عنده الكوتشنج منتاليتي ايضا. فسالناه عن ادائه، انه كيف الفريق ما قاعد يتعامل مع الموضوع هذا. بكل بساطه ميشا الان يشوف انه سب قدر انه يتطور بشكل جدا كبير، خصوصا انه في ستوكهولم يوم كانوا متواجدين معهم في اللان ايفنت كان ادائهم جدا كويس، وكل مره سب جالس يعيش التجربه مع ميشا في الكوتشنج، يشوفوا انه ميشا جالس يتطور بشكل جدا كبير، فيهنيه على الشيء هذا، سواء من ناحيه الجيم بلاي، سواء من ناحيه المشاعر اللي موجوده عند اللاعبين والمنتل ستيت حق الفريق بالكامل.
Seb, is a 1-1 split, but these game twos are the ones that we live for on LAN, so congratulations on the win, and thanks for joining me for this interview.
Thank you so much. يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين، الان انتهت المقابله، خلونا نروح تحديدا نتكلم عن الجيم الرهيب اللي شفناه قبل شوي.
Back to the studio.
Thank you very much to Tsunami, Seb, and of course to Fancy, as we have OG winning this second game here against Nine Pandas. It was a great back and forth game. There's a lot of things to try and pick apart, and that's why I have my panel with me. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond, what would you like to highlight about the game that we just watched?
First, I think we all saw Nine Panda win like early game. They last pick Beastmaster, and Beastmaster did a great job. They just play around Beastmaster and winning all the map. And yeah, I think it's a highlight of early stage, and also at mid game and late game. OG have a great comeback with Roshan Pit and the last fight. Yeah,
that was a great Roshan fight to see, honestly, because I mean, Faithian has been talking about how ET just thrives in tournament environments because of the situation that we just watched. Those 5-man stomps in the Roche Pit, that definitely extended the game for OG. They didn't win the game there. That gave them a sign of life to move forward, because if Nine Pandas had gotten that Aegis, the game would have looked entirely different. So that was just incredibly well played by them. But I have to call out Nine Pandas' mistake, because OG was respawning and all of their heroes were in the pit. I mean, everyone gets caught up in the moment. even the best teams in the world can forget themselves sometimes, but unfortunately for Nine Pandas, they forgot themselves at a very crucial moment. The other thing that I have to note is I think Kiyotaka actually threw this game a little bit, or a lot bit. I don't want to blame him entirely, but after Nine Pandas got the top racks and the mid racks, Kiyotaka went to farm the Ancients, like the Dire Ancients, and the rest of his team went back together. OG smoked, and they looked for the fight, and they took the fight 4v5, so they actually won the fight because they were fighting without Wind Ranger on Nine Pandas, and then they just go into Nine Pandas base and they win the game. So I feel like some really, really bad mistakes and crucial moments happened.
I was really impressed by how fast PZM was farming the whole game. His net worth was always at the top, and he's playing Razor. It's not a conventional hero for farming ultra fast. Obviously, IO helps. He moves him around faster. He's got shards, so he's doing AoE damage, but I just thought that was very impressive. He had his 6th slot pretty quick.
He really, really did, and because we really like that big team fight that happened, we chose it for the STC play. You knew it was going to happen. You absolutely knew it because we just like to watch that moment over and over and over again. And this is, I mean, it's one of those moments that, yes, okay, there were some mistakes here and there. Being all in the pit might have not been the best thing to do. Also, without vision might have not been the best thing to do. But it does create, Purge, some great situations.
It does, and if they had a maybe more traditional physical damage carry, maybe they feel like they don't need as many people in the pit, but yeah, when they're all asleep and the splitter's coming through,
And they don't have any vision, right? They didn't see it coming either.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a bad call, honestly, because I thought Nine Pandas had the better draft this game, personally. Especially with the Beastmaster Doom pivot in the end.
The Meepo felt kind of ineffective for like the vast majority of the game. I felt like he was just dealt with by like the Beastmaster Ags for all the early game. There's lots of opportunities. He was getting shackled and killed by Wind Ranger. The Mega Meepo was fine for a while, but it was like just okay. And then like all of a sudden they won those 2 fights and it was like, oh, Meepo's awesome. Works good here. So.
Mega Meepo, we saw it in action. It was really good at stopping focus fires. Actually, was pretty decent. Now we had to choose a Quidia MVP for this series. It's for the entire series, not just for the second game. If it was just for the second game, we would have probably chosen BZM. But it's not for just the second game. It's over the entire series. So Faithbian, we chose for the Quidia MVP. We chose the Oracle, Solo. He was Oracle both games in a row. Why does Solo make a great Oracle, and why would we choose him for the MVP?
Oracle is a very crucial part of the lineup, and he did a good job on laning both and on team fight every time. So yeah, it makes sense to choose him.
What about when he stayed in the pit? Deserved the MVP.
And did not play his award.
Yeah.
But everyone could be responsible for that. Maybe Wind Ranger should shot an arrow and you can see Meepo there.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's true. It was funny because when they pressed Shiva's guard and it didn't catch either Io or Meepo at the very tail end of it, I was like, so close.
It's just unlucky.
But I think Oracle did a great job. A lot of the fights for Nine Pandas were turned by the Oracle ulti, which like allowed them to win the fights over and over. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough, right? The issue with this game was for OG's side, their Razor was farming the entire game. He had so much net worth, but he was getting shut down by the Wind Ranger. Like Kiyotaka was going on Razor in every single fight. So he was handling the biggest threat on the side of OG. And the one fight that he wasn't there, OG capitalized on it. They found the 4v5 up. They found a way to have their Razor's net worth be effective, and then they just ended the game afterwards. It was like the 40 minutes beforehand hadn't happened at all.
Yeah, it was a game where the net worth was constantly very close as well. So we definitely saw that happen. Ooh, here we have already Tundra making their way over. That does mean that we're going to move forward from this series. We, of course, have got both of these two teams, Nine Pandas and OG. They were at a 1-3 score before the series. Now that the series is done, I mean, they're both at the 3 and 4, which Purge, somewhere it just feels like they sabotaged each other.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes. All the draws can really produce these outcomes, but you got to get as many wins as you can, and it doesn't matter where you go through. There's still a lot of group stage to go, so it could really flush itself out later.
I agree. 2 and 4 isn't the end of the world, especially for OG, who just won in a really spectacular fashion. Like, they thought they were losing, and then they get this awesome Rochewood fight, and then when the game ends in 1 minute, you're like, oh, we could have just ended? Huh, cool. That's going to give them a huge confidence boost moving forward into their next series today.
Yeah, it is Group A that is, we consider that the tougher group. You could call it the group of death, if you will, but the reality is that it's especially also both at the bottom and the top half, it's a fairly even group. And that just means it's very difficult for teams to just make it to the top of the group, but also means that at the bottom, it's going to be a mess. There's going to be a lot of teams that have a decent amount of wins that might still potentially get eliminated. As the bottom of each group, the bottom 2 teams of both groups will get eliminated. We're going to send 4 teams home by the end of the group stage. And of course, Group A has started the day off. And this is all the games that were going on at the same time. As you can see, the results are fully in. I know, Faithbeyond, you were keeping close tabs on Extreme versus PSG.LGD. What do you think of that? And the result with Extreme taking it 2-0.
I'm not so surprised about that, because as my prediction, I put Extreme Gaming on the third tournament, of the tournament. So I think Extreme Gaming is the best Chinese team right now.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah.
Over Aster as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Very exciting to see them do well. Star player JT, I think I'm gonna keep my eye on him the entire tournament. He pulls out some great heroes. Other than that, Purge, we got Gaming Gladiators and EG tying the series.
Very good for EG. That puts them 4-2, so off to a good start. And Gaming Gladiators, middle of the pack, but they're not going to get bottom 2, almost for sure. So, who cares? They're going to win the tournament anyways, right?
Yeah, it's in the script apparently. We'll see if they can live up to their expectations, though. They got a very high track record to keep up with, and any other than first place is basically disappointment. That sounds like a lot of pressure. We'll see how they deal with that. We got, of course, Quest taking it to Team Spirit, and most of these matches, other than the one we just watched, happened in the hotel. And perhaps now that these games are over, maybe Jenkins has found some more players in the player lounge.
Hello, Mark. That's the second time I've done that today. Mark, the people called Mark are mind blown in chat. This is an update from the BC&D stream, and I'm here with the reporter. Why are you here, and why do I have your job?
Hello, my name is Sir Action Slacks. This event, I'm making some high-quality, big-budget stuff with players and teams that's going to come out later, and you have my job because I got better things to do. So thank you for taking that bullet. How's it going?
No, I asked the questions here. You're not the reporter. So I've been asked to cover the BC&D streams and give an update on what's going on with them. There's a lot of TVs in here. I want to ask you, what would you do if you were given this job?
By day 2, I'd probably be pretty rough on ideas, so I'd find the guy who used to do the job and then ask him what he did.
Okay, but what if you've already done that one?
Whew, I mean, day 2, man, it's going to get more and more desperate as it goes on. I mean, I'd probably interview a tissue box or something. I mean, it's a rough gig, but I'm sure they'll find a really good person for it.
Okay, anybody with an update from the streams? Over here we have, this is actually the one that you probably just watched if this is playing. That's the A stream, of course. And then over here on the flip side, we have Team Spirit versus Team Quest. Looks like Quest is going for another Stomperino there. Far over here, which is on the B stream, we have the Gaming Gladiators game. EG had a miraculous comeback in Game 1. Game 2 looks like Gaming Gladiators. They pulled out their Razor plus IO combo to deal with the Leshrac, which is going beautifully. I think I covered all the streams. If I left one, then the panel will talk about it right now.
I do believe you covered most of those streams indeed, and of course after Group A comes Group B, and that's what we are going to focus ourselves on. We have Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion, and they are making their way over already as we speak. Got a limited time available still. Effie, if you could shine some light on Liquid versus Bedboom, which is our LG match of the day.
Did it happen?
No, it will happen in a second.
I was like, whoa. That is most definitely the match to watch. BetBoom, as a team, has raised the expectations and set the bar so high for themselves, and maybe they had a little bit of a disappointing showing at Bali for certain reasons, but you can best believe that they're going to make Liquid sweat the second best team in the world.
Yeah, they are undefeated for now. We'll see what happens with BB Team and Liquid on Stream C, but of course you're watching Stream A, so up next, Tundra Esports versus Shopify Rebellion after a break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
what's my goal for this tournament? It's to win and nothing else.
All the players want to do is to win. That is what they want to do. We'll see. We'll see if Shopify can get there at this time around. Today, they are facing Tundra as their opening series here in Group B, and both Shopify and Tundra are in the unfortunate position of being 1 and 3 in the rankings, which is a little shaky. I do also have to be the bringer of unfortunate news, as Tundra will play this upcoming series with the stand-in. They'll have AUI play as their position 4, whereas Saxa unfortunately is ill and will stay home today. So, or rather at the hotel. So that is the situation of the day. We do know, luckily, they have had a lot of experience with AUI as position 4, as we saw them play with it during the Bali Major. I will say that AUI was mostly playing 5, with Snaking stepping up to play the 4, but they do mix it around a little bit. But we're going to talk about this matchup, all the nitty-gritty stuff of it. I'm joined by Purge, Lacoste, and Fear. Hey, Fear, how you doing?
Good, how about you? Just another day?
Just another day at the office, having a good time.
Good day at the
I
office.
love the black and red, dark blue and red color scheme.
Thank you.
It's good. It's like we have like all 4 different colors. We have 4 different colors. We got some green coming out of Lacoste.
Yeah, also green, no green screen behind, so you can actually see me. But yeah, very excited about some of the upcoming matchups that we have today.
Yeah, we got Purge still with us as well. Looking good, too.
Oh, thank you.
It might.
I didn't know if that was coming all the way down.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it's been good Dodo so far. I'm just happy we are seeing some hero variety compared to the last tournament. Very pleased with that.
I will say, if you look at the list of heroes played this tournament, there's Rubik and Snapfire at the top, but everybody else is like, everybody gets picked. Almost everybody gets picked. Not everybody gets picked, but a lot of heroes get picked. So the variety's for sure there.
Yeah, but still 21 heroes are not being contested at all. Me and Feber, we were going through the list and like, yep, there's a reason why this hero belongs there. Yep, another one. And,
wait, I got the list here. Okay, when you say uncontested, I just have written on unpicked.
Yes.
Then why isn't Arc Warden or PA picked? Those were the ones that stood out to me.
Arc Warden will be picked eventually by BZM himself.
See.
At some point, he can't resist it.
I think PA has a bad win rate, I'm pretty sure.
Just a bad Dota hero right now.
The one that surprises me the most is Grimstroke. I mean, this hero is just in a really, really bad spot right now. This hero, like, his spells are not working after, like, the recent changes. He's just, like, not doing anything. Please buff it please.
I mean, if Beast Coast would have made it, we would have saw Grimstroke. That was, like, the only team picking that hero.
I mean, they made it look good at times as well, so we would have seen definitely a little bit of variety there. But we have a lot of variety regardless. We can also take a look at the variety of Group B, because that's where we're in right now, as we have 8 teams in Group B. We have in Group B the only team left undefeated, BB team. They'll play against Liquid during this one. We'll see if Liquid can make a dent in their armor, whereas there's also Team Secret, who is the only team that hasn't got a single win on the board, which is very unfortunate for them. They are going to try to change their fate against TSM today, as that is the opening series that they have. And we are focusing on the 2 teams above Team Secret, Tundra and Shopify, who are in a tough spot with the 1 and 3. We'll see where they are after this one. Of course, with the news that there will be a stand-in, they might have changed situations a little bit. But coming into this sphere, is it fair to say that Shopify, especially with the stand-in situation, is the favorite?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I think at the Bali Major, they proved even with the stand-in, they could do really well. Both these teams are 1 and 3, but they both lost 0-2 to BB team. So they drew the other team they played. So it could be a pretty close matchup on paper. It should be. Sure, there's the stand-in situation. We'd love to see Tundra play with their full roster, but they've proved, you know, last tournament that they can play really well with AUI. They're well practiced in it. I don't think it's going to hurt them too much going into this particular series.
Yeah, I agree. Also, snaking, flexing between 4 and 5. You know, the man loves the farm, so playing that, because he started as a position 4 and then
3, then 4.
3, then 4. Yeah, you are right. But yeah, he loves the farm, loves to get the farm priority overall. So definitely they don't mind. And as you said, looking really good throughout the Bali Major, getting that 3rd place with a stand-in. So pretty good results. I would not be too worried about this standing situation.
That's good news for everyone involved. Now, I mean, AY is also no stranger to playing on a stage, which is of course a little bit of a change up as well as still playing from the hotel room. So no, we're just gonna keep that just as is. And obviously, it's just it's a fact, can't change it, but it doesn't hurt the squad. So we will. I mean, do we even treat it as a standard situation?
Yeah, I mean, how many times can you say that you're a TI winning team, you got 5 TI winners, you get a sub, and you also get another TI winner to replace roster?
And they basically have a 6-man roster at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the one downside that could happen, even though they're very talented, is that it could change some of their prep work, depending on when they found out that they would be subbing. Because, like, let's say, oh, we're going to open XYZ thing. Maybe they're not quite as comfortable on the same heroes if Snaking's playing 4 and AOI's playing 5. That could change things a little bit, but it's probably fine.
It's probably fine. When we focus on Shopify Rebellion, they're playing with their full roster. They're coming in here with a team that I think they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, Fear, because I feel like this is a team that is supposed to do well every time. They're supposed to be a championship team, you know, they're supposed to grow throughout the tournaments and do better every time. We did see them go pretty far in Lima, but ever since, it's just been, it's just not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, this team has had stable results getting top 3s at TIs for the longest time back when they're on EG. Since then, a couple bumps in the road, of course. Haven't really been able to fully just get back in the vehicle and be able to get to those top 3s. So if you are a fan of Rebellion, everyone's hoping that they get back into that form. But at this point, it's kind of like, when is it going to happen? Because I don't even know that myself. Every tournament they go to, they're looking a little shaky. They're supposed to be super strong at the beginning of the tournament, and then as the tournament comes later on, they kind of get figured out a little bit, then they start losing, but they've been looking shaking towards the beginning, and that's not good news if you're a Rebellion fan.
It is not, and one of those players that definitely has been looking really hot most of the time, and we will be looking at him a lot as well during this series, is Abed, who we're going to learn a little bit more about.
My name's Abed Yusuf. I play for Team Shopify as a mid player. I think what sets me apart from different players was probably my in-game decision making and my calmness.
Abed is the quiet killer. This is a guy who I have been around in a lot of situations, and this man says absolutely nothing. Honestly, he should have the term nothing to say. He is just so incredibly quiet, but his performance is usually loud, and it's what gets Shopify through so many of their slower starts. He is the reason that they have any momentum in a game.
The most memorable game for me was probably TI6, I think. We were playing against Complexity, I think, and that's when I first got to play my Meepo against like some international teams.
At this point in his career, he may have spent nearly as much time in North America as he did in Southeast Asia, at least on Tier 1 teams, which is kind of a crazy thought. He was the shining star of Southeast Asia, and at this point, he is carrying the torch for North America, as all of Shopify Rebellion is. You know, no shade to TSM and Nouns, but Shopify has pretty much had to put the region on their back for quite a while now, and Abed has been instrumental in that.
I think he is kind of the same star player that he was going back 6 years ago. From his play, it seems like he has very little ego. He's willing to go out there and put his body on the line to be able to make things happen for Shopify Rebellion, and that's why he's a big driving force for that team.
It doesn't matter how good you are, you have to play with your team. And he's embraced that, which is kind of surprising for many of the players who you would consider to be the showstoppers, like the Sumails, the Miracles of the past, which Abed was very much in that camp. But they've had to repurpose themselves, and Abed's done a pretty good job at assimilating into a modern 2023 version of Dota.
What's my goal for this tournament? It's to win and nothing else.
The humble driving force of Shopify Rebellion there. Abed coming from the mid lane here at Shopify. Definitely Lacoste instrumental to the team.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been with the team for a really long time, and I don't see anything changing. Like, even if the results are not there, I don't see the Abed should be the one being replaced, because every single time I watch him play, it definitely looks like he delivers whatever it's needed from him. He's been like stable for a really, really long time. I would compare him to Nisha, I would say, one of the most stable players that we have, because you know what you can expect from him, and you know the delivery is going to be there.
What's the most important thing that we should look at for this game, Purge, for Tundra Shopify?
I mean, the thing about Abed is that he is so good, but he doesn't. I feel like he's not the absolute flashiest player, but he always plays at like the 95th percentile. But so I feel like what you need is that he's always going to be there, but you need the rest of his team to have some pop-off moments. And in the months where Shopify Rebellion did do really well at the start of the year, at Lima Major and Dream League Season 19, where they played amazing, it was Arteezy doing super well. And I actually was on his flight, the last leg on the way here, and he said he was really excited about this tournament. So I'm hoping for his sake that this is like one of those times that Arteezy has a great tournament.
How have we felt about this tournament? His performance in this tournament so far, Fear?
It's been okay, but I think the biggest problem that I've seen with Arteezy lately is he flips a switch. Like when he's playing like online or playing pubs, he plays a lot more confidence, but when he's in this team atmosphere, the LAN atmosphere, he's been playing a bit more conservative.
Okay.
And maybe it's the team decision, right? Like we need to do this, this, and this. They play a little more tense, I feel like, when they're playing these better teams. And I feel like Rebellion and Arteezy specifically, they just need to let loose a little bit. Just relax, enjoy the game again, have fun. I think they'd be much better in spot.
Yeah, there's always this pressure from the community. Whenever this team plays, you know, the thread is going to have the most comments for a good reason, because they have like a lot of fans all over the world. And I think I agree with the Fear, what he said. Also, like when it comes down to some of these like more important games on the stage, Arteezy does tend to farm a little bit more, just like loosen it up and you know, join some of these earlier fights.
And it seems like something that you could fix potentially with, I don't know, it seems very popular nowadays. Esports psychologists, Purge, they're all over the place. I believe Shopify has one as well.
I actually don't know. I mean, maybe it could help, but for whatever reason, his performance is good, but not always the most blockbuster thing. And we felt some of the magic earlier, but hopefully it happens again.
Hopefully it does. We do know that Tundra has esports psychologists that they work with, and they've actually been pretty open as well on how to deal with everything you could cause.
Is your box okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, good.
I think.
It's all good. I want to talk a little bit about Faking, because obviously he's actually one of the OG players that's been around for forever and has changed so much since he started playing Dota 2, and I'm sure, Fear, you can write a whole book about that if you would need to. But how do you feel like he fell into this captain role that he has now?
Just experience, really. Like he's always been a player, when I played with him, that is very vocal. He wants to say his points. He just has had the problem when playing with certain players that he doesn't say it in the right way that people want it to be heard, right? But I find my hero with this squad that the way he says things just works.
It just works. Let's see if it works in this series as well. The countdown is on, so we are very ready to welcome both Shopify Rebellion and Tundra Esports on stage.
Welcome everyone to this second series of the day here on the main stage, Riyadh Masters 2023.
حياكم الله اعزائنا المشاهدين في مباراتنا الثانية من مرحلة الجروب ستيج هنا في موسم الجيمرز في رياض ماسترز في عام 2023.
Now, Fancy, I don't know if you know this, but even though it's a Western European team going against a North American team, this may be the most North American flags I've seen between these two teams.
فعلا اعزائنا المشاهدين هذا الجيم مليء بلاعبين من شمال امريكا، وهذا هو الشيء اللي بيحمس الصراحة، لأن اثنين من أحد من الفرق كانوا يلعبون في نورث أمريكا لفترة جدا طويلة، وراح نشهدهم اليوم ضد بعض.
Now, unfortunately, it is a bit situation that we're going to have a stand-in for one of the teams, but this is a team that did astonishingly well at the Bali Major.
اللي ما يعرف أعزائنا المشاهدين أحد الفريقين هذا كان من أفضل الناس المؤدين في البالي ميجر، أدائهم كان جدا متميز، لكن هالمرة هذه واحد منهم ما راح يكون متواجد من اللاعبين من أحد الفرق، راح نعلمكم كل شيء، بس خلونا نرحب بالفرق أول.
Let's take a look at who they are. Tundra Esports! While most teams may be thrown off balance by having a stand-in, In this situation, it's hard to consider AUI anything but a core member of this lineup.
تاندرا اي سبورتس الفائز الحالي في TI السنة هذه، لكن بنشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه مع الروستر تشينج اللي صار في آخر لحظة. AUI راح يكون متواجد، ساكسا ما راح يكون متواجد في هذه المباراة حكم ان الكوتش بيكون موجود معهم، ودنا نشوف كيف بيكون أداؤه.
And they've already had some time here on the main stage, but their opponents, they don't.
تاندرا اي سبورتس ممكن يكون عندهم خبرة في هذا المسرح، لكن خصمهم أول مرة يظهر معنا، خلونا نتعرف عليهم أول. من شمال أمريكا شوبيفاي ريبليون. فريق شوبيفاي ريبليون ممكن يكون أول ظهور لهم على هذا المسرح، لكن هم حاليا اللي يحملون شعلة شمال أمريكا جايبينها هنا. في السنة الماضية كان هو أفضل فريق مقدم في جميع البطولات اللي حضروها من هذه المنطقة، لكن مع تواجد لاعبين زي آبد، زي أرتيزي، زي فلاي، وأيضا كريت، حتى سيبر لايت، أكيد أن الفريق ما راح يكون متهاون في هذه المباراة.
It's North America's pride and joy, and while they've shown up to all of the majors, they haven't been able to be on stage in quite a while. Unfortunately, eliminations come a little bit too soon, but here, at this group stage, they're gonna have the opportunity to face off against Tundra in front of you guys right here.
من فترة جدا طويلة هذا الفريق ما تواجد في حدث لان البطولات، لكن الآن بيكون عندهم فرصة يثبتون أنفسهم قدام توندرا، قدام أحد اثنين منهم اللي متواجدين من نورث أمريكا أيضا، فيعرفون بعض كويس، ودنا نشوف ايش ممكن يقدمون ضد بعض.
Gentlemen, take your seats. Let's get this game number 1 underway.
على طول نبدأ في الجيم الأول من البست اوف 2 اللي راح تبدأ ما بين تاندرا اي سبورتس وشوبيفاي ريبليون.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Tsunami, and indeed welcome to Tundra and Shopify Rebellion on that stage. And yeah, it has been a while. I do feel like both of these teams have had some opposite trajectories in 2023, where Shopify started the season out very strong. Of course, they came 4th in Lima, which was very good. They did also face Tundra a couple of times in Dream League Season 19, and it was actually Shopify that eliminated Tundra and left Tundra at 4th place, while Shopify went on to get 3rd that tournament. Ever since, Shopify is a little underperforming, whereas Tundra is seeming to ramp up to peak at exactly the right time at the Bali Major and at the Berlin Major. Both of these teams were in the same group and they both faced each other, and Tundra was victorious both times with a 2-0. I do wonder how things are going to be here, how things will play out, considering we all know that Shopify also has habits of peaking at the right time. The question is this the right time, Lacoste, or will you want to see them peak at the second day of group stages?
I mean,
third.
When they were EG, you know, it's always been a bit of a slow start of the tournament, and then they ramp up this third day, always number 3 with this squad. It's implemented into the team, but I feel like they could do it. Not the easiest opponent for them, still favoring Tundra in this one, especially if the game slows down. If both teams are going to play much more cautious, if they don't want to sometimes the game is like that, you know, 10 kills, 25 minutes into the game. This is where Tundra really shines. They're really masterminds when it comes down to slowing the game down and getting their opponents out-farmed, because we've seen it so many times. You know, people call their playstyle boring. It's just super efficient. It's nothing boring about it.
Yeah, Purge, we saw that yesterday against BB Team.
Yeah, but they did lose.
They did end up losing, but they tried so hard to hold.
They did. But watching any team against BB Team makes you look kind of weak. So I'm still mentally reeling from that a little bit. That I'm like, is Tundra that good? They looked kind of rough versus BB Team. Not necessarily the best comparison, but they should be able to bounce back. I don't know if Shopify Rebellion will look the most amazing, but we'll see. They also had to play BB Team. They have something in common, really. Both got thrashed.
Both got, both got 2 owned by Baby Team. I mean, I didn't want to say it too rude. I do think that when we saw Tundra, especially that first game, Tundra BB Team was incredibly close. And I'm not entirely sure how close Shopify Rebellion versus BB Team was. But I do think that Tundra has got that flair where they can bring it to late. Now here's the problem. We've always said, and I don't know how far this is still true, Fair, but Shopify Rebellion, the team, they do the laning stage so well. They are so good, and then they fall apart. Is that still the case?
At their core identity, yes. They've been doing that a little bit worse than they normally have, and that's why the results haven't been as good. They've been really, really good in the early game. Their mid game is fantastic. But if the gas ever stops, they don't get the Roshan, they don't go to the high ground around that 25, 35 minute mark. This is a team that has not been impressive in the late game. They seem to fall apart and be like, oh, well, our strategy didn't work. I guess there's always next game, you know? And they don't really put up much of a fight in the late games.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It does seem like, yeah, sometimes it's like they're setting up this like perfect chess move, and if they miss the one thing they were aiming for, they're like, okay, well.
Next game, try again. I mean, that way you're going to lose out on quite some points in those group stages. We'll see if they can get points on the board right here. We are in the draft. We've got Tundra on the Radiant side with first pick, Dire side for Shopify Rebellion, and they get second pick. They ban out the Timber Saw. We get an Ember Spirit banned out very early on, and a fairly unusual ban, I'd say as well, Lacoste.
Yeah, definitely not the hero. Like, we see this hero being first faith. We see this hero being, picked up straight away, seeing it banned, but not in the first phase. It's just a respect ban towards Abbott, and there it is, you know. You're playing against Shopify Rebellion. You know that Storm's potentially coming out immediately.
Yeah, a lot of respect to the player, of course, we highlighted earlier. The tempo setter of Shopify, Abed. I mean, he can do that on other heroes as well, though.
He actually hasn't played either of those heroes this tournament.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, he's played Leshrac with the IO 2 times. Then he played a game of Pango, and he played a game of Mars. And their only win would be one of those IO Leshrac games that they did play, which is available right now in the pool. But Tundra surely know that's available in the pool.
Yeah.
They go for the Enigma, a hero that traditionally has been good versus any IO combination, really, just having that overwhelming team fight.
2 supports that I'm looking forward to seeing more at Riyadh Masters, and the games that I've watched, they looked extremely good. This is IO and Elder Titan. Like ET, like even in the previous series when the OG played Taiga, like that played during Roshan, like whenever there's a big tournament, you know that some of these like big team fighters are gonna come back into the meta, and same goes for ET. He's like team fights plus ET, you can always count on them.
So we got the Rubik and the Snapfire, the 2 most picked heroes of the tournament.
Yep.
Being picked up by Shopify. I mean, what's that? The proof's in the pudding. Numbers don't lie, stats don't lie.
And even if it wasn't like the most picked heroes of the tournament, I'd be like, excellent response. You got Rubik against Black Hole, and you've got the flexibility of Snapfire in whatever role you want it in. So yeah, I think it's perfect opening for Shopify.
What do we think of the Pango? Because I think that's an unusual hero to pick right where they do it, because normally you'd pick something that you want to then protect with your next 3 bans, but does Pango really need that much protecting?
Yeah, you need a couple of those, but they already banned out a couple of bad matchups in the first phase, which is something that doesn't happen. Like, there's no Storm Ember bans. Usually these heroes do tend to do extremely well in the lane against Pango, so you already got that covered. There's also like Puck option, a Bloodseeker that Purge mentioned. There are a couple of these heroes that Pango doesn't really like to play into, but you can make it work.
Yeah. But I think for Rebellion, they don't mind too much, because Snapfire is another one of those heroes that does extremely well versus Pango in the mid lane. So they've got that set up, and as you mentioned, they got the Rubik versus Enigma. They forego the whole strategy of Leshrac IO just to make sure they can get this Rubik, I think. And if you do go Rubik, I don't think there's any point of going for the Lesh at that point. So I do like this opening. And Snapfire, it's just been a monster of a hero at this tournament. Universal hero, goes in the mid lane, has extremely strong nukes for the early game, and then most of the time you see these heroes that have strong nukes, they kind of fall off into the late game, but thanks to Litter Shredder talent, she just transitions from being a beast in the early game to being a beast in the late game and just being a hard carry. And a lot of reason why this hero is so popular right now in the mid lane.
I don't even know if describing it as a beast is fair. It's more like a cheese. Like, it's like, oh, you're playing some weird game mode where people get super... Like, the ability to, like, kill 3 heroes from full HP to 0 is like incredible. Like,
Yeah, I think this is like one of the most fun heroes in Dota right now. Like ever since this hero has been added, just because, especially with the like recent changes to the talents and everything, so you can play like magic damage and then suddenly, bam, like you flip the switch. I'm a right clicker, so I think we need more of those like switch ups where with the talents, with some items that does make hero viable as a magic / right clicker in the late game.
Conceptually broken though, I think.
Strong, yeah.
Especially because she's also a flex pick too. There's so many reasons why this hero is just first faced.
With all the reasons you are mentioning though, wouldn't you prefer to see it in the core role so you
I think so, yeah.
get it earlier to the point where you guys are saying that she is just a monster, a beast?
That's a good point. I don't think I've seen her played support.
It's been played a couple times, but
it's probably like out of necessity, right?
Yeah.
In the draft.
I think the only thing that you do have to keep in mind when you do Snapfire Core is you're not going to have your traditional mid that's going to pick up runes and really rotate and make plays on the map. So you'll have to just in your offlane kind of make up for that empty space there.
If you want to protect Pango, maybe go for Mars. Mars Rubik's still a strong lane. I was not a big fan of Mars, like, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, but since a lot of these offlaners got nerfed and, you know, ATF again coming back into the scene, showing that Mars is super viable and great against Pango. I think just gives them overwhelming team fight. You'll have something to synergize with. Like, you'll always have, like, Arena plus Snapfire Kisses to play off with.
Drawban indicates some agi carry, probably TB.
They took a very long time to decide on that drawband though.
Yeah. Do you just not instant pick Primal? No, because like the interaction still exists. If you pulverize Pango while he's rolling, it just takes him out of roll.
Really?
Yeah, it ends the roll. So you no longer get the magic immunity. You no longer can stun. It's something that feels pretty unplayable for the Pango. And that's what I think Mars did for a little bit too with the Arena, but I'm not. Did they fix that? I'm not entirely sure if that has been fixed.
I think they did fix that.
I think they fixed that one, and that's what ruins Pango's game. If you think of these heroes like Bloodseeker, things that don't allow him to use his role kind of like ruins the whole purpose of the hero.
So they picked the TB after all, which still looks fine. I mean, you have to worry about an enchant stealing your illusions, I guess, so split pushing isn't necessarily guaranteed. And they are going to pivot the Enigma to a support.
I really like what Tundra is doing. So they covered some of the bases. Like you want to pick Phantom Lancer, we already have Pango for that, Darkseer as well. And then we pick Terrorblade. So thinking like 2 steps ahead, I would say, in this draft. So if you want to go for hero like, I don't know,
it's gonna alley-oop the face with Void here, I think.
Probably. Like you need someone to hold them in place, because Rubik plus Enchantress, it's not a team fight. Like Rubik does provide some depending what he steals, but these heroes are very squishy.
Yeah. I think Faceless Void is just a no-brainer here. You're against the Darkseer. You have a Snapfire on your team, playing versus Pango, Enigma. He's actually one of the few heroes as well that can kill TB in the Chrono, especially if you get those late-game phases. But they're going to go for the Underlord instead, which means their carry pool is going to be limited even further. I don't feel like there's a lot of picks RTC has here that look really good. Very curious to see what they're going to try and do here. But the Underlord is good, too, in a game like this against the Terrorblade.
Yeah, lowers his damage, buys Crimson Guard. The roots are pretty effective against both Pango and Darkseer too, really, because you're getting a lot of like really inexpensive lockdown that can make it easier for your team to fight, and you can frontline too. So
yeah.
So some overall main carry damage potential from Shopify being banned with the Sven. Not really too worried about Darkseer. Can clear illusions, no problem. Would have been fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other heroes he might want to play in a situation like this.
I mean, they need a lot of damage on Shopify. Obviously, these days you can wait for the Snap or the Enchantress to eventually do damage, but it's going to take a while. So they need something that does a lot early.
Maybe that's just their plan here in general, just turtle it up. Because when you have like Rubik and Underlord, you can kind of defend your towers for quite a while and buy time.
Yeah, but that's what I'm worried about, because Tundra, they're really like kings of the mid-late game fights, these drawn-out fights where they can reset multiple times. They're so good at it, and if they're the ones having a lead in the game, it doesn't feel like you're playing Dota. It's just gotta be, you know, fade bolting, as Fierce said, when it comes down to tier 3 towers, not getting too much farm. They're really good at controlling the map when they're ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel like you can rely on your carry almost always to be someone that helps you win the early mid game. I feel like they always need the freedom to be able to join fights that are good. Of course, you have to join the fights, but you shouldn't be necessary to make a move on the map. Because then all of a sudden you're not going to be able to hit your timings, you're going to be running around, and you're not going to get very farmed as well. So carries will always join the fights when needed, and when they hit their timings, they'll now like play as a group. But if they need something like that, which they kind of do, their four-man ball, as I like to call, it's not the strongest. You're not going to walk from lane to lane with these type of heroes and make something happen. And the Void got banned as expected. Sven could have been good as well, but what's even left at this point? I think Dusa could be okay, but you're versus Darkseer, so that doesn't feel great as well.
Yeah, as you said, they covered these bases. Like, you want to pick some strong carry, we're going to make Illusion out of it, have Reflection on top of it, always a threat of a Black Hole. What about some Morphling for Shopify Rebellion?
It's possible. I wonder if you could pivot the Enigma as an offlaner, if that does happen, though. But you have a Darkseer, I guess that's impossible. Yeah, I mean, it could be okay. We'll have to see, but I think Rebellion, this is a team that really enjoys last picking Arteezy pretty much under any cost. Hopefully it doesn't bite them for doing so, but we'll see what's available. Maybe he is confident that he has enough heroes that he can last pick something that is going to be really good for the game.
What about like Luna or something?
Into TB.
That's a classic Arteezy hero. I would not like it. It would fit the tempo of like, this is our timing, and we can just get our auras and try to end the game. But it'll put him on a huge timer, as Darkseer and TB are quite good against him.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, yeah.
Yeah, the high ground defense of Tundra is starting to look pretty scary. I think banking everything on an early timing seems risky. Maybe they want to take that risk.
Does indeed, and I think for Tundra, you probably just pick a position 4 here that can lane with the Darkseer. It makes the most sense to me.
They could use some more gank, maybe some like SB or something. That's not good against Underlord, but
Bounty.
It's pretty similar. So they're gonna, like, this is a strong lane. Like, I always love when Darkseer is paired up with that. It's something that does have synergy in the lane, so you can, like, now if you pick a melee hero, it's gonna be a lot of pressure on you, and also Bounty Hunter, a hero that can easily snatch enemy XP runes, one of the better ones. So gotta be careful about that one, because if you end up with 2 supports like Rubik and Chantress being level 4, level 5, 12, 13 minutes into the game, you're gonna lose so much map advantage.
I mean, I hate to say it, it probably just has to be Medusa or Morph here. You know? They're nerfed, they're still good enough.
Which one would be the lesser of the 2 evils?
I really think that we probably should see a Medusa. I do like the Medusa. But we'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see. They got 35 seconds still left to decide on what hero they want Arteezy to play. So they can take they have the luxury of a little bit of time anyway. And they'll probably be discussing the same heroes.
But it is scary looking at Tundra's draft. Like, you have this Darkseer, you have this Bounty Hunter and Pango.
There it is.
They're going to be running at you. And that's, I feel like the 4-man group from Tundra is a lot stronger than Shopify Rebellion's 4-man. And if you fall apart and then there's no map for Morph to farm, TB will have free farm. So the laning stage is going to be really important for here, especially for Obid and Saberlight.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan when you have last pick, where you have, you put yourself in a spot where you have extremely limited options. So they had like these 2, maybe even some like out-of-the-box third option to think about. But I don't know if Morphling can like carry this game. I think it's going to be a lot of on 2 supports that's going to rotate. So they need to like outnumber the opponents with the Fiend's Gate. First couple of rotations, 6 minutes in, try to make something happen on the mid lane, secure the tower. But overall, liking Tundra's draft. I think this type of a draft can easily run at them, especially with the Bounty Hunter. I know it's this time not Saksa playing it, but whenever they play with Bounty Hunter, they're so aggressive.
Yeah, it will be Snaking playing it this time around. AY, I don't think it's a surprise that he'll be the one playing the Enigma, the micro hero. Do we like that split? Do we like the Tundra's draft a little better because of it?
I like the overall draft of Tundra and what they're going for, but Rebellion's playing in a really Rebellion way. They're trying to win their lanes, so mid lane, Snap should win versus Pango. Underlord should win as well against the Terrorblade, so they can use that to just snowball the game by the auras, and Bounty doesn't like running into like these auras and Underlords. So if they can find a way to get through the laning stage, It could work, but I'm not sure who to go for. I'll probably go Tundra because I like the overall draft better.
I could definitely see Shopify going for pressure with the Fiend's Gate, like killing Darkseer multiple times. They have lots of different ways, removing Surge with Enchant or just chain stunning. Like they've got good options there at least.
Now, we did mention earlier that Abed is instrumental to Shopify, and he got the hero that we highlighted as well in Snapfire being able to turn into a monster later on. Shouldn't that also secure a little bit of a later game also for Shopify, or did they not have a chance purely due to Tundra's draft?
They definitely have a chance. I just think they don't have like good lockdown, so they're gonna have to play the game very instinctively on like finding these small openings instead of just having that big vacuum combination into black hole. Pretty straightforward for Tundra.
Straightforward for Tundra?
Pretty much.
All right, well, we're going to find out how straightforward it will be for them, or maybe Shopify can turn the tides here that my panel has set for them and take game number 1. We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
Straightforward, yes, when it comes to the draft, but for Tundra, this tournament has become a little bit more awkward. Avery, they've got a stand-in now, AY2000, who's going to be stepping in place for Soxa once again. Of course, he did that recently in the Bali Major, and they had pretty good results, but ultimately they weren't able to, be a top 2 team, which I think Tundra, you could argue this is a team that kind of should be looking at it. TI winners, after all, for a good reason. They're putting off an early Blaze that'll get 9, a first blood here over Crit.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks you have to swap in for Soxa again. I think this was a tournament they were really looking forward to playing with everybody here. You're gonna have to make do with what you have, which is, I guess, is another TI winner. So at least you have that going for you. I hope AUI is ready to play this time. I think in Bali, he said he didn't really want to play because he hadn't been playing pubs and he wasn't too used to, being a player instead of a coach. This time, I looked through his history. He has been playing pubs. He has been playing Enigma in pubs. So he should feel a bit more comfortable here. Maybe he was ready. He played some pubs this morning. They didn't go too well, but he played them. So you got that going for you. And
he got his losses out of the way.
Yes. And I must say, honestly, the first blood to the Bounty Hunter lineup,
the battle begins.
That's just lazy. I'm gonna just call it, I don't know. I feel like this happens every pub I ever play versus Bounty Hunter. You go as 5 or you don't go out at all. Because the chances that he runs in and finds somebody with the blood grenade hit, it happens every single pub. I just guaranteed. I'll chat instantly, guys. No feed first blood to Bounty Hunter. In fact, a lot of those I played for Sox as Bounty Hunter. That's why it got so damn annoying. He first blooded my team like 4 times in a row. No wonder this guy's rank 1 on 6 accounts. It's so broken. Anyway, they'll give it away, and that's a big kill to give away because it's giving it to 9 in a matchup that I think Snapfire would normally win. Instead, he's just going to have a super fast bottle here. I mean, he already has it. This just skews this matchup so much for Tundra, and they want the Pango to carry the bulk of the weight in the early game. They want 9 to be the tempo setter here with the Darkseer shells going in with a fast diffusal. It's going to cause problems for the Morphling, problems for the supports in the fight. And the spell immunity, there aren't a lot of answers to it on Shopify's side. So if this Pango can control the pace of the game, Tundra are going to be really happy. It comes down to 9 in snaking. And the flip side of that is, I'm looking at the supports for Shopify. How much do the Enchantress and the Rubik get done? I think Fly has honestly been playing better than I've seen him in a long time. Like, I feel like he's been the most consistent player on Shopify in this tournament in the last one, especially on the Enchantress. I mean, we saw that 4-position Naga from Arteezy yesterday. Maybe that's not where you want to be, but Fly was still having a tremendous game there.
He did have a great game.
So that's where I'm looking Shopify. Continue that momentum, win the lanes, snowball it into the mid-game, and play around the Snapfire. My one caveat here is the Abed Snapfire at Dream League was pretty hit or miss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
it was not one of his heroes.
Some of those games, like, they just crumbled, right? He was missing kisses. The spells weren't lining up.
Yep.
So I expect great things from Abed, as always. I think he's one of the best mids in the world. Hopefully, it looks a little better for him this time around on the Granny than it did at some of these previous tournaments.
Yeah, when they, we did that interview piece where we talked about some players and teams, and I wanted to talk about Abed because I feel like he is so instrumental to Shopify's success. And I think I agree with you. I think Abed is still one of the best mids in the world, but I do think that gap between him and the other mid laners, the other 16 mid laners at this tournament right now, I think it is much smaller than it's ever been. I think there's a lot more competition in this mid lane, and as a result, Abed hasn't gotten worse. He's still one of the best mids in the world, but I don't think he's not able to have the same kind of massive impact as he used to have, just because everybody else has kind of caught up to what he once was.
I mean, nothing's easy in Dota anymore. Every team has 5 good players on it. You're just going to have to outplay them, outthink them, whatever it is. Thinking will drop the fly as he continues his Enchantress dominance, man. He's just owning people with this hero.
I thought the Bounty Hunter was going to be a good reaction to the Enchantress.
I mean, Bounty does not really beat the Ench on lane. It can be annoying. It can get some levels. You do have this Darkseer combination, but you always have a Purge. You went Nature's Attendants here for the extra heal, so you're never going to die on the Enchant. It can be an annoying matchup in the early game. I think it gets better when you're harassing jungle and you're taking these skirmish fights where Enchantress doesn't have the control for you. Like Bounty Hunter with boots, phase boots, drums, something like this is very annoying for Enchantress. Bounty Hunter with Windlace, not as problematic.
A lot of help here for 9.
Yeah, he needs
Off that death, he comes in, refills the bottle. They get the D wards, which is that money is given to 9. He was the one who dropped this entry in place, so they're really trying to help him out in this lane on top of the first blood that he already had. So they're trying to limit the impact of Abed in this lane. 33 is going to die though as a result of Snake King's absence.
If you can get this courier, it'll be worth. He misses the courier. There's so much net worth on that courier.
Yeah.
He got dragged into that fight. I honestly think Snake King should have just sacked it, gone for the courier, because he had knobs on it too. Fly getting a lot done here. Already level 3 3/4 here in 4 minutes. This is exactly what Shopify want to have happen. They want strong support so they can go to the Snapfire in this early mid game and really just pummel Tundra with the early spell damage here.
And finally get some hero kills, which they have been suffering. I mean, Shopify has not had a great time so far in day 1. Slow start as always, and Saberlight slowed down to a crawl here with the Malefice and Blood Grenade. So he'll die, but Abed's going to show up pre-level 6, a rotation out.
He was just getting the bounty rune, so he was there anyway. TP back doesn't cost him too much. Very nice little rotation from him. At least you're getting some XP back for your Rubik, which is pretty nice for crit.
We're seeing a lot more of those rotations, by the way. The mid laners going to the bounty rune, and they're just like, well, I'm halfway here already. Might as well check out what's going on in the side lane.
And Tundra were doing pretty well bottom. The CS doesn't reflect it, but they were burning a lot of regen out from that Underlord, creating a pretty large net worth gap.
33 gonna die again here. Still not picking up a level of Surge, as he would very likely pick it up at level 4. Final impetus shot is more than enough damage.
Fly. I feel like this is the one hero I would not give Shopify, because I just think Fly has been so overperforming on it. Anything else, and they lose so much tempo and control. He's already level 4.5.
Yeah, instead Tundra maybe fixated a little bit too much on Abed, banning both the Ember Spirit and the Storm Spirit as their openers.
That was a BM move for sure. Sent Bulba a message.
Well, it gives Abed a chance at redemption on the Snapfire and gives Fly his best hero right now.
And they'll make it work bottom again. They find Saberlight. A second death for him. He cannot get to this Vanguard. This Enigma lane is punishing the hell out of him. It's just going to be a straight Midas for Skeeter on this Terrorblade.
Oh, jump over to the side. Swashbuckle gets him away from that cookie attempt. And the Rolling Thunder is nailing him, but not bumping up to the high ground. So this is looking pretty good for a kill here. Should be able to secure it. All they need is another round of Swashbuckle, and he managed to get a kill in return real quickly. 9 with the Ion Shell is going to push forward onto these supports. Gets the kill on Fly. Crit will be the survivor here, but another great fight for Tundra. I mean, these trade-offs back and forth have got to be good, because we heard the panel talk about it. They were supposed to win the laning phase on the side of Shopify.
I don't know what you're supposed to do there if you're Abed. I mean, at this point, you're getting quad lane. 33 is not even laning top. That's a level 3-4 Darkseer going mid at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, all you can say is I hope somebody's free farming, and I guess it is Artur free farming up here. This is a very tough Darkseer lane. Morphling Enchantress. You get your Shells purged, you get your Surge purged. You can't out-regen the Morphling here, and Arteezy's going to think about stealing Wisdom Rune, will not opt to go for it.
Dude, they so much pressure on mid lane. Like, they double sentry the lane, so there's no vision around. I mean, on top of the quad laning you're talking about it.
Give it up on top.
That's a lot of damage. 9 is going to pay it back into the side lanes here with this rotation, netting probably 2 kills as Saberlight can't get out of range of Skeeter.
I didn't think this Terrorblade Enigma lane would be able to be this aggressive, but new Malefice, they're making the meta really work as, on top of these reflections hurting.
Yeah.
And just continuing to bring the numbers. Tundra know where their kill opportunities are at. They're making the most of it. And this is boosting the net worth up a lot. It's also giving a lot of levels into the Enigma.
Abed's rotation going to be spotted here by the Bounty Hunter behind the tower.
This is a tower-threatening push. You have to deal with this if you're Shopify. Still 4 heroes here, plus Eidolons, plus an early Medallion from AUI. Decent value. Also, Abed just didn't get anything. He's had kisses up this entire time.
Yeah, he wanted to get something out of that bottom engagement, but rotation spotted.
The strength for Shopify is really when the Enchantress Rubik combined with the Sapphire. You need the levels for it. Another death on the supports.
No, not quite. The heal is going to keep him alive. 9 not wanting to use a Rolling Thunder for a fly position like this. Oh, yeah, regen. Very nice.
All right, well, thank Gabe for that one. Bailed out 9's resource problems right now. Fight for the ward.
See if they can get the D ward. They get it. AUI in vain attempting to get the deny, but does set up 9. Potentially nice telekinesis. 9 can still go for these kills, though. AUI is going to die to the kisses. 9, meanwhile, let's see what he finds here. Fly is going to be spotted. Fly dodging him. 9 still gets it off the swashbuckle, though. And nobody's around for a punish.
I guess it's worth it. It still cost him his regen rune and a lot of resources. Another Rolling Thunder. At least Abed gets something out of that exchange. Still a pretty even game across the board because you got to remember this Morphling is just absolutely free farming it. He has been untouched, which means a lot of levels going into Arteezy right now. Tundra really needs some levels on this Bounty Hunter. That's the biggest thing for the lineup. This is not a support that you can let get stuck at the level 4 and 5. So Snaking's either going to have to find some kills or let his course find some kills and piggyback.
Did they trade Wisdom Runes or anything? Like, I have to assume Snake, they definitely didn't get 2.
No, I think they got traded out.
Okay. Yeah, they did.
So he got some off that. It's just, this is where you get stuck as Bounty. Like, you don't have enough damage to contribute to get a big core kill. You also don't have the track, which helps your team take the fight. So
I almost wonder,
awkward.
33 picked up the Wisdom Rune. I think maybe the second experience went to AUI.
It might have actually, yes, because 33 needed it too. He basically got sacked in that off lane.
Right.
He was still finding some gold. He just couldn't enter the lane to get the levels.
Yeah. AUI pushes to level 6 where the Bounty Hunter is still level 4, so that has to be the case.
Yeah. AUI did get a bunch of kills bottom, which also helps Tundra here a lot. There's the type of kill that Snaking's looking for.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And I mean, there's a push going in mid for Shopify, but not much else. They're going to invade triangle, but there's no stacks. This is one of those rare games where Tundra are not stacking camps, because they don't have the supports to do it.
That is true. Actually, still stacking more than Shopify, even though it's not, as you said,
ridiculous.
It's not a stacking game.
AUI idle on micro here, I guess. Though I consider that low stacks at 10 minutes for Tundra.
Yes, for Tundra would usually have like 10 stacks by now.
And another gank the bottom off a DD. Man, Saberlight is just, he's getting nothing. He's just food. This is just accelerating Skeeter. At this point, just stop going bottom. I mean, this is a Midas Terrorblade who's getting last hits on you with a level 1 meta. This is insane efficiency right now for Skeeter.
Hey, what do you think about this Hannah Midas? There's a little bit of talk about it on social media right now.
Is there? What does that mean?
Waga made a post about it. That's all.
Oh, okay.
You like the item for Terrorblade? We see Ramsey's the one who's actually been doing it the most. In fact, his last 3 games of Terrorblade, he's drafted Hannah Midas and has actually won 3 in a row.
Well, what did Waga say about it?
He said he hates it.
Goes down again. DD Rune has...
Dude, Saberlight is gonna TP in and die again. Please help this guy out. They are gonna help him out. 9. He's not going to do enough damage to finish off Saberlight, but it looks like maybe everybody from Tundra might be able to get out. Skeeter is away from the kisses, out of range, and nobody else is nearby.
He'll live to use his Midas again in 15 seconds. I think the Midas is fine on certain heroes. I think other ones it's kind of overrated.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking about Midas on Terrorblade.
I think the Terrorblade one is okay if you have it very fast.
Okay.
The late Midas on Terrorblade I think is pretty underwhelming.
Okay.
For example, I think the late Midas on Slark is actually okay.
Okay.
Like I think Slark is a hero where if your lane's bad and you get a recovery Midas and it's later, I'm actually okay with that one. Because I don't think the hero has another viable pathway back into the game.
Sure.
Terrorblade, if you lose your lane and you're behind and you go this late Midas, I think it doesn't help you. You don't hit anything faster. You can't take the fight. So when you're ahead on this hero with the Midas, yeah, this is what the net worth can look like, and then you're just an absolute beast. It ends up instantly paying off. The attack speed's good because you're a meta user. You're generally going to join the fights last, so losing a little EHP doesn't matter too much for the hero. You have insanely high armor regardless.
I think the experience is pretty decent for this hero.
Yep, the levels are also nice. That's the biggest thing. If the levels are good on the carry, then I'm kind of for it.
Yeah. One of the highest agility games. Crit. And Abed coming in with the Rod of Atos, holding him inside of the pit, so he's going to be stuck here for a while. 33, no longer having a surge, is going to die. Turns around, throws what damage on he can on Saberlight. Saberlight, the Eidolons will not do enough to him. He's out.
I actually think if he just shelled and punched him, he would have got the kill.
Yeah, he might have. Arteezy trying to chase after him. Oh, stole the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be bad for somebody. It looks like they're going to go for Skeeter. Is the team able to follow this up?
Why not?
They're chasing after him, but they can't get close enough, just not fast.
I mean, you got to be careful with these roll-ins. You get hit 2 or 3 times by meta TV, you might just die. Still decent pressure. Tundra are exerting. They're not giving too much space for this Morphling to go to work. It's another tier 1 kill. These Eidolons from AUI have done work this game, as he already has a Solar Crest done. It's basically the same net worth as this Underlord. Tells you how that lane went. He's also the same level, by the way.
I like to see this. I think it fits AUI because it's a micro hero and it's a hero that gets farm from the 5 position, which, you know, it may be a long time since AUI has played professionally as a player full time, but back then he was a great 4 position for getting farm.
Yes, he's very efficient on the map. Snaking going to look for his Wisdom Rune and should get it here.
Sneaks it ahead. Arteezy, who's just a bit late.
That's huge value for the bounty.
Yeah.
Anytime this happens, I mean, even the levels on AUI are, he's almost level 10, man. The spells on this hero are good now too, right? Those were the buffs to Enigma. Okay, your Eidolons lost a little laning power, but your Malefice and Midnight Pulse are very influential in this game.
I'm very curious what that tip was from Abed to 9. Really wasn't much going on at that time.
Just burned his man out on mid. By the way, you look at the tier 1s for Tundra right now. They're all pretty damn healthy. And I think that speaks to how this early game did not go how Shopify wanted it to go, which was some lane domination with a strong Enchantress that could capitalize on all those levels Fly had to convert it into objectives in space. They're just kind of hitting a brick wall right now. And I think that's what the smoke is designed to do. Try and get an objective off a kill, open up the map, abuse the fact that Crit still has this Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, so that's a massive steal to have.
I don't think they're going to find anything here. Still, it will result in a tier 1, which is what they really want out of this move, and a deep ward. So it's not the worst smoke no matter what. You can also go through the gate.
Yeah, I was going to say, I almost feel like you're desperate enough to make a fight happen. You should go through the gate and see what you find.
I'm kind of down to just YOLO the gate here.
Yeah. I mean, use that Rolling Thunder, man.
I also think your late game is pretty spooky because of the Darkseer Morphling matchup. That was the downside of this Morphling pick. The lane's really good for him, but I think you're giving wall illusions away, which is what I think feels the best for Darkseer right now, is if you have good wall targets on top of everything else this hero provides, then you just feel amazing.
Sure. Makes the Aghanim Scepter like so much more effective as a build-up, which you want to get, but the illusions suck, like we had earlier we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he can have 2 Morphling illusions at some point in this game.
Yeah.
It's going to be devastating in the team fight. And he was thinking about the Ag. So 33, he's thinking about the Blink first, but I would not be surprised to see him pick that up later on. Quick smoke from Tundra looking at the Power Rune. They will secure it. That's a big one.
Running into a bunch of heroes, and Snaking does manage to get the hit stun off on the fly. They're going to get that track kill. Will they be able to get anything else? Running after crits with the Surge on AUI. Swashbuckle trying to get crit away, but the Surge is high level. And AUI, oh no! Malefice misclick. Hit him with the Blood Grenade though. And that's gonna be enough with the Black Hole, that's for certain.
Oh, that sends a message.
I mean, he was about to swashbuckle away, so.
Sure, I don't have anything against it. I think it just says Tundra are not too worried about this game going later, right?
Sure.
They don't feel like they need big fights out of their spells right now. They're just going to take these track kills on the map, continue to accelerate. And I kind of agree. Like, what's the BKB Black Hole cancel this game outside of you steal it and turn it around, which I don't know how reliable it's going to be. Like, the team fight scale for Tundra is insane. The physical scale is going to be good because you're going to get the Morphling illusions. I guess you can steal them back with Enchanters. It gets a little weird. Still, I feel like most of this control, as we continue to scale, is in Tundra's hands, especially given the game state right now. We're going to have Bounty being able to play the map, produce a threat. Will Eidolons, Shells, and Illusions push all your waves in? This is just classic Tundra. You're not going to see a hero on these lanes. They're all going to be into you, and you're going to have to shove them back out, and who's doing that?
Anybody who does do that is susceptible to a gank, that's for sure.
Yeah, you show on a wave, you get tracked. Now Abed's tracked. The moves you can make at Shopify go out the window for another 45 seconds here. This type of gameplay is just very obnoxious. They have
okay side lane wards. They just can't use them because they can't get these lanes out. Too much ghost push on this Tundra lineup. And it's built a decent lead so far, 6K. A lot of it's on this Enigma. Some of that's some extra track gold and the Midas from the Terrorblade. However, that Midas has paid off. He has decent levels here. Arteezy's still ahead of him, actually, with all that early solo XP.
It's also a pretty big difference between the two offlaners. 2,000 net worth difference between 33 and Saberlight.
Oh, I thought you meant Saberlight and AUI 2000. Look at how aggressively Snaking's playing. He's solo,
Riyadh with the kisses going down on him. They need this kill so badly. It's a track kill too. Are they not going to get it? Fade Bolt, is that going to be enough damage? It is just enough to get the kill because they were losing this fight on the other side of the map. So if you just let Snaking walk away with that, it would have felt so demoralizing. It already is demoralizing. You lost your carry.
He just got walked up Malefist and killed. I don't know if that's a kill that should happen. Tundra are going to get away with it, and very happy with it. They get an Enchantress follow-up as well. Yeah, you definitely take that. I like the fact Snaking is playing aggressive on this map. It's just giving so much information for Tundra to work with right now. They're getting to steal Ancients, invade areas, play off aggressive wards. The vision mechanics in this game are abusing the hell out of the fact that Shopify do not have good lane shove right now.
Nice aggressive mid lane ward gets Snaking. Another track that is going to stymie the Shopify heroes.
Like,
they were looking for an aggressive move.
What do you do to this bounty hunter right now? You don't have any control for him. You don't have a spear breaker. You don't have a 4 position who can gap close him. Your best option is stealing track and throwing it back, which Crit has. I mean, this is your best route to counteract it a bit. It's just you can't force the objectives. You are kind of stuck here for a little bit until you get maybe a Morphling item that allows you to fight.
I mean, presumably that's Aghanim Scepter, right? His next build up after Manta.
It's gotta be Ags. Maybe Scotty or Butterfly. You can hit some crazy power point with it. I just feel like it's gotta be the Ags. You steal the Terrorblade and you pray it's enough.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Darkseer. That is the scary part, is this Morphling is great as like an anti-carry to be able to take the damage away from the Terrorblade, but there are multiple damage threats, and Arteezy is going to find one of those damage threats, 33, giving him the punch. They're going to get a high ground ward here, so Shopify may think about turning and fighting.
Yeah, they're smoked around this gate.
Problem is they're tracked up on Saberlight, so Tundra well aware of what could be a turnaround here.
Yeah, 33 will use that wall illusion to farm some Ancients, why not? Efficiency in all things. We get both of these. Wow. Damn. I mean, that is just, that's just beautiful. I mean, not for the next guy who wants to farm that camp, but.
Yeah, that's true. It did leave just one creep behind.
For him, it was nice.
Skeeter's going to be like, who left one creep in a camp?
You think Skeeter is getting that Ancient priority?
That's true.
I don't think Skeeter has seen his triangle camps in 4 years on this team.
He does play a lot of lane constantly.
Yeah, this guy's an illusion lane shover. It's 33 who farms at the most of the time. They're gonna get some tracks to start off this fight.
Rolling Thunder coming in through the side. Abed gonna be their target here. Being chain stunned up, not allowed to have too much impact, but they also don't really get a whole lot out of their other heroes either. Snaking a little bit far forward. Nice vacuum back and a knockout punch straight to the Morphling's dome.
What?
He is gone. Arteezy messed something up there. Kiss is going to be used. 9 gets away from the pit off the illusion, and nobody is dying on the side of Tundra. They're just going to run. Oh, nice vacuum steal. That was pretty cute.
Yeah, it is.
But cute doesn't win you fights, Avery.
Neither of them have teleport, so at least you got a double Clifteezy return. That's just a mismorph, honestly. I mean, the burst, the synchronization on the burst there was super nice from Tundra. Still, it was just a back into a swashbuckle with a punch, and your Morphling is gone. And that is a free farm morph that had basically an empty lane. You got to pay it back at some point here. It's just not connecting for Shopify outside of the cliff. Snaking still up there, thinking about. We'll eventually get Hurricane Pike down.
Watch that one again. Here comes the vacuum. Punch. Arteezy way too full-on agility.
That's just very aggressive here. It's also the gem on the Rubik, which I think got lost at the end of this, yeah.
That goes into AUI. That's a lot of gold that Crit purchased that, by the way. So that's a lot of gold just gone from your Rubik that just went straight into Tundra's hands.
Another free game for Snaking in that regard. Like, he could just play super far forward, not having to worry about running into a gem.
That almost feels like the fight that Shopify just banked on winning, and if it went wrong, they're like, all right, this game is completely out of control. Because you buy gem this early and lose it, you have no map control, right?
Yep.
Absolutely gone.
And with a 15,000 net worth lead, Tundra are going to do Roshan. This game is well and truly in their hands. And I don't think it's going to be wrested away by Shopify anytime soon. It's going to be one of those rat and pray, but do you even feel good about late game?
No, I don't think
you even get there?
I think early Darkseer Ags makes your scaling very difficult here. Even if you get the items on the Morphling, it's just going to be turned around against him.
Yeah.
Gotta find some angle. Gotta find some catch. That is the obnoxious part about this bounty pick as well. It just makes your comeback more difficult because Snaking can just run interference on your smokes. He can run interference on the map. Forces you to buy more detection, so it takes net worth away from the Shopify cores. I mean, look at where Crit is, man. This is not where Crit needs to be for this team to be successful. He's one of their biggest playmakers. You put him down here. I mean, what plays are you making, right? Yeah. Just tough position. And the auras are just continuing to build up here. You have a Bounty and an Enigma who are buying everything, so all three of your cores can just itemize greedy as the game continues. It's just going to be damage items coming out real fast here. And you're still looking for this. Oh, never mind. Okay, they got the tier 1s. I was about to say, Tundra didn't lose their tier 1s here.
Oh, yeah.
You just don't even have the split push option. Those did go down to some edge creeps and little split pushing action.
I mean, do you have the split push option?
Not really.
Even with the tier 1 towers down, with the bounty hunter constantly being a threat to set up on you.
You have the split push dream.
You have the suicide split push, which is what Fly's doing right now.
Pulling an AUI. He'll dust for the slowdown.
Yeah, slow him down. Use the enchant on the range creep, or some creep. Push the lane in.
Sad.
Very, very sad game for Shopify. This is going to be insanely demoralizing. After a rough day 1 to go into day 2, run into Tundra.
Just steals your rune in your face, hits you, steals more gold. Are you even going to kill him here? He's pretty tanky, man.
Yeah, he is a lot of farm at this point in time. It is not enough. Arteezy, another punch to the face. This time he will survive, goes over the cliff, turns into the Pango, swashbuckles downwards. They know where he's at, though. They're going to find him here in the corner.
He'll try to turn.
He's not going to be able to get out of here, and I think he knows it, too. That's why he was trying to go for the kill.
This is just a beatdown at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're looking for on this map. I guess you're looking for Tundra to mess up, show somebody where they're not supposed to show. This is like another Abed Snapfire game. I feel like something just doesn't click for them with this hero. The way the early and mid game transitions, it's not like those spirits. I feel like there's a reason Tundra banned Ember Storm first too. They're kind of sending a message to Shopify. If you don't have one of these two play creators on Abed, what are you doing?
I think I'm going to posit that it is the fact that Abed is able to play a lot more independent with those heroes, and Snapfire is a lot more dependent on you playing together with the team.
Maybe. I mean, the damage is a little lower, not by much. I don't know. It is very weird. I can't put a finger on it. Maybe it's just the fact that he can guarantee start the fights.
Yeah.
Like, who else is starting the fights for Shopify in this type of lineup if it's not Abed? You have two backline supports. You have an Underlord who you can waddle in the fight. He's not necessarily starting it. Warplane's just farming. Basically, just nothing's going to happen unless the Snapfire snowballs. The Enchrom did not do enough for him, and now you're in a pickle as the high ground comes from that Midas up Terrorblade.
Yeah, let's not forget this was a Midas Terrorblade very early into the game. He's going to be fully 6-slotted if we get that far into the game, which is, I think, unlikely at this point.
Arteezy, I don't think you're coming back for this base defense outside of a box.
No, he
got put in the box.
He'll be shipped home. We'll see you in 45 seconds, Artur.
I mean, at least he's given some well played, you know. It's like some high spirits here. I think.
He also used well played when he got one shot of the Darkseer earlier, so
yeah, so like
I'm not sure if they're...
Well played, 33. I commend you on your high skill gameplay. I'm sure that's what he's thinking right now.
How much of our TZ streams have you watched before?
How much of Arteezy's career have I been a part of is what you should be asking.
Yeah? Okay, so you're confidently going to tell me that Artur is very PMA right now about this game?
I don't think Artur tilts too much in the games.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's more like that. See, he's in a pretty good mood. It's more, you know, like 6 hours later tonight when they sit down and they're watching the replay. The beast comes out. The demand.
He's a replay beast, huh? Not a
yeah. He has one of those. He has a classic pose, you know. It's like the hand to the forehead.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, what are we doing here, guys?
Guys.
But every Dota player has that. I think Shopify knows this game just got away from him. There's not much you can do. This type of lineup, you need to snowball it. You need to play out the lanes off the early spell damage you have. Otherwise, you're just throwing out some well plays. I mean, this is your desperation smoke right now.
That desperation, get to a high ground, hope that Tundra stumbles into you with the wrong heroes.
Well, they'll find the bounty hunter.
Yeah, they will find the bounty hunter.
Does have a 4-staff here. Okay, he's gone. Step number 1, kill snaking. Success.
Yep, they get that kill. That nets them 1,000 gold. They just have to do that 24 more times to even out the game.
Run in, let AUI Black Hole so you can steal Black Hole. Well, actually found him on the
yeah,
backside.
okay. Arteezy straight up goes for the Enigma first. Gets hit by the Darkseer. Not able to do too much. Uh-oh. 9 is going to be able to chain stun him here. With Skeeter laying the damage in. Nobody is able to save him. He was in too deep, and they don't have saves. The stolen wall is going to help out against Skeeter here. Saberlight's going to turn around and fight as best he can for as long as he can. And that's it, GG. Honestly, not surprised at all. They're going to call it here. As you said, desperation smoke.
Well, a valiant attempt to try and get something done in this game. That bounty hunter pick just caused them a world of pain, as the second you start to lose those towers, you lose a little bit of map control. Snaking is just up in your grill, doesn't let you make smokes, doesn't let you come back. They even sacrificed their offlane basically completely, right? They just threw 33 up there. He was low level, level 3 or 4. He just went mid, made a play. I feel like that's kind of the small differences we saw in this game. Like when things don't go well for Tundra, they took those opportunities, transferred it, they go look for something to happen. Right? Yeah. Even if it's weird, even if it's unconventional, they make little things work for them. They get some stacks, they get some runes, they get these weird ganks. Shopify, that lane for Underlord basically went the same it went for 33, only Saberlight felt compelled to stay in that lane, and it just ended up accelerating Skeeter because Shopify don't want to go down there and play through the Underlord. They want to play through the Snapfire, only the Snapfire hasn't been that successful for them in that regard anyway. I feel like this is just back to the drawing board. Though we're so early in the tournament, I don't know if that's where you want to go.
Yeah.
I think you have, if you're Shopify, I think you have to sit down and decide, all right, let's pick one guy we're going to play through. I hope it's Abed.
I hope it's Abed too.
Let's have damage in that trio. Damage from the support so that these kill options are at least available, and then you can go from there.
Yeah. Unleash the beast. Give Abed as much opportunity to get kills, or things are going to look real bad in these mid games like they did in this game 1. Tundra taking it with ease.
Yeah, with quite some ease there. Indeed, we talked about this. Of course, we knew that Tundra going into this had a better draft, but we thought maybe Shopify Rebellion could get a little bit more out of the laning stage in particular, Fear.
That's what we're hoping for, at least, because that's the one thing that their draft had going for them. They're supposed to do well in the laning stage. However, this Underlord, it did not have a good laning stage. The Terrorblade bullied him super hard with Enigma. This is a first pick Enigma. He did super well in the laning stage. And outside of that, the Darkseer, they did a pretty good job shutting him down. I would say that's the one lane that Rebellion did do well in, but that is the one lane that they had room to not do well in. I really felt like Abed had to have a good laning stage, and so did Saberlight, and 9 just took over in this game, simply put.
This mid lane, 9. I also like when Pangos, they feel like, you know, it's a bit of a different item build, so you like skip the boots, you want to hit an earlier timing on your Diffusal Blade. He was all over the place, he did not die a single time this game, same goes for Skeeter. This game, just like 6 minutes into the game, we talked about the importance of it. Both supports from Shopify Rebellion decided to make a move, but they got way too many kills out of that rotation because their mid laner died, they lost another support, and then at least they picked up the first XP rune. After that, they kept losing all of these XP runes. We talked about the importance of the Bounty Hunter, what he wants to do in a game, being very annoying in your face, the way, like just this, because every single time I see Tundra play with Bounty Hunter, I know it's like a 30-35 minute max game pretty much.
Yeah, that kind of was true for this one as well. I mean, maybe it's a little bit too early, but I do want to go back to the draft a tiny bit, Purge, because of course those overall last pick go in the way of Shopify, and we said like, oh, it's great. That's what they like. They like having Arteezy on that overall last pick, and I remember Fear saying, well, I just hope it doesn't come back to bite them, and it kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, I think the safe lane was really the thing for them that went really, really well. The Terrorblade and the Enigma against the Underlord. I mean, Enigma got buffs recently. I know we've been seeing it flexing, but as a 5, it's quite good. The Malefice damage at level 1, it's 55 per tick. It used to be 40. So that means you're doing 165 damage with a level 1 spell. That's really high. And you're universal, so you just get Ironwood branches, and you hit for like 60 damage, which is a lot. And then the Terrorblade just like got 2 points in Reflection, and skilled at level 1 and level 3. So they were just using it to like make an aura from the Underlord and trade really, really effectively. So they just zoned him really effectively. He got Vanguard at like 8 minutes without boots. And then he just got the ultra free farm. He was like so confident in controlling the safe lane.
Yeah, and then we chose for STC play for this game. We chose basically a fight, Fear, that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, pretty much. And this particular fight here, like, we gotta see at some point 9, he gets like one of the best rolls that you'll see in any Pango game whatsoever. He channels up the roll here, then you'll see the bowling pins here, boink boink. Get another one, he comes back, hits 3 heroes with this one, and they're already super far ahead, but when he's already having a performance like this and you're allowing Pango to get such a good like ultimate off, along with that they're Fallen God TB with the Metamorphosis. So this is kind of like the pipes online. Everything's ready to go from Tundra here. They try their best, Abed tries to get the Mortimer's kisses off, but unfortunately, this is what I didn't like in the draft room. They don't have a setup for these Mortimer kisses. I really think the mistake for this in Rebellion was they didn't take the Faceless Void, they took the Underlord instead. Their 4-man ball was really weak. There was a Primal Beast available too. This hero completely shuts down Pango's role in the game. They didn't go for any of these options, and what do you know? Pango just went beyond godlike, had the freest game of his life. You cannot allow Pango to have a free game like
Yeah,
this.
I think they locked in way too much onto this Terrorblade, going for Underlord. You know, he's an aura buyer, having this Atrophy aura of his own. You did mention Primal Beast, I did mention Mars. I think both of these options would work out much better. Just to have hero that plays with the Snapfire, because that's definitely not Rubik, it's not Enchantress. Underlord doesn't provide you with much, you know, 1 point in the Pit of Malice early on, and that's about it.
Yeah, a lot falling short here for Shopify, and you know, we come to the conclusions on where they should have gone different, but I also know it's a little bit of a different story when you're in the seat yourself, Purge. During this time, do you feel like it will be Shopify that will come to the same conclusions that we did, or where do you think they will think the mistake was?
I ultimately I really do think it was the offlane thing, because everything else is equal. I mean, I was watching the start of the game and it was like Shopify was just ahead by 2k, and it was all accounted for in the Underlord versus the TB. Underlord was 1,000 behind, TB was ahead by 1,000. So they needed that lane to go better, simply put, and it didn't work out. The Enigma 5 actually was a big part of that. But so was the Terrorblade Reflection. You know, you reflect the Underlord, you get the aura. Any trade is going to be better in that moment.
It seems maybe that indeed when the Underlords start getting picked, that was the pivotal moment in Shopify's draft. We're going to see, of course, what they come back with in game number 2. While this game was going on, though, there were a lot of different games going on. Let's take a look at how they are doing, because this is, of course, the time slot where we also mentioned our play of the day with BB Team and Team Liquid, where BB Team still is undefeated there in that first game. We'll see what happens with game number 2. However, we no longer have a team with 0 losses, Fear.
Yeah.
Team Secret got to win.
I mean, Team Secret won a game. However, TSM has drawed every game. So maybe TSM's, we call it a curse, I guess, of drawing might continue here. Lily Seeker gets the win.
Well,
that's good.
I'm sure the spirits are very high with those players, and I'm wondering what the spirits are like with players that are in their lounge right now with Jenkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this business, in this line of work, welcome back, by the way. But I'm learning you have to be very creative with how you get your interviews. So I've been looking around the venue, and I found some secret passages, such as this one. Stormstormer, let's do an interview right now.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm ready.
What has been your favorite game of the tournament so far, Stormstormer?
Holy shit, I don't know, probably one of our games. I think, our first game against Liquid, actually. That was a really good one. We stomped them. Hype minutes.
Remember when you guys played the 2-hour game at TI?
Why is this so hectic? Holy shit. Yeah, I remember. It was the most hype game in my career.
Was that TI?
Yeah.
Because I feel like you guys have done a lot of very long games.
Yeah, it's kind of an entity nature, yeah. But the entity one again, the one on TI against RNG was the best one.
And what's your favorite thing about Riyadh so far? What are you enjoying about being here?
I don't know. The food is amazing, honestly, and it's just a completely different, like, I don't know, landscape and everything. Like, I think nothing compares to Middle East with all the, I guess, sand and stuff. So it's just nice to be. I just love seeing different places.
Yeah, it looks different, doesn't it? So you're watching the games today. What's the most hyped match of the day for you today?
Probably right now, Liquid against BadBoom. I'm good friends with a lot of Liquid people, and BadBoom's looking insanely good, but I still believe in Liquid as well. So I think that series is really hype.
So I'm interrupting your most hyped match of the day is what you're saying?
Indeed you are.
Okay, that makes sense. Can you give me your best recipe for a dish that I can make for dinner?
Okay, pasta with salmon and some nice cream sauce and everything, and like good spices and all that shit. That's what I'm into.
Do you do a roux first?
A what?
You make a roux. It's where you put flour and then butter, and then you heat it up, and then you spin it, and then that way it makes the sauce thicker?
Sometimes. I mean, it depends on kind of like if you want it thicker or not, what you're feeling at the moment, but it's pretty nice, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to come to the secret passage with me?
Yeah, I mean, it looked a bit spicy, and I'm still a bit shocked, but we could try.
Okay. Come on in.
Holy shit. What the fuck?
And I think someone should get in touch with Stormstormer to find out if he's okay. We'll hear more from Jenkins, that's for sure, but I'm a little bit worried about Stormstormer over there. It is good to see him still in good spirits, of course, after getting eliminated, unfortunately, earlier on in the play-ins. These teams that we're watching right now, though, did not get eliminated. Better yet, they didn't even play yet for eliminations. This is the first time, or the first group stage that they're in here at Riyadh Masters. Tundra and Shopify, and these are the most important discussions that are being had right here, because this is where Bulba is trying really hard to get the team to reset. Fear, you've been probably in one of these talks at one point or another. What's he saying?
Yeah, I mean, definitely been in some, but like when he was coaching me, he wasn't at like the head of the team, right? Like he didn't have like all the voice, but he's probably just doing his best to point out what went wrong in the game, what we need to fix. It might look a little like harsh right now that he's just like saying things, but he's just trying to get the team back in the right spirits.
Yeah, we saw them smiling, so something is working over there. Let's find out if it works inside the game as well. The draft of game number 2 after a break.
The problem with the English language is that there aren't enough words to describe how unfunny and annoying Jenkins is. Pretty funny, but kind of a little offensive.
I think there are better analysts than Effie. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big Cinderin fan personally.
We are so lucky that FaceBeyond has such great English, so we can hear the insight of such an incredible player. Well, thank you, but I'm still learning, but thank you.
It's so impressive that Effie can do what she does on panel, while also taking care of her sister Jenkins too. Yeah.
The only redeeming quality about Jenkins is that sometimes he knows when to stop talking when he's on a panel with people smarter than him. Thankfully, that's all the time. Are everybody else this bad? Come on.
The problem with FaceBeyond as a talent is that we don't get to see him play. I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying my life right now. Sorry about that.
Remember the time that Jenkins was on a team that performed well? No, me neither. He's always been absolute dog shit. Okay? Okay.
Effie starting as talent has single-handedly saved the Dota scene. My goodness. You're way too nice. Thank you.
There are better players than FaceBM. He's only won 1 TI. Sorry about that.
My daughter and I started watching Dota together, and you being on the panel helped inspire her to start playing herself. That makes me so happy to read. I wish her the best of luck in her games, and hopefully she'll be 7K or more soon. These aren't really mean at all. Are everyone's these nice?
Every panel that Jenkins appears on makes me sick. Oh, this one actually has a link to a Twitlonger. The thought of him causes me to literally vomit. I'm on my 5th keyboard this month. I will be suing this man if you can call him that. This has 40 more pages. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this.
Snaking, snaking, snaking. Having played with basically every well-known North American player, and in every role throughout the years, he's one of the most experienced players around. His journey into professional Dota 2 started with Bottom Bottom, a team containing both AUI 2000 as well as Fogged. They went on to become Dignitas with very moderate success. He later went on to play in a ridiculously long line of mostly NA stacks with basically every player you could imagine, such as PPD, Quinn, Eternal Envy, UR, and Zai. Despite this, he never quite found the success he was looking for until he crossed the pond and joined a little team called Tundra, originally as their position 4. They later made a roster change, replacing Fada with Soxa, and Snaking moving to position 5 and taking over the captain role. The team as we know it today was formed, and despite having some ups and downs, by the time TI 2022 rolled around, they really hit their stride and looked incredibly dominant throughout the whole tournament, ultimately taking home the victory over Team Secret. This made Snaking the oldest person to ever win a TI at the ancient age of 27.
Subtract 8.
I love subtracting 8.
Yeah, some math being done here. Wondering how old he was when he won TI 5 as we were getting ready, watching a couple of TI players inside of Tundra play some Dota 2. They're up against Shopify Rebellion, and of course Tundra now 1 game up. We're gonna find out if Shopify has what it takes to take a game off of Tundra, who is playing with a stand-in. It is Saxa that had to sit out, and actually if you want more information you can find that on his social media, but he will not be playing for the rest of Riyadh Masters, and it will be AUI standing in for him for Tundra. But so far, I mean, their results speak for themselves. They had to play with stand-in as well in Bali. They came top 3 there, so they are not hindered at the moment from what it seems like, and definitely not in the series as they... Well, can we say they crushed it? They crushed it, Perch.
They definitely did, yeah. They did, yeah.
Yeah. Game number 2, though. Changes, Perch. What are they? What are they going to be?
I feel like banning Enigma in the first phase is genuinely fine, because it's there aren't that many flex picks right now. You remove the flex picks potential. It's a super solid 5. It gets more farm than usual. We know what AUI does with summon supports. He just like gets way more than he should have. He had Solar Crest ultra fast that game as a 5. I think making him play a more standard hero is just going to put your team in a better game state.
Sounds very simple.
Sounds simple, yeah. I think where it took the wrong turn is when they didn't address this Pango at all. Sure, you're playing at the Snapfire. Like on paper, you should be getting more, but these rotations coming up from 9 were really on point. I think, like, when we talk about Tundra, they're like, yeah, they like the farm. Sometimes it's going to take a lot of time for them to end the game, but Tundra, we're trying to step up. I think in the last, 2 major tournaments, they looked very impressive when it comes down to closing out some of these games early on.
It does indeed. This is a countdown for the draft of game number 2, so any kind of changes and discussions that the teams will have had will be put into practice right about now. And of course, I mean, we talk a lot about what Shopify should adapt and how they should play better and to try to make a comeback. The other side, though, Tundra is going to have discussions as well. They're going to try to predict what Shopify is trying to do and basically be 1 step ahead every step of the way. Both teams started this series out as a 1-3 in the Group B scores, which is not great. Tundra, of course, now already sitting at a 2-3, and as pointed out earlier, both of these squads have already played against BB Team, who is the most dominant team of Group B, so there's still very much more points to be earned throughout this group stage. And we're gonna have Shopify Rebellion on the Radiant side this time around with first pick, so they do not have overall last pick, which might be a blessing for them. Tundra will be Dire in second pick, and they'll start off banning out the same things. The biggest difference so far is that Shopify banned out, they banned out no Timber and no Brood, as in they're still in. Enigma's still in, or so banned out as well as Batrider. We'll see if Storm gets banned here.
That means AUI has to play a new hero for the first time this tournament.
True.
Other than last game.
Sure. And they still ban out the same. Okay, so Brood and Timber, and Undying all in the pool, Snap in the pool too, but we mentioned earlier in the previous game, we mentioned the IO Lesh.
Yeah, and the meta right now is IO Lesh, and if you steal the Lesh, they take Razor. So you can expect one or the other coming from Rebellion with this IO. But what if you take Lesh and Razor?
Whoa. That cannot be countered. They just call it right there.
Lesh without IO, is that Lesh or Razor without IO? Would you actually go for that? They'll actually go for something different altogether.
Yeah.
They don't go either.
Tundra, they just have like different way of thinking when it comes down to drafting, picking up Bloodseeker and Pango in the first phase, so protecting their Pangolier pick and also having Bloodseeker. One thing I really like when these Western European teams play Bloodseeker is how active the carry players are. You'll see them like having the same amount of assists as their position fours as mid laners, because they tend to join really early on.
And there's a couple cool things about this. First of all, their second pick, and they're picking both cores in the first phase. That's not very common for a second pick. And the fact that like Bloodseekers typically, I would say, Skeeter staples right now.
Yeah, it is.
So the fact that they got to pick it with the Pango, which protects the Pango in addition to that, is just really cool.
Yeah, it's because they know that Last Shark is coming, or Razor, similar archetype of heroes, right? Where they can, I think the Razor would have been better in this particular game, but I think Rebellion is a lot more comfortable with a Leshrac, and Rebellion's, they're in deep water right now. They're 1-5. If they lose this, they'll drop down to 1-6, and that is definitely not a spot you want to be in this group stage here. So hopefully the talk that Bulba had with them inspired them a little bit. At least they're getting some comfort. They have been practicing this. For them, it's going to be a do or die, make this happen. I think going into this pick, like sure, maybe they pre-countered the Leshrac, but we're just going to believe that this IO Leshrac is going to work, and for their sake, hopefully it does.
Yeah, 1-4, of course, with that loss just now.
I want to see some strong.
Oh, was it 1-4? Oh yeah.
Yeah, you already called it 1-5.
I'm from the future.
One step ahead. Uh-oh. Not looking good for Shopify then. I want to see some strong position 5 paired up with this Bloodseeker. I am a big fan of Lich Bloodseeker lane. Like, it feels like a lot of the times this lane is just superior compared to off laners. Like, you also, just the Chain Frost to the tethered target, you know, the two heroes are going to be playing together. One of the reasons why I liked it, that they already played it a couple of times at Riyadh as well.
Definitely could be good, and a hero that has not been picked yet, and I know Shiver's a bit of an advocate for
Oh,
this hero.
I know which one, and I've been wondering that myself.
It's a strong laning partner for Bloodseeker.
Ancient Apparition!
That could be good. This is, normally you don't see these heroes picked very often because you generally have to first pick your supports, right, in most games. So whoever gets the later pick in the draft gets a bigger hero pool. So oftentimes we won't see a lot of these supports being picked because A is just not a first phase type of hero. But in a game like this, it could definitely work if they pick the right heroes around it. And if you are a Leshrac and an IO just trying to run in and there's an A with some stun, you just can't do that gameplay. You really, all you need to see at this point is Tundra is just who's in the off lane.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that maybe people will just not pick AA, and that means that he'll get a big buff, and that would be nice as well. So I was content. But it would be nice to see him in action. We'll see if it ends up fitting with anything that Tundra goes for. We've seen AA played a little bit during the Bali Major, but the only time that it was picked was only by PSG.LGD and only when they had a Naga Siren, so they could set up for the cold feet in the lane.
Yeah.
So it was very specific, as we have quite a few offlaners removed by Shopify in the Darkseer, the Visage, and the Tidehunter as well.
Yeah, sometimes Bloodseeker is a flex pick for some of these teams, but 33, he doesn't like to play the hero. It's not his type of the hero. He likes to play these summons, something that can put a bit more pressure in the laning stage. He plays so much better when he's playing ahead, and Bloodseeker just doesn't fit his profile.
Yeah, I imagine 33 is one of those players that makes a custom grid of heroes.
Yeah.
Just has 10 heroes on there, and there's nothing else on there. Like, he just won't pick them. Tundra, probably going to pick up a support. They're going to go for the Enchantress. So most likely the AA Dream is dead here. Strong laner, though. Going to help their supports get out of the laning stage. And I think for AUI especially, this is going to be a comfort. He likes playing the Enigma. He'll like playing the Enchantress whenever it's in. He will definitely have a smaller hero pool, mainly because he wasn't preparing for this tournament, right? Yeah. He was preparing as a coach, but not as a player. So he's just going to go back to the heroes that he's just comfortable on.
Can't say that he didn't potentially see this coming, though, at this point. I mean, Legion, interesting pick.
I'm seeing the exact same draft as they played against TSM, same 3 openers. The next hero was Skyrat Mage, a little bit of a burst, synergizes nicely. So, because they needed some like relatively small cooldown, low cooldown ability that's going to keep them in place, because Leshrac, you know, he needs someone to go in for him. He doesn't want to just like run in as the first hero, even though you do have IO Bloodstone, so you're going to be super tanky, having a bit of a dispel mechanic as well from Legion Commander, because it worked out amazingly when they played against TSM.
Yeah, even like a Blade Mill duel, a Bloodseeker whose Blood Rage is like one of the most fun moments anyways. You're like, who's going to win? Who knows? Yeah, same draft, huh?
Yep.
That's the only game they won so far at Riyadh Masters, and they're like, it's the only formula we got. Better stick to it.
Yeah, either way, this series, I think, means a lot for Rebellion's confidence. Like, win or lose, this. If they win, they might just get on the right track, but I'm afraid if they lose this series, this isn't a team that bounces back very well. Let's just put it that way.
In the same vein of something we talked about before the draft started, I feel like Legion Sky, IO Lesh, those are pretty straightforward. Doesn't matter which stage of the game you're at, you always have something to do. You always have some like exact plan, because it's so cookie cutter what you're supposed to do with those heroes.
Yeah, they're super strong. Like, you can always play Dota with these heroes, which is the term I like to use, because even if you're having a bad time, you can always pick off heroes on the side lanes with the Blink Blade Mail, Skyrat Mage combo. It's also a setup for IO Relocate, so they can also like split the map if they find an opportunity, have good vision for it. Like, this type of a lineup also plays well from behind, so I don't mind it too much. But this, like, what they're looking for is to keep the tempo. Like, you want to stay ahead, get good good advantage out of the laning stage, and keep the ball rolling.
I kind of feel like Tundra needs a save at this point, considering it's the Legion in the sky, because I feel like if they can keep that one guy alive, they're going to be in a much better position. They also don't have very good lockdown outside of Pango roll, so there's definitely some weaknesses.
Some SD. Sneaking in, great against the duel, saving people, and also you drop that ulti on top of Leshrac.
Hey,
first showing.
First showing. Yeah, she has not been picked at all.
So she's a universal hero now, so stacking stats on her is fantastic. You can swap the guy that's ruptured to do tons of damage. You can protect the ally too, so it really does like both amplify what they want and also protect. Team Liquid was playing this a lot. At the end of the DPC, it didn't go so great, so they kind of gave up on it, but some teams see the value there. I mean, if you get the shard, that's pretty nice. You kind of want it anyways on bench, so there's good things, but generally she's not the best support, but I think she does fit here.
It could work, yeah. I mean, as you mentioned, not a conventional hero that we see very much. It does break the tether, especially if you rupture them, does a little bit more damage, isolates the Leshrac. If they can manage to stop the retether somehow, maybe that's Pango's job in this game. That could make it so they could kill the Leshrac quite easily. That's gonna be the goal here, I think, for Tundra. Laning stage-wise, I'm very curious on how they're going to do this. I mean, Swashbuckle, Wave of Terror is pretty good as well. It's a lot of extra bonus damage they can add. They're synergies. So Venge is definitely one of those picks where everything has to be in line, and it's looking like there's a good reason to pick it here. So interesting to see how it'll work out.
Yeah, they've ran it before a couple of times. I remember Saksa playing it. Also, they won that game, so we talked about, like, you know, Aghanim Scepter. Sometimes you need to act as a position 5 on this Venge if things are not going correctly, where you're going to be swapping people out of trouble, dying, and then Enchantress takes over. A hero that you know, scales extremely well when it comes down from position 5, where you're going to able to like just separate the targets, Hurricane Pike eventually. I think this is going to be the name of the game for Tundra. Try to isolate one hero with Rupture, Swap, Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, instantly kill it. Because I've seen teams try to theory craft how to deal with this IO Lash. There's been like a couple of good ideas, but I feel like just having someone that puts him out of the position and then focus him heavily, because other than that, like, there's no real saves. Sure, you have Relocate, press the attack, but it's not going to save you against Rupture and also breaking the tether. So I feel like what Tundra's has going on right now feels really good.
Do we think, because I think AUI might play this Venge too, as a 5, because we know Snaking can play Enchantress. He's their normal 5 player. And when I think of Bloodseeker, sure, Enchantress is great, but Venge works too, because you can get the stun so the Bloodrite can hit. That's totally fine there. And then Snaking can play a bit more aggressive in the off lane here and really help propel 33, whatever he wants to end up last picking here, win his lane even harder, potentially even destroy the lane, because Ench plus some last pick off laner could be quite strong.
I guess it's gonna mostly depend on what their comfort is with it, right?
Yeah.
We'll see what ends up happening with that. A lot of cores removed in the final stages of the draft. We got Terrorblade, Shadow Fiend removed on the side of Tundra, as we are most likely looking for a hero for Arteezy. And then a Lycan and Miko removed on the side of Shopify, as we are still looking for a hero for 33, which I feel obligatory to say that. Oh, never mind, I was blind. Brute is already banned out.
A lot of his heroes are banned.
A lot of his heroes are banned.
Yeah, I mean, there's still hero that they played against TSM that is available. That's Naga Siren. If they need a little bit more reset, if they go with this like swap into Rupture combo, could be an extra one. In terms of dealing with the illusions, you have Enchant, you have Bloodseeker who builds into Mjolnir, Pango, of course, with his Swashbuckle, Aghanim Scepter later on. But I've seen Naga Sirens also not being too afraid to be played into Pango's matchup. But they go with something more, I would say, earlier game oriented, some extra tower damage, a Deso builder that's going to open up the Roche. I like what Shopify Rebellion did in the second game. Already make some good adaptations to it. And this type of lineup doesn't rely on any cooldowns whatsoever to play the game, which I really like.
Yeah, they have to go, but the only downside is they don't have a lot of team fight either. And if they don't do on the lanes, you get 33 here. He gets to pick whatever he wants from the game now to counter this TA.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of physical burst from Shopify is the upside, but yeah, their kill potential is a little bit finicky. It's like, can you kill the guy that you duel at the start of the fight? Or is it like less stun Sky combo kind of thing? So I think TA is going to have to do a lot of work, but there are squishy targets on the Tundra side. You can kill Venge pretty easy. Typically, you can dodge his stun. So it's not terrible. Doom is still available. Timber. Now they're going to go Underlord.
This is also a statement. We'll show you how it's done. Last pick, Underlord. Yep. Aura Builder against all of this like overwhelming magical, also physical damage coming out from Legion Commander and Templar Assassin. I like it. They can also try to like the match what Shopify Rebellion wants to do, split the map, get some of these ganks going with the duel, with the relocate as well, so you have Fiend's Gate to deal with that, bring an extra number. I don't know, I'm feeling Shopify in this one.
I definitely am as well. The Underlord pick wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Looks like it's probably going to be like an IO. Well, I'm not sure how they're going to lane it, but if they do IOTA, Underlord doesn't really pressure very hard here, and TA is often picked against these heroes that reduce your base damage because Refraction just gives you bonus damage on top of that, and these strength heroes have low armor. Meld's pretty good against that as well, so not sure if they're going to shut Arteezy down here.
Well, I will say that Arteezy is the one playing Leshrac in this game, as we saw him.
Oh, I see.
It happened in just the final seconds there with Templar Assassin for Abed. Does that change anything, or do we still feel like Shopify is going to get another win on the board here?
I mean, it feels like they don't have great solutions for TA then. TA is going to be over-leveled, should be able to like pressure side lanes a little bit, show up like +1 stun, definitely kill a support. So his rotations and farm speed might really be a lot.
Yep. And Iolesh in the safe lane against Underlord, you can run these heroes down easily. Like, you don't care too much because you have the speed, you have the sustain, you have the overwhelming damage to take him down. I even like this more, what they did just with the swapping the heroes around.
Yep. Either way, I think Rebellion look a lot better in this game, and I love the versatility that they're willing to swap things around a bit. That's a little different. I think they've been needing this for a while, so for their sake, it's gotta work.
Yeah, this is going to be the mental win for you. Yeah, okay, the Underlord overall last pick coming out from Tundra doesn't seem like it really convinced anybody. Isn't that supposed to be the gotcha pick, Purge?
I mean, it's supposed to. Yeah, the aura is not that great, but the auras you buy, those parts are really good. So he's got to get net worth and then protect his team.
Okay, so there's a lot of pressure on the Underlord for Tundra, or do you feel like the pressure lies elsewhere? We're also going to see our first Vengeful Spirit.
I mean, I think his lane is especially important because he's going to mitigate a lot of the kill potential. Venge can't swap everybody out of the fight. I think the other lanes will go well for Tundra, though.
All right, well, let's find out how things are going to play itself out, how the first Vengeful Spirit of Riyadh Masters is going to fare. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
An important mental win for Shopify Rebellion on the schedule here, perhaps. But also, just a win in general is what they really need. A 1-4 score so far in this group stage. Shopify Rebellion have not impressed, but our panel is very hopeful off of both their draft and their role positions here, as they're going to be doing a Leshrac for Arteezy and actually giving Abed the Templar Assassin. Maybe not quite what I imagined, but breaking the mold a little bit is perhaps a sign of growth for Shopify.
Yeah, it was a very hopeful panel.
I imagine that my favorite pessimistic co-caster is not feeling the same.
No, I'm not as hopeful. There's a very weird conversation going on.
We bought 3, but we have 2 of what?
Apparently AUI said one of their sentries just bugged out and disappeared.
Huh.
And they're asking for a remake.
That is an interesting bug. Okay.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
They didn't, like, sell it?
The weird
Which
thing
would
is
still be there. It should refresh the shop. It's just weird to, like, straight up just buy it and it didn't do anything.
My guess is they tried to give it to somebody and it bugged out or something.
Or maybe somebody tried to buy it at the same time as somebody else.
I mean, the issue here is
bugged it out.
I think admins-wise, you're going to have to confirm that's actually what happened, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you can do that unless we have a replay. Either way, they're going to have to figure it out. I mean, of course, this happens to AUI. So this is, everybody watching at home, this is your lesson of the day. If you are a Dota nerd and you abuse all this random small crap, well, guess what? It's going to come back to bite you. That's Gaben karma right there.
If you abuse Dota mechanics, the Dota mechanics will abuse you back.
Exactly. That is exactly how I would phrase it. You know what? I think they should play on. I think you should play on. This is what you get. This is what you deserve.
Let this be a lesson to you. While the admins are kinder than you, fortunately, for Tundra, and they're going to get their chance to be able to get 3 sentries. So that is going to be nice. So which does mean we're going to have a little bit of delay here, but we'll hope you stick with us. Of course, there are all of these other matches going on in this fantastic group stage. So let's actually, I just want to talk group stage in general. Is there anybody who you think has stood out so far, Avery? BBT
for sure. I think they're just continuing to look super strong. Like, I feel like that team struggled so much at the early of the year that I still have this expectation it might go back to that form. But honestly, at this point, that team is just damn scary. Like, there's no way around it because they fixed a lot of their team communication, synergy, shot calling problems, and now you're just playing against a team with 5 ridiculously high skilled players. You have arguably who I think 2 of the best shot caller meta trendsetters in Nightfall and Pure on those silent. That's just a terrifying team.
Yeah.
I think Gaming have looked a little underwhelming compared to their winning 3 majors, though I think that team does ramp up as the tournament progresses. So I don't think they're looking bad by any means.
Yeah, they went 1-1 with Spirit, LGD, and EG.
Yes. So I think people are getting more used to what Gaming is doing and figuring them out a bit more, which I would expect. I mean, it's taken a damn long time, you know. You've had 3 majors to do it. Target on your back is tough. It is a hard position for them to be in to go into this tournament and the next one, right? So
some teams doing well that surprised me. Talon and Aster, which I've watched a bit of Aster. I haven't gotten to watch too many Talon
Yeah, they look
games.
good. Aster looked good, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of those games are like some 60, 70-minute games, whatever you could say. Well, that's a bit iffy. But those are games that Aster was losing at Bali or losing in the previous Dream
That's true.
League, and they clutched them out.
Mm-hmm.
I think that team looks a lot more balanced with Kaka. Not that Kaka is necessarily a stronger player than Mavoka on paper in a vacuum. I think for what that team needed, which was something new and fresh because there was inner team turmoil. That helps. But also just, I think Kaka is he's just a more decisive player, if that makes sense. I think Bapoka's like a good shot caller and stuff. I think Kaka the guy's just a psycho, right? He just goes in. He's always going to initiate. He will always start a fight, and I think that is a nice player to have behind Sumail because
he'll thrive off of that
is
chaos.
Also that type of player.
Sure.
So you need Slane to bounce it out. Like, you don't want to be in these games where every single fight is on Sumail to initiate. You know, some fight, and the thing is, Sumail's a very aggressive initiator. I go back to TI 7, 8, 9 era. He was one of these guys who was playing the Leshrac, the Tinies. He was one of the first guys who went this early blink on Leshrac.
Yeah.
There were games where he would just go Arcane Boots, blink Leshrac, and going in on you. Sumail is a killer. This guy likes to kill, he likes to slay, which a lot of times means he's starting the fights. There's a reason his Storm is super good. It's because the Storm is one of the best initiators in Dota. He will go in first. The downside is sometimes that jump goes wrong, or if his game is rough or he's not on one of those heroes, then what happens in your team? Do you have someone else to pick up that slack? I think Kaka reliably will always go in or make something happen if no one else is. So I think that is an interesting dynamic for them that seems to be working out so far. It's impressed me.
I mean, I think it was notable the fact that Sumail in one of those post-game interviews talked about how there was all of a sudden a lot of communication on the team.
Yes.
Whereas
Kaka
before, it was tense silence.
I think Kaka is one of those guys who will drive your team forward in good and bad, right? Like, you win or lose, he's going to be yelling at you about something.
Sure.
And as long as you understand that he's a competitor, he wants to win, and he's trying to make your team better, if that's actually what's happening, and he's not just toxic, then, yeah, your team's going to improve. I relate that to Snake King, who I played with many, many years ago. He had a similar idea. Snake King's the type of player who will always push your team forward.
Yep.
And make sure people are on their stuff, know what they're doing, that, again, win or loss, you're drawing something out of the game. And yeah, he will cause conflict, but conflict is necessary in a competitive environment to push you to the next level. And having that type of player on your team is incredibly valuable. I think that's what Snake King can do for Tundra. I think it's something Kaka can do for Aster. And I think it's something where if you don't necessarily have that on your team, you got to look at yourselves and be, well, where's that going to come from? It can come from motivational factors like a great coach or a leader or captain. It can also just come innately through the players, but it has to come from somewhere. Otherwise, you become complacent, you become stagnant, and you just do the same thing over and over.
Other teams that have done pretty well, EG, Quest, I think neither one of those are surprising. Extreme, though, Paparazzi popping off here at Riyadh has done a lot to carry them. But it does look like we're going to be heading back into the game of Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra Game 2, where we have two sentries and the third on Snake.
There it is. We got it there, boys. Eventually, in the end, we're going to see if the smoke works the second time.
Smoke breaks right as they approach the high ground, and now Shopify have full idea of what's going on here. They caught a glimpse of it, and
they do see up the hill.
Tundra will get a similar amount of information thanks to that high ground ward.
Yeah, they don't want to invade. I don't think their invasion up a hill is honestly that good.
No.
Their level 1 is pretty bad here. It's one of the downsides of Venge. The very early levels for this hero are a little lackluster.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Venge. I mean, this is a game where you could get a lot with it. If you break the tether and get the rupture damage on it, then maybe the swap is going to be useful, but I always got a question of Venge pick. That hero has been pretty bad for a pretty long time.
Okay, the upside here as a pick, though, is it kind of has a free lane, because IO is not doing anything to stop the Venge on the lane, right? I think this is a lane that 33 will free farm despite the Venge pick maybe being a little weaker. And therefore, you're just picking it for the game. And what it does for you in the game is very interesting, like you said. If you can get the Rupture swap, if you can break a tether, you can burst this Leshrac. It gives you a lot of extra physical burst damage with the minus armor plus the Vengeance aura. And the scale can be significant. The Ags, the Shard on this hero are both incredibly powerful if you get to those items.
I don't know. I feel like my read of this lane is it's a free lane for Leshrac, and he's going to abuse them for it. Even if the IO isn't the most offensive hero, Leshrac is.
I think you just stand your ground and fight them in a Firestorm. I don't know if this lane's that scary.
Okay.
I wouldn't be scared. Now, they kind of got abused in the early regen trade past the wave. This is something Arteezy is known for.
Yeah, they're giving up CS in order to try and get first blood, and they do get it for Fly.
I think this was just misread by Tundra, and honestly, a good heads-up play by Arteezy. This is one of his signature laning moves. If you're not familiar with it, it catches you off guard, and here it's just straight up winning them the lane. I don't think that level 1 trade is bad for Tundra. Like, you got to remember, IO doesn't have a spell, right? If you both just stand there and Firestorm stun, you hit the Leshrac. I don't think you're getting forced off the early waves. And here we're seeing a lot of damage. You just have to be in a position where you can take that man fight, and Tundra just getting caught off guard in the region. Early laning phase dominance going Shopify's way. This is what they wanted last game. Look at some of it here.
Yeah, what about this matchup? We see, ooh, Abed. He is putting the screws to 9 here.
Yeah, this is the other upside. You put that TA in the mid. It is a matchup I think Abed's very confident winning.
Is it that much better, the matchup, than having the Leshrac?
I mean, the Lesh will still win it. I think the TA, there's room where you can just annihilate it. If you hit the early melds, it gets out of control. I think that's what Shopify are looking for, right? Shopify are always going to play to the upper echelons of lane domination.
Yeah, sure. And this is another lane that you could certainly dominate. And if you dominate this lane, it's going to be so much better for you. Not only are you trying to shut down a Bloodseeker, but also Skywrath Rage, Skywrath Mage, and Legion Commander.
This is Mad Max. Witness me.
If those two get off to a good start, they're going to run around killing people. They are going to get into a bit of a brawl here. Crit is able to get away with his high movement speed, though.
Gotta respect this Blood Grenade chase down, especially when AUI hits level 2 up here, as he's still level 1, had to take the heal. I mean, this is one of the ways you can play this Skywrath matchup, just get Nature's Attendance early, wear out his mana.
Thing to note is we've seen a lot of Bloodseekers, and I feel like every single time we see it, the lanes are being won by the Bloodseeker team. But you've got Io Leshrac, who should remain pretty healthy all the time, so you're not going to get those big thirst stacks. Not early on, I think.
Shopify have won these early waves down here so hard. They have just set themselves up tremendously in this game off of this lane alone, right? Because you're getting full wand charges on both these heroes down here, and traditionally the weak point of Io is the level 1 and 2. I think when you get to 3 and 5, this hero can start to favor it a bit more. So the fact that Shopify are doing this well in their safe lane this early is a really good sign for them.
And if you win the lane to get the Lotus, then you've got even more of a lead on this lane.
Exactly what happened. So they're cruising down here, taking full advantage of this Venge pick, abusing them early, especially Tundra not getting that first blood like they did in game 1. Things looking up. See if they can continue propelling that momentum here. They can get some good stacks for the TA and the Legion off of this start, or the TA and the Lesh off this start. They're going to be really happy with that. Because I do think the mid-game fights can be hard. Like, you go in with this Legion dual Skywrath ult and you swap that guy. What happens after that, right? You kind of need a net worth advantage on Shopify so you can just push through that and just take the fight to the Tundra cores, wear through the Underlord who, you know, he's still having a fairly good start here, all things considered.
Yeah.
And he's going to be tanky. He's going to be a tanky boy this game. If he gets the Pipe Crimson, that is not an easy target for Shopify to just go in and bring down, unless your TA is strong enough to jump in.
Good read. 9 knowing that Abed was going to cut him off of the other water rune. He TPs back and goes for the top water rune instead, getting some much needed refills on his bottle after claiming the bounty rune as well to help out on a lane that is being crushed. He's 14-0 on the Pango, going for it, turn around, okay.
Yeah,
they have definitely
made
way too much of their aggression here. Maybe that early abuse they put in got them a little bit headstrong here in fighting Tundra. 33 fights back, gets some pretty good trade-off, but maybe this is still going to be okay here. Land the split Earth. 33 with snaking around. Might be able to get this kill. Fight back underneath the Firestorm. They don't want to keep chasing after him. Fly. Gonna try and get that last hit. Can't quite get it. Turn the Magic Missile back over onto Arteezy. Put some damage out. The Lightning does not bounce to 33.
A dangerous fight if you give up that Lesh kill, especially with double no one invested for Artor here. But they will send 33 to base, continue their free farming spree. Lotus definitely paid off in that exchange.
Oh yeah, seriously.
All these little things adding up, and it's given Shopify a pretty decent laning phase here. You're just basically trying to survive mid with 9 at this point. You are behind almost a full level. TA is taking advantage of that, and Crit has done a very nice job combating the early Enchantress here. AUI is still not level 3. That just feels bad, because you're missing all of this creep window to try and potentially abuse Saberlight here with your Bloodseeker, who all that trading has powered Skeeter up, right? He's getting a lot of move speed off that, which is pretty damn nice for them, as our room has gone completely dark.
Yeah, apologies everyone. We're going to give the commentary a little bit of a rest here. Hopefully you're able to
somebody
still
just cast
enjoy the
darkness on us.
The
Do you remember that old spell?
I do remember.
That was a great spell.
Help.
Help. Ah, it appears in the building. We still have comms though. That's the crazy part. Okay, Cap, cast by sound only. Go.
All right. Got TA traps going out. Looks like Templar Assassin looking for some damage onto the Pango. Swashbuckle over to the side somewhere. Chasing after him. Shield crash.
Shield crash?
Shield crash.
That was a shield crash. Chantress
They're really going back and forth in this.
Yeah, I mean, this skirmish is absolutely insane, right?
Yeah, this is crazy.
There's people dying all over.
It's probably
the place.
just them CSing and just.
Oh, there's flashlights in the hallway now. Whoa. Yeah, we are absolutely okay. A little clapping, a little taunting. Man, this darkness. It's brutal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, isn't Dota so pleasant? These nice little ASMR sound effects here as we enjoy the quiet ramp up of this game. Oh, nice Venge stun into the Rupture. They're going to try and turn this.
Do we have Swap up yet? I don't think he's level 6.
Going to try and stand his ground with the Legion. But the Legion will go down as the Flayed Twins claim Saberlight on that top lane. This is what I assume is happening, though I cannot know. This is like Jedi mind trick.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Feel the game, feel it flow
Radiant's
through
top
you.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How long is the delay?
The delay is long. I thought of that, my friend. I thought of that one.
What need have I?
What do you think about that Bloodseeker Pango opener? Do you enjoy it there? Think it's a good strategic idea?
It's a good way to force fights if you want to be aggressive, like Pango's trying to do now.
That is true. Rolling Thunder coming through for 9 here. He'll clean him up with the Swashbuckle. Man, this game sounds like it's going great for Tundra right now.
All right, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Oh, do we have a live feed?
We got a live feed from JJ. All right.
Oh, this is... Are we back? This must be the weirdest cast of all time. I cannot imagine people understanding what the hell is going on, but...
All right, I think we got some on-the-fly, impromptu saving here. Looks like we're gonna have our Leshrac going in. Arteezy trying to chase after 33. Gonna chase him into the river with Crit coming in from the other side. They will easily get that kill, but they do have the Rupture on out. Snaking, gonna play the distance, see if he can stop that TP. He does with a magic missile, stops him. A little bit of heals where he can, but of course Skater easily cleans this fight up.
Can't just TP. Sometimes you can just TP there. You can't just TP. The Venge pick is just too nasty here. He's even maxing the stun. This is some early spell damage you might not expect, and this game might just be coming down to how much farm Abed can get off of this mid abuse.
Big damage. Abed is getting fat here.
Yeah,
it looks like he took that tower. He's taking the Pango's life.
Taking everything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Maybe
attack.
he took our power away too.
He's like, I need more power.
He needs the juice. He's getting it all.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under
he went up to Phase Boots Chainmail, just trying to max the armor up here. Try and win those man fights as Tundra will shift their Unlord top to defend the tower.
Yeah, I mean, he just can't keep going to that bottom lane anymore. That Lesh seems to be too strong.
Sent Arteezy back to base, but he's going to run out very swiftly here. Went for the early mask, too, to get the spell lifesteal. Very interesting build. I kind of would have expected more of either some of the boosters early on. Just up the HP.
Yeah.
Still, it's going to give him a little extra EHP here, and of course the biggest question in this game is, can your Leshrac survive when you run him in like this?
Man, they're really chasing deep to get this Snake King kill. They'll get it. I guess they just feel like there's nobody else around to respond.
Also 2-2-2 build here for the safe lane Lesh. Splitting the wickets, getting a little bit of everything. Just looking up the tempo as the kills continue.
Yeah, with the relocate coming in, is that silence going to last long enough? It looks like they've got him. Double kill for Arteezy as Shopify beginning to pick up the pace a little bit. I mean, we said this is what they were looking for before, right? Win the lanes, build off of that momentum-wise.
Exactly. if you can start getting some dual wins off of this as well with the reload setup, you're going to be super happy. And I'm kind of expecting them to continue the momentum, continue the pace, set up more damage here, level up the spells, level up the nukes, and just take it to Tundra here, because their ability to fight back is pretty much based on rupturing somebody and being able to go in and match the damage output, which right now is just not being matched. Skywrath is overwhelming Tundra during this period. The Enchantress Venge not offering the same. You do have Maelstrom on Skeeter here, so they're going to try and bring him into the fight, use him to try and turn some of this momentum.
But if they don't, if like they beat into this fight and it doesn't actually work for them, I feel like they're just completely out of the game. And
well, I wouldn't say they're completely.
I mean, their lineup is pretty fight heavy. If you don't win fights, I'm not sure what you do. They're going to go for crit here. Arteezy, meanwhile, the Rupture over there on the side.
Nice stun.
They're trying to stall up Abed as much as possible while the Leshrac is going to run towards that back line. The Bloodright looking to be able to silence him as best as possible. They just have to back away from the Leshrac. He's just too powerful right now. Playing the distance, Rolling Thunder, going to leave on out. 9 creates the space for the rest of the team to be able to back away.
I mean, this is the issue. The sustain, you just sit there. Okay, you rupture us. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
We're just going to sit here, and you don't have too much damage to throw in if you can't get some crazy swap combo off. Even if you can, it might not be enough for Skeeter to get in there and take that man-up fight. You can get some more sustain on right now. You get to this Bloodstone, you get to like a TA, BKB, or just higher refraction levels. You're going to be really happy just taking these fights, forcing an early Roshan. Of course, if you get early Aegises in this game as Shopify, then you're cruising, because this Tundra lineup does not deal well with the second life. And another relocate for another Snake King kill. This mid lane is a death trap right now, quite literally with the TA traps. That's also another factor. You get that TA shard online, some extra silences to throw in here at the start of those fights that Tundra are going to have an issue getting over to start the engagement. You're really happy in this game. Mech coming online soon.
Yeah, you're just walking along trying to farm up a side lane. All of a sudden a TA trap procs on you. You're slowed down. Your silence. Your relocate is on top of you.
Blade Mail up for Saberlight. Even more damage, more stand your ground power versus Bloodseeker.
I'm surprised he didn't go for fast Blink Dagger.
And he got the blink on the TA. So
that's true. I guess I would have
amp it all up.
I guess I would have assumed in this game you go Blink Dagger Legion and then you let Abed play for more of like the buildup of carry damage.
I think there's a route there. I think part of this Legion pick is also to go behind the two other cores, not necessarily have
that
to
damage is immense. So they're going to be able to get the easy dual win as Saberlight sandwiches him from the other side.
Now you're getting dual damage on top of this early momentum. This feels super nice. Tundra's still looking for answers, looking for some towers of their own. As this Enchantress early game did not pan out.
Yeah, they are just running down Tundra heroes constantly. You just put a little aggression on them, they have to rupture defensively. Now you're just...
Mercy.
He gets away ever so barely.
That's Bloodstone done, by the way, with double null. More sustain coming through.
I mean, you're not going to be able to do enough burst damage. You can't convince me you can do that. With these heroes, the best burst you have is Rupture Swap.
I mean, you'd have to Rupture, swap them in, then somehow like re-break the second tether, deal with the Bloodstone heal. Artur would really have to overextend here to die somehow.
Yeah.
And he knows it, so he's playing aggressive. He's stealing their stacks. This is the Tundra stacking, not going their way. As 3K gold lead for Shopify, their cores are looking in a very solid spot. And of course, 9, he is just struggling to find anything this game. It started with the lane. It's going into the mid game. This Pango has backfired. He does not have great supports to play with either. I mean, throwing out a Venge Nuke plus a Swashbuckle is cute, but it's not the same at this point as when you're ahead. Ambitious duel. Will they get it?
Oh no! Just like what?
Well,
Less than 50 HP away from being able to win a duel, and they're not even going to get the kill as a result. AUI making space where he can.
Yeah, I think he was going to go and cut the next wave. That would have been the ultra PM move.
Yeah, seriously. That would have been great. I wish he did that now.
Still, this game is looking recoverable for Tundra. I mean, considering how much early kill action Shopify found, the lead is not that big, right? You did get some stacks for Skeeter here, who's still finding some damage. He's just going Maelstrom into the Manta, so he's got to be pretty happy with this overall, considering the state of the game, right? And it's Arteezy. He's going to continue to be aggressive. Oh, that's looking like a staff for Yules, right? What else would it be? I guess you can go Kaya here. Never mind.
Yeah, Kaya Yasha, Kaya Sanj. Actually, not sure which one I would want to
Defusal.
see. They're going to go for it. See if they can burst him down, but the Bloodstone is going to work, and they have the heals from the IO as well. They just do not have enough, and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are going to come in soon. Arteezy might die. The question is, ooh, the relocate just really late there from Fly.
Okay, I might have cursed the hell out of him right there.
Yeah, I mean, I did too, to be fair.
That's a little too aggressive, you know? 5 heroes from Tundra waiting for him to walk up the hill, and the reload can't come out in time because there's a rolling thunder going through everything.
I also thought the rest of Shopify would, like, show up to that
where
fight.
was
It
the fight?
lasted a long time.
I don't know if that's even a fight you necessarily lose if everybody's there, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have another save in the Legion Commander as well.
Like, this isn't that fast of a kill.
I mean,
Tundra
Saberlight's all the way
everything.
down there in the bottom right corner of the map.
Albet's here, he just doesn't really go in. He's on the supports. I mean, I guess by the time the damage from Shopify shows up, it's just too late.
Yeah, and also too late that relocate, unfortunately, for Fly.
Also, that was your pipe on the Underlord, so that is like the best multi-hero skirmish time for Tundra to pull this game back a little bit on the network chart.
That's true.
It is a very strong pipe game. You're eliminating a lot of the burst damage out of Shopify between the Leshrac and the Skywrath Mage, which means you have to scale into the physical here for Shopify, which is pushing that a little later, right? And every time you make one of these moves that doesn't work, it's not that the game state becomes terrible for you, it's just that's time you could have been getting farther ahead. That's kind of what this IO Lesh does. You're farming everything as well as finding kills, it just explodes.
Yeah.
You're giving some breathing room to Tundra, especially this 9 Pangolier who is struggling immensely in this game will now get to finish his defusal, be able to contribute more.
Yeah, and he should constantly struggle. If you get that chart in the TA, you have this duel that's going to be always a problem. Skywrath Mage silence is a bit of a mess for you.
I like this early Roche. This is just super free, super fast. No reason not to do it. Put the Aegis on the Lesh and let him go to him. Or you can put it on Abed. Dessel's actually finished. So he can actually just go in too with this extra damage. That's what it looks like it's going to be. I like this. This is going to help you pick up that aggression. We talked about how much Aegis does for you in this game versus a Tundra lineup that pretty much has to play around the rupture damage to a large degree.
Sure.
I mean, damn, I'm impressed by Skeeter this game, though. This is not an easy game to be finding the openings as a carry player when you were most of the damage and you have to draw your other 2 cores back into this, right?
Yeah, and keep your net worth up this entire time.
Yep, he has done a tremendous job. 3-0-3, hasn't even died once. This is a very good game as an example of how to keep your team in the game as a carry player when you're forced to join those early battles, early fights. And some of them didn't even go your way, like that river battle.
Yeah.
They didn't get anything out of that. That's wasted time for Skeeter, and he's still pretty damn far.
They're pulling down that net worth lead even more.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is Tundra, right? They are the masters of stall. So if you're Shopify right now, you cannot take your foot off the gas pedal. You need to keep finding kills. You need to get to the Saberlight Blink. And that's going to be your big ticket to ramp up the aggression, ramp up the pick-off potential, especially with the reload threat behind you. Any sort of stun or latch you find in this map, even if it's just a trap, even if it's just a rundown, should convert into a kill.
Duel is not going to be one. They'll obviously get the kill, but Saberlight still not able to get that extra bit of duel damage. It's only 1-1 the entire game.
Yeah, you'll still take that for sure.
Yeah.
Every reload off cooldown that lands in a kill, that's what's going to get you ahead in this game.
I mean, especially given the fact that AEY specifically would create so much more space if you let him live, right? Like, you know he's going to push down a couple waves with his maxed out enchant like he does. And
yeah, that's the thing. AEY has found some decent gold in this game.
Yeah, he has.
Really has, so.
Most farmed of all the supports here.
He's going to be able to maybe produce a decent aura item. You have Drum on Snay. Snay is happy to play a sacrificial 4 here. That's kind of what the Venge slots into when this early game doesn't go your way.
Yeah.
So you have Pipe, you have Drum, you have a tanky Enchantress. You have Swap to bail out a core that gets dueled and double damage on 9. Pretty decent time to try and strike back here if you're Tundra. Even with the Aegis on Shopify, you have some teamfight win potential right now if Shopify try and force the issue, which they are, and can't blame them. You got to keep building momentum in this game, especially with the blink on Saberlight. This is go time. You just got to line it up, and you got to think about this swap. You cannot try and all in a core if Snaking's in position and get put in a rough spot in terms of drag deeper into the fight.
I mean, that being said, Duel is a way in some ways to counter swap, just because you do the swap, but then you're still going to meet back together again, right?
So it's just, it's going to drag the fight very deep, and then you might be stuck in a pit, you might be stuck in a firestorm.
So close.
Whew. Tundra dodge. They're going to go through the gate, try and catch on the other side of the map. I like this play.
But they're going to run into AUI. He was guarding that area, trying to make sure that 33 gets the heads up.
Look at the build, by the way, on the edge. This is the small things Tundra do. It's 0 impetus points. It's just pure enchant and heal. So he's as tanky in the fight as possible and is good at stalling out the game with the strong level creep.
It's always annoying. IO relocate. We saw this early on in the patch when people figured out, whoa, this Wisdom Ritter is really important. We saw these IOs just using relocate every 7 minutes. Steal away Wisdom Runes.
Will get dodged in return, man. There's a lot of mirroring going on in this game.
Yeah, there is.
I don't think Shopify are building the lead that they necessarily wanted from a perfect game out of that lane phase. But it's in a realm of, like, it's going pretty well, you know?
Yeah, it's not a bad game to scale up if you're Shopify, but considering the lead and momentum you had early, you would have preferred to be 5, 6, 7, 8K ahead right now.
As long as Legion is finding good net worth, I think you're happy scaling this game.
Yeah, he's doing all right in that regard.
Yeah, he's doing good enough. This is one of those heroes that scales amazingly well. Like, we look at a lot of those BB games where Pure plays Legion, right?
Yeah.
Those games, it does not ever feel like they're getting outscaled because Legion is just finding dual damage.
Of course, a big factor of that was him getting a lot of dual damage.
Yes, that is a key factor, and we're only sitting on 10 here for Saberlight. And this is kind of a ball lineup for Tundra, so I don't know how much you can expect to find the random pickoffs on the map. I'm also a little surprised that these waves are getting shoved into Shopify as much as they are right now, right? Like, you look at these, I guess it's just the edge creeps and some random wave pushing from the Firestorm. Still, it's letting Tundra get a lot and remain in a closed position. So when you make this type of smoke, Tundra are just waiting for you. When you jump in, they're all going to be here. Well, that's a Bloodseeker illusion.
Okay, they're going to go for the Underlord. They did not get distracted by the illusion that just showed up in time. The swap was unfortunately a bit too far away. They just didn't expect him to go for 33 like that. They didn't expect the big burst.
I think Tundra were backing up the smoke there.
Yeah, that might have been it.
Like, looking at that mini-map, and 33 was maybe trying to get the lanes in so that smoke could work in conjunction. Shopify just a little too fast. And, I mean, they're fortunate the swap isn't there and everybody from Tundra isn't directly behind 33, because I think that is the type of fight that can go wrong very fast. They take full advantage of it, straight into a tier 2, straight into a Tormentor. Now you're getting some good momentum out of this game.
Yeah.
This is a really nice swing. One simple smoke, you break the game open like that. And Shard for crit. Not the one they would have wanted here with the IO Lesh. We'll take it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You want that spell life steal.
Well, you can go do your own Tormentor and just double it up, right?
That's true. Double your chances. Flip the coin once again.
Quick smoke from Tundra, trying to find something in return here. This is just a hard smoke to land. Like, it's a 5-man smoke.
It went from Tundra successfully dodging Shopify to now it feels like Shopify is just kind of like settled into, like, okay, we're in a good place in this game. We don't need to force things. And now they're dodging Tundra.
This is how Shopify prefer to play. Unless they have one of those super early high ground lineups like the Lycan SF type stuff.
Yeah.
They're fine cruising to their late game items. They always believe they're going to win the scale. Artur's sitting on a little low mana here. It's maybe the only thing they don't have right now. But do Tundra want to bite the bait? Mage Slayer for 9, trying to gain any sort of little fight advantage they can right now. It's an interesting item choice. Combine that with the pipe and some of the tank ability here, you might just be able to wear through the Leshrac mana. So I don't know if that's your only problem right now on Tundra. The physical burst is there. So that pipe that was causing you problems earlier when the Skywrath and the Lesh were the majority of your damage is not the case anymore with the Legion and TA have picked up the slack.
Yeah, I shudder to think what Skeeter's going to look like if he and the Templar Assassin get into a fight, you know?
Exactly. He's not winning that.
No. So they're going to have to find a good opening where they can build off of that thirst momentum and kill everybody else dodging away from Abed as much as possible.
You got to draw the fight out, right? Abuse the swap, abuse the pit, get some disarms from the Pangolier. And if you're Shopify, you want that dual latch to count. You want to take a big core down in that burst interval. Or at least put Tundra in a position where maybe it's Skeeter who's low and then they can't turn. I'm pretty happy with that outcome as well. Halberd on 33, also very important item in this game. If you can get the disarm on a Legion, on a TA when Abed blinks in, might just save your core off that initial jump. This is probably the most pivotal item for Tundra in these upcoming fights. Does he land this halberd in time? Is he the one getting dueled and he doesn't get halberd or pipe off? That's also problematic for Tundra if they can't bail him out with a swap, which it's still level 1 swap, by the way. So
yeah, that is a big problem. You really do need that higher level of swap, both for the rupture damage and to be able to get that duel further onto your side.
We saw Shiva's finished for Arator. He has found a lot of net worth in the last 10 minutes here off that single smoke gank and a double Tormentor tier 2. Maybe a second one leading into this next Roshan.
Yeah, they've built a lot off of those Tormentor shards and then I guess better map control. 8,000 net worth lead now. Where did that come from?
The double Tormentor, the smoke kill, and the tier 2.
But where did it come from, Avery? Well, God.
He had a drop package.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now there's a mechanic we could introduce to Dota.
Like the,
you know, a crate comes down on the Dota map and you gotta go to it and unlock it.
Yeah.
There's a couple items in there. Maybe with some stickers on it. Maybe we can sell those stickers. And you can put them on.
Valve perked their ears up.
Now you
got an idea to sell stickers, huh?
And Tundra kind of missed their time to get that fight with the Halberd and the Mage Slayer reveal. And now Shopify got to their next set of items.
I mean,
So
if you get
you're missing some window
BKB,
here.
I feel like BKB is a better option for the Legion Commander, just because I want to see like a clean jump that you can't really mess with in any way.
He's thinking about the Sanj. Oh, that Lincoln's.
Yeah, catching Skeeter. Even if he can stop the duel, the swap goes out. Maybe they can still chase after him, though. Pops a Manta, gets rid of the slow from the TA trap, but this is still Tundra in an awkward position.
Yeah, you don't
Even
have
if
the
they
damage.
save their Bloodseeker, without the Bloodseeker, they can't win the fight. So they will back away, only losing their 5 position or 4 position. Well, I guess 5 position in this game.
Yeah, it's definitely their 5.
Yeah.
There's no 4-position dream for Snake King. That's about as good as it's going to get for Tundra. You get a Lincoln's reveal pop on the duel. That's going to be the first ones for Sableye. Now you know, and you get your Bloodseeker out. That's just the type of fight that's never going to be bad for Shopify. If you start on the Bloodseeker, there's no way you're turning that. There's a window here for Tundra to maybe make something happen. But they don't have Rupture, man. I mean, what are you doing without Rupture here?
Well, I
think
think
you're doing
Tundra's
anything.
asking themselves the same question, but this long silence on the Pango is killing him, and that split earth was even better. Artur killing Tundra. That one shot, not quite enough to finish up Skeeter. 33, slowed down quite a bit. They're going to keep chasing after him, all the way underneath the tier 3s, perhaps? No, they back away. No need to dive like that against Avenge specifically. You don't want to be diving and then get swapped even deeper.
Just want to play around your Lesh and TA here.
Yep.
Don't want to get overzealous into a pit, into the swaps, Enchantress heals. Like right now, you have a significant damage advantage. It's just nothing coming out of this Tundra lineup right now. They need to go ultra late here. They need to stall this game. They need some AUI creeps to work their magic. I just think the next Roshan, if you're Shopify, you push high ground with that for sure. You do not let this game get dragged out. You secure your advantage. Put an Aegis either on the Lesh or the TA, and then you have one of those two go high ground with the IO and the Legion saves behind him. You do have some outspam if you're Tundra. I mean, you can swap in deep. You have level 2 swap by now. You have Firestorm, you have Pango pokes with the disarms. It's an annoying high ground. Doable, though.
Doable.
Throwable, also.
Throwable. Yeah,
Very
Shopify
throwable.
have done that before. Don't forget the cheese. Good. You've got an IO. That's always important.
Silver Edge for Abed is also a nice little pickup here. You can break that Underlord, break the Bloodseeker here. Probably the big one, right? That's going to make it so Skeeter can't even run away in some of those situations. He just loses all his MS.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's some shenanigans happening here. I don't really know what. I don't know why I expected that creep to kill the bounty rune there. My brain did.
He somehow got pulled through.
I mean, I'm sure this was some creep pull off an Enchantress creep.
Yeah, it was off of the top lane. And they're just making their way to what their objective is, which of course is that tier 3 tower.
Yeah.
On this day, creeps, we salute thee.
It was a bold move. I think you're back to the drawing board with that strategy.
All right, boys, we're going to skip past the lane, go straight to the tier 3.
What if we
Saber
just
Light.
go to the base? He's looking for AUI. I mean, he knows the tricks, right? Now, if you studied the replays of Tundra at Bala, you would know this is the exact spot that AUI hit in that game.
Yes, it was.
In upper bracket. First game in. So, back to the replay board, I guess, as AUI survives. I would say he's being threatened here, but honestly, I don't
Relocate
know if he
is going to be able to reset this fight. It does mean they could chase after some of these other heroes. Unfortunately, Crit don't really have the vision on him. And they're going to come back soon, so they can't overextend themselves. That IO Lesh, you got to get away from that relocate point.
I don't even know if you had to reload in there.
Yeah, I know. There was no real threat, but, you know, better to be safe than sorry. They get the duel onto AUI, and another duel win for Saberlight, who did go for the Heaven's Halberd, I think, because of that Lincoln's issue earlier.
Yes. And it'll be BKB for Arteezy. So that's going to allow him to man up kind of independent of maybe necessarily needing the tether here.
Yeah, because maybe it's better sometimes to give this over to Abed just to help him get on top of these heroes better.
Well, you're going to have a pretty fast BKB on Saberlight as well. And at that point, you don't care about the pits. You don't care about the Pangolier as much. Not going high ground with this Aegis, as that high ground defense is still there for Tundra. There is a brown dot.
Is Skater thinking about Aghanim Scepter, by the way?
What?
I mean, I just feel like at some point in time you need that longevity, and I think Blood Mist might be one of your keys to late game victory.
You definitely need it. You just need too many things right now.
Yeah.
You need armor or evasion. You need Scotty maybe. You need Abyssal. You need the Blood Mist. You need a game 3.
Well, unfortunately for Tundra, no matter what happens in this situation,
is that more skeletons?
That is more skeletons.
That's nice.
More enchant creeps, more skeletons.
This is disgusting, man.
And he's got a flag bearer creep with him.
I mean, this is the best creep you can get for this, too.
Yeah. It's buffing everybody up. And away they go, hitting a tier 2 tower.
He's got to time out before the next summon, though.
Oh, no. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Close.
He can do it. Keep it alive. Keep it alive.
Ooh, how good's the micro?
Can we get one more round of summons? Yeah, get one more round of skeletons to rally to push into that tier 2 tower.
Value.
Whew. Oh, and he's getting the last hit,
he's just sending it.
No, I think he's just trying to get as many last hits as possible. Oh, one skeleton. Can he get this last one? Oh, it dies.
These are like the jankiest model in Dota.
Yeah. That's what makes him charming.
I kind of agree, yeah. I like him. He didn't get the tower, though. I think he could have got the tower if you just pushed away. A little sloppy, honestly. I think AUI has to go and watch some AUI replays.
He needs to go back and watch some TI5 replays of himself.
Yeah, I think, 2023 AUI needs to go and watch 2018 AUI and figure some things out here. It's a little lacking.
2018?
Whatever year he was doing
I don't think those exist. I don't think there are any replays
honestly,
of AUI in 2018.
It's every year. He has always done this. He will always do it. He will never stop. You must make him stop.
I love the fact that there is, you could still have so much personality in a player in a game like Dota because it is such an open field.
Oh, is that what you would call it?
I mean, it's an annoying personality, but it's a personality.
I think some would call it toxicity.
That's still a personality trait, just ask Reddit when it comes to Quinn.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this is your Aegis gone. You did not manage to go high ground with it, though you did continue to build a pretty decent-sized lead here, especially the net worth on the IO, man. Fly found a lot during this time period.
It lost this tier 2.
I mean, it was an inevitability, right? What are you going to do? They're mad.
They're like, all right, we got to stop this guy looking.
Are they not going to find him again? I mean, how does this happen? Why don't you, like, split up? Send somebody up here, somebody up the triangle.
Oh, God, a wisdom
just
rune.
stop.
Oh my God, nobody even thought about the wisdom rune.
Oh, he TP'd out.
I wonder what made him decide now's the time to TP out.
He must have made some call, right? They're going to make a move or smoke. Aegis is out.
Yeah.
There is still a cheese on the IO. That's the upside of these IO lineups. Even when your Aegis is gone, you basically have another one.
Oh, did you see that? That is so cool. Abed is setting traps up for himself to Psyblade when he doesn't want to get too close to the wave. He denies his TA trap to get the... That is so cool.
I don't think I've seen that before.
Me neither.
I mean, I'm sure somebody's probably done it, but that is pretty damn cool.
First time I've seen it.
What a player.
Gotta take all those little tips and tricks. So at this point in time, Shopify, they're holding the map. Unless they manage to catch Tundra in some really big fight close to the base, we're unlikely to see them go for the high ground. They're just going to try and control the map, probably wait for our next Roshan, which gives Tundra an opportunity here. They're on a somewhat even fighting ground. Sure, they're 16,000 net worth bound, and they have a cheese on an IO, but they don't have to fight into Aegis. So if it's a really, really favorable engagement, Tundra are willing to take it. They're going to play around their vision to see if Shopify will oblige in an engagement like that. Failing that, they've always got the enchant creeps to push out lanes.
It's just AUI didn't go damage on the edge. Like, he's not scaling off this network. I mean, you have a Hurricane Pike, I guess. He went the early Solar Crest. I guess it's not too bad. He kind of got that.
Like, he'll get to damage eventually.
He's going to suck up all these Lotuses, too.
Wait. Did he lock the Lotuses in order to make it so he can grab all of them that way? That's interesting. And then he unlocked it to make a Degrader. That's cool. Because normally you'd have to drop it and stuff like that, right?
I'm not going to lie. There's too many nerdy things in this game.
Because it basically would have turned into 3 and then would have become 1, and then he wouldn't have been able to grab more. So
some of this stuff is, I start to wonder if you should be thinking about it.
Like it's distracting from the bigger picture of Dota.
If I'm Tundra's coach right now, which I guess is AUI, and I'm watching AUI play, I'm like, is this what I want my players putting their headspace into, Like the fact that they're doing this stuff, I mean, I guess there's not much else to think about right now.
No, there really isn't much to think about for Tundra besides just weird little things, anything you can. I mean, there's that TA thing again.
I almost feel like he's just doing it for fun.
Yeah, I mean, he's missing a lot of CS because of his trepidation of not actually going into the creep wave, which is respecting, I guess, Tundra and their possibility that they could be making a move. They are not, I'll tell you right now. They are spread out on the sides of the map trying to find farm.
And they're not finding as much farm in Shopify here as Arteezy has plowed ahead. He's finished a full damn Hex on top of that Timeless Relic, so spell damage getting mega amped here between him and the IO and the neutral item.
The scary part is you could do a lot of damage very quickly, and if you take down the primary tower defender, that becomes that much easier. A sight to be able to catch Snake King. Force forward, a Hurricane Pipe pushes Snake King a little bit in danger here, but 9, oh, look at those impetuses raining in and doing absolutely nothing, but because the heal is just too much from this IO. Skeeter's here, but he can't really fight this Leshrac. It's looking real bad for him. The damage is just very lackluster. AY's getting there bit by bit. Swap back in. Does manage to get 9 into the Fountain, which Arteezy and the rest of Shopify are getting very close to, despite the fact they haven't even finished up this tier 3 tower yet. And now, there is no creep wave.
You have no Rupture. You have no Swap. You have Impetuses. That's about it. Well, high ground just got instantly broken there. You get a Snake King buyback. Underlord is the best target you can bring down first because you remove all that sustained utility immediately out of the fight. Just open up the floodgates. You get another dual win as well.
He tried to pull the creep wave with the
He did try and pull the creep. I saw that. Don't think I didn't see it there. I mean, damage numbers are comparable, but it's just all going into heal. Shopify is sustaining everything. There isn't any anti-healing mechanism right now for Tundra, and there's no BKB on Skeeter, so he can't just sit there and hit Arteezy. You're not winning that trade. This was a Shiva's Underlord, by the way. I mean, this is about as tanky as 33 is going to get for a while. Woo! Here's some cinematics for you. They bring down the big slug. Quick Smoke going to try and find something. It's getting desperate. Definitely not out of this game. You got to start finding a core killer if you want to contest the next Roshan for sure. And again, you have to put Skeeter in a position where he's getting powered up so that he can actually go in and man fight some of these cores, which has been the problem for a lot of this game.
Tundra are not going to find a pickoff here. Shopify have been very, very conservative when it comes to how they play the map because they don't want to give Tundra that opportunity of a free pick.
And they have buybacks on Radiant side Roche.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Even if you get the Slash once, you're going to have to get him twice.
Arteezy posing a threat here. AUI will send a message.
Good poke.
With rainbow-colored impetuses running at Arteezy.
I'm surprised 9 got to that. It is some extra damage and slow.
Yeah, it makes himself a lot tankier if he blinks in, hits a good shield crash.
going to send the Harpy in.
Might be able to get some information off these illusions. Underlord coming in through the side, trying to check something out, but they immediately find an opportunity to get on top of AUI 2000. Arteezy charging forward with that Bloodstone, pops BKB, Split Earth goes out, and they do manage to get the swap back, getting Skeeter out of danger, but this is definitely a lost fight. It's just a question of how many heroes are going to get caught in this one. It looks like it's going to be 9 up, 33. He's going to die as well. Skeeter's the only one who can get out alive on the side of Tundra. Shopify win the fight and will take Roshan.
And we see what 33's pinging here. It's the supports. He's basically saying if we can't kill the supports, guys, we're never going to win the fight, because there is no option to man fight Arteezy and Abed on the front line. I think he's absolutely correct. I just don't know how you get there. Your lineup is not really designed to kill the backline first unless you were just steamrolling this game. The early laning phase from Shopify has paid dividends here as they control the map, control the kill tempo, shut down Tundra to 7 kills, and now push this lead to almost 30,000 gold.
Now, this is going to be a weird bit of dyssynergy. Looks like Aghanim Scepter is going to be consumed by Arteezy, so got to be careful of how he uses that. Breaks the Lincolns with the Heaven's Halberd, gets the duel, allowing the relocate to come in, and they've got the chain stuns thanks to the scythe to follow it up. So
very clean.
Very good pickup, and that is very likely going to prompt Tundra into a buyback once they have the Underlord back into play. Though I guess it depends on what kind of lane shenanigans Tundra can pull off.
Pulling lane chain. I mean, there is some creep push on top here. It's just a wave will eventually come in for Sean.
There he goes. The Alpha Wolf leading the charge, but of course Shopify had the wave pushed in mid, and they could take those lanes of barracks and then turn it into top.
That is a whole TP.
33 trying to make himself a target, perhaps. They're going to blink backwards, but Arteezy moves forward.
Okay,
and they immediately pull the IO out of a bad position. That means he's going to die. Arteezy is going to be brought in deep next to the tier 4 towers. Might be able to finish off 33 though, but he's being kited around. This is quite bad. Meanwhile, Saberlight and Crit are trying to deal with Skeeter right now. Wants to be able to pick off these supports. Pops Semantic, gets that kill right before the duel can come in, but the duel is going to be lost. The blade mail is too much to handle with Abed doing so much, and this is going to be the first life of Arteezy as he freely gifts it away to AUI 2000. After all, there are no more buybacks on the side of Tundra, so this fight has already been won. And I think Arteezy knows the game is over. Indeed it is. Tundra will call it for this game 2. Shopify will right the ship a little bit here, looking a lot better, a change of pace in both their draft and ideas.
Yeah, some flexibility as well.
Yeah.
Ended up working really well on the lanes, and then they just power into a really nice IO Lesh game. I think the safe lane Lesh is a little slower because you have to get the levels elsewhere, whereas the mid Lesh has a lot more solo XP.
Yep.
They get it done though. They find some good relocation kills off of some duels that was helping create some map pressure to help counteract what Tundra wanted to do with the lane shove. That was a big problem in game 1. There are a lot of little things that worked better for them this game around. They also have more damage to play through Abed, who had a much better early game, and just, I mean, him and Artur were out to the races on top of that net worth chart. So much EHP to try and fight through here. I didn't really like this counter IO Lesh idea. I think it's interesting to try here for Tundra. I don't know if they're too sad about the game. They gave IO Lesh and they tried some answers to it.
Yeah.
In terms of like the swap, I just think they ended up in a weird position where you last pick Underlord into IO Lesh, and that is a double-edged sword. Because while Underlord can build pipe, he can give you some zone control, Underlord typically thrives by abusing Atrophy Aura against the physical carries. And IO Lesh do not give a damn about that. And the second they are stronger than you, they can run in. You get this BKB on Lesh especially. He doesn't care about anything your Underlord is doing in this game. It's hard for 33 to drag the team fights back, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you stalling for in these engagements?
Similarly, I do have the question, like, Shopify, how good are they going to be feeling off a win off of IO Leshrek, which is a combo they've run quite a lot.
Yeah, IO Lesh has been very dominant this tournament so far.
Yes.
The Lesh without the IO has not been dominant. So that's something you have to think about as you go into these later matches. What do you believe in, and how are you going to use it?
Let's head to the stage. We've got Tsunami up there with Arteezy.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Arteezy of Shopify Rebellion, which you yourself said it, and I was thinking it's been a while since I've had an opportunity to do this on a stage. How's it feeling to be back here since, I guess, Lima?
Well, it would have been nice to be in like a playoff setting and then doing this, but you know, we'll take it. It's a group stage win at the end of the day, but yeah, it's been a while since I've been here doing an interview.
But you've been a stage player in general. I imagine this kind of environment makes you feel at home.
Absolutely. It hasn't been like a long time since I've been able to play a lot of games on stage, you know, but you know, we're working towards it. Still working.
زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا ارتيزي من فريق شوبيفاي ريبليون. كنا نتكلم عن انه هو قبل شوي كان يقول لنا لي فتره طويله ما كنت على مسرح واقدر اسوي مقابله واني العب جيم اصلا على المسرح. يقول هذا الشيء اللي انا متعود عليه وهذا الشيء اللي انا دائما اني افضله، وبالعكس احنا الفتره هذه ممكن ما لعبنا لانات كثيره لكن نحاول ان نكثر من الشيء هذا، وقريبا ان شاء الله بنقدر اننا ننافس كل الابطال العالميين.
So now that I have a chance to pick your brain a little bit, I'm wondering 7.33 drops, a lot changes. For you specifically, BKB changed a lot. I'm curious how you feel about BKB and the current state of the patch.
I thought the most annoying change, it was not the BKB, it was like how they changed how magic resistance is calculated, like the effect of a pipe or something, or like how over the game when you get more int, you get more magic resist, and then that scales in such a like, I just feel it's not very balanced, so I didn't think the BKB was also necessary to be nerfed at the same time. I think like there are a lot of things that need more fine-tuning. I think there has been a lot of progress towards that, but I still think magic resistance in general is just like in a weird spot right now.
زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين سالنا ارتيزي سؤال عن ايتم البي كي بي بعد التغير الاخير اللي صار فيه في الباتش، هل هو مع او ضد التغير هذا؟ بكل بساطه كان يقول انه اساسا الماجيك ريزيست بعد ما تغير طريقه حسابه الشيء هذا انا ما عاد صرت افضله، وزياده على كذا صار بعد النرف حق البي كي بي فشيئين صار لهم نرف يعتمدون على الماجيك ريزيست. الشيء هذا ضر مره في البالانس حق اللعبه، والشيء هذا ما هو شيء يفضله ابدا.
And how about all the other objectives? Lotus, Wisdom, Tormentor. You a fan or not so much?
You know, when the patch came out, I thought the gates were really stupid. I will say that my mind has changed. I think the gates are like, they've added a unique part and they changed the game. Like, and that's probably at first why I didn't like the change, because that's usually how it works. You know, they introduce such a big concept and it takes a lot of time to get used to it. So I thought the gates were annoying at first. But I still, like, I really hate this Tormentor thing. I find it so, like, weird, like, that it exists. Like, it's, I don't know. I still can't figure out, like, if it's ever worth it to kill it or not.
What a carry player thing to say, that you don't know if it's worth killing the Tormentor.
I mean, I feel like the only time I really want to do it is if I'm TA or something, and it's only for 250 gold. It's like, that's the only reason.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين سالنا ارتيزي سؤال بسيط انه بعد ما شفنا الاوبجكتيفز الجديده اللي دخلت اللعبه مع الباتش الاخير زي الويزدم، اللوتس وايضا التورمنتر، هل الشيء هذا يعني هو مع او ضد التغير هذا ايضا؟ لكن كان جوابه انه اول شيء الجيت في البدايه ما كان ابدا مع التغير هذا لانه غير طريقه اللعبه وهو ما صارت هي دوتا اللي هو يعرفها، لكن بنفس الوقت مع الوقت بدا يحب الشيء هذا، لكن التورمنتر بالذات جدا يكرهه وهو ما يدري اذا انا لازم اني اقتل التورمنتر ولا اني اخليه لانه ما يستاهل اصلا.
Last question. Sure, it's just group stage right now, but if we get the opportunity to bring you back here, any team that you want to face in the playoffs especially?
I think Bet Boom is like, it's a fun match because we used to be on the team together, me and Igor, obviously, and the rest of us. So I find it always exciting to play against him. So yeah, I would probably say Bet Boom or Liquid. I'll dodge Quinn until the end, hopefully, you know what I'm saying?
زي ما تشوفون ايضا سالنا ارتيزي اخر سؤال معنا في المقابله نتكلم عن مين الفرق اللي ممكن انك حابب انك تنافسهم في الجروب ستيج. كان يتكلم عن بي تيم انه ما يفضل ابدا انه او يفضل جدا انه يواجههم صراحه، خصوصا انهم الان ما خسروا ولا مباراه، لكن بنفس الوقت ايضا انه يحب انه يلعب ضد التيميت السابق حقه، انه بيقدر انه ينافسه دائما. هو متى ما نافسه تكون المباريات جدا جدا ممتعه، لكن بنفس الوقت في تيم يحاول انه يتجنبه قد ما يقدر، وزي ما سمعتوا انتم مين اسم اللاعب.
It was a 1-1 split, but thank you so much for joining me for an interview. Always a pleasure to see you on stage.
Thanks for having me.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت الان اننا نروح على طول للاستديو نتكلم اكثر عن وش صار في المباراه.
See you back at the studio.
Thank you very much to Tsunami, Arteezy, and of course Fancy on the stage. And yeah, they will have to play a little bit longer if they want to make it to the playoffs against BB Team. And because yesterday they already had their shot against BB Team. They did not take it, but this one looked a lot better for Shopify Rebellion as they were able to tie the series against Tundra and end in a 1-1. Much needed points for both squads that were sitting at the bottom of the Group B score thus far. We'll break this game down though here on the panel. I'm joined by Purge, Lacoste and Fear. And Purge, this game It was a lot stronger for Shopify. This was definitely the mental win that they needed.
It was, yeah. Two of their lanes went really good. The mid lane and the safe lane. They swapped those in the draft with their last pick TA, and it really gave them a big advantage. So I think they did a nicer job in the draft this game for sure.
A nicer job in the draft. Fear, you said earlier, mental win important. And this was not just a mental win, though. I feel like they also had their gameplay was on point. They felt so comfortable in the game.
Yeah, I really love the swap that they made. And Arteezy, he was active. He was godlike. He was beyond godlike at one point on the Celestial. And this is something we haven't seen a lot of from him throughout these LAN tournaments. And it's mainly just from their playstyle. It stems down to he's normally the one farming. He's not enjoying the fights too often, but when he's put onto the Celestial, he's forced to go and fight all the time and make the stuff happen.
Yeah, every single time, you know, we're getting closer to TI, these big tournaments coming up as well. IO's gonna pop up. Like IO, Lash, these combination, so far this seems to be the pick of the tournament. Try to figure out how to beat it. And IO, like he gets some of these like buffs that you don't think about them, because there's a flag bearer creep, tower HP regeneration, especially if you're playing the safe lane, lotuses that you pick up. So all these things are indirect buffs to IO, which make him super strong again.
Yeah, super strong on the IO, especially with the Lash combination. Maybe we'll see some AA sometime. There wasn't the game for it, though, as we pointed it out during the draft. Tundra, unfortunately, falling short here and not getting the win there in the second game, but that was mostly credit due to Shopify. In particular, Purge. Was it mostly due to a certain Templar Assassin?
That's what I think. I have some clips for you guys I'd love to show you.
Yes,
Templar
please.
Assassin was the last pick of the draft, and he ended up going in the mid lane. And the reason that it works so good, remember Pango was one of the first picked heroes, you just hit him with the Meld Strike. He's a melee hero. That means that every attempt that he tries to trade or even go for last hits, you get Meld Striked and you get hit a bunch of times. Lowers your armor by 4, I believe, at level 1, which means that 9 pretty much only feels comfortable moving up if he can go use his spells to get a last hit. But that's like not enough. That means you're going to get behind in last hits. He comes back forward again when the first Meld Strike debuff has gone away, but this leads to just so much damage against him here. In fact, he gets a third Meld Strike shortly after this, which ends up getting him pretty low, and then we'll move a little bit forward. There's yet another one as he comes for another creep, trying to get a little bit more. This is where he almost died. He burned his Fairy Fire right here. That was the start of the game. That was 1 minute and 13 seconds or something like that. Going for our last hit, gets Meld Strike, has a bad time. We'll jump to a further point. Here he is 5 minutes into the game. His last hits are 18 versus TA's 36 and 13. He's got 0 denies, by the way, so kind of in struggle territory here. And then Skywrath also comes, just really rubbing it in here. So he dies. Then once again, a little pressure comes. Nine's like, hey, he left the lane. I can get last hits. And then he loses almost all of his HP here. Almost all of it. He survives, but like his bottle's empty. It's a really bad time. Snake King comes ahead. Got to get rid of these traps. Help the team out. This is his vision here. He's like, oh no, TA's running me. Nah, it's actually just 4 heroes. They kill him, and then they take the mid-tier 1 tower immediately afterwards, which means no more space for Pangolier. And he's like, oh, I'll just swash this lane really quick and everything's going to be fine. And then TA comes, and the supports come, and he dies. That's not the last death he's got. This 10 minutes, 50 seconds in. Look at this pressure. What can he do? He didn't get to play the game. He's so far behind.
Did not get to play the game. And we said at the start of the series, you know, we highlighted Abed as the tempo setter for the game. That's the type of Abed we're talking about at that point, right?
Pretty much. And they also, like, because of the switcheroo that they did, safe lane Leshrac, Templar Assassin on the mid lane. Templar Assassin gets level priority. Thing that we don't see too often. You know, from time to time you'll see someone pick up a mid TA because of the matchup, but I think the way they swapped it, it benefited both of these lanes, so it made a lot of sense.
Made a lot of sense. We also chose for our STC play analysis a fight that it did not go so well for Tundra in particular, even though at that point of the game, I don't know, they should have done a little bit more of it. It was about 16 minutes into the game when this happened.
Well, this was the one play that Tundra had things going for them, actually, and this is where Arteezy goes in. He feels like he's strong. He has the eye with him. He has the Bloodstone available. What they don't have with him, though, is a Legion Commander farming in the bottom lane here. So Tundra did have the instinctive capability here to find this play, and this is the like 1 of 2 deaths that they did find on Arteezy, kind of showing off like the power of the Underlord here, having that global presence against the IO, kind of using it against them. At this point, you thought like maybe Tundra had a shot here. It looked pretty good for them, but unfortunately, in the end, they re-rallied here on Rebellion, and they were able to get the win.
They probably would need to find a couple more of those type of fights in order to...
Quite a few more, yeah.
Quite a few more. Oh, well, that's what happens when the early game doesn't go too well, and Shopify Rebellion is able to build upon their lead. And I think for a Quidja MVP, Lacoste, it's no surprise for that one.
Yeah, definitely Abed. I mean, he popped off, got those solo levels because he was playing from the mid lane, was super aggressive, going for these pickoffs, going for these solo kills, very dominant in the laning stage. And we talked about him. If Abed's having a good game, most of the time you'll see Shopify Rebellion like just on his wings, also getting that dub. But this is also a very important win for them because, and also just think about comfort heroes that they played. These are 4 out of 5 same heroes that they managed to get the win against TSM, so they kind of fall back to what they know the best. It seems like this is the winning formula for them, where they don't rely on any cooldowns, they can run at the enemies, and so far it's working out. Seems like that's going to be the story for Shopify.
Yeah, this is the second win they have. Purge, are we a little worried that both wins are very similar in terms of draft and therefore maybe fairly easily countered?
I mean, they're going to be able to get the IO Lesh pairing in some other game. That's not unexpected. No one's going to take Lesh to steal the combo. But are they going to get Skywrath Mage afterwards? Probably not, because that combo really does help things out a lot. I mean, even just ganking to the lane where the Lesh is and amplifying his damage by like 30% for a couple seconds is really impactful. Lacoste, you made a comment about comfort, and on the other side, Tundra didn't really have as much comfort this game. They played a different offlaner.
Yeah.
They played Venge 4, and the other cool thing about that lane swap, it wasn't like a Venge versus a melee hero. It was Venge versus Io and another ranged hero. So he didn't even get to like play his game either. It was definitely Tundra on the back foot this game.
Tundra on the back foot, and unfortunately for them, I mean, how much of this was just a draft and how much of this was maybe Fear getting accustomed to playing with AY again instead of Saxa?
I think a lot of it does come down to that Underlord pick. We've seen 2 Underlord picks pretty late in the draft now, neither of them having much success. I feel like this hero used to be the king of 7.33, has received a lot of nerfs, and he's been played a lot. People understand how it works. It's just not working as well. Didn't have as much impact as we were hoping as well. So a lot of it to me was the draft. You know, you're playing versus IOLesh, you're opening up with 2 cores trying to counter it. It just didn't work out. It was a good attempt, but you know, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, well, it was the overall last pick, Underlord, not working out for Tundra. But it happens. There's a lot more games coming their way. Tundra is going to face Aster later today. Shopify Rebellion is going to face Team Liquid later today. And speaking of, we could take a look at maybe the scores of every series happening at the moment, because well, there's 4 games going on at the same time. We love all the Dota here, and I do feel like we need to give a little bit of an update of what's been happening, because Group B has still got one team that is undefeated. There was a 2-0 BB team taking down Team Liquid. Aster and Talon ended up tying, and Team Secret getting their first 2 wins, Purge, on the board with a 2-0.
Yeah, good for them. Definitely much needed. They're 33 in a 25-minute game, so like they primal beasted both times, so it's much needed wins there. A little surprised that Liquid didn't manage to get 1 game, but it's just further solidifying how good BB team is.
Yeah. And also we watched Team Secret yesterday play against both Aster and Talon, so I think you know, we had some expectations of Team Secret, but we said that they're gonna get some dubs today, and they're doing so much better, because a lot of those games were relatively close. You know, they managed to drag some of these games to like 50, even 60 minutes. In the games that looked very over. So yeah, Team Secret stepping it up this time.
Yeah, I will say that Team Secret later on today, of course, everybody has 2 matches per day. Team Secret today at TSM on one side, and later today they fight BB team, which might be a little bit of you know, a shock for them to face them, and we'll see how that goes. If all their lessons can be put into play, perhaps they're the key to figuring out BB team. We'll know, of course, by the end of the day. While all these games are going on, a lot of players hopefully had time to relax in the wonderful player lounge, where our on-site reporter has been trying to catch glimpses of all these illustrious players.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Player Lounge. I'm going to update you on what's going on this C, D, and B stream. So the B stream is still going. That's not the B stream. I don't know why I pointed over there. The B stream is still going. It's over there. That's Team Aster versus Team Talon. And it looks like Aster is actually losing that one. So Talon has made a bit of a comeback, which is very nice. I'll try to be quiet because the coaches are there watching intently. There's Sunby right there. And then over here on this side, it's kind of boring because there are two streams that are... We're just waiting for the third series to come up because there were two 2-0s. Team Secret 2-0'd TSM. And on the flip side, BB Team 2-0'd Team Liquid. And Pure played Enchantress Game 1 and absolutely demoralized Team Liquid. It is not a very fun hero to lose against. So, hopefully, we get some 1-1s in the next set of games, some closer games than those ones. But this Talon one, it's looking pretty good. Check that out if you haven't. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. We can take a look at all the groups and all the games that have happened so far in terms of the standings, because today we have, of course, 2 rows of games per group, meaning we already had a set of games for Group A and a set of games for Group B, and now as well. So fleshing out these standings a little bit more, Lacoste, what is the thing that you notice the most?
I think Extreme Gaming being on top of the Group A, that's the big one, because it seems like this team needed to, like, 2-3 DPC seasons to actually figure out what's going to happen with the team. Some roster changes as well, but as already mentioned yesterday, it seems like that they did a lot of research and they're playing more westernized styles of Dota. Seems like they learned a lot. They see, this is the strongest region that we need to figure out how to beat, and the best way to beat it is play their own style. Maybe we implement some of our own ideas, and so far it's been working out for Extreme.
It really, really has. Now, of course, we gotta get more games of Group A on your screens. There's a game going on OG-EG, which is a classic. There's a game going on Extreme 9 Pandas, top of the group versus bottom of the group. Gaming Gladiators versus Quest, a nice Western European showdown happening as well. But on this very stream, talk about classics, Team Spirit, PSG.LGD. That is the match you'll find right here, so you're in the correct spot, and we'll see you soon for more Dota here at Riyadh Masters.
Thank you. Spirit.LGD, that's a good one.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Paradise through dirt and dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie,
Welcome back, one and all, here to the group stages of the Riyadh Masters as we continue the second day of competition. And it's been a wonderful day of Dota, but now we continue into more incredible matchups. And this one has some pretty special relevance for this particular tournament as we have Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD, a run back of the previous grand finals. However, there are a few changes in both of these squads. We're seeing Team Spirit arrive just now. They have replaced their star mid laner of Toronto Tokyo, Lawless taking his place. And of course, PSG.LGD, a raft of changes occurring in that squad. So a very different organizational culture for both of them, but nonetheless, a very, very good game. So we are going to be getting into it. Let us see how this one goes. Let's go into the next matchup, Team Spirit versus PSG.LGD. And Team Spirit, right now, one of the things that we can be expecting from them is exactly how they're going to be performing on the big stage, because we don't really have that much good experience of them in a main event scenario. So let's see what happens today. My name is Sneh. I'm going to be joined on panel by some illustrious names. I have Faith Beyond, I have Effie, I have BSJ. So Brian, I'm going to start with you for this matchup. Give me a quick prediction, right? This is a run back of the grand finals. However, this is a BO2 scenario, not simply a BO3 on the main stage situation. Does that change things when it comes to the stakes of the competition?
I usually don't cop out with this answer, but I'm going with a 1-1 today. I think both teams are quite capable. Like, their ceilings are really high, but they also, like for LGD's case, I think that Zhao 8's drafts are always very unique and very creative, but the execution may fall a little bit short sometimes, but when they make it work, it looks like they can beat some of the best teams in the world. And then Spirit, on the other hand, I feel like it's either the Yatoro show or they have this carry that they first rounded and then the plan doesn't go accordingly. So I think both these teams will have a very solid showing, but like basically one team's going to be playing better than the other in respective games. Like one team game 1, the other team game 2.
You know, it's actually interesting that he mentions the adaptability of PSG.LGD FE, because one thing we saw yesterday is that when PSG.LGD loses a game, and we saw today as well, even though it didn't go so well for them today, they have a tendency to completely upend their draft, try an entirely different strategy. Is that something that Team Spirit have to be worried about, given that Team Spirit, outside of Yatoro, have become a bit more regimented as a squad lately?
I think that any team that goes into a match versus PSG knows that they have to consider every hero in Dota when they're prepping or drafting against them, because their versatility is very high. But if there's one team in this tournament that's experienced with playing against PSG.LGD, it is Team Spirit. So I think that they've done their preparation, and this is a matchup they're very comfortable with.
So tell me, Faith Beyond, this is your old team, your old organization. You mentioned earlier this morning that you think Extreme Gaming is currently the best team in China at the moment. What do you think PSG.LGD are missing for them to get back to being #1 in the region?
I think it's definitely for some player experiment, because they are all young players. They don't have too much experience about big tournament and how going through a big tournament and how to play late game and mid game well. Yeah, so I think they just need to gain more experience from their matches and keep progress.
Experience is a hard thing to come by, right? Because you're not always in this main stage situation, and you know, you lose these games, it becomes very difficult. Mentally, you feel that burden weighing more and more and more on you. And Effie, we saw that this team, PSG.LGD, this year has been a lot of year of experimentation. This is their 3rd offlaner. Obviously, New is doing the best for them at the moment, but technically 4th, right? Because they also played with a stand-in at Lima. But the fact that it's only starting to click now, it's a bit of a problem, right? Because there's not that much time remaining in the calendar year for them to gain the experience that Faith Beyond is talking about.
Actually, I think they're okay, because to me it felt like everything really connected for them during Dream League. That's when we first saw glimpses of what they can be with this new offlaner. And just like Faithian was mentioning, a lot of these players are younger and they lack experience, but this is exactly what that kind of tournament will give them. So every game that they play in this Riyadh Masters is going to be of utmost importance on their road to TI, because they've shown us that they have skill, they've shown us they have originality, and they have veteran players in Nothing to Say and in Y, and of course their coach, Zhao 8. But this new offlaner, New, he's making the team better in terms of synergy, but he's going to learn to be better and better in terms of LAN experience with this tournament. So I believe in them.
Speaking of LAN experience, Faith Beyond, they are going up against Team Spirit. You know, the challengers last time around, 2nd place at the Riyadh Masters. You played against them many, many times against Team Spirit. What is it, do you think, that makes Team Spirit such a dangerous team? When are they? What is it that makes them special as a squad?
When I thought about Team Spirit, few words come to my mind is unite, brotherhood, and trying hard. I think Team Spirit, they always can find a way to win the game, and they can execute it very well. Like they are very united, and they can all stay on same thought. And they are trying very hard. Even no matter when they winning or losing, they are always trying hard. They are always trying to learn new things. Yeah.
One of the reasons why they're able to do that, of course, and one of the reasons they have such brotherhood is their smiling captain, a man I've literally never seen distraught, always has his mind not just on the game, but on the team members that he has around him. Of course, I'm talking about Miposhka. So let's take a quick look at his journey towards the Riyadh Masters right now.
TI winner Miposhka has had a Dota career spanning almost a decade, featuring many highs and lows. His first team was the Beatles-themed team Yellow Submarine, a team of Russian pub stars formed to compete in the TI5 Open qualifiers, which they won. Hooray! To then fall short and get eliminated in the European qualifiers. Shortly after their failure to qualify, Miposhka jumped ship. I don't know how you jump ship from a submarine, but bear with us. Following this, Miposhka went on to join Team Empire in 2016, with whom he stayed with for 3 years and had lots of ups and downs. Notably, they managed to qualify to TI7. Pochka's first TI, they eliminated TI5 winners EG before ultimately falling to eventual winners Team Liquid and ending at 7th place. After TI7, Miposhka had quite a few rocky years and didn't manage to qualify to another TI for several years. But in 2020, something changed. The band, Yellow Submarine, got back together again with a lineup that looks very similar to a certain TI winning team. And in late 2020, Yellow Submarine became the very non-Beatles themed Team Spirit. I remember it like it was yesterday. The team didn't have any massive success until it really counted. After instantly getting knocked down to the lower bracket by Invictus Gaming, they showed an absolute masterclass in lower bracket runs, defeating Fnatic, previous TI winners OG, rival CIS team Virtus Pro, got revenge on IG, and took out Team Secret in the lower bracket finals before finally beating PSG.LGD in the grand finals. Team Spirit managed to keep playing at the highest level despite winning TI, getting second place at Riyadh Masters 2022 and winning the Arlington Major. Can Maposhka and his team raise their spirits, manage revenge against PSG.LGD, and take home first place in Riyadh Masters 2023?
We are going to find out indeed if they are capable of making that kind of amazing climb. Team Spirit, a squad right now that hasn't enjoyed the same degree of success in 2023, but still a team that is not to be overlooked. For you, BSJ, when you look at this team right now, what's the source do you think that they still bring to the table that's not been, that they haven't been able to generate so far within this calendar year?
I think it's a matter of where do they place their cores in the draft. Yatro during TI, you know, he played that amazing run. He had 18 or 19 different heroes, which was him getting 9th, 10th pick every game. And a lot of the metas right now have been popular carries that are getting first rounded. The meta of drafting has shifted to that 8th pick often being a carry. And this team just doesn't feel the same when that's the dynamic. When Yatro's hero is not the one they're building around, but instead they have to basically plug and play these offlaners and mids that are having to be put in, because Collapse even has like these playmakers that he specializes in. He's a player that wants to be Mars, he wants to be Magnus, and these heroes have not been first pickable for quite a long time. So I think this is a matter of how can they be a tier 1 team on multiple different types of patches rather than just their comfort zone, which is something that they've been doing slowly, and we see it throughout the course of this season, but it's still going to take some time.
With the roster changes, Faith Beyond bringing in LOL and losing Toronto Tokyo, how do you think the state of how they play the game has changed since they've made those changes?
I think before Toronto Tokyo he's a very unstable player. Sometimes he will be very good, and sometimes he maybe will play very bad. And I think Laro is a more stable player, but maybe sometimes he is not so works not so well with our Team Spirit players compare as Toronto Tokyo. Maybe they just need more training.
Yeah, I know what you mean, actually, because I feel like Laurel on his hero pool is quite stable in that you know he's going to have a solid performance, right? If he's on his Puck, if he's on his Pangolier, he's just going to be stable. You know what to expect out of him. But he's never had that explosive Toronto-Tokyo style of performance, because we've seen Toronto-Tokyo, back when he was the mid laner for Spirit, have bad games, but we've also seen him pop off in really crazy ways. Like, he has some wild map movements that he does, and it feels like Laurel doesn't bring that special sauce, but he does bring a little bit of stability in terms of like how you can play around the mid lane, I suppose.
Now that I feel like when I watch this team, right, I get sometimes, or rather the best iteration of Team Spirit when we saw them win TI, felt like watching old Na'Vi, where anything could happen, but you knew that somehow when amazing things are going to happen, they would somehow make high variance, 0% win rate games, somehow they could create victory out of it, right? They felt like the kind of team that they don't want to know the win percentage. If you tell them there's a 1% chance to win the game, they're like, hold up, yeah, we're going to show you exactly what's happening. But now it's like, okay, they're much more stable, they're a real team, and maybe that hurts them, you know? Sometimes you need a bit of craziness. You need Dendi whipping out a pudge, going 0-15, but then ending the game with some fountain hooks kind of situation. So we'll see if they can make that happen. On the flip side, though, PSG.LGD, a team that it's been a year of transition, a year of them trying to improve, getting themselves back up into a real form. However, with Zhao in the corner, with them finally getting the experience that Faith Beyond has been mentioning, I do hope that this is the tournament that we get to see them pop off properly. I've always been carrying the banner for the squad. A lot of Chinese fans have as well. So maybe this time around, they're not only going to get some good performances at this tournament, but they will also have themselves back in the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters. Let's find out if they can defend their title. And to introduce the teams, we have Tsunami and Fancy on the stage. Take it away, boys.
What a treat we have right now, because Fancy, it's a group stage game, but I think this game has a little bit more history than just a group stage game.
Yeah, everyone recognizes this match from last year. أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه المباراة ما هي غريبة على مسرح الرياض، ما هي غريبة عن رياض ماسترز، ولا هي غريبة عن موسم الجيمرز. في السنة الماضية المباراة هذه حصلت معنا في هذا المسرح، وكلنا نعرف من اللي فاز فيها لأن كانت أهم مباراة في كل البطولة.
And sure, while last year it went the favor of PSG.LGD, these teams have faced off time and time again since then. And generally, it kind of seems like LGD has been getting the advantage recently.
اللي ما يدري أعزائنا المشاهدين، هي كانت المباراة هذه الجراند فاينل في السنة الماضية، وبالأخير فريق PSG.LGD قدروا ياخذون الفوز بالكامل، لكن بنفس الوقت تواجهوا في أكثر من مرة، وكل مرة يتواجهون فيها PSG.LGD يكون عنده نسبة أعلى من الفوز، ما عدا في الليما ميجر يوم فريق سبيريت قدر إنه ياخذ الفوز منهم، لكن هل يقدر إنه يسويها الحين ولا لا؟ هذا اللي احنا جاهزين نشوفه.
Well then, without further ado, let's get this started. Team Spirit! It's rare that a roster from Eastern Europe is able to stay together for as long as these guys have. Only one change from the roster that won TI with Laurel for Toronto, Tokyo, but they've still made magic happen time and time again, even with these players.
هذا الراستر جدا جدا معروف في منطقة شرق أوروبا، خصوصا أنه هذا هو الراستر اللي كان أحد الفائزين في TI في السنين الماضية، لكن الراستر هذا اللي يميزه أنه جالس مع بعض الفترة جدا طويلة، ما عدا لارل التغيير الأخير اللي صار عندهم، وبرضه إلى الآن هم في المستوى ولا تغير أدائهم أبدا، لكن المباراة هذه بتكون حاسمة لهم. أبطال رياض ماسترز السنة الماضية PSG.LGD. PSG.LGD هذا الفريق تواجد السنة الماضية في المسرح، وقدر أنه يأخذ رياض ماسترز بالكامل بعد ما هزم تيم سبيريت في الفاينل. فالمباراة هذه ما هي غريبة عن الرياض، وثاني مرة أو ثالث مرة نشوفها، لأنه حتى يوم تواجهوا في الجروب ستيج برضه فريق PSG.LGD فاز في المباراة، فحتى الآن ولا مرة في مدينة الرياض فازوا فريق سبيريت عليهم.
It's rare that we have this kind of cross-regional rivalry, a grudge match, and one that oftentimes goes so evenly both ways. So then, gentlemen, take your seats and let's get this game underway in just a moment.
خلونا على طول نشوف اللاعبين يجهزون وضعهم على البيسيات ونبدأ في الجيم، لكن خلونا نروح مع الاستوديو التحليلي أكثر يتكلم عن المباراة هذه وعن التاريخ حقها في الرياض.
PSG.LGD taking on Team Spirit in a group stage matchup. Really can't wait to see how this plays out. And BSJ, you were mentioning earlier how widespread your Taurus hero pool can be, right? We've seen him at his best. Of late, though, that's not necessarily been panning out. Even at this tournament, instead of playing the usual incredible wide hero pool, he's only played 4 heroes, and Bloodseeker has been 3 of them. So what do you make of this? The fact that over the course of these last few months, his particular hero pool has become so much smaller than what we expect normally.
We have talked a lot about Laurel as the mid laner, and I want to say that off panel we were mentioning they bring the supports a lot to mid lane, and I feel like what I'm looking at when I see Yataro's hero pool, Medusa and Bloodseeker mainly, they're very strong laners. They're meant to secure your safe lane early and reliably to the point where you can free up the supports, and I feel like that's almost limiting him to the point where you have to pick one of these few heroes that's going to play that role in the draft if you're going to be planning on bringing your supports to mid. So I think this might be something they discussed, where this is what his hero pool has to do in order to accomplish what they as a team need to. And is that necessarily letting him shine to the way he needs to? No. but is that what they maybe think they need to do? Yes.
Yeah, I agree entirely. And on top of that, I think that in this meta, not picking strong laners can backfire so quickly that it just complicates your draft from the entirety. Because if you pick a weaker lane, you're banking on it hopefully going okay based on picking a very strong support. But a lot happens in a Dota game that you can't account for. So the easiest way to kind of secure your draft integrity early on is to just make sure you have these solid, boring type of carries for your Toro or any player really. And that's what every team is doing, unfortunately. It's not that fun for us, but I mean, it's working for them.
Speaking of actually strong lanes, yesterday, Faith Beyond, we saw that PSG.LGD, they opened up with a Spirit Breaker Phoenix the one game, right? And I remember you were stressing that you didn't feel it was the best thing because it didn't give them a very strong lane that you need nowadays. We saw Zhao8 drift away from that yesterday, and today he's been picking a lot more Timbersaw, a lot more Lions to try and show up the laning phase. What are you expecting him to do? Like, do you want more of this? Just make sure that you forget this idea of the mid game, just focus on the first 10 minutes and then go from there?
I think you have to focus on first 10 minutes first. Also, in this big tournament, if you do this, you can make your player more comfortable because, okay, we have some lead, some advantage at first 10 minutes, then we can play our game. I think it's a better way for like lack experienced player that they can play game more comfortable. Yeah.
One of the things that we also see, Effie, when it comes to the lack of experience in this regard is that people try to shore up that lane. And Planet, you know, we're talking about how Miposhka and Mira, who move towards the mid lane for Team Spirit to help secure the lane for LoL. That doesn't seem to happen all that much from PSG.LGD. On the LGD side, we often see, especially Planet, sticking on his side of the map a lot. We'll see NTS is normally the one that has to move to his side of the map rather than vice versa. What do you make of this and that particular playstyle for him?
It's quite interesting, actually, because the Nothing to Say specialty with his Primal Beast is like his minute 5 rotation. Before he's even level 6, he'll go to a side lane if he can and TP back mid. And it works for them sometimes, but this stationary playstyle that you described out of Planet, like, it has to change in some games. I think when Planet's playing things like Batrider, you feel his presence throughout the map in the first 10 minutes. Like, you see him securing runes, you see him ganking mid, you see him using the twin gates. But if he's on his techies or something like that, he's very content to just play the laning stage and enable his laner, do some stacks, and pop off in the mid game. So I think it'll just depend entirely on what kind of draft you're looking at, but in this meta, you can't really get away with not moving your supports to the power runes. You can get punished very hard for it.
Speaking of drafts, we have one live right now for Game 1, PSG.LGD versus Team Spirit. And let's see what we're going to be having presented to us. No surprises that PSG.LGD start off with banning Snapfire. She's a couple of heroes away from being the most contested hero in the entire tournament right now. Rubik still holds that crown. And PSG, we spoke about this a lot and how versatile this hero can be. But Team Spirit haven't actually played Snapfire more than once in this tournament. Is the hero that dangerous that even if the enemy team doesn't play it, you still have to ban it?
I mean, I'm also seeing that LGD has not played it. They've also had opportunities to draft it on first and second pick on LGD's side. I think a lot of teams are prioritizing this hero as a second pick because on the 6-7 pick in the first round, it's really nice to have a flex laner so you're not opening yourself up to obvious counters. That's also reliable. Like, Snapfire's first spell, Scatterblast, like the best lane securing spell in the entire game from the mid lane, and it's also decent on support. So I'm thinking both these teams, now that I'm looking at their drafts, I think they might be at a slight disadvantage moving forward in the tournament if they're not feeling comfortable picking Snapfire because she's the most contested.
Yeah, and that speaks to their lack of comfort on the Snapfire flex, because if you're comfortably flexing it to mid and to offlane and to support, then it's going to be one of your first phase heroes. You're going to work it in somehow. So I hope they do practice it within the next couple of days. But both of these teams prioritize Timbersaw very heavily in their first phase. So I'm wondering how that's going to go. Are they leaving it for each other? Is it going to get banned out? We're about to see.
The most picked hero so far that LGD has been playing game in, a game out. They've been playing a lot of Coddle, they've been playing a lot of Undying. That definitely is an option, but yesterday, I think they looked really good when they were playing this very high-tempo Luna strategy. And there's something that Effie mentioned, BSJ, where one of the reasons why it worked so well is because Shiro was able to draw attention towards himself, free up space for New and for NTS to make action happen elsewhere on the map. Outside of a hero like Luna, is there anything else you can think of that draws that degree of attention that allows them to create space elsewhere by making Shiro the priority target?
I mean, I even like the fact that they tried Lifestealer. That's another hero that I think of, these like lane dominator, annoying carries that are difficult to gank and also like bully the offlaner. So I wouldn't mind if they keep trying heroes of that archetype moving forward in this tournament.
So Storm Spirit as the opener right now for the side of PSG.LGD. It's going to be their second one of the tournament so far. We've seen that through the mid lane. Every time that we have seen it so far, it's been paired usually with some kind of sustain, but they have not been playing Io. And Effie, I'm worried about this because Io stonks are on the rise. The hero looks amazing. Why has PSG.LGD not been trying to utilize this hero?
I'm sure they'll integrate it into their drafts at some point, but they have other ideas that they're trying right now. I heard a silence in there somewhere. Who took it?
I heard Storm Spirit and Silence
for Spirits.
Yeah, I think they are on the both same
So
side.
did they take Storm plus Silencer?
No, they took Storm Spirit for PSG.LGD. Team Spirit went for Silencer Bat Rider, and then the Storm pick is going to be paired with something else just now.
Okay, so they took Silencer plus Bat on...
On Spirit.
I see Bat DK right there. So it's a Silencer Storm for LGD, who lost to Extreme Gaming with that exact opening earlier today. So they might just be like, you know, doing the Bulba, copying some other team's notes and saying that was really hard to play against. That is one way to enable Storm. Rather than giving him mana, you can allow him to go more mana-intensive items and skip items like BKB and maybe the Lincolns that'll allow him to just rely on the global silence as an effective BKB in the mid game.
But also, if you're taking Storm Spirit first phase, a lot of responses that teams typically have, especially Team Spirit, who have run the Silencer as often as they can in the first phase, is to take it away. Because if you're taking the Storm plus something else, you're giving away the Silencer, which in Dream League, the pairings that they would do versus a store opening is something like a Pango plus Silencer or an Ember plus Silencer, any kind of combination that can kill the Storm in the early games. So they take it away themselves.
Let's see, need some more bands to come out here in the
Zoom in on that monitor there.
We said DK plus Bat Rider?
Yeah, so the DK response to the Storm Sphere mid, it's always been a reliable counter to the Spirits.
Okay, it's Storm plus Silence.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming Spirit had second pick? Is that it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
they closed with DK? Okay. So this DK pick is pretty good in that it gives you the instant stun versus Storm Spirit. It's a way to catch him because your Silencer opening gets taken away from you. It's also a hero that holds its own versus Storm in the mid lane. It can out-sustain the Remnants. But how do you feel about it, Faithion, coming into the first phase? Do you think that this hero is strong enough to build a draft around?
I think DK definitely very good against Ember, but for Storm, I think it's pretty even lane. So I think it depends on when DK got to level 6 and how they play this mid. If they can pressure mid together and maybe kill Storm before he gets level 6, I think it will be very good.
How early does that mid tower fall is always the question I ask when I'm thinking about DK. Most of the Spirits, not only is it nice because you have the stun, but most of them have to put themselves like right on top of the creep wave in order to clear it, so they're at risk with that 5-minute catapult rotation. Might we see like an Enchantress or some other support like that naturally collapses on the mid lane?
That's what I was hoping, actually, because although they haven't played Enchantress yet, Mipochka has played Shen, and it's a similar archetype, you know? But when you have this DK mid, you need your supports to come in and secure that tower with you. You cannot do it by yourself because Spirit will bring in their own supports. So LGD should either think of busting out the Enchantress or maybe some kind of self-sustaining side laner so that the supports can come in anyway. Even if they don't provide tower pressure, they can provide the backup for LGD's DK.
They played Enchantress earlier today with the DK on the side of PSG.LGD, but they ended up losing, unfortunately, to Extreme Gaming. So Team Spirit might have some kind of tape, but they get banned out anyway. They're like, you know what, let's not deal with this. A bit too much pressure, feels a lot annoying. We don't want to have this issue. So we're not going to be having any sustain just yet coming in to back up the Storm Spirit. Is it going to happen at all? Or are we just going to be playing this raw Storm Spirit to rely on the Silencer to protect you?
Probably just the casual Rubik from Mira. That's he's a ranged hero player through and through. It's a really nice Rubik game already. Like, it's something that can help like Fate Bolt out the mid wave, like something like that. Oh, okay, that works too. Just a stun with an AoE lane clearing nuke. I like that. I don't know if I like it as much as Rubik, like in the grand scheme of the game, but it also makes the carry hero harder to pick.
What do you think, Faithbjorn? Do you think they'd maybe pick this Lion to also protect the Storm Spirit, to not allow PSG.LGD to pick it and have the insta-disable into the Storm?
Yeah, kind of. And they also want to play with Global Science to burst heroes and to play some good initiation there, I think.
Yeah, I think what Faithbian said is on the nose, because typically we've seen Storm have a lot of pairings this tournament, but when he looked most effective as a pickoff hero is when he was playing with a Sky Mage and like an ET aura. So Storm would go in, Vortex, they'd Mystic Flare the target, but Lion serves the same purpose, honestly. Like Lion can start the fight for you, you can get the Vortex into the finger and you have the quick kill, like allowing you to pick and choose your fights. So it's a different take on something we've seen a lot this tournament.
It's not a different take from LGD, because this is, except for the Batrider, literally the same draft they played earlier today, BSJ. It was a Timbersaw, I believe, that they played with this as well. The other support was Ench, which obviously they do not have around this time. Is this a healthy direction for them to go, to believe so strongly in a draft that even after losing, they're still going to try it again?
One idea I've kind of been heard like mumbling around in the Tier 1 teams is that they talk about this like idea of an identity coming into TI, and I think it's nice to have a wide variety of drafts as much as possible, but you also have to have your own bread and butter that people are afraid of. People that once they ban these out, suddenly these more situational picks will become more potent because they're not ready for them. And I think if they saw their earlier draft and they thought with a little bit of a tweak it'll work just fine, they're against a very similar draft coming out from Team Spirit as what Extreme Gaming had. Extreme Gaming earlier was a Silencer, a Storm, and a Skywrath, right? The same combo with a high damage support. So I'm totally down to run it back. I really do like this Jug pick because they are going to have to invest a lot of resources into killing him, but I also think they have some lane issues. Like Timber's going to absolutely free farm top. DK is going to have momentum in the top lane. I feel like both supports as of now in LGD are free to go mid, and that pressure's already there that we talked about. And I'm concerned that like Lion, Silencer, not so mobile, also very greedy supports.
So LGD take the approach that we talked about if the Enchantress weren't there, was that you just pick self-sustaining side laners so that your supports can rotate mid with the DK and secure that objective early. And Timber fits the bill very nicely. Even though, yes, they do have ways to kill him, in the teamfight, Silencer can be annoying, Storm can be annoying, Finger of Death can be annoying, but as far as what Timber gives you in terms of laning, he's going to be such a nuisance. Even though you pick this Jug so he can hold his own, at some point he won't be able to. Do you like this Juggernaut, Faithbian? Can you talk to us about it a little bit?
Juggernaut, I think it's just a normal hero here, not very special. It's a good hero right now. And I think the strategy for LGD is very obvious. They just want to play with mid, so they put a Timbersaw on top and also pick a Disruptor to help mid. So in this way, Team Spirit know this strategy and they pick a Juggernaut to, okay, you play with Timbersaw, and so we can also play mid.
But how do you think Juggernaut's scaling is going to be this game? Like once you leave him versus a Timbersaw and he farms, does he go into the late game comfortably?
I think he might lose some lane with against Timbersaw, but in late game he will be fine because now Juggernaut is maybe one of the best melee carry right now.
I like this Luna pick a lot. There's a lot of carries that I think are better 9th picks than 10th picks. Like Luna's never going to hard counter anybody, but it's also very difficult to like shut down a Luna lane with another ranged hero that's just going to click you with that aura. DK Luna is like a liquid classic. It's one of the few mid laners that really benefits from that 20 extra damage at the 5-minute mark. That's going to create even more pressure in the mid lane. So I think LGD had a lot of pressure already represented in the other 2 lanes, and now it's going to be even more in the bottom lane. I think this timing is going to be a little bit too fast for Spirit.
Yeah. This looks like a very fast draw from PSG.LGD, and kind of tanky as well at some point. I have a feeling that we might see what they replicated yesterday, Effie, where like 25 minutes they just feel like they can amass this uncontrollable ball. GG was able to stop it a little bit, but I'm not so sure Beastmaster is the hero to do it. He has not been that successful in this tournament thus far, and I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of all-in single target coming in from Team Spirit here.
I actually think it's pretty okay. Like when I see this Beastmaster, it gives them a way to team fight, right? It'll give them vision on the game, and he can hold his own versus Luna on lane because you can just scale your axes, you can stack your ancients, and you can farm those. So Luna's strength on lane is that she bullies out most melee laners, but because Beast can play on his axes, it enables him to get net worth anyway. And if they can, play the map and hold out until the late game on Spirit, this Juggernaut's going to scale so well, right? His matchup versus Luna is so good. His matchup versus DK is really good. His matchup versus the supports on the side of LGD are really good. Disruptor and Batrider, food. Yep. Food for a Juggernaut if he's like 6-slotted. So can Spirit make it all the way to the late game? That's the question, Faithbian.
I think this game LGD Disruptor is better, and the reason is they have stronger laning stage. And that's all. Yeah, and I think it's very important for these 2 teams. Yeah.
So you think this game is decided on the laning stage?
Kind of, and yeah.
Okay.
I would say when I look at these two drafts, I think of items. I think it's much easier for LGD to itemize against Team Spirit's draft. Lotus Orb, insanely strong item in this game. Removes Global, reflects Beastmaster War, reflects Omni Slash. Timbersaw's a hero that naturally rushes it. That's going to make it very easy for them to just group up and say, I dare you to go on one of us. Even Lion's Heart countered by it. I think it's a bit of an oversight to have your entire lineup countered by the same item. And I look at like the Juggernaut, and I think he's going to go normal items. I think of Beastmaster, he's going to go the Ags. Like, we're going to see very standard items from them, but that doesn't feel like a threat to me as LGD's lineup.
Okay, very threatening lineup coming in from the side of PSG.LGD, a very fast lineup, and that's the one thing we've been wanting from the Chinese teams, to play as fast as humanly possible and not allow the enemy team to outpace them. However, Team Spirit, as FD has mentioned, do have the capability of scaling extremely well into the late game. So if they can hold out and ensure that the entire map isn't taken over by like 35 minutes, we start to think about whether or not it's even possible for the LGD to resist the pressure that can come later on from the side of Team Spirit. Once the game does kick off, it's going to be fun to witness, it's going to be fun to watch, as it always is between Team Spirit and PSG.LGD. And to bring us this game, we have our incredible casters of Sunsfan and Kezu. Gentlemen, give us the gas.
Well, that's, I don't know if I want to do that, but thank you for that introduction, especially for me. That's definitely a bad idea. Sunsfan here with Kezu. How are you doing, good sir?
I will not give them that, but I'm doing great.
We have a pretty epic rematch here. Of course, the lineup's a little bit different, but PSG.LGD versus Team Spirit, the TI-10 finals matchup, if you will. And like they said, they've played a lot over the course of the last couple years since that point. And it's actually been quite back and forth, so should be a goodie. Anything stand out to you so far?
I agree with what the panel was saying, kind of about this early game and what Spirit needs to do. I do think one of the problems that they will run into is that this DK pick was very good, because when I look at Storm's Silencer, what you want to do after lanes with Global, like you want Storm to zip in Global and kill this hero, but DK makes it very hard, because he first of all pressures the Storm, and he's very tanky, and LGD played a similar draft yesterday, so if they can get off to a good start, I think they're gonna give Spirit a very hard game here.
Yeah. As the bounty runes have cometh, and it will be an even split as Yotaro is forced to Blade Fury. I do want to talk about this interaction as we're going to get a flame break. So Yotaro back into the fray again.
Blood grenade number one.
Blood grenade there, and this might just be first blood. They want to try to give it to New, but Planet will take it. Either way, first blood for LGD, off to a good start already.
Easy first blood. So what's the interaction you want to talk about?
Yes, so
Glimpse is not skilled, but
it's the Glimpse Blade Fury. Now that Blade Fury, it's not like you can cast Glimpse while Blade Fury is active, and if you time it correctly, even with like a Blade Fury TP, you will get Glimpse back if the Blade Fury is still not active at the end when the Glimpse actually goes off. That's a horrible explanation, but you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Most people that play Dota right now, they should get it too. Which, I mean, this is actually incredibly annoying in the game because it's not some, oh, I can run to this lane and then like spin TP. Like if you do it very late or if you've moved a lot and there's more time for the Glimpse to then even work at the end. So you need to be careful about that, whether it's about TPing out or when you're running away in a fight and you're just you want to like spin and run off. Nope, nowadays you can actually be caught by it. So, but one thing I have to say is that Yotaro is probably the most experienced Jug of any player in this tournament. I know that when the last patch came out, he played like legitimately 40 games of Jug with like an 80% win rate.
Pretty good, not bad. Not
solid.
Bad. And of course, one big reason that this hero has been picked, at least semi-recently, is because of this 20 talent. This healing on Blade Dance lifesteal, which occurs before any reductions, and a lot of us were thinking maybe that's a bug.
No, it's a feature.
It has not been fixed as far as we know. I mean, actually, it would be very Valve-like to hot fix it without saying anything. So,
nah, don't worry. It's a feature.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But yeah, that's pretty damn powerful. That's a huge power spike at 20. That's essentially giving you more heals on top of the healing ward if you're not able to get that off.
I mean, especially against heroes where you play against, like, they have a lot of armor, right? A lot of reduction, DK, Luna, Timber, all of this, but instead you just heal a lot because, you know, why not? So overall, one of the big reasons why Jug is actually as good is that they changed the talent and it works the way it does. So with like Swift Slash, Omni Slash, or even just while you're hitting, you heal so much. You go from like 20% to maybe 60, 70. Is Yotaro just taking some damage here? They're trying to force the spin, but it's going to be A-okay.
But what do you think of Jug right now in laning stage? Because this used to be, like back in the day, this was the hero to get kills.
Yeah.
But I feel like they've added a lot of mobility. There's a lot more tankier heroes. I'm not sure exactly what's changed aside from Blade Fury being a little bit worse than it used to be as well. but it doesn't feel like it's the same. Like you don't fear this hero in the same way.
Yeah, I think first of all, people got better, but second, mostly what you've touched on is there's more items, there's more stats. I think also overall people have slightly higher HP pools nowadays than they used to. You don't just get CM Frostbitten, spin down, and it's like, oh, well, I guess I'm dead. Nowadays you can actually live through it. So Jug for me is he's more of a casual hero, in my opinion, where it's like, you're gonna get through your lane, you have healing ward, you help your team out later. He's not like some hard carry. Like he makes it easy and nice for your team to play, and he needs this type of hero that Collapse is playing, which is the Beastmaster, I like to call it the steroid, the enabler. You need an aura, you need a Solar Crest, drums, and all this stuff to really push you over the edge.
You know, another hero that does that is from back in the days, Vengeful Spirit, which we saw last series, did not work out for Tundra.
No, that didn't look good at all.
I wanted it to be good, but we are seeing Luna, which is another counterpart to the Venge. Talk to me about, I think we cast one game
yesterday
on this hero, and she kind of does what she used to, which is farming, and if you group up, if you have the right lineup, you can definitely take towers, which you can look. They have the Dragon Knight, which can combo with that quite nicely. You have the guy that can just sit in front and tank up with the Timber Saw.
I would say it's a great Luna game. It was also LGD who played it yesterday. When you have an aggressive 5 like the Disruptor in lane, first of all, the aura is already helping the Disruptor. You lane very well. Brian was talking about that. It's also a good pick from first pick because it's very stable. It's hard to be counterpicked. It's down middle. Laurel.
Dragon Tail into the Flame Break with the Blood Grenade. Miposhka trying to help out Laurel, but that's not going to happen. Nothing to say gets credit for that. He'll take a little extra damage, but with 2 points in Dragon Blood, we'll be able to brush this off for the most part. Even with that miss coming into effect as well. So good start in this mid lane for Nothing to Say. 23-8 versus the 22-2. So actually relatively even.
Yeah, he was doing pretty well, but LGD just kind of abusing the fact that your Timber can absolutely solo up top. And if you do a move, there's not too much counterplay from Team Spirit. Maybe Mira could have TP'd with a stun, but looks like he wasn't really topped off. So just overall nice move by LGD to abuse the situation of the map. So I have a little tip on Miposhka.
Yeah, Miposhka being very annoying in that mid lane. Caused Nothing to Say missed most of those creeps in that wave, actually. As Shiro getting gone on in this bot lane. The glimpse is going to come out, but it's a little bit too late. So ends up taking a tumble to collapse on his Beastmaster.
Oh, he's still here.
Another Dragon Tail coming out, and Laurel's just going to get burned to the ground. So second death already. Miposhka was not in range to be able to assist. I mean, but it is just a silencer as well. There's not a whole lot that hero can do.
Nah, that's just Planet with the fake back, bro. He's like pretending to go top, JK, bro, I'm still here. And Laurel, pretty sure he doesn't have, 25-second cooldown on his TP, so walk of shame. Miposhka's gonna have to just sit mid, grab the XP. But I do like the Collapse's build is the 0-2-2. Like with the Boars, one thing that Disruptor doesn't play into well at all. You don't have really any clear whatsoever. Luna's like so-so. I think if your support is good and you amplify it, but when your support is not, then it doesn't look too good. And LGD already pressuring this mid tier 1.
Yeah. Level 6 on Nothing to Say, and Laurel not there yet. I mean, once you hit 6, it's going to be difficult to actually kill him, but now he's so far behind in this lane. Now his tower, like you said, just taking massive damage. The rune will be denied here by Mira, stacking up some creeps as well. Yutaro was pressured a bit by New, but we'll get that healing ward out. And Planet forcing a rotation from Miposhka, and Pale comes out. And can these two supports do enough damage to actually kill the Batrider? The Arcane Curse is there. Blood Grenade comes out. Stick to keep him alive, but the last right click is enough. So Miposhka getting a little bit of revenge there as Yutaro will be Blade Fearing TPing.
This is not a good sign for Team Spirit. Like, you're getting split pressured, which nowadays a lot of the times how you take towers is not by 5-manning one, but you're split pressuring multiple ones at the same time. We see New here, he's gonna get this tower. He might even get it killed. Like, no one is up there, so he's gonna do that. Mid tower is getting pressured by DK, and now Collapse is getting pressure bottom.
Yep, glimpse back into 3 members of LGD. Collapse knowing that he's likely dead, just trying to get some kills here.
Here comes Laurel.
Laurel coming in to try to save him. It won't be enough to actually save the teammate, but he does get a very valuable kill onto Shiro. So something finally going the way of the mid laner from Spirit. Laurel, I mean, people have talked about him maybe underperforming a bit. I mean, what are your thoughts on him as the mid laner for Spirit?
I think it's always very hard for a new player to come into such a veteran team. I think he still needs some time to show me and I think many others that he truly belongs, but I think being a more inexperienced player compared to the rest, he needs this time and he needs the trust from his teammates. So overall, I still think he's performing decently fine, but this map right now, this is a great deny. but your map isn't looking all too good for Team Spirit, especially in the next coming minutes.
Indeed. Elder Dragon Form doing its job, and Midas is going to be coming up for Nothing to Say not too far in the future, as Shiro actually changing lanes.
Oh, nothing
to say though. This is a triple team from Spirit to try to finally take down this dragon, and they do so. Laurel completely out of mana though. And why you smile? Watch as Mira's actually getting burned down by Planet as a glimpse comes in onto Laurel, back into New, who's made his rotation over. So LGD able to get some sort of a trade.
Run, Mira.
And Mira will eventually die here. Oh. Okay. So it ends up being a 2-for-1. Nothing to say. I mean, the big thing probably Laurel getting XP for that kill onto Nothing to Say.
Yeah, I think the biggest things about this, Laurel's got the XP, got some gold, and in the meantime, Collapse gets this free bottom lane, which honestly, the way Beastmaster games work is that he's your carry of the game for like the first 15, 16, 17 minutes. You want to give all your resources to him. Collapse has done very well. He got off a clutch board before as well that ended up getting the kill in Shiro. Now he gets the bottom tier 1. So all this early game pressure that Spirit will have, it should go through him, and it's showing the net worth already. He's on the top of the board.
Yatoro opting for the eventual Battle Fury. Still quite a ways away, of course, but it's only 9 minutes in, despite all this action.
He doesn't have it yet.
He doesn't have it yet. What a noob. But been a lot of action this early on as Yatoro's going to be forced to do the old Blade Fury TP. This is
that
where...
was a long TP.
Yeah. Lucent Beam. Was that not available? Did he already use it?
I'm not sure, but I don't think they... I mean, neither of them expected that to be a long TP, so... that would have been a rough one, but either way, good job from Spirit. Overall, too, the way they held the last 2 minutes was very good. They get the bottom tier 1. Now they can do a very nice like map rotation or map swap where Yatoro just gets to go bottom, Collapse can farm the entire area around him with the Helm of Dom and higher levels in Aura. Because this will benefit Spirit. If the game can slow down as it is right now, it's very good for them. And they already have 2 support ultimates, the Global and the Finger. So they're doing a very nice job at currently playing mid together. I love Team Spirit's positioning here.
Jumping, Nothing to Say. Again, it's going to require everybody from Team Spirit. Roar is expended as well, and they will find their target. Nicely done from Spirit. They're going to pressure the tier 1 tower in mid lane as well with just Collapse. The rest of the members opting to go to this other side. I'm not sure if they're going to find anything else, though.
No, big plays from Team Spirit. Being able to kill probably the most important hero here for LGD in this early game, Nothing to Say, who's working on his Midas, just died right before. They didn't even use Finger or Global, so they can do the same play again in like 30 seconds, 40, 50 seconds, whenever they think the map looks good. So yeah, Team Spirit making some very important moves here in this early game.
And you can see building the Lotus Orb that BSJ talked about. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make a couple in this game, although there's not really a regular carrier other than the Timber right now.
Yeah, probably him, maybe Planet can squeeze one in like way later, but that's he's likely gonna just be looking for some, you know, Blink Daggers, maybe 4 staffs, and then after that you can kind of check as LGD gonna get themselves some Ancient Snacks that Planet got for his boy Shiro. He's gonna be happy about that.
And for Yatoro, what kind of build after the Battle Fury are you looking for?
I think it's pretty much the classic that I've seen from him is just you go the Treads Fury into Manta. I've even seen him after that go for earlier MKBs in some of the games, because I assume he feels that it gives him the most damage output against high armor heroes. I think other than that, we've always seen some Skadis, which I think that's more of an item you can squeeze in later. I do think an item that allows you to frontline but also give you some damage is good, because you're going to play with this Beastmaster who also amplifies you in the game.
And Shiro's got his Mask of Madness, and we can see a smoke now from both sides, actually. Just a couple members from LGD, although they might actually be running right into Spirit. Mira using the Horsey, get off the initiation first onto the Disruptor. New gets a nice Timber Chain, but the Roar expended for YU Smile, and they'll find him. New getting relatively low on mana, but a zip coming in from Laurel. He's going to take some damage from the Whirling Death. The Electric Vortex, good timing during the Timber Chain. And Pale is there with the Global Silence coming out just to make sure that he can't get away. So another nice pick-off here for Team Spirit.
I mean, Spirit just making all the right moves right now, because if we pay attention to how LGD need to play it, it's kind of awkward, like what, they smoke Timber, Disruptor. It's like a really hard kill to just kind of obtain with these two heroes. So the kill they got early on Nothing to Say, which delayed his Midas, which then also delays his Blink, just makes it hard for them to kind of play here. So this smoke, just pretty easy. Tumbler Toy, Hex, get the stuff going. Laurel has the Arcane Rune from the earlier play as well, and he just gets to connect to the play. Honestly, very beautiful here from Team Spirit.
Yep, and that Electric Vortex during the Timber Chain. I've actually been seeing so much of that lately. I feel like years ago, we would see it like when it happens, like, holy crap, that rarely happened. It happens like every game.
Yeah.
People are so good now, it's insane.
I mean, just the more you play and the more you also play with better people, it's like, why did you use your spell there, bro? Just hold it.
Yeah.
People just get good at this, as right now, I mean, we've seen something similar from LGD yesterday where we thought they needed to play a bit faster or do moves, but then they were losing for like 15 minutes, bam. One fight, back in the game.
Shiro going for the Manta style. This is a hero that feels like there's not much room for, like...
switch-ups?
Yeah, it feels like the itemization is very standard, very cookie cutter, if you will. I mean, maybe in some cases you can go for an Aghanim Scepter a little bit earlier, but normally you just get that.
Yeah, that's something you really don't want to do, so it's a good sign that he's not queuing that up currently.
Well, I didn't mean first item, but you know.
I mean,
it's always like something like this into, I mean, sometimes I guess you see Hurricane Pike, but
yeah,
Scotty, Butterfly.
Exactly. It's also like the most cookie cutter items. And I think it's just by far the best build on Luna. As the game has stalled down a little bit, or slowed down rather, as Nothing to Say really wants this Blink Dagger, active rune, gonna be down bottom. But I think Spirit are, as I touched on before, pretty happy. And I would assume LGD, they're gonna look for this double blink timing. Even the Lotus Orb is completed on New now as well, so I'd say it's kind of go time for them to try and speed up the game a little bit.
See, Laird still has not fixed the graphic of the pets dying. They show the Hawk dead, but the boar is alive. That is not consistent.
Yep, fix that.
That is a bug.
That is a bug.
I'm reporting that bug officially to JJ and Buka and everybody else.
Yep. Do it quick, guys,
Top priority.
or get fired.
You are fired. All right, he's getting pretty close here. In fact, yeah, it's just the recipe now, I believe, for Yatoro. So it ended up being like 15-30 when he gets that, which is a little bit slower than you'd like to see.
1 minute later than the two we saw yesterday, as LG are going for smoke, but they do break, as Larl is invis.
He is. They put down a sentry. There's the initiation. Static Storm placed, though. Laurel stuck inside the kinetic field, but the global silence buys him enough time.
There's the lasso.
But now the lasso to bring him back into death, as Mira trying to TP out, but will drop as well. So double kill for Planet. Nice retaliation from LGD.
That's where like one little change of gameplay makes such a big difference. The fact that you get to break the smoke with the invis is so big, as maybe hold that, as yep, Mepochka is gonna just die as well. But Lara probably thought it's good to turn around there, but I think Yatoro nor Collapse really want to be in this fight. Like, look at them, they're finishing up their big items. Collapse just got his bigger Helm of Dom to try and get it back. So going, I mean, the reaction time from Y here was really quick.
Yeah.
Even through the global, just keeping him there. And then beautiful lasso with the glimpse. Just some easy, I mean, for LGD, the whole family showed up, whereas for Spirit, your bros, they want to still farm.
That's right. I mean, there's a Battle Fury. You can see it's being put to good use on the Ancient stack right now. I mean, he definitely had opportunity to zip away, but, I mean, plenty of mana on Laurel, but not respecting the amount of members of LGD in the vicinity.
I mean, this is also the strength of the +4 Bad Rider. Like, we see a lot of these Bads get very good timings on these Blink Daggers. 12, 13, 14-minute mark, it's going to be out, and now this is kind of prime time, I think, for LGD. 16-minute mark, you have Nighttime, you have Mask of Madness, Manta completed, Global is down as well. Once you have your Dragon form and Lasso, I think they might just look for something here.
Yep, we can see Neo TPing in. Defend this mid tower. I mean, Spirit were there in numbers. It looked like they really wanted to commit, but maybe they'll back up and either find a smoke or disperse and farm a little bit more. It will be the smoke, though. And trying to put some of these power spikes to good use. I mean, Juggernaut, how strong is he with just a Battle Fury compared to like other carries? Because a lot of other carries you just have to just farm. So I feel like he can give a little bit more than the traditional.
Yeah, I think Jug is one of the nice carries where even if you buy greedier items, your skill set still allows you to fight and allows you to push forward in the game. And I really like what Spirit are doing here, not only just because of the heroes they have, but Mepochka also, they have a Medallion, they have the Drums Aura, they have the Dom Creep, so just forcing this Roche fight I think is very good.
And they're scanned out though, LGD, they're sniffing it out. Nice and juicy, Shiro's gonna clear the wave.
And Nothing to Say got his BKB, this is a big item. He swapped his mind from going Blink into BKB so he can really frontline in this fight if they get there in time.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. They smoked up, they're taking their time. And Roche Getting low, the lasso initiation. The Aegis will
That's a
go
big
to
kill.
Laurel. Global silence is there as well as the Beastmaster's the first to fall. Laurel able to take out Why You Smile, has to zip TP. Shiro with the Lucian Beam to cancel it, and Laurel will likely fall shortly after. That is the Aegis. Not sure if they have anything to contain him before the zip comes out. They do. Very nicely played from LGD, so slightly slow in getting there to actually kill off Roche and get the Aegis themselves, but they win the fight handily.
Uh-oh, Mira. Is he gonna be okay? Yeah, he's gonna be able to blink out.
He's got blink already.
And he's got the blink, the little pony item just TPs out, but that's a big win for LGD. The fact that they get to kill Collapse first, because honestly, he needs to stay alive for his team. These auras are way too important. Yatoro, he kind of gets the memo right away. He wants to get out. I think everyone, if they get to hold the Aegis, maybe it's still a victory. Laurel tries to get up, but he just, I mean, Shiro, Night Vision, Lucent Beam comes back up, and they just get him. And I'm not sure if on the respawn, I think Laurel maybe turned a little bit in order to try and zip. I'm not... Yeah, maybe that stun is just too fast. I don't know. But either way, great play from LGD here to come and contest.
And it wasn't in melee form, so it's not instant. There's still technically a projectile that comes out, even if you're at melee range.
Okay,
Either way, Laurel trying to get some retribution. Nothing to say. He takes a finger of death and TPing out and will be fine.
Why You Smile,
on the other side, Why You Smile does get dropped by Spirit, so they get something, but it might be at the cost of Collapse as he's taking massive damage from Mew.
Oh, the big
Black
Black Dragon.
looking to get one kill before he goes down. He'll do so, but still, he is the core on Spirit.
I call worth. I killed 2 heroes. I have a big Black Dragon. Worth it for me. I don't care about the numbers.
Who cares about numbers?
Don't worry. He only gave, what, it's like 700 gold for that kill that they got on his head?
That's
Jesus.
whatever. That's whatever.
That's a lot. Yeah, you're right. He got a double kill. That looked cool.
Oh, Miposhka. All right. He's going to find Mew. He's going to TP out immediately and will not get out. So despite it being a 1v2, Mew able to withstand it. And Laurel caught out again inside the Static Storm kinetic field. And LGD starting to run away with this thing.
It's just happening everywhere.
Omni Slash, I think that's the first of the game. And onto the creep wave. Unlucky for Yatoro. They're going to clean up his support, and likely he will fall as well, although he does have the Blade Fury TP. And this time it will not be a 10-second TP. So will get out, but still 3-for-0 across the board.
Ooh, Spirit just bled a lot on the map in the last couple minutes. And this is what the best teams will do to you. They will attack you in multiple places at the same time because they don't 5-man. Like, they're splitting. They had this nice ward up top in the Styre jungle where they found Laurel. At the same time, they go bottom. They get a play as well where New is kind of baiting. They go back there. And now this game went from fairly even to a 7K lead within just 2 minutes.
Now. All right, back to 7.
Hold.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's a 7, by the way.
Yeah. And it's only, I mean, look at the score, 15-10. It is not about the kills at all.
It is not. And now, ooh, this is the scariest timing of the entire game right now, that Spirit have to try and get through somehow. This is a Solar-crested BKB Manta Mask of Madness Pupils Gift Luna with level 16. He is
You didn't mention the
strong.
branch in the backpack.
Yeah, and the circlet.
Yeah. If you're going to name Pupil's Gift,
Yo, this item is really good.
I'm not saying it's not good. Okay. I'm just saying, don't discriminate.
Okay, branch and circlet.
Thank you.
Magic wand and
Thank you. That's all I'm
agility
asking.
threads.
But Poshka will be dying here. Most likely. He's trying to TP out,
He's
but
fine.
they glimpse out.
He's fine.
He will...
be fine.
Yeah, he's fine with this. He tanked the gank. So in a way, you're correct.
You're welcome.
And nothing to say in company. Oh, okay. I'm going to take out that illusion and the tier 2 tower as well. So he's going to work on Aghanim Scepter now. So we'll be getting that Black Dragon, although he's only level 15, so...
Oh, Planet is setting up, though.
Okay, he's got his Blink Force. He can definitely close the gap.
Too much gold.
Initiations. What's that?
There's too much gold on the tower.
That's
I gotta
true.
Firefly
It's
that.
Too greedy. Understandable. I mean, he has the Philly Stone as well, so it complements that play style.
He's going BKB on Jug. It's a very interesting switch up from Yatoro.
That's
I don't
really
think
early too.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I can assure you that he doesn't want to do it, and this feels horrible, but it just kind of shows you the state of the game. He feels that he needs to build something so that in the next like 5 to 10 minutes or the next Roche fight or whatever it may be, that they can try to fight. Because if they lose or he just farms away, I don't think they're gonna get anywhere. So yeah, we'll have to see if it works out. Luckily for him, they have Solar Crest and Beast Aura to kind of offset from him buying defensive items for him to still deal enough damage.
All he needs to do is hit level 20, then he's fine.
That's true. Then he will never die.
That's right. I mean, we've seen people align the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, this is obviously not a good game for him here, but the Aghanim Scepter, they align it with the 20 talent because that's almost a full heal just off a Swift Slash, depending on your luck.
Yes.
And an Omni Slash will fully heal you.
Oh, nearly every time, unless you Lotus it on.
All right, that's fair.
Which we might see. We might see the anime style fight in this game. Oh, hello there.
Okay, a little baby blink there.
Oh.
Mira, he's going to be
the glimpse.
found out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and the Hawk too. The Hawk died. I would like to point that out.
That's very important. Extra gold going to the
60
pocket
gold
of LGD. We'll see how many pets were killed in this. There we go. Do you see
9
what
pets?
I'm talking? The boar is clearly alive. Unless this is an animated like zombie boar. Like you're talking about them dying. It should be laying on the ground.
It should be dead next to the Hawk.
Yes.
Next to Jimmy.
Holding hands with the Hawk. They're
holding hands with Jimmy. Jimmy and
brother
Johnny.
sister.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Well, if they're brother and sister, it should be Sarah and John.
I don't understand the reference, but sure.
There's no reference.
That makes it worse somehow.
Oh, shut up. Tier 2 being pushed here, everyone.
Yeah, Tormentor is available for the taking.
No, they don't care.
Apparently not. Talking about this backstage as well, people's priority on taking Tormentors, and just, it's all over the place. It feels like people forget about it for like 5-6 minutes.
They're turning around right now. Planet pinged it.
They remember this is an objective.
This goes back to what you were talking about just now with the green room, where supports think about it, but Brian was like, I never want to kill the Torment.
Yeah, that's right.
So here it's Planet, he pings it, he's like, guys, what the hell, please?
It's Freddy the Frog looking on.
Yeah, there's Freddy, what up?
If only we could borrow those 2 polygons that he has and implement them into Morphling.
Nah, it's impossible.
I mean, it makes sense because you're taking time out of your day to kill the Tormentor when you could be pushing lanes and whatnot, and then effectively you're giving a shard to Batrider, which is almost useless.
Yeah.
That's one of the worst ones to be able to get, I think.
It's just that the map positioning of where they are is kind of weird for you. So LGD, this is like the most natural thing where you're ahead, you kill the enemy's tier 2, and like it doesn't mean that you have to go back on the map. You're still aggressive, you get to kill it there. Nothing to say. Ganking the big black dragon.
I mean, this is basically a hero now.
Oh, Planet though.
Oh yeah, Yatoro actually takes out Planet.
This is just a Chad play. Like, he knows that they're very aggressive on the map. He farms the enemy Ancients, kills the Batrider, and somehow gets out.
Hey,
what's this name?
It's Tyson the Turtle.
Tyson! What up, Tice?
Where'd he
go? Where'd he go?
It's an illusion.
There's the MKB.
Okay, yeah, you called it.
Okay.
So wait, what are his full items right now? Is he...
He didn't go BKB. It's Fury, Yasha, MKB, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, he's packing a punch. Looks like S and Y. I mean, it makes sense. This game, honestly, might get to a point where it's going to be irrevocable. So getting something to means you can't come back.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you can't fix it.
I mean, if there's any carry, like if I had to take one carry player to win me the hardest or most impossible game ever, I think Yatoro has got to be like your #1 choice of carry.
Okay. He has shown it before. That is true.
Oh,
Shiro, he's going to get spotted. There's the initiation from Laurel with the Eclipse coming out shortly after.
Very low.
Why You Smile is dead. Planet is next. Yatoro, though, resetting with that healing ward. Now the BKBs have dissipated. 2 supports dead for LGD. Core's still alive. Collapsing Company looking to potentially re-engage. They held on to Global Silence that whole time, actually.
I mean, their patience right now in this game, even with the position of what the game is in, they're doing really well. They had a great ward there. They find the perfect initiation on the 2 supports, which honestly, I think they're just gonna be your best 2 kills, right? You get the zip in here onto Why You Smile. Collapse is holding his roar for a while as well. You see him move back. Yatoro barely gets to go out. Nice roar now at the end of all of it. And now they just disengage together. So it's like, you kill 2 heroes while you're behind. That's really good for you. Just disengage out of there. Really nicely done from them. And Roche is on the menu, bros.
That's right, and he's delicious, so I hear.
Yeah. Second Roche is the most delicious at this
here we
stage
go
of the
again.
game.
This is the meme of the tournament. Most important part of the game is Roche.
It's not wrong.
And 2, and then 3. Each time it gets more and more important.
It does. Dota has back and forth timings, you know?
Yeah, it's like, it's oscillating at all times.
I'm not Cinderin, you can't use these words with me.
He doesn't know them either.
I don't go on dictionary.com every night.
I think the trick is to pretend you know what it means.
Yes, Shannon, very good usage of that word.
Thank you. What word was it?
Oscillate.
We have, very good. We have a Roche off underway. Roche number 2, available for the pickings.
Big Black Dragon, run away.
All spells are up now.
Shiva's completed on Nudo. I haven't talked too much about him, but this Timber being able to frontline when he later on gets the reactive armor activatable spell.
We were talking about this off camera. That's one of the issues with these fights when it breaks out. I don't know what to call it. He activates reactive armor. It sounds horrible. There's got to be a better name. Shield activated.
Yeah, he activated shield.
All right, Roshoff still underway. They don't know if it's being contested as of yet. New pops the Shivas for a little bit of vision. Nice BKB coming out from Collapse. And the initiation takes out Whitey Smile right off the back. He's going to buy back, though, instantly. Laurel onto the high ground he goes as his BKB is running out as well. Nothing to say. Already popped the Dragon form. We'll see how long Spirit can try to delay this.
They did use 2 BKBs on Spirit's side. Both Collapse and Laurel had to expand theirs.
Yeah, but still with Global, still with Roar. So spell-wise, they have everything still intact. And of course, they have the Beastmaster for the vision. Maposhka, he is spotted. Nothing to say. Finally pops his BKB to try to take out the Silencer. The Global Silence did finally come out. That's a dieback now from
Yatoro.
Omnislash deletes. Nothing to say. New is next on the menu as well. Although gets a great Timber Chain. A nice work going to save Laura for the time being. Going inside the pit for cover. He didn't get loose and beam, but Roche is getting a bash onto the Luna. Can Laurel actually survive? He does. It's a full team wipe in favor of Spirit, and now they're going to get Roche number 2. What a fight.
Man, Team Spirit, the way that they were playing all of this, I don't know if we can even see it in the replay. I think Yatoro also, he faked out his Omni Slash to like try and bait the Lotus Orb, and I think he did. Like, New popped it on himself as, well, there's a random gem laying around. Maybe we'll get that eventually later. As LGD, they're flying both their bros. Both the chickens, they're flying.
Yep, they're going to get it.
Yep, easy for them. Big win for LGD here, of course, as they...
Full team wipe, but they got the gem. That's all that matters.
Ooh, I mean, it just started a little bit awkward here. And Collapse really quick on his BKB. Lara gets with his own BKB and the DD kind of get the kill, the buyback out, and now they disengage. I think it's a bit weird and awkward for Shiro to like run through in this fight. And I want to point out how Yatoro comes in and he stutter steps at some point where he fakes out the Omni Slash. So it's not like here he did it, he baited New to use the Lotus, then he just Omni Slashes, nothing to say. Lotus is down. Now I feel like they just continue to fight. Yatoro just runs in with the aura, everyone is tanking it through.
Yeah.
Just too strong.
And
Look
should
at
mention, why you smile, yeah, this was the best part of the fight.
Nice
Laurel hiding
frogging
next
into
to
the
Roche,
Glimmer Cave.
And then Roche helps out with a bash here.
And now he's invincible because he's endless.
That's right. Should mention that the Why You Smile did not use his ult the whole time. He died twice in this fight, effectively, with the dieback. Did not get to even use any of his spells effectively, so...
that hurts.
So give Spirit credit for targeting him each and every time, not able to... or prevent him from actually using any meaningful spells.
And there's some big items coming up for them too, as now with the Aegis Cheese, just hitting down the tier 2 tower. I mean, Jug, when you're ahead, hold on.
Lasso, Blade Fury's gonna mitigate some of the damage here. And the Dragon Tail coming out. Nothing to say, pops his BKB, the Lion dies. And Yatoro staying alive thanks to that 20
Look
talent.
at his lifesteal.
Yep, we talked about it pre-game. They're going to try to focus everything onto Yatoro. He'll finally drop that the Aegis down as Shiro uses the Eclipse with the BKB in tow. And Yatoro will revive now. Focus is on the Luna. Laurel trying to finish him off. He does so. Double kill for him. As Yatoro resetting a bit. 2 dead for LGD. No buyback available for Shiro. So this is a tier 2 at the very least for Spirit.
There's just a lot. I really like their, like who they're targeting in the fight. We touched on it in the last fight as well. Laurel, again, he's just continuously on top of Why You Smile. It's so hard for him to end up playing these fights. As soon as the fight starts, he's just dead. He gets zipped on.
Still no ult. Yeah.
Yep, he's just dead. I mean, the best he can do right now is cast the Solar Crest and like try to stay behind.
Yep, the healing ward behind, providing so much.
I mean, they'll have it again soon, right? With the 15 talent, you just have it like every 10-ish seconds after it's over. They can just do it again. And Yatoro, he's just so quick on his fingers. He got the spin-off before the last, and now he has Lincolns to make it even easier. I think Collapse has one as well, so they could double Lincolns him if they really want to.
Yeah.
And they can just continue to do this.
Yep, tier 3 towers down and out. Shiro's not up for 15 seconds. Spirit, though, gonna back away for the time being, play a disciplined game of Dota. But yeah, this game has flip-flopped completely over the last couple minutes. What did I say?
Oh, flip-flop?
Flip-flop, yeah.
Very good.
Appreciate that. So we see this last fight. I mean, it wasn't too bad for LGD. The problem is obviously Shiro dying.
That was a very unlucky Omni Slash, actually. I think it bounced on a creep and then just instantly ended. So even with that, and a great initiation on top of Mira, the fight still ended up going like that. So that is
without
not a
the
very good
Aegis,
sign.
this would have been fine for LGD.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's good of them to get the Aegis, and I think also the cheese out of the way, as Laurel did have to expand that to get this great secondary jump onto Shiro. But still, Spirit doing some really good stuff here. As LGD smoking up, they've had enough of this stuff.
I'll take that.
Yeah, they need to get something out of this, and Why You Smile needs to use his ultimate.
Radiant are scanning.
This has been a hard game for him. I mean, played amazingly early game, but the last few minutes just has not been able to provide anything in these fights.
It's currently really hard for them to, or for him to, like...
What are his items right now?
His items are, I mean, he's only got the Solar Crest, right? Because what he wants to do is like buff up his Luna and hope that works, but when people get to play aggressively on you and they have all these BKBs and spins and Lincolns, it's really hard for you to do anything as a Disruptor. You're more of a follow-up hero, and they're not finding the right initiations and the right fights for themselves. As even Miposhka, he's getting fat. He's got a Solar Crest, Force Staff, the Philly Stone. He's working on a Refresher.
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, literally
take care of all the dispels on the side of LGD.
Yeah, the two supports literally can't play Dota for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like Why You Smile has not been able to play Dota in the last few minutes anyway.
That's true.
I would just add
so why even buy a Refresher?
For the cores, I guess.
Okay, so we've got another Arcane Rune onto Larl's. Inventory looking pretty juicy and sexy. I do like that.
Yeah, the Black Dragon now online. I'm not sure if he had that in the last fight. Might have been level 17. Either way, we'll have the extra magic resist now, along with the terrain walk and whatnot.
I mean,
One of the best ags in the game for sure.
Yeah, the way LGD should be looking to fight is, I think they need to take out these supports. Like the cores may just be too tanky, like to kill really, and all these Lincoln spheres that are around as well. I think nothing to say now with this Axe that we're talking about, the BKB, he can kind of try to get into this fight and then allow Shiro and the supports to maybe play a little bit of a slower fight. Whereas Spirit, if Yatoro gets to hit, I think that's already a win condition on its own.
Spirit smoked up. Not going to find anybody on the outskirts of the base, so might have to just push the old-fashioned way, but of course, no longer with that Aegis. And I'm not sure if they must have used the cheese. I don't see it on anybody right now.
Yeah, Laurel used it in the fight earlier.
Okay.
As the Spirit went for a very classic smoke, where you push in mid and you just walk with your wave. You hope that someone from the enemy team will come and defend it. But LGD, I think, had a very good read on the map. While you Smile stayed top, he got to push that out, and now they're all just waiting. Kind of see if they can get a good grip on the map and maybe even smoke out, because LGD's map is not looking good. And it's really hard for you to retain that unless you smoke out through the wards that Spirit did just place.
At what point does Luna become too big? Is there any point?
I think when she plays against Jug like this, I don't know if... I feel like with every minute that passes, Yatoro is very happy in this game. As they did clear the ward out, so they did not smoke under a ward. Maybe a lucky DD rune? Nope. Not this time around. It is nighttime at least, so LGD could look to use it to their advantage with the Luna Aura, of course.
Planet looking for an opening. They're going to see the courier, so they have an idea that Spirit is on this side of the map.
Collapse is TPing. They know that something is about to break out here.
Firefly is going to be shown as well. They're going to spot Laurel to start. Planet jumps in, but Laurel immediately zips to the north. And that might just break up this entire potential engagement.
Dire's courier.
Because another chicken dies.
That's ceremonial robe and a shard. That's something. Better not take the Tormentor now. That would feel real bad.
It will be,
heard of that happening to anybody before?
Probably at some point, right?
It feels so bad. As your shard is being delivered, you kill Tormentor and it
be very
gives you the
sad.
free shard.
As LGD, I think rightfully so, they at least back off a little bit, but they're still holding the positioning. Another really good ward here from Team Spirit. They're just patiently waiting as Roshan can respawn soon.
Yeah, let's see how fast this one is going to be. There's a very long one actually, and the fight's going to break out already.
Oh,
Planet,
the Lotus
the
Orb.
Omni Slash coming out, it's reflected completely. And already the buyback comes out from Planet. So Omni Slash down, but Blade Fury there for nothing to say, or for Yatoro onto nothing to say. Oh, they're going to lose their support. And actually, they do not have buyback onto Mira, so it's already a 5v4 collapse, forced to use his BKB. Yatoro getting stunned up, but a nice roar, pushing many members of LGD back.
Oh, they
now
push him
Yatoro
away.
feels like he's all alone, but healing up to a high degree thanks to that 20 talent. Gets off the spin as well, but he just does not have the damage right now. He's going to get stunned out right after the fact. And he's going to die. Will buy back instantly in TP, so LGD might have to back away as they've already lost New. They're going to lose YU Smile as well. Poshka trying to slow them down a bit. Shiro will be using the Manta to get away safely. So very back and forth fight. It's a 3 for, I want to say, I don't know if the silencer died, but a 3 for 2 with the buyback coming out from Yatoro.
Yeah, I think Miposhka didn't die, but the fact that, I mean, they have a very good initiation here right on play, but this Lotus Orb is very big. I think New, he would just die from full to 0. So this entire thing, paired up with the buyback from Planet, where he gets back into the fight later, is super crucial, because Yatoro ran a little bit out of steam. Like, he's kind of left alone. Collabs doesn't truly want to join back. Shiro's very tanky still at this stage of the game, right? He has the Satanic.
Are so dumb.
Yeah, these, honestly, the heals are pretty... he even has a Paladin Sword to, like, amplify it even more.
True.
But this was, I think, a big win for LGD. Like, Roshan did not respawn during this time of the buyback. And it will not either for another 1 minute when we're going back into the live game.
Yeah. You can see Yatoro was chilling in that top air. Still is, actually.
Yeah, he has to chill a lot more, bro.
Wow, he's been... Obviously, they don't know the timer, but he's wasted a lot of time here. He could have been farming. So that buyback not feeling good at all for him.
I honestly don't mind what he did, because I think you needed any bonus second where you start hitting it faster is so crucial here. But they're just unlucky with a very high respawn time, so...
But LGD doesn't know this, so
yeah.
They could be going for Roche right now. See if Spirit are able to bait them in, potentially.
Whoever has vision here and playing around Hawks or the nighttime is super crucial. If Spirit could delay this fight for like 30 seconds...
He blinks right in. Laurel forced the BKB instantly, and I think New's going to be very happy with that exchange, as Couriers are being taken out on the sideline. Nothing to say, he has a shield rune activated. So that is the target you do not want to touch. He is close to invulnerable. Mira's going to be able to sidestep this. It's a 5k lead for Spirit now, and Roche is spawning in 10 seconds.
Up, they're already all going bottom. Like, they're setting up the area.
Yeah, daytime is coming.
It's honestly a big deal to not have to fight LGD in nighttime. Like, this added vision that LGD have is a huge deal. And now Spirit, they're set up already.
That's funny. He spawned right as day came.
That's
and
true.
then is now traveling over.
Okay.
Good setup here for Team Spirit. So LGD have to just maneuver their way down here the old-fashioned way, but it might be too late. So this will be Aghanim Scepter.
This guy's really fast.
Absolutely. I think they should be able to get it. So likely Swift Slash to come for Yatoro.
Aghanim Scepter. Is
yeah,
it Larm
this will
or
be
him?
a freebie, and that is really unfortunate for LGD.
Ooh. Spirit needed this. Like, with the buyback being expanded earlier from Yatoro, they needed this Roche. And not only the Aegis, but he gets an Aghanim Scepter on top of it all. Gonna quickly show it off to have some faster farming mobility. Miposhka does get the refresher as well. So
Yeah,
why
so now,
Smile not gonna enjoy his life.
In the openings of the fights, when the Lotuses are available, he'll be using Swift Slash over Omni Slash just to make sure that he doesn't get screwed over like last time.
He's definitely going to be holding on to the Omni more. Like, the longer you can hold it, the better. Maybe just keep fighting with the Aegis. You have the Beast Aura to keep helping you out with the lifesteal as well. Just use the Swift Slash, as you said. So
I mean, it was just a 6k lead. The third Roche, most important part of the game, by the way.
Yeah,
third
with the
Roche,
Aghanim Scepter.
They've doubled their effective lead here. As the Tormentor taken out, nothing to say will get Fireball, or whatever the hell that's called. And Miposhka will also get a useless shard.
I like Fireball. I think we can just keep it at that.
Okay.
As Shiro, he does have your favorite Aghanims of the game on Luna.
Yeah, it's good.
So I think
wouldn't say
maybe
it's my favorite at all, but sure.
I mean, you did call it out earlier, so it's got to be your favorite.
I mean, I call out an Aghanim Scepter probably on average 3 to 4 times per game.
Anyway, the way he will use it, I would say, so nothing to say it's going to look to go in, and I think you just want to burst out these 2 supports in the back, or at least one of them, without putting yourself out of position on Luna too much on your own. So,
is there? And do you think you put it onto DK or Timber? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Yeah,
that moves around.
Yeah, you can kind of put it on nothing to say. I think when he wants to go in, checks out to me. Like, and you can afford some BKBs or even kill the you know, kill one of the supports or get one of the cores low and force him to pop BKB. So there's definitely a lot of usage with it. And he's queuing up a refresher too, so he's going for the all-in anime Bazinga play.
That's an interesting description.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty damn powerful. But they do have to get through the Aegis and Cheese in this next fight. And, I mean, from Spirit's perspective, because this is looking like it's, if it doesn't end in this Aegis, it's going to go for quite a while. As Why You Smile spotted out, does use his ult finally.
Yep, great usage.
Ghost Scepter? Oh. No, I like
Forces a BKB.
Yeah. Doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor yet.
Yeah, he'll get there soon.
Yep, absolutely.
I guess he was just chilling up top, trying to get some wards out. I think he was spotted by a Hawk, unluckily for him. As Spirit having very good control of this game right now, as Yatoro's just drawing the line up top. He wants the last outer tower to be taken. So I wonder if you buy out your refresher here if you're Shiro. I feel like you probably want to.
Think so?
Yeah, I think especially when you do play with this Ags, you're not like really looking to commit yourself too much. So I don't see how much
But
the
if you know
buyback will do to you.
The buyback when they're in your base becomes that much more valuable at the same time, right?
That is true. But maybe you need the refresher to win the fight, you know? It's like
I would say 2 Lunas without Ags is more powerful than one, or not Ags, with refresher is more powerful than, you know what I'm saying.
What are you saying? 2 Lunas with Ags better than...
That's my second stroke of the event. Okay, I get to average 1
We're
per
on day 2, so game 1 of day 2.
It's just, you know, gotta get
yeah,
rid of the
I think
cobweb.
2 Lunas better than 1. That was a good statement from you there.
That's right.
Well done.
Swift Slash online for Mr. Yatoro.
You mean Swift Blink?
Swift Blink. Well, no, technically I was right. He does have Swift Slash. That's second stroke.
That's hit quickly. So they're in quick succession. As Spirit are getting ready to push onto this high ground, you do have to be a little careful, right? With the lasso is available.
Tyson still watching on.
Yeah, he's still ready.
Appreciate you.
We need Lincoln's, guys.
Yatoro, okay.
Oh, whoa. Hello.
That was actually an Omni Slash used. I'm not sure about that. Shiro's going to pop his BKB. They're going to try to pursue this a little further. This new completely segregated from this team.
Could
Gets off the roar, though, onto him with the Electric Vortex is there. Nothing to say. Deep in enemy lines as well. He's going to get hexed, though, is new. Able to get out just barely back to his base. And Yatoro is dead. That's the Aegis down.
Good static in the back.
Big static storm with the Eclipse on top, and Yatoro forced to Blade Fury away. They do not have their Lion.
They have
Glimpse of Spirit now on the retreat. Nothing to say. He gets caught out initially by Laurel. Swift Slash comes out as well. Yatoro trying to focus down onto Shiro. Nothing to say he's going to be the first to fall, though he does drop along with Noob. That's a double buyback.
Oh, you better run,
Lamps
bros.
onto Laurel. He's completely out of mana. Maposhka deleted. And it looks like Laurel's going to be next, although he does get a kill on the way out.
Well, that's a costly defense for LGD, but nevertheless, good hold for them as all this gold and XP at least going into Shiro as well, but having to buy back your 2 tanky cores that will continuously have to go in first for you, not great. What they need to do right now during this death timer from Laurel, they need to push forward on the map. Like, you have to regain control, try to get your items up. There's the refresher from Shiro, and I think this next Eclipse with the refresher, it's gonna, I mean, this was a crazy play. I don't think they saw it coming either.
Yeah, nobody did. That was, I mean, that was a full creep wave, basically tanking a good portion of it. And there's the Eclipse.
Maybe if he's got the refresher here, but he will have it next fight.
Yeah.
As, I mean, they're looking to walk down mid right now. They have to be a little careful at least, because I'm pretty sure Laurel does have buyback available.
Yep, onto the enemy side of the map now. It's been a while since LGD has been in this position. They're poking on the front door. This tier 3 tower will go down, and we've seen Luna in these situations. The Glaives are going to go absolute ham here. Storm Spirit available for the buyback. Laurel with 30 seconds if he doesn't want to expend it. Fortification number 2 comes out for Team Spirit. They're going to lose a set of racks.
Okay, that's 1 free racks.
So they will wait for Laurel to respawn. Probably the right choice.
Well, the LGD made by far the best out of that. So these 2 buybacks they use to defend their own. In return, they get to take the enemy mid-rack. So yeah, sure, your 2 cores had to buyback, but I think overall with how it turned out, this gave Shiro a lot. Now he's 25 with the refresher completed and buyback money. So if they can get off a good initiation, they're gonna blow someone out of the game real quick.
And he took the Lucent Beam mini stun, 25 talent. be a lot of damage.
Plus 250.
Blade Fury, is it 80% magic resist? Or is it 50?
That's a nice question. It's 80. Well played.
Okay, so that's the same as Rage from Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Most other types are just 50% now.
He's going for a nullifier on Yatoro. I feel like he's just going for all the items that make sure that when you go on this one target that they just die. Like it checks out with the MKB, you just want to make sure you kind of shred through any potential butterfly and the high armor, give yourself more damage. Nullifier, kind of same case. I guess he's probably just going to drop the boots, right? You have 2 Omni Slashes that can help maneuver you around the fight on top of the Swift Blink. So kind of like this itemization. I think Yatoro is always one of the best carries at figuring out what is the one exact win condition play that I need to itemize for and play for in order to try and win the game.
And like Why You Smile has queued up enough items to for the next 3-4 games for him. Very ambitious, going for E-Blade Aghanim Scepter here. I mean, maybe if Roche spawns on their side, on the Radiant side, and they are able to take the next one.
And then he can cube the Refresher and Blink.
I think you actually do give him Ags, actually. Because DK, Luna already have it. I mean, it's basically between React, I mean, it's the other 3 members. So.
You can give it to him, or you give it to Timber, I think, to help tank more. But he ended up buying the full E-Blade, but he might regret, or he's going to feel awful about this purchase once Yatoro does decide to build this entire nullifier. Because then it's just absolute worthless.
Yeah.
So Yatoro's
you
already...
can cast it during the Omni or Swift, right?
Absolutely. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Back in the day when you used Ghost Scepter on Omni Slash, it would actually cancel the Omni Slash. Does not do that anymore.
I mean, I'm glad it doesn't just stop it anymore, so...
That was a hard counter.
Yep. 1500 gold to counter an ult.
Yep.
Seems very valuable to me. As both the cores on LGD's
almost
side.
on the heart. He is a tanky boy.
They're both just queuing up the heart. They just want to like tank through, because let's be real, it's kind of Yatoro who has to shred through all of them. Like Storm's damage and Beastmaster's damages, it's not that high. They need to enable Yatoro to shred through them. So I think itemizing for this higher HP pool to try and stay alive is very important. As we see, yeah, we're seeing some very, very strong 25 talents come into the game right now.
And Roche is going to spawn in 4 seconds. Is it daytime in 20 seconds?
Yeah, it will be on the dire side for just a little bit.
It will be spotted now, bottom. But not enough time to take it for either team. So on to the Radiant side, we're going to see Roshoff, number X4. Sure.
You're welcome.
Well, I don't think we had a Roshoff for the first one.
Oh, okay, a Roshoff, sure.
Yeah.
As both teams kind of going for a similar play. Barely missing each other for now. Here comes Roche.
Roche, ready to be taken out again.
I mean, LGD have a very good ward already that's allowing them to get through here.
Shiva's from New, gonna spot Larl, who zips a bunch. He creates a pentagram with all the zips that he's been making, but now has half mana. This is something we didn't really mention, is the fact that the likes of Pugna not really... I guess they do have Lion. Did he take that talent to give mana?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does have it as
mini version of the
going
Butler.
for another smoke. I mean, there's all the cores on Team Spirit side have buyback. As LGD, they have a lot of coverage on this area. 3 wards around themselves, so they're very nicely covered for this incoming fight.
Well, the courier being sent to die, just for a little bit of information.
New
blinks right in. Chakram's gonna miss initially, and he's gonna back away. Very tense moment here. This Roche could be game for either team. Very close game right now. That mid lane is pushing in, though, in favor of LGD.
It's pushing in hard. I think LGD might just try and force Spirit to come to them slowly here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And this is a big wave.
Yeah,
These
that's
2
2
siege creeps
catapults. LGD,
LGD are just playing time here.
Out. Yeah, Spirit have to do something here. Nothing to say he's going to be spotted. He's going to instantly get hacked.
The Lotus
but the Lotus and the Omni Slash. It was not the Swift Slash again. Yatoro does it again, technically. Blade Fury out. Global Silence is already activated. As Why You Smile is the main target. He gets off the Static Storm with the Kinetic Field. So Yataro's stuck in there. There's the Eclipse from afar as well. But Dragon Tail is enough to take him out. He will buy back. As you can see, their base is getting decimated by these creeps. Why You Smile getting targeted, but it's going to use the Glimmer Cape to stay alive a little bit longer. Mira getting a nice stock off on the 3 heroes, but the double kill from Shiro as they are winning this fight. They lose the Disruptor final. That is a dieback there, but the roar comes out on Shiro. Can they focus him down in time? Yatoro trying to right-click through his heart. He does get the kill on the Shiro, but the buyback, and they have the outpost control as well, so can TP at any point. Now, will Spirit go for Roche, or will they defend because their agent is exposed and being killed by creeps? Nothing to say. Gonna get Swift Slash. He puts Jatoro onto the cliff. Oh my god, he's stuck there!
Pull the wave to him and wait for the Swift Slash. I don't know what else they can do. Is Laurel okay?
Laurel has to TP back to defense, so they can't even get Roche. They can't get anything out of this, but 2 members of LGD are still dead with no buyback in sight.
Well, they're gonna get Roche off of this. Holy Jesus.
All right, Yataro's Arteezy impression has come to an end, and into the Roach pit he goes. Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Scepter, who gets what?
Oh, I actually thought there was a chance for the game to even fully collapse at this point.
Yeah, Laurel Ags is probably what they would want.
It's gotta be him. Just give your team even more lockdown, more easier lockdown, maybe even get to pull them together for Yatoro as well, with him still having the Battle Fury. Let's see.
There's no way Collapse takes this. I feel like the Slom at this stage is not going to be that great, I don't think.
He's just cosplaying the career right now, I think.
Yep,
for
understandable.
Mr. Laurel, who, I mean, good of him to see that their throne was getting chonked down by creeps for like a whole 2 minutes.
Yes, I mean, they did get what they wanted, which is Roche.
Oh, look at this. That was real quick on the Lotus by New there.
Yeah, that was sick.
See the little eclipse in the background, and here the good old get clipped. And luckily for me, he has a Swift Slash.
That's
link.
true. I forgot. I got so excited that he was on the cliff, but forgot he could easily get out.
Okay, so Laurel does have it. The Aghanim Scepter now.
He takes the Omni Slash duration talent, so the Lotuses will be even more effective.
Yeah, it's just way too good. Like, that other talent is kind of meh. I mean, they were real quick. Like, sometimes they're just not going to be that quick with the Lotus.
We talked about when he got Ags that he's going to be holding on to that more, but he has not. He's been opening with it.
That's true. I mean, he must have felt good about it. I don't know. Sometimes you just, you know, you got to take the shot. Didn't work out that time, that's for sure.
Didn't work out the last couple times, in fact.
Nope, that's static.
Okay, got to kill those creeps somehow. I mean, LGD are trying to push these waves out.
Triple bounties.
All right. Not bad.
He just got like 1,000 gold.
Yeah. Solid play.
Shield Rune, very hype. That's
all right, this is actually Radiant advantage. It's pretty close, though.
Some of the closest bounty statistics I've seen.
Yatoro opting to not Omni Slash the creeps as the opener. Does remember that Swift Slash is available.
Nice, he knows the hotkeys. As they are pinging the Radiant base. I mean, they do have 3 minutes on its Aegis, and with many Linkenses, they might want to try what we touched on earlier, as Collapse is coming by. Never mind.
Yeah, creeps are killed. They're going to try to take advantage of this.
That's a Swift Slash.
Yeah, that was a Swift Slash this time. Learned his lesson.
Oh,
Shiro. He's got a Swift Blink for himself as well.
I'm not sure if Nothing to Say is actually killable. He's got 5,200 HP with 43 armor. Like, maybe you need a Silver Edge or something to kill this man.
Yeah, maybe. Yatoro showing off his Blade Fury again. As the Fireball is placed, a glimpse. Swift Slash is giving a little bit of distance so he can actually use the Blink out. Nothing to say, yeah, you're right. Very unkillable hero right now. Waiting to use that ult, of course. And he has the AoE Dragon Tail talent once he's in Dragon form, so that is also a game-breaking spell if used in the right circumstances. But even with the Aegis and Cheese, you can see Spirit definitely a bit hesitant to push in here. And this is the right wave to go, or the right lane to be in.
I mean, this is the thing sometimes with late game. It's even when you're ahead or behind, it's more about like how can you truly initiate. And I think for LGD, it's a lot easier to try and clutch a play. You lasso them into like an Eclipse and one guy is just dead. Whereas for Spirit, it's a lot harder as they do see Planet. They know he's here.
You have to zip in Laurel. Oh, Blink. Very quick fingers. And right now, LGD wasting a lot of Spirit's time. This Aegis is lowering in duration.
I mean, if they can get through this, they'll be very happy, but there is a very crucial rune in the top area right now that neither team has spotted yet. There is a DD rune, as yeah, I mean, Planet barely got out there. Like, that zip is just barely missing him. Actually, yeah. Honestly, pretty close.
Yeah.
Getting away just barely. Just getting into the bongo boots to try and help his team even more.
What was the rune, by the way?
The DD rune that Yatoro did pick up now.
Okay.
I mean, this is a big one. If you can find a very swift or quick initiation here on a hero, that might just burst someone
They're
out.
going to pop the linkage. There's the Dragon Tail to follow with the Fireball as well. Chakram doing it not that much, actually, as Utaro easily gets the tower. But nothing to see. Look at how many ticks of HP he has.
Yeah, this
does not look natural.
Now this is like this is the stage of the game where you need to kind of communicate and find a new way. Because I think LGD, they identified, okay, we buy hard, I can frontline, and it makes it really hard for Spirit to like go around. Because it's not like Spirit can just jump the back line and like try to kill you. So they took that out of the game, and I wonder what Spirit are talking about right now. Is it like, okay, we want to wait for tier 5 items or Silver Edge, or is there like some we need to double global and just all in the DK anyway? Because it seems hard to do.
Yeah. How much time's on the Aegis? It's running out, isn't it?
3 seconds.
So Spirit I mean, obviously getting the Rosh is still important because it gives you the cheese, it gives you the Aghanim Scepter, but they don't get anything out of the Aegis, really.
They need to be... Yatoro has no buy if they can clutch him out here.
Yeah, they're going to pop the linkage. There's the initiation with the lasso. Do they have enough to take him out?
They got him.
With the Eclipse, they do. No buyback on Yatoro. It's a 5v4 for 2 minutes.
They need to cut waves right now. Or I don't know what they need to do, but they need to do something drastic. And
I mean, the Ancient is exposed, so they can just go down mid. They don't have to worry about any towers at all. Just keep this wave alive. And they have fortification as well.
Spirit are going to have to try and do something here, because they're knocking on your throne right now.
Absolutely. Mira's going to jump in. There's the zip from Laurel. Pops the BKB. The Static Storm is placed. Can they get Laurel in time? The first roar comes out from Collapse onto Shiro. Global Silence to follow, but not a whole lot of damage done. The Hex onto Shiro. He's at half HP. Pops the Eclipse. Doesn't have mana actually for the second usage after Refresher, but Laurel's stuck inside the kinetic field. Gets a nice electric vortex from the 3 heroes.
Shiro's running low.
Shiro's getting extremely low. He does die. No buyback for him, but nothing to say. The unkillable Black Dragon continuing to hit this
They need to stop, nothing to say.
completely exposed. They get the fortification off finally. They're continuing to hex them. Have a lot of CC for them. In fact,
They have no
comes in
creeps.
as well. Electric Vortex on to do. No creeps available now for LGD.
Another
and
roar.
Another roar and another hold for Spirit. Double kill from Apochka. Looking to clean up LGD and to completely decimate them, in fact. New is next on the list. Completely surrounded by Spirit members. Buybacks come out from LGD, but it's not going to get here in time. Triple kill from Mapochka of all heroes.
110
Good Lord!
land. Oh, this guy's
He's a carry now.
I told you, Yatoro ain't. He's watching his team carry him right now. They just 4-man defended all all of that. He dealt 9,000 damage on Silencer.
I will say, not having mana for that second Eclipse, big deal as well.
This
But this
clutch
was the
play.
starter.
Glimpse into the lasso, just pull him in right after the Aegis is gone. The Spirit were not ready for this play, but they were ready for this one.
Yeah, Shiro, I don't know if they got mana drained, but the Refresher basically used up all of his mana, so no second Eclipse at all.
That was a clutch defense from Spirit. Multiple Vortexes, Hexes coming out, double, even triple Roar from Collapse in that fight with the low cooldown and the Refresher to just kind of keep it going. Honestly, Laurel coming in clutch in this fight with his buyback and the cheese as well. And there's a tier 5 items that I can see.
Oh!
A Book of the Dead on the Beastmaster,
It's
Shannon.
time for tier 5 item, my favorite. Yeah, Beast, that's a pretty damn good one. So you get the double Necro books.
Okay, but they do have buybacks again on LGD.
Apex for Shiro. A lot of extra agi now for him. Honestly, he needs mana. He needs some way to be able to pop this Refresher without being horribly out of mana.
I'm a bit surprised that that's his best item, because he has a bit of a hybrid build. Oh, Mirror Shield is dirty.
That is a good one.
Also, that's a Revenant's Brooch, or Brooch, I don't know how to pronounce his item, on Laurel.
Yeah.
And he is getting very strong.
He is. You can see the creeps are pushing here. They get the range racks in favor of Spirit, but the rest will be taken out, including the Necro books.
No, Laurel having this item, it's no joke for these high armor heroes and also for
Yatoro
Y.
gets, sorry to interrupt. Yatoro gets Pirate Hat. Okay, it's stupid.
Oh, this has to be the best jug item, right?
Do you think so? I think Pirate's Hat might be better.
Ah, okay, I guess they're both
Attack speed is insane on this hero.
I guess they're both really good. You're right.
How is Roche up? I thought we just covered Roche.
What, this had...
Was this an instant
That
spawn
was
or
an
something?
instant spawn. Because when they killed Yatoro earlier, it was literally 10 seconds after the Aegis expired, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was 3 minutes ago.
I guess so. I guess
That's how long you go to the toilet for, apparently.
Time flies. Time flies when tier 5 items come out. I lose all sense of time in general.
Did they even get all of them yet?
No.
Does everyone have a tier 5 item? No. As we have another one drop here. I'll say it again. I guess I get to talk about it every day. Arcanus armor.
Okay.
This item is broken.
Nobody gives a crap about that item at all.
Well, someone should.
Yeah, maybe. Nothing to say. Still considering his options.
I mean, there's still more options for... Okay, Mirror Shield. Can't blame him.
Okay.
That's a busted item. We still have all the... We have the supports that can still come through.
Another Mirror Shield. The Book of... Not the Book of the Dead. What's the...
Book of Shadows?
Book? Yeah, Book of Shadows feels like it's an underused item.
I think
it's a good save.
Similar with Force Boots, because even like there's a lot of nullifiers at the later stages of the game, but Force Boots, it overrides nullifier.
Wait. Are you positive about this?
Pretty positive.
That does not sound right.
Pretty
It's
positive.
a Force Staff, basically.
I'm pretty positive.
You're saying it's undispellable.
Pretty, because it just pushes them instantly.
But so does Force Staff. Anyway, Roche number
I'm fairly
5.
positive.
And who will take this Axe? Maybe Mira? Sure. No? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Finger get a little bit of an increase here. A little buff. 36k lead for Spirit. But this game feels very even, considering the avenue for LGD is very straightforward, because the Ancient fully exposed.
I mean, the Ancient is exposed. They will always have... I mean, both teams are going to have Glyph for any of the next plays that do come out, and we're going to see... What?
The Force Boots on bat now. So you have Force Staff and Force Boots with the Blink Initiation. You can pull these guys back to the fountain.
Come on, why you smile? I want to see a Seer Stone or the...
Does he have Refresher
Arcanus
on Bat Rider yet?
I think
He's actually going right-click on Mapushka.
Well, he's queuing up a... What's this, a MKB?
I guess.
What a beast. There's the Seer Stone. I like this a lot on Why You Smile. I think all the... Like, in late game, any more things you can get out on, like, helping your team initiate or whatever it may be, and so on, is very good as your Toro.
Yep, gets the tower. Nothing to say. Making his presence known.
Yeah, push him out of there.
Yeah, and Force Boots can be used on allies.
Yes.
Or can it be used on enemies?
It can.
Enemies?
I'm not sure about enemies. I know you can use it on allies.
Oh, okay. Mapushka's gone all in. Pirate Hat, so you get the bounty rune every X seconds.
He's going to be a core.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Last Word Mutes is, in theory, insanely good. But if you're doing this much damage now, the bounce, which is the old shard, is obviously going to be very beneficial. There's nothing to say. Trying to defend against Yotaro is just going to continue to tick away at this Ranger Axe.
I mean, Mapushka's going to do a lot, especially if they're starting to ignore him. Glaives, MKB, Beast Aura, whatever else you have around him, stealing all his intelligence, and having Pirate Hat. But this item is no joke. 150 attack speed? That's more than a Moon Shard.
Yeah. That's a lot of items.
Oh, they got
Everybody has a million items right now. This Planet die. He has no buyback.
That's a
2
huge
minutes.
deal.
That's their main initiation. What was he doing out there? My goodness.
Maybe he was lagging a little bit.
Okay, well that's
unfortunate.
That would be a very bad way to lose this game.
2 minutes as your
Toro
Toro.
gets the range racks. There's the zip in. They know that he doesn't have buyback, I suppose, as Laura pops the BK with the big zip in as well. Toro continuing to focus on this melee racks. There's the Swift Slash to start. Static's armor to the finger.
That's a very good
decent amount of
static.
damage, but the damage onto Yotaro is too much. Aegis now down. Do they have the lockdown after the fact? Laurel trying to make a little bit of space, trying to go on top of this Disruptor. Why you smile?
He doesn't
will
have
be
buyback
dropped
either.
Instead, he does not have buyback. Just like that, it's 5 versus 3. Collapse with the first roar to come onto Shiro. There's a Swift Slash.
Another
no,
roar.
It's actually a full Omni Slash, and this one is absolutely decimating. That Stygian Desolator doing work. Shiro pops a Refresher. Can he get the Eclipse off? He's getting controlled, though. Another
He's not doing
comes
anything.
out, and Shiro's dead. That's a dieback, and Team Spirit will take Game 1 in a very entertaining state of affairs. It's unfortunate that the Bat Rider does die there before the fight even begins.
He just had 155 stolen intelligence.
That is
in the
insane.
very last moment of the fight. Mapushka kind of popping off towards... I think both teams had some really sick team fighting in this game, but honestly, Spirit very just continuously staying on the ball, knowing what they need to do, what items they need to buy, and Yotoro's Jugger. Man, honestly, this is one of the scariest hero combinations that I've seen, at least recently.
Yeah, Spirit, I mean, both teams, honestly, looked really good in this game. It's one of those that could have gone either way for sure.
Yeah.
Team Spirit taking some huge risks with letting their towers get killed by creeps while they're trying to take this Roche, but they do get what they want. They get the Roche. Not enough buybacks for LGD to actually contest, and that leads to the eventual victory for Team Spirit. But I mean, coming in this, I know that Team Spirit came into this with a 2-4 record, LGD 3-3.
Yeah.
Both teams, I'd still put them, you know, around the same level as we've seen them. And I mean, the fact that they even have lost games means that the competition of this tournament is absolutely insane. But let's go to the panel to see if they can possibly break down this game.
It is pretty much impossible to break this game down, but this is an example of why we love Dota 2. Over an hour long, but not a single second of it boring by any stretch of the imagination. Back and forth, LGD several times coming close to winning. Right there, this replay, I thought it was done. We started heading over onto the panel. BSJ, how the hell did this happen? Team Spirit, how did they even make this hold here?
I feel like just both teams have so many ways to kill you, right? So at any point in the game, no matter who's ahead, there's playmaking potential on both sides, and both teams delivered at so many different moments. You could argue that like a lot of people are getting caught out randomly, but when you're late in the game, you're dealing with insta hexes, instant lassos, into like an Aghanim static storm. It's just so easy to die in these spots.
Yep, way too easy to die. We saw that several times. Unfortunately, Faith Beyond, when you play these long games, right, you've been a professional before, you know that the issue isn't necessarily how well the enemy plays, but these small moments. Tell us how big of a deal it is that Planet dies just before this push is starting to happen.
Well, it's definitely very bad, but sometimes, yeah, I mean, every player will fuck it up sometime, yeah.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of F-ups in this game, for sure. It was very flip-floppy, very exciting. You think that Team Spirit clutch it and they're gonna win, but then all of a sudden, you know, an Omni Slash gets Lotus Orb and you're like, wait, LGD have a chance. And all of a sudden they get the lasso and Juggernaut, you're like, wait, they're back. But then Laurel, he just comes in and kills Shiro and they're still in the game. Like, so much happened in this game, but I think the standout performance in it had to be Laurel. He played out of his mind. He was keeping his team in this game even when they were struggling in that early game. He consistently found the pickoffs on the Disruptor. He didn't allow Disruptor to play the game. He was initiating these fights the best way that he could and making that space for Juggernaut to get really fat. And we talked about it on panel in pregame that if it gets to the point where Juggernaut gets his 6 slots, it's a pretty smooth sailing for Spirit, even though it wasn't, but it should have been.
We actually have a very good example of how well Laurel was able to play out in this game. So the STC play certainly involves him. Let's take a quick look about what happened here around this Roshan pit area here at PSG. At this point, honestly, it seems like PSG.LGD, they're running away with this game. But the clutch plays, just talk to us about the movement of Laurel in particular and how he was able to turn this fight around.
Well, you can see like how often they're forcing LGD to split up and how often he's like retreating back to a ward, back to a high ground. You can see like they're kind of just changing directions all over the place on Nothing to Say. They're scouting out with Timber Chain and the Chakrams, and it's just like it feels like the Team Spirit information game is on point at all stages, and he's just waiting in the, you know, in the midst to looking to jump. And look how patient he was. He waited so long for that. Laurel was on the hill and then jumps the Disruptor in the back. It's completely off of our screen, right? He doesn't care about anything else in the fight. His target selection, impeccable.
Yep, impeccable. He not only gets the kill onto the Disruptor very early on, forces this DK to be all alone in an island, and then at the very end of the fight, Shiro's like, I want to try and kill at least somebody. But Laurel just chilling behind this Roshan, baits him in even deeper, turns it into a team wipe. 7,000 gold lead, immediately swings in the opposite direction. They get a Roshan as a result. The entire game turns on its head. And Effie, you were mentioning how if the Juggernaut gets to the 6 slots, at that point in the game, I thought that's never going to happen. That one fight, one play, all of a sudden, it's not only possible, but inevitable at that point.
Absolutely. That fight was their way back into the game. Not only the Disruptor dying first, but the DK dying to the Juggernaut Omni Slash. That was so well placed. And just taking the fight at that edge of the Roshan pit when you're dragging half of the team behind and the other half is trying to save the Disruptor. Like, the way that Team Spirit managed to split that fight was just so clean. It was really impressive to watch. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of sloppiness afterwards. I think in these back and forth games, you get very excited, your fingers start to shake. All of a sudden, you're trigger happy on your Omni Slash, you're swift blinking in and you're Omni Slashing a creep wave, and you're like, wait, what? This isn't supposed to happen. And then your team dies, and yeah, that happens unfortunately. But overall, you know, Spirit got the dub, clean or not, and it was fun to watch.
One of the things I think when I look back on this game here, Faith Beyond, that I think it helped a lot in Team Spirit. BSJ mentioned it earlier, vision, right? Sometimes you see these teams pick Disruptor and they'll pair it with some Shadow Demon, some Storm Spirit, some Beastmaster, some kind of way to allow him to play with the additional vision. This time around, it felt like it was kind of difficult as the game went on for YuSmile to find the angles in these fights. Is there anything they could have done to allow them to have better vision so that his spells were easier to cast?
I think actually in that Roshan fight, for LGD, they already got enough vision. I think in that fight, the key point is actually, I think Mira online, he dodged the stun on Dragon Knight with Blink Dagger. It's a very beautiful play. And also LGD, they can be more patient. They can wait until they have some vision and to jump on Beastmaster or Storm Spirit, because these two heroes already used their BKB. So I think it's not the key point is not the vision; it's about their going in timing. Yeah.
So timing and patience has certainly not been in their favor for PSG.LGD around that fight and at certain points throughout the game, and it ends up leading into a defeat at the hands of Team Spirit. Right now though, with this game done and dusted in the books, whilst we're waiting for Game 2 to kick off, we still have to find out what's happening elsewhere in the landscape of the Riyadh Masters right now. And to do so, we send it over to Jenkins, who doesn't just have an update on the games, but an exclusive interview with the player from OG.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. Here we are outside of the beautiful hotel that we're staying at here at the Riyadh Masters at Gamers 8. And sometimes the players are in and out of here. And I was able to grab one of them. It's actually going to be OG's Taiga that we're sitting down here with for an interview here today. So, always good to see you, Taiga. You know, glad to see you guys getting some wins in there with the old man Seb, but it's been a little rough for you guys. You know, how's the team atmosphere? How are you guys feeling today? Okay, well, you know, very focused. I understand that. Well, you know, today you guys finally pulled out the carry Meepo. Yuragi played that. You know, how does it feel playing as a support with the carry Meepo in this patch? That's all right, Taiga. I know it's been a rough couple of days. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. Here, I got you. But that's going to be it here from the Riyadh Masters Gamers Lounge, Players Lounge. Back to you, Snare.
Sometimes you have to let the Dota do the talking, you know, and sometimes you have to make sure that you're fully nourished before you get into your games. Food is very important. On a real note though, you know, Tiger, man of few words apparently, but there's lots of other Dota that's happening right now. How do you pay attention to all of these games? Because if I'm, let's say, PSG.LGD, I've just gone through the ringer here, I can't relax after this, Effie. I still know that, damn, I have other strong opponents that I still have to get through throughout the tournament if I want to get into the playoffs. So, for two questions, how do you reset from this game, and how do you ensure that you're still abreast of developments happening elsewhere in the Masters?
I mean, the way to reset is different from team to team and coach to coach, but honestly, the best thing you can do is just go into every game like it's a new one, and you have to try to not think about what you could have done differently in the other game, which is something seasoned players should know how to do. If you're a seasoned Dota player on an experienced team, letting go of the previous game has to be one of the things in your skill set, or you'll never thrive in these LAN environments.
We have heard on this panel already that there's a bit of an experience gap on the side of PSG.LGD. Not all the players, some of them, but fortunately they have enough support to allow them to flourish under these conditions. They will be back for Game 2 up against Team Spirit right after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. The Riyadh Masters continues in just a moment.
Morphling is my signature hero. I think the hero requires a lot of reflex. Like you need to press attribute shift and you can morph into other heroes and you can like choose the way you play the team fight. Like there's so many ways to play Morphling, so that's why I like it. I think it was like one of the hardest hero in the game and people like to mention it, and then I feel like I like to do hard stuff. When I was Fnatic, I played against Secret. It was in Leipzig major.
Would have been, but unfortunately didn't quite have the initiation. Oh, skewer into the impetus shot as well. Into the ground.
But we lost, but I think I play so good. Like, I morph into Magnus and then skewer Nisha into Fountain. and cut his tree.
He jumped in his trees, but he killed the tree! He knocked him down on the ground, but at the same time, the buildings are in trouble. Top back of the fountain again. Nisha, he's like, get me out of here. I don't want to be in the fountain anymore. This is not a fun game. But damn it, all the rest of the team is finishing off those racks. They're going to turn to the tiny, chainsaw him up and down. One dead.
My signature hero is Chen. That's right. That's for everybody there that didn't know.
Makes me really hyped for this game, because we get to see Puppy Chen.
I started playing Chen because I was bad at micro. Like, comparison to Warcraft 3 players, I'm not good, you know? But in Dota, it felt like if you play some hero like that, and people don't want to micro, by them like saying like this hero sucks, but then they just get screwed by it, and then they have to like whine about it and stuff like that, because people that played Dota weren't good at micro, at least in the beginning, you know. Well, I'm still not good at micro. Like, comparison to Grubby, I'm not close, you know. Let's be honest. They used to call Chen like a dog or something like that. It's a dead pet hero. I have dead pets. All my pets die. And at TI1 I blocked everybody, so that was fun. I mean, I mostly did it out of sheer luck, because I just clicked the buttons to follow myself, because I knew that they're coming, so I could at least, like, it's, you know, you learn tricks when you know you're not playing, like, you can't play perfectly, and yeah, it just worked out.
My signature here used to be Meepo, but now I guess for the memes it's Storm Spirit. The hero is just really fun to play from the minute 1 until the end of the game. Why did I first time? I think watching Sumail from back when, like, 2015, that's how I really got into playing Storm Spirit, I think. That's how I got my inspiration, I guess.
It's not only Abed that has Storm Spirit as his signature hero. Laurel, not only did he get the W on Storm Spirit, that was his 49th game on the hero, enjoying a higher than 65% win rate on it. And Effie, you were mentioning in the prior panel that he has a couple of heroes that when he's excellent on these heroes, he's really damn good. And we've just got an extreme demonstration of exactly what can happen when he's playing at his utmost, at the 100th percentile, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players who have a very tight hero pool, or puddle, as people may call it, but they play it so well. Another example would be Stormstormer from Entity, that they're still valuable players in their own sense, so long as they are getting these heroes. The only issue is that there's a little bit of draft limitations when it comes to wanting to bust out a cheese hero or maybe a counter pick, but if your team is willing to play around you and it works, it works.
BSJ, speaking of being able to play around a particular playstyle, we saw LGD yet again trying to go for this very high tempo, extremely fast playstyle, and it was working for a while. But yet again, just like yesterday, the timing that they're supposed to win the game, when they're supposed to be ostensibly the strongest, that's when they're unable to close things out. So going into the second game, what do you want to see them adjust? Do you want to still see them stick with that kind of playstyle, that kind of identity? Or is it time to now bust out stuff that they've been more comfortable with in prior months?
I think it still should be their go-to for this game. Faith Beyond in our previous panel mentioned that Team Spirit, when they're losing, they're always tryharding. And what I interpret that as is like they are going to play towards their game plan and make you play perfectly up until the last minute, like up until that throne falls. You think it's going to die like 3 or 4 times, and it's just not going to happen against Team Spirit. So maybe it's just a little bit of lesson for LGD in terms of like how much cleanness in their play they need in order for this to work at the absolute highest level. I wouldn't just abandon it because of that.
So, Pythian, you mentioned one of the things that makes Team Spirit so good is their communication, their camaraderie, their brotherhood, right? The way they're able to cover each other and cover some angles and some mistakes. In the first game, one thing that I also noticed is that as the game went longer and longer, they give responsibility to Mushkoshka. They're like, hey man, you can dish out quite a bit of damage. Do you think they should stick with giving him a hero that can scale, so like silencers, enchantresses? Should that just be their playstyle from now on?
I don't think like this long game can give us some like example for what he should play. I mean, post 5, your mission is to protect your lane first. But I think they did doing a great job that gave some resource to Miposhka and let him do a lot of job. Yeah.
Well, this is a team that understands how to distribute their resources in an effective fashion, and doing so gave them the Game 1 victory. However, it's very, very difficult to get a 2-0 over the side of PSG.LGD, so they need to make sure that they stay as clean as humanly possible if they want to ensure that result for themselves. We are about to get into our second game, and the important thing about this is that if Team Spirit are able to do it, they will leap over PSG.LGD in the standings and give themselves the best possible chance of entering the playoffs in the upper bracket. Let's find out if they have what it takes as we get the teams ready for game number 2. Game 2, baby. We are live. We are getting into it. PSG.LGD versus Team Spirit for the second game. Something very intriguing is happening because now they have swapped sides. Radiant first pick is now going towards Team Spirit. Dire second pick for the side of PSG.LGD. Brian, coming into this one, do you know what the ratio is? It's gotten higher than the last time we spoke about this. It is now at 83% at this tournament that the Radiant team has first pick and the Dire team has second pick. Have you thought about it a little bit more as to why this keeps happening?
Well, first thing I think of when I hear that is the meme where the guy's pointing, he said the number of Radiant first picks is too damn high. But I think a lot of this boils down to like all these teams having their preferences, and then over the course of the year, what ends up happening is all the strategies and all the preferences begin to homogenize in some way because the teams that are winning, their preferences are going to be adapted by the other teams. And I think as long as there's no patch to the draft, I do feel like oftentimes every year or so there is a extra ban thrown in the first round. Maybe the pick order swapped up a little bit. Since that hasn't happened, I think overall it's just not a surprise that at the end of the year that's happening.
I also think that as the drafting kind of developed and people got used to it, I think the preference has shifted back to Dire side slightly, but the overall draft order preference is not second pick like it used to be, but it's first pick. In Dream League, a lot of teams mentioned that they prefer first pick because they prefer to close out their first phase with a core that they can protect. They feel like it is the safest place to draft a core and build around it. So it feels like because of the natural preference for Dire, it's very likely that the Radiant team will get first pick, if that makes sense.
It does.
That's a simple way to just put it.
Well, we are now into a second draft. The first bans have gone. Snapfire has been removed as usual. Batrider, despite LGD deploying it in game 1, they decide to remove it. And of course, Broodmother not allowed in this tournament, despite losing quite a lot of games, and Undying and being banned out as well. So Team Spirit, now here's the option for them. Game 1, they had the second pick, and they had to deal with LGD snapping up the DK, was it first? And they go for the Timber.
Batrider, I think.
Oh, Batrider, yes, you are correct, sir. This is nice, though. This steals away New's best hero, and it gives, Timber... This is still a Timbersaw favorite patch, Faith Beyond. How do you feel is the best way to deal with Timbersaw in this meta right now?
Timbersaw is definitely a strong hero. You can put it in mid and off lane, and you can cause a lot of damage. I think you have to pick some counter hero like TA or Morphling or something, but I don't think like Timber is a hero can be countered yeah. So that's why he can be first pick.
I think we've seen LGD's Timbersaw, even though Spirit has it, lose quite a few times to Bloodseeker. So that could be a hero that LGD are looking at themselves since they've lost to it. I can't see a world where it doesn't get banned out in the second phase by Spirit. So the IO Storm solution can also be a thing. The important thing when it comes to a Timbersaw is you have to have a hero that's able to rotate and kill it once it starts exerting its lane pressure. In the past, it used to be mid-bat. In the past, it used to be Lina. But because these heroes have fallen off, I feel like Storm Spirit +1 can kill Timbersaw early on.
This also means that it's going to be LGD, their first time deploying the IO within this tournament writ large. The hero has been enjoying a very, very high win rate of 65% across 17 games. So LGD going to be relying on it to make sure Storm Spirit has a better game. And of course, denying Law his best hero. So they say, you know what? You take our best hero in the Timber, fine, it is what it is. We're going to take yours away. Make sure we're playing a much more even matchup in that way.
My only concern for IO strats in general for LGD is we've talked about how they're trying to do a lot of creativity with their drafts and try to really adjust and create their own version of the meta, but this hero is conceptually like really awkward, meaning like the timings that this hero creates, the way your team has to change the dynamic of the way they play the map entirely because this hero's in the game. I just worry a bit on how they're going to pull it off. Storm Spirit does make it a little simpler because you have a hero that's an obvious tether in the mid game, and then you also have an easy setup for the relocate. But it's a matter of where do they dedicate their resources in regards to this IO towards the like later portions of the game. Is it going to the Storm? Is it going to the carry? We'll see.
I like, so for IO Storm, because IO plays with Storm after the laning stage, some carry hero that just jungles comfortably until it hits the BKB timing is what I prefer, right? Something that just chills for a little bit, gets to a point where it's strong, the Bloodseeker gets found out. Unfortunately, it would have fit the bill very nicely for them outside of being a counter to Simmersaw, but you know, something that fits that archetype
Do you have any
is the
others
best
in
thing
mind?
ever, because after playing with the Storm in the mid game, IO just tethers to the secondary hero, and that's when they siege buildings. So you need to be able to, one, get kills, two, siege buildings, and that's what LGD need to fix right now.
Team Spirit, as you said, they have made sure to remove this Bloodseeker from the pool, protecting the Timbersaw in that fashion. Is there any likelihood of them maybe trying to yoink away the DK here, Faith Beyond, to try and make sure that they have the lane counter into the Storm Spirit?
You mean Team Spirit pick DK? I'm not sure Laura play that, but it looks fine. It looks fine. But another problem is they have IO play with Storm, so maybe for DK is harder to like push the tower or get killed to Storm Spirit.
I agree. What I like with Silencer usually is Ember or a Pangolier, because when you want to take advantage of the Silencer as a way to play into Storm Spirit, you need your mid laner to be able to disable Storm Spirit or have the burst damage to take him out. So normally that is Ember, but Ember gets taken out here.
Well, Pango is his second most played hero, 37 games with a 56% win rate, so it would not be too surprising to see him yoink that out. Also not too surprising to see LGD going for the Skywrath Mage, one of Planet's better heroes, and it did feel at some point they felt like, you know what, damage, not a problem, but we want the silence. They had Disruption in the first game, now they have the Skywrath Mage at the very least, so they'll have not hard disable, but at least some way of controlling the fights. But I am concerned, BSJ, about the lack of hard disable overall from the side of LGD so far.
Yeah, and Void absolutely punishes that sort of thing, but he also kind of gets screwed over by the Skywrath Mage silence. So what I like about this Silencer pick is that you allow the Void in the mid game, the same idea as the Storm Spirit, to not necessarily need a BKB to feel comfortable initiating, but I would love to see PSG.LGD's last two picks make Manta a bad item, because if Voids are allowed to go like Midas Maelstrom Manta as opposed to the BKB, then you feel like just way better about your scaling and your overall like farming speed outside of fights. So right now that's looking really juicy for Yatoro. He loves his Manta. He's like the, if he can find an excuse to not buy a BKB, I can identify very much with this, but I think that's important for LGD to consider.
I mean, I guess in that regard, if you're looking for something to force BKB, you could look at Mars. Mars synergizes very well with Skywrath Mage. It'll be a way to pressure the Void, and it's something that can start the fight so that all of the pressure isn't on Storm.
I think we're getting a Legion, though, to be honest. I think LGD will almost certainly pick Legion here. It's always been very good against Void. I think the Mirana makes it even better because you have the Dispel against the Arrow, or Axe. Okay, that works. Same idea. Okay. Legion Sky, Axe Sky. I think that's more of a...
I was actually about to say to you that, like, he, as far as I know, I've never actually seen you play the Legion Commander, but I have seen him play Axe. He played this a couple of times during the DPC, like 4 or 5 times, and the 3 games that they won with it were games that involved Skywrath Mage. At the same time, we don't see Axe all that often, so talk to me, Faith Beyond, the best offlaner in the world at some point. Why is Axe not played all that often right now?
I think right now the more popular way to play offlane is you keep laning and you can like by Vanguard and you can keep pressure to the to enemy's carry. And for Axe, it just cut lanes and farm, and you will let enemy carry free farm. And also it will be like dangerous, like enemy mid can come kill you easily. So I think in this patch maybe everybody just prefer like to stay on lane.
Certainly makes sense. So Monkey King now removed with the Ursa. Team Spirit ostensibly protecting this Timbersaw, and then we have no Tiny available from Laurel. They still have left Pango in the pool here. They banned out the DK instead. So is there any other thing better than Pango that stands out here, Mira?
I I mean, I feel like Pango is the safest bet here. Like, it doesn't have the best lane versus Storm Spirit as a melee hero, but it does well, and it's a way to take these fights early on. The issue with it is that you may be lacking 4 damage in Chrono, which is, I think, something Team Spirit's considering.
The Quap for Laurel, perhaps? I mean, that's kind of, don't know what else to pick. Go with the signature. It's good against Storm. I don't know if I love the pick, but I think that's something they're likely to lean towards.
How about off camera, Mira, you mentioned to me Zeus, one of Laurel's better heroes that doesn't get deployed, hasn't been picked in this tournament whatsoever, but feels kind of dangerous.
No.
This game cannot pick those.
Wind Ranger. This is stable. Wind Ranger is more stable, I believe, on lane than Pango, and because of this, you feel comfortable picking it at this stage of the game. Also, it's not too in danger of killing itself on the Axe Blade Mail unless you focus fire it, of course. But if he calls you, like, you can be saved from that situation.
But I feel this hero kind of, you cannot punish Axe at the early game.
I agree. I agree with that entirely. And that's another hero you can't really punish in the early game.
So, Morphling, despite being a hero that was ostensibly nerfed in the latest balance patch, still at this tournament enjoying a 60% win rate across 10 games. So here in this situation, you were mentioning, BSJ, that you want a hero that's going to make buying Manta bad. Have they done so? But also, conversely, do they have anything on Team Spirit to deal with heroes more?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Axe does that because the Manta just makes his illusions spin more and do more damage. So I really like what LGD's got this game. I think last game, Team Spirit had a lot more playmaking potential when they are behind, so that allowed them to come out of a laning phase at a disadvantage and still crawl their way back. I don't think that's the case. I think there's a very similar narrative for the first 15 minutes of the game. I really like LGD's draft a lot. Like, I just love everything about it. The way their heroes lane, the way they distribute resources, the way that they, meaning the IO can leave the Morphling after the first few levels and play around the Storm. You have 2 very hard to gank side laners. I don't know if Spirit feels comfortable killing these heroes at any point. So I think one missed Chrono in this game's kind of GG for Yatoro. A lot of hard task.
I will respectfully disagree. While I think LGD's draft is good, I think Team Spirit's draft is also good. It has its merits. I think the Timber Saw is much less countered by Morphling than it used to be after the changes with the Agnum Scepter, so it should still have a fine time. I think they have the Faceless Void into Mirana combination to try to get early kills, fight on the Faceless Void's Chrono, and just farm him up. But I think that they have a means to fight back into LGD. It's not super one-sided the way Brian made it sound. I feel like it's more 60% LGD favored, 40% Spirit favored, but I feel like they have a chance.
Faith Beyond Shiro was known in China as Morphling God for quite some time, even before he joined LGD. If you were Zhao 8 right now, is this the right situation for the Morphling to end up carrying the game, to allow Shiro to be the proper Morph God again?
Yeah, Morphling definitely a good hero in this game. And before last pick, I actually prefer Spirit draft. But I think after this last pick, Wind Ranger is kind of too weak at early stage, and this game also is really, really good for Morphling. So I'm going with LGD this game.
So LGD, I imagine Team Spirit and an LGD?
She says she still leans towards LGD. She just thinks she likes Spirit's draft more than I do.
Yeah, I think they have a chance. I think their heroes are very winnable with.
All right. Very excited to see how this game is going to pan out. Let us witness what Game 2 has to bring us between PSG.LGD and Team Spirit, a run back of the 2022 Grand Finals. My panel has some split wisdom, but now we have some further wisdom from Sun Tzu. I'm kidding, it's just Suns fan and Kiss.
Thank you very much. Got game number 2.
We do.
Between LGD and Team Spirit. Kazu?
Yes?
Say something.
Hello, everyone. I would say that in terms of the drafts, right, I would agree that I think Spirit's draft looked really good, but I do think this is an incredibly scary last pick on the Morphling that Shiro got his hands on. Yatoro has another hard game ahead of him. I think with this laning stage, Axe is very annoying in the lane with the battle hunger, but also in the game, if you do ever get caught off guard, I think it's kind of hard to play through there, as maybe we have to chill a bit. Yep.
Concussive, okay. He's going to take a
grenade,
blood
battle
grenade,
hunger.
collapses in the area to try to assist, but that's going to be first blood for Why You Smile on the IO. He's going to link up with New to give it a little bit extra HP regen, and we'll be able to walk away safely.
Easy first blood.
Yeah, I want to talk about Axe, but we'll have to wait, of course.
Planet is still here.
Yeah. Okay, big Starstorm from Mira. I don't know if that's going to dissuade the rest of LGD from taking this rune. It will not. Why You Smile does take some heavy damage, though. You can see at the top bar that LGD, despite getting that first blood, are the ones that have taken by far the most damage here.
Yeah. Luckily, they do have an IO, so some more HP regen that is going to go around. I do think, so Axe can have a problem in a lot of games where if you play into Global Silence, it can be really annoying because you jump in, you blink, and then suddenly your follow-up damage isn't there. But LGD picked it into the silencer with the Skyref, and I think the idea is just that if they're smoked together, Skyref pops all his damage within like, what, 0.5 seconds, right? You silence, you drop your ult, and if he globals after, you don't really care. So that's something that LGD have to definitely try and execute later in the game. Otherwise, I think New's game could get hard.
Okay. And talk to me about more, as much as I cannot stand talking about this hero, I am interested.
Yeah.
The nerfs were pretty severe.
Yes.
To specifically the, well, that's actually two-prong attach here, or two-prong approach from Valve. The adaptive strike cooldown has been increased by a pretty good margin. That's been used to farm a lot. And the second thing is the Aghanim Scepter is reduced by, I want to say like 50%.
It's like
in
10% less if they're a normal attribute
From 20
hero.
to 10, right?
Yeah, and 20 to 5 additional on Universal. So it still matters a lot, but to be fair, the Axe Scepter is still so good as you get multiple spells and you still steal their stats there. From what I've seen, most morphs will still end up going for the Aghanim Scepter, so I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Shiro will opt to do it this game.
Terrific. Yep, terrific.
Yep. You'll see all of the stuff that you used to see before. It's just that Morph isn't as busted. Like, he doesn't just auto-win every lane by spamming adaptive. He doesn't just doom someone when he turns into them with Axe Scepter.
I mean,
people get to play now.
It could be worse. It could be the old Aghanims where you became a teammate and you just picked Earthshaker every game.
Oh yeah, and you could you could Superman around and just insta-kill people with 8-second stun lock.
Yeah, Morphling's had some different eras, I guess, within himself.
I think the Earthshaker one was actually way more annoying than the one we just witnessed, I think.
Yeah, no,
that's my opinion.
I would agree. It's just, this is the latest thing, so I like to
complain.
Yeah, of course.
Checks out.
But Shiro will be playing that today, and I mean, what do you think of the matchup in the mid to late game against the Void?
I would say it's, I like it for the most part, but I think like level, this might sound weird, but level 20 and like 4 items for Void, like when he gets this attack speed and the chrono and he gets like his 3rd to like 4th item where he can actually pressure the morph that if I get a good chrono on you with like some follow-up spells that then you kill him, I think at that stage it becomes really good for Void. Until then, I think morph is super scary because you don't really kill him in chrono. He can speed up the game as well. He's a very good hero that gets Aegis, which Void hates to play into. And honestly, you're a really good Axe target as well. As a Lotus battle.
Good attempt with the adaptive to try to disrupt that, but Team Spirit will get it. And of course, Lotus on the side with Io, very important to try to deny. And they do so. Denied. And mid lane, nothing to say on the Storm Spirit versus Laurel on the Wind Ranger. The panel wasn't super thrilled with Windrunner in the mid lane. Your thoughts on this matchup as a whole?
Yeah, I guess they needed a mid hero that allows the supports to play through it. So like maybe some cheap setup, like some, you know, whether it be some Embers, but all these heroes got banned out, Ember, Tinies, that you can just play through. So I think Wind Ranger is like an okay substitute. I wouldn't say it's my favorite pick, but I can kind of see where they're coming from. Shiro, he's just gonna be fine in this lane. Like playing Morph, like you have super high damage with an Io that's just healing you. You should just be chilling here.
Well, another instance, we saw this yesterday with Caudle being picked, where you have 2 heroes that really want to get mana with, I think it was the Storm Spirit and Medusa. Now you have the Storm Spirit and Morphling.
Oh, Planet.
Skywrath being chased down. Looks like Planet will take a tumble. But just being able to link up with the Morphling, the fact that you can go down to super high agi, super low HP, and just instantly get healed. It's such an incredible combo.
The best thing for Io as well is when you play with a carry that you help get through the lane, but then carries they want solo experience. So Morph is going to be a-okay on his own, and then later you link up with the mid hero who gained all this experience early on to then play with that, have the 2 Titans play on their own. But I want to mention Yato's skill build. He was 2-1 without Bash on level 3. That's the only reason they ended up even getting this kill on Planet in the bottom lane. So just all these small changes in the lane and to your skill build or maybe your early item build, it can make such a big difference, and we saw it just now.
Well, nothing to say right now. 24-6 and 23-6 on the other side. So very, very, very even laning stage so far in that mid lane. And yet to be anybody to actually try and gank the Storm Spirit. We've been seeing a lot of that this tournament. Before that level 6, we've seen, I feel like every game has been at least 2 ganks per game. before that point.
Yeah, we might see some more heroes also move into the mid lane on probably minute 6, first active rune. I'm a bit surprised that, well, Mira doesn't have Arrow and Laurel doesn't have Shackle, so maybe later when they both get a bit more levels, they can try to sync that up. It's down bottom once again,
Yeah, Planet getting ganked here. Miposhka coming from the north, and that's going to lead to a kill as Utaro gets credit for that. They're going to get a nice tomato and potato combination. And Shiro, again, continue to just be at this low HP threshold, but with the IO, it feels like it's not even risky anymore.
These are very big kills, because Neo is playing for his own game by creep cutting and like hitting some easy camps, so he's getting very fat. But the fact that Yatoro is getting kills in this bottom lane at the same time on Planet, like that was the second kill. This can be game breaking for Team Spirit's early game here.
Shield rune is picked up by Laurel, so he gets the first power rune of the game. And both are level 6 now, so no real pressure in the mid lane at all in terms of just trying to get kills.
I think neither of them are really going to do much to each other, right? You can't really kill Laurel. He has a shield rune with Magic Wand Fairy Fire. Realistically, he's going to have like 1700 HP with the Magic Wand charges throughout the fight. They don't have Shackle Arrow, so Storm can't really die either. So I think we're going to wait another like 30 seconds, maybe 1 minute, see some small skirmishes. But both teams are also focusing on the stacking quite a bit. Let's hold that, Miposhka.
He's going to get gone on by Nothing to Say. This should be a kill as IO now linking up. Nothing to Say is nice and healthy. Yeah, it feels like the side of LGD, their support combo, not the most aggressive early on until you get that Mystic Flare onto the sky.
Yeah, they're gonna have to just see where Nothing to Say can, like, maybe you can help Nothing to Say, like, walk in the Radiant jungle with your IO, just walk there together, because I think Shiro for now is gonna be okay. We do see him getting pressured a bit, but I think he'll be able to kind of stay around this area. You now have Soul Ring completed on Why You Smile as well, and yeah, you touched on the sky level, so I think it's important for him to stack some camps and try and get a lane between like minute 8 to 10, so that when the minute 10 mark hits, that he will have this ult, because they will need it. It's their only way that him plus Storm will get kills.
Yeah.
Or then the Axe Blink, which coming out pretty soon as well.
Is he rushing that? Is Yatoro already using the Time Walk? So they're going to use Ancient Seal on top. Berserker's Call available, trying to layer this properly. Do they have enough damage? No. New.
Wide.
Yep. Not low enough. That level 1 Culling Blade can be difficult to get stacks with.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the creeps within the range of the call there, I think, but getting Yatoro low HP is pretty good. He doesn't have any built-in regen. He's not buying Massive Madness. I think he's trying to get this Midas.
Mira gonna get the haste rune, as Mira not able to deny it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a lot of stacks on the map right now. Like later, I was to collapse. He's gonna be very happy about that. We're gonna see Mira's net worth also really pop up, and yeah, I must say, seeing Yatoro have this much net worth right now is definitely a little bit worrisome if you're LGD right now.
You didn't need that.
Easy last hits. Another one.
Pretty casual early game though.
Yeah, very casual. I mean, there's not so much to really play through. It looks like they want to smoke up now and eventually end up moving into this Radiant jungle. I do think it's good and kind of necessary to try and kick Yatoro out of this bottom lane. Like, make it harder for him to not just sit there against the Axe, but Miposhka. He's reading this beautifully.
Getting some D-ward action here. And I mean, another note with the Mirana, I feel like a lot of times we see this hero with the early laning combos. We're going to hold that thought. Yatoro comes in with the Chronosphere, trying to counteract this with the Focus Fire onto the Storm. And the silence just lasting long enough to prevent the zip away. So a big kill for Team Spirit. As Laurel and company going to try to go for Why You Smile. And it looks like he will eventually be taken out. No Lotus for you. So 2 kills for Spirit, getting something now at this 9.5 minute mark.
This is huge. Like, I cannot stress enough at... Pretty sure when LGD go into this game with these heroes, they're expecting like to kick Yatoro out of the lane by like minute 7, 8 or make it really hard for him. But instead, they're the ones that are actually getting kills, and ooh, Collapse barely scraping out. Great timing on his TP there.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
As here, like, this is all so many nice plays that fall into each other. Miposhka breaking the smoke, they fall back nicely, kind of bait them in. Yatoro gets to move over. Lawless here as well. Great chrono into like all these small things, starting from the laning side with the skill build up to now, that are setting themselves up for this type of game.
Yeah, that's a good amount of stacks here for Team Spirit.
It's gonna be all for Mr. Collapse.
It's like nothing to say. Wants to try to take out Laurel, but they'll have to
There's the Axe Blink.
settle here as the first up. New not able to get the full shot, or did he?
I think he did.
Didn't feel like that.
Yeah.
Okay, it did. Choppity chop number 1 for New.
Always good. Start the game like that, as now they're going to try to pressure the mid tier 1. Collapse is going to get some of the stacks, so Mira's golden XP going to go way higher. It's definitely great for them. Mid tower also going to be defended, so you show the Axe Blink, but all you get is a silencer kill, and Yatoro just continuing to farm bottom. So game is slowing down a little bit. I think we're getting closer to Planet's level 6, and then they're going to be looking at straight up another smoke.
Yep, and New, like you talked about with that Blink Dagger being shown earlier, very farmed right now, top net worth in the game. Faithbeyond was kind of talking about how this offlaner exists in kind of its own universe, if you will. Plays a lot differently and very greedy in a way, but it allows usually the position 1 to get some free farm because of the creep pulling and whatnot. But I mean, if you can snowball, which he is right now, very valuable pick.
I mean, it's just a lot easier and nicer to just play these heroes that are constantly in your face. Like, you don't need to do some fancy smoke moves. Like, let's say you're some Underlord that's like winning his lane. You just stand there, you hit the enemy carry, you take the tower. Axe is more like you're strong early, then you get your blink and you need to make a lot of moves. But yeah, Spirit doing a very nice job with that so far. Let's see if LGD want to maybe make a move on the, maybe next active rune. But I do think they need to be a little careful. Like, you're playing against Silencer, so you can't just always relocate into the play. So I like that right now, the IO Storm, that they're connecting to this mid play, and Laurel.
Yep, there's the call with the Mystic Flare, Ancient Seal combo, but they won't have enough damage to actually finish the job.
Oh, the counterplay!
Taro coming in with the Chronosphere. The arrow actually connects on Axe as well. Power shot combos there as well, but you got the relocate. And New will live as a result. While You Smile will be transported back into the areas. Collapse. So much damage to New. Will they actually go back with the relocate? Indeed they will, but Larla's waiting for them. And the Focus Fire is going to be enough to net themselves a very valuable kill on the top net worth in the game.
Good Jackal.
Good connected to both heroes! Oh man, nothing to say. Does have enough mana to get away though. That could have been an absolute disaster. But still, very nice job there from Spirit.
No, Spirit's counterplay is just too good. I think, like, maybe a year ago when you jump Wind Ranger like that, she's dead. But nowadays, with the items you build, you're not that squishy anymore in Wind Ranger. Look at the HP. That's 1300 with a magic wand. Miposhka, of course, he's ready on the global. So nothing to say, didn't really get to zip all the way in there. Like, the damage is just not enough. You'd think that you'd probably kill the Wind Ranger here, but without Storm being able to zip in, he just lives. And Yatoro is just so ready on this TP. Two-man Chrono into the arrow. It's definitely a good relocate save here still, but damn. I mean, Spirit they're definitely outplaying them currently in this early game.
Good attempt from Why You Smile, but not enough this time as he almost gets his teammate killed here.
Oh, the Shackle. He tried real hard. You'll come for the tether.
Oh, we have action here. The tier 1 towers. Another chop coming out from New. Number 2 for him. Attempting to get out of dodge, but Yatoro is there. And now they're going to try to chase down Why You Smile, and that's going to be an easy collateral. So 2 for 1, again in favor of Team Spirit.
And that's without global. Like, the way that I envision Spirit to win skirmishes right now is simply because they have global to use it offensively, or when this Axe Call comes out, but LGD have not been able to really implement Shiro into their gameplay at all. So they're going to have to kind of rethink at what they're doing, because Spirit are incredibly happy with the state of the game right now.
I mean, look at Shiro's farm right now. In terms of the cores in the game, he's actually bottom.
Yeah.
And this is with Yatoro on the Void coming into 2 fights now without having any actual items.
He's in every single kill on Faceless Void.
306, so 9, yeah. 100% kill participation.
Midas Maelstrom, minute 14. I know this is the 5th time I say it now, but this is a scary Faceless Void.
Yeah.
And it ain't getting any better. As Moonlight Shadow is coming out.
Does not want to use Midas because he is invisible.
Indeed.
See if it pays off. Chrono in 3 seconds. They're gonna pop the dust. Why You Smile. We'll see what's happening here. And he will be the sacrifice, but I think he'll be happy. It could have been so much worse as, like I said, Chrono now available. Midas is used. Yatoro, very, very scary now. I mean, when you're top net worth as a Void at 15 minutes, that is not something that should be happening.
Yeah, this is not like some top network where as Hold That collapse. He does a pipe and there's a global.
Blade Mail is being used as well, but the pipe comes out.
He's
And
chilling.
Collapse just walks away casually.
Yeah, what up, homies? Nice try. They barely scraped through half of his HP there. And to go back to the net, like, this is not some people are low net worth and, like, you know, this Axe is very high net worth and you're ahead of him. So LGD, now what they should be looking for, when Global is down, they're really strong. They don't have any high cooldowns. Like, this is where you push out the lanes and you need to try and push forward for LGD.
It's only a 1K lead overall, but like we said, that Void is going to be pretty hard to stop. Do you have the burst damage? Like you said, we haven't really seen the Morphling get too involved in this game, but I mean, at what point can Shiro be involved, do you think?
It's oftentimes I think it starts around the Manta. It makes it like more casual, more chill for you to come. Like if there's a global, you can Manta it off, of course. If there's a shackle flying, you can disjoint it, time dilation as well. So I think once he has the Manta, they can look a bit more to like towards grouping a little more. And also around the timing of like Manta plus one item, you can start thinking about Roshan a little bit more as well. Like, it's always like this some 16 to 20 minute mark where it looks like Yatoro's gonna go for a very classic build when you play against like Axe and Earthshaker and whatever have you. As he's, I'm pretty sure he's queuing up a Sanjin Yasha, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got the Sanj completed. So that's going to help him fight a lot. Like, you already have Global to help you against the jump as well, but now you get the bonus status resistance and HP. I like it.
He's going to be a tanky boy. Not having issues with damage.
Certainly not. And we also have the Yules coming out on Mira to counteract the fact if someone does get the Axe Blade Mail called, you just Yule them up in the air, your Wind Ranger or Void will not damage themselves onto it as well. So some good timings coming together, but certainly LGD still have a great way of fighting back. All their 3 cores, they're doing great in this game. Labs just waiting for the last swing on the tower.
Yep, Shiro has the Manta, so Aghanim Scepter will be next. Exact same item build we've been seeing for the past few months. And we'll see how powerful the Ags is based on the... I mean, just based on the patch notes, they look pretty dramatic to me.
Yeah, they do, but I guess
the stat reduction was like 50% lower.
Yeah.
And the Universal was 75% lower.
Yeah, so you only still like 15% total now of Universals, which, you know, is still pretty chill. But the fact that you get all their spells, so there's a Moonlight Shadow. If LGD are watching up top, they, of course, see that this is happening, but it's going to make them a little bit more scared. Maybe allow Spirit to move around the map. As we can see right now, LGD, they're just backing off everywhere. During this Moonlight Shadow, double TP out from top. But they're also hunting New down bottom. As they know he's around, they did spot him earlier on a ward.
New, shackled, gets the Blade Mail off, but he's going to get controlled. Focus Fire's coming out as well.
Relocate,
now
got
that
Blade
Blade Fury has been... Oh, okay. Now the Blade Mail has gone away. The Focus Fire will absolutely destroy him.
I think New may have had the wrong hotkeys there. I think he meant to blink out instead of popping the Blade Mail, but either way, happens to the best of us. Very nice global by Mipochka, because Wayusmile was coming in to try and save. But that's, of course, the power of Silencer into Io and like a... If the game slows down and you can always just global every relocate, you're very chill. Io lineups, if they can kind of speed up the game into you and you're just this walking Silencer, you feel very bad, as nothing to say.
Yeah, he really wants this kill on Mipochka. He's used a lot of mana, but now linked up with that Soul Ring onto the Io. But the Chrono is set up all for Yatoro. Take out the Io to start, nothing to say, not going to get bashed, so maybe we'll find some distance. Of course, he does have a regen rune.
That sticks.
And he's going to pop it here in all likelihood. Finds the distance, now the Arcane Curse runs out, he can try to play around with this rune.
Okay, Global and Chronosphere expanded. This could be a time where LGD might look to continue to strike. His collapse being very annoying down bottom. Looks like... It kind of feels like Shiro doesn't have any intention of fighting soon. I think he wants the Manta and the Aghanims to then try and fight back in this game.
And who do you want to become? The Void?
I mean, honestly, you've got a lot of good options. I think turning into any... I wouldn't like Wind Ranger that much. I understand that Wind Run is okay against these 3. But I think turning into Void with the time dilation against these heroes is... It actually ruins Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger will only have 1 set of spells. You get to time walk in and out. Even Timbersaw, like getting the reactive armor, just having full armor and not dying to them, is pretty good too. So I would assume Faceless Void. As we have a smoke action.
Collapse
very
actually
aggressive here.
Does not break the smoke. Spot him here. Yatoro all alone in the Ancient stack here. by the Tormentor. Spidey senses are tingling,
hitting.
and New with the blind initiation, but they still will find Yatoro. Big kill for LGD. And Spirit,
they're looking
at TP. They still want to fight, it seems. Moonlight Shadow, Atos into the Shackle. Focus fire to follow with the arrow. No way to use that Blade Mail.
They're still
linked
here.
up by YU Smile. They're doing all this damage now to the Wind Ranger. Laro gets decimated. Double kill for nothing to say. And finally, the Global Silence comes out. The Chakram doing massive damage from Collapse. Finally, will get the kill onto the pesky Axe. But Maposhka takes a tumble now, so despite losing Yatoro, they still fight and now get destroyed, but nothing to say. Able to find the distance now. That triple kill, a 4-for-1, so Spirit, for some reason, fighting there.
And during all of this, Shiro, he might just be the real winner. He got to just farm mid, take the mid tier 1 tower, get all this gold. By the time this next fight breaks out, my bro's got an Agon and Scepter. And that is gonna be quite scary. Gets to take all the farm mid, go triangle real quick, TP bottom, all this farming coming as well. So, I mean, even though New misses the jump, they have so many annoying things to deal with Yatoro here on this Faceless Void. And the heal into the Blade Mail. Laro's just kind of, he's just killing himself.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I mean, what do you think about the call to go back in?
Yeah, that's definitely a mistake. They probably felt that maybe it was like, oh, Morph is showing mid, we need to punish them here, but at the end of the day, it's still just a 4-on-4, right? Like, your carry is dead if their guy doesn't show up either. And the LGD, they were just ready for this.
Taro, okay, they're showing off the glip clap, as you like to call it. Chrono onto 2.
Good
Big
arrow.
kill on to nothing to say. And YU Smile is next, so getting full value out of that.
Mira's
Chrono
looking for
coming back
Yules.
up on cooldown. Mira, they're gonna try to take out Planet, but you can see Shiro wants to fight. There's gonna be a buyback onto the
That's a
IO,
good
but
call.
they got the call into the Mystic Flare. Massive damage onto Yatoro. He doesn't have time for another second. Gets Battle Hunger, but it looks like he might survive, but Shiro's gonna continue to pursue. Meanwhile, though, Mew taken out by the Focus Fire. Waveform there from Shiro. Turns into Void as well with the time dilation. Now Yatoro trying to use the trees to his advantage. Shiro not choosing correctly. Ring around the road. He finds him in the end. But now will he survive this onslaught? Arrow into the power shot. Double kill for Laurel. So the chase was too much for LGD.
He actually bashed him. I think Yatoro would not have died otherwise, but either way, what a great win there for Team Spirit. You can see the SNY allowing Yatoro to stay alive, and Shiro really feeling super forced to just walk way across enemy lines to try and get this kill. I mean, this was a beautiful start. Like, they respawn. I feel like Team Spirit are just one of these teams that even when something bad happens, they will just talk about like the next thing.
Yeah.
Okay, they killed us. Doesn't matter. I have Chrono. Let's go take this fight. And LGD just got super split in this fight. Like, their strongest hero is wandering off here to try and kill Yatoro. Who's got the juke boots on his feet right now? Just keeps juking. But man, this bash is nasty. Come on, look at this. Come on, man.
Very unlucky for Yatoro. But he paid the Morphling in the end, who was top net worth at that time. Shiro back to farming goes. Needs that BKB. That's what he's opting for next.
It's a classic carry player. Finish one item, guys. I need the next one.
That's right. That's how you have to play.
They're
trying to blind initiation from New. Not going to connect on the Maposhka. Does get up the Battle Hunger, but the Lotus is there to dispel. He's actually just going to TP out as well.
He wants that mana. His Global Silence has an incredible mana cost, more than half of Silencer's mana pool. So he's going to get that ready. I wonder when the teams will look to think about Roche. You have a Solar Crest that's getting closer and closer to being finished on Mira, and it's like people are getting more levels, more items. Looks like LGD are aiming for it now. You do have Morphling, one of the best Roche takers. You have the full sustain and overcharge from Io. And Chrono is still down, I believe. Well, only for 5 seconds. But they're too far away.
Yep, scan coming out. That's from the side of LGD, though. Or sorry, that's from the side of Spirit. No, it actually is LGD.
But
they finally run into it. But I think
Toro
it might be too late. Roche, they're going to get the power shot vision just temporarily, but Shiro able to secure it. So first Roche to LGD and Aegis to Shiro.
This Aegis definitely changes the next couple minutes here for Spirit. You cannot, I don't see them killing this Morphling twice. Which means you have to kind of ignore him. Shiro's going to be able to do whatever he wants. So Spirit, if they want to fight, you need to either split them up a little bit or try to kill both the Io and the Sky while staying alive and kiting the morph, so good job here by LGD to kind of punish Spirit, who were a little slow here.
LGD wanting to group up to take some outer towers, nothing to say. He's going to get the initiation off. The Gleipnir onto 2 on the other side. The Laurel, the Chronosphere onto several heroes, focusing down the Io to start. Mystic Flare coming out, not quite enough to get the kill. Boom. Now Yatoro will try to sidestep this. Nothing to say, resetting completely. So only 1 kill so far. And it was Why You Smile.
It's at least a pretty long cooldown on his death here, right? Over 1 minute. So it's going to help them play the map a little bit. I think Spirit will be happy with that. At least LGD keep their Aegis still in their hands. I mean, I was surprised how low Collapse dropped here this fast, but once again, just very nice chrono by Yatoro, who honestly, he needs this talent that I touched on earlier, because his damage output, honestly, it's not good right now. He's barely killing Why You Smile with a good bash here at the end. But once again, just helping out his team. It's working on a Satanic, so it's more so this item build to stay alive and just play very long and drawn out team fights.
A little bit of lack of damage, I suppose, but
he'll get there.
Yeah, they have time. They have time. I mean, it is a 4K lead for Spirit right now, as Miposhka not quite being seen here on the wave.
This man knows his fog limit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Very nicely.
He does show now.
Uh-oh. You stepped in too far, brother.
Yeah, and he will be spotted and killed.
Got the ward out, though. Did they spot it? Nope, they didn't. Sneaky little Miposhka.
Still 3 minutes on that Aegis.
Oh, the relocate.
Okay, I was going to say, if he could time that, that'd be pretty impressive. But the Gleipnir, you don't really need to time. Forcing out the BKB of Nothing to Say. Why You Smile dies again. He's died a lot this game. Gonna try to get a trade here onto Mira, but a nice Lotus being reflected here.
This is just nice map play, especially from Spirit. Sure, you have Miposhka bottom, you're like, oh, what's this guy doing here feeding? But the fact that he's showing you all these heroes then allows your teammates to play somewhere else. They're ready mid to punish. In the meantime, your Toro's farming, your Chrono is down. This is the perfect thing for them to be doing right now.
BKB now online for Shiro.
Okay. Gonna make it easier for him to maneuver around these fights. Maybe get this time dilation off, just make sure you can get Relay in this backline, take off the global. Don't get used.
What's the itemization for Yatoro going forward? Like, at what point does he just kill anybody in Chrono?
So the Satanic is going to help him stay alive. I think the one item after Satanic plus the Talon, that's when he's going to start into, like, he transforms into like this murder hero. So this Mjolnir we're kind of looking at, so I would say another 6 minutes from now, Yatoro's going to be able to kill most heroes on the map. Maybe not the more from full to zero, but anyone else, they'll be food.
No. Oh, he's actually going for the upgraded Yules as well on the Spirit side.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's pretty good, right? You have most of these.
You talked about using it on Axe. Use it on your allies instead.
There you go, even better.
The old Heroes of Newerth Yules.
Oh yeah, and that costed only 2k gold.
That's right, very strong, very balanced.
At all.
Smoke up from LGD. They want to get use of this Aegis. The waveform's not going to connect on anything, as New's still looking for an opening. He's opting to go for the Heart of Tarask next.
Oh, nothing to say.
That's a big zip. My goodness, nothing to say. We'll dodge the Gleipnir this time. Shackle will not latch.
Yatoro is here, so they might want to look for something. He does have the Satanic. So I think bursting him is not impossible, but it's very hard.
Looks like the tier 2 tower will fall. Shiro just tanking up the full chakram, not giving a crap about that at all.
Looks like Spirit are gonna linger out to the side lanes. Try and push those out once more.
I mean, honestly, with this Aegis, that's all they've... I mean, how much time is left on it?
I don't think it's a lot.
Yeah, it's about...
It's gone.
So they still have a tier 2 bottom from Spirit and a tier 1 and tier 2 top. Normally with this Aegis, you want to get all of the outer towers. At least that's been the trend.
Yeah, I think the last 5 minutes, Spirit have been outplaying them on the map. And even I love how they're using these timings. Like, you go back, sure, they back off, you get the Satanic, you insta-smoke. There's a huge timing.
Yo, gets the initiation just on the silencer for now. The arrow Will not latch, or will not hit because of the BKB from New. Gonna try to bait them into the high ground, but that's where LGD are waiting. So Spirit will not take the bait, but New.
Oh, DD
not having
rune
that
on
BKB.
Yotoro. This man. He always finds these dirty runes.
Yeah. With that, I think he'll have enough damage to kill
Yeah, I
everyone
think so.
but Morphling in the
I
Chrono.
think so. He's got the talent to back it up for now. So we have a
Back to the Dire Advantage bounty rune. Yep. This is what we're used to seeing.
Very classic. As I also really like the Spirit wards that they did have over the last couple of minutes. There's one in the Dire jungle, one in the Radiant jungle. You just need to see LGD move around during this Aegis to dodge them accordingly. And they did this really, really nicely. Okay, looks like nothing to say. He's a bit sick of how the map is being played. Wants to help himself and his team with this Hex that he's currently queuing up.
Collapse TPing in to defend. He's going to show himself. He is the only member of Spirit down here, though. Of course, LGD don't know that for a fact.
Only showing Yotoro for now. They are looking.
Yeah,
this is a
mass
rainbow
TP for
TP.
LGD. They want to fight. Shiro turns into the void. Won't take out the wave. That'll break things up.
I think Spirit will be happy if they can just back off a little bit here. Shiro did end up using his ult. I don't know how long this DD will continue to be bottled for Yotoro. I think it's still a little bit more.
Yeah, repositioning down here. Another minute till we know about Roche.
There
yeah,
it is.
Pretty even game so far.
Very even. This next couple of fights, both of the teams are going to have to be, I mean, thinking a lot about how they want to engage, who to go on. Do we need to go from behind? Do we have to smoke up? Like, what's the deal? Like, Axe Blink, Storm Jump, and this Chronosphere is going to be just the game breakers of these fights.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Easy Wisdom Rune.
Still Tormentors up and running, 32 minutes, definitely normal.
Very normal. No one wants to kill them.
This is what I don't get about the argument about having to reposition to go for it. Just do it when it's natural.
Yes. I mean, right
You'd
now
have
they
your
could do
second Tormentor by now.
Yeah, but sometimes it just feels weird because you have to like.
Yeah, no, I'm
go
not saying it. That's the whole point, though. I'm saying the value, apparently, to reposition yourself is not worth 1,400 net worth gold.
I think
And then not only that, it's not only just the gold, it's the fact that you're building yourself towards another free shard for like a core potentially.
But the thing is, it's hard to put a value on map control and map state.
Yeah.
That's I think the real problem. Which there's a lot of teams who could do it better. Absolutely. But I think the state of the map and understanding what needs to happen, like the fact that you can't go top right now as Spirit and TP there. Then you're just giving up the next Roche or LGD going there to like ward the entire area, so... It's
All right, so tell me this. If it's 1,400 net worth, right?
Yeah.
What does it need to be worth to actually force people to do this on the 20-minute mark? You can simmer on that for a bit. Just think about it, you know? Full Aghanim Scepter, for example, you know?
I will do it on the spot.
Even if it's for a support, we'll see. Smoke
Okay,
up from
5-on-5.
LGD looking for the initiation. New will not find it though. Pops the blade mail already, and now the Yules into the arrow.
Relocate is used.
Gonna hold him in place. Shiro trying to keep him safe as the relocate comes out to save the axe. So kind of a botched initiation from LGD. As Yotoro using that Moonlight Shadow, but they have tons of sentries down. The big zip from nothing to say. Not able to find an opening yet. Gonna get stunned outright. Looks like they're gonna focus all their efforts on chopping down Miposhka. They'll do so, but he buys back and still has that global silence available. Will finally use it now as the BKBs are popping. There's the Chronosphere onto 2. Yotoro doesn't get enough damage to take out the Morphling. There's no real against him. Shiro, he gets it off. More HP for him, and he is gonna live throughout this entire engagement as Spirit now. Have to be careful as Yotaro running out of mana himself. The Lotus Orb is applied, but he's going to get destroyed. A 2-for-1 right now, not including the die or the death onto Miposhka, who is still alive in the south part of this map. So LGD, despite the botched initiation, end up coming out on top of this fight.
I mean, I guess they only used, there was a very nice reload to like kind of bail him out of there with a force as well. New still had the BKB. I don't think Spirit don't have the damage right now to kill Shiro's Morphling. Butterfly, Titan Sliver with like 4,200 HP on some full strength morph, I don't think they have it in them to do that. They're gonna have to reconsider who they go on. I think even without the Aegis, unless Yotoro gets to like some MKB or like Mjolnir, so he has the Mjolnir now, I think he needs an MKB if they ever want to kill Morph. If he's not buying MKB, then what they want to do is ignore him and kill his team. Which honestly, it has to be the right play.
Let's see the replay here.
Able
to get the chop.
Yeah, so they get him, but like even here with Laurel being on top of him, they just don't have enough damage. Like in the end of it all, even nothing to say comes by, he gets a little heal off. Like that was still like 1,000 HP that you didn't get through. You don't have the damage on your Void right now. At least not for Shiro.
Yep. And they don't really have like that Chronosphere Wombo combo with kill your whole team kind of deal either, right? Like it's Chakram, you have air, like you have a lot of control, but not a ton of burst.
I think the name of the game should be to kill the heroes that enable Morph to actually get hits off, which is like Axe and the supports. And Collapse is still very, very important for his team. He's 406, he's got some great items, he has Shivas. He should be frontlining and make it very easy for his team to play the type of fight that they want to take. So we have a Roshoff.
Yep, the old Roshoff. Moonlight Shadow. See some sentries in the area. Collapse with the Shivas to give some vision. LGD on the other side of the trees. There's the Berserker's call to start things out. Not a whole lot of damage though, as Collapse is a very tanky boy.
Yeah, I think this Timber, you're not really dealing with him very much at this point. I wonder if there's even a play where you could like potentially relocate mid right now with your IO Morph, and like maybe it's too crazy to try and do something at this tier 3 to break up the map. Well, something that LGD could look for. Because using reloads in teamfights isn't that easy anyway, as there's a global.
Nothing to say, wants to push this wave, it looks like.
Yeah.
And once he's spotted, let's see if Spirit want to try to take a fight.
I mean, I guess they'll have to wait for Yotoro as well. He's doing the same thing down mid, so he's starting to connect to his team. Just changed his mind to queue up a Lincoln Sphere.
Oh, Shiro's already at half HP. The counter initiation from you. The arrow actually hits the Morphling, but IO connects.
Good shackle.
Nice shackle onto two. They have the first damage. Shiro does not get attribute shift off, and that means LGD on the run. Not sure if any more kills will come from this, but Roche will certainly be on the menu for Spirit.
Nice, sick bait from Yotoro. Show mid, make LGD feel like they can just walk in. I mean, they got caught by surprise there. That's some illegal death. You're not allowed to die there without the Void being there, but Team Spirit, they take the easy punish. Free Aegis, free cheese. They'll take that.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get better value out of the Aegis than LGD did first time around.
Oh, I think so. If they can get the Aegis on their hands of Yotoro, I think all these tier 2s are just gonna melt.
Not the fastest Roche, but they're giving it too long. Get it in the end.
No.
Yeah, Yotoro will get the Aegis, Laurel with the cheese.
Do think that is the correct choice.
Another good item to deny the side of LGD, not just the Aegis, but the cheese on the likes of IO, or even just Storm, or both.
Actually very important.
Insane.
Yeah. So Shiro just getting... he lost half his HP.
Was he just perma-stunned this entire time?
I mean, he could have shifted at the start, but I mean, Collapse just bursted him out. Yeah, then he gets Yule arrowed, now shackled.
See, this is where... Okay, not to be that guy,
but
Tormentors, the shard on Morphling's very good for that.
He has
an attribute shift while
he's got the shard. He must have
definitely
bought
didn't
it after
have it
dying.
before, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just
then
saying,
again, with your argument, these are pro players. He should not put himself. But it is true. I mean, he will not get caught like that again. There is no way. Or if he does, then now he can shift up at least. So yeah, that was a huge play for Team Spirit.
First Tormentor of the game!
At 39 minutes.
I don't even know. What is Aya? Is that the stun on... Oh,
It's
that's
the-
right. It's a spell land.
It's like the Leshrac only shard.
Yeah.
Like, it's good with Storm too.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird one.
It's just a type of shard that is really good with some and then pretty whack with anyone else. As Neil has the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh my... Yes!
Are we going to talk about the
I
combo?
love Aghanim Scepter on this hero, man.
Yeah, it's great.
It casts Battle Hunger on everybody, and anytime that Battle Hunger is... Well, first of all, we should mention that it also steals armor, effectively.
Yes.
This is really good in lineups to have minus armor components, which this one doesn't really. It's a lot of magic damage, but... I think this is a really cool Aghanim Scepter that's a bit undervalued right now.
I would agree with you. I think the other really big part is the 3-second cooldown reduction. I think a lot of people still get caught off guard by that, as Shiro, Yuled up for now, just baiting. Yotoro You know, this is the type of patience, as there is a top DD rune. They do spot it.
Yeah, just saying, if you get Octarine and
Arcane
Blink with that cooldown reduction, they link up basically perfectly. You have
Exactly.
Blink and Berserker's Call every 5 seconds.
Yep.
It's insane.
I've seen it before, and it's disgusting.
But we don't see it in pro play. Axe has not picked that often.
You might see it here.
I hope so. I hope so. Don't get me excited, because
Tier 5 items, they're coming in 20 minutes.
And let's talk about which Tier 5, before the Tier 4s come out, let's discuss.
Tier 4s are actually
That's
out.
true, it's been 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hex completed on Mr. Cholapse. He just got his level 25 too. Like, Collapse is kind of pogging off in this game.
He's got second chakram?
Yep, that second chakram.
Shiro turns into Yatoro. Not gonna go any further though, but the Viper actually connecting. Mira does fall
That's
to the
a DD
storm. That's a
Windranger.
lot of damage and a lot of control for Nothing to Say. Does have buyback available, but the call with the Blade Mail to follow. Mystic Flare as well. It's not enough damage to outright get a kill as the buybacks are now coming out. Shiro continuing on in. He's very healthy. You can see the silence on Yatoro. Has absolutely no mana at all, but of course does have the Aegis still intact. The waveform is there. Glimmer Cape is going to keep them at bay for the time being.
Oh, Collapse in the back.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage onto the Skywrath, but New gets the Berserker's Call to focus himself down essentially. And then as a result, they're both going to die. So LGD now a 3v5 situation. And Shiro, Shackle. Looks like they have enough control. Potentially the attribute shift does go off though. So he's able to stay alive a little bit longer. He's going to get sheeped and brought down. Collapse with the chakrams. So many to work with. And this, I mean, this could be game. There's 4 heroes dead for LGD with no buyback at all.
I mean, Team Spirit are just outplaying them in these fights. A little
Yeah, they're going to go for the win, and I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, they're just
Only
gonna
the
hit it
Storm
down.
Spirit to try to push these waves. As Collapse looks like he's picking up an item. Yep, the flamethrower to help them push even further, so the Tier 4 towers will fall.
Okay, Glyph.
As the last fortification, in all likelihood, is Nothing to Say.
He has to kill that wave quickly.
He really does.
Collapse is here.
He gets the sheep off. Nothing to Say. He's getting forced down. It really needs to get these creep, but 2 still survive. And now the Ancient exposed.
Ultimate backdoor.
Backdoor protection actually does kick in, but do they have enough damage to go through it?
Got it?
It looks like they do. And Team Spirit win game 2 suddenly. That was really quick.
Like, a lot of these games, it just takes like literally one fight where one team then just blows up. I'm really impressed with Team Spirit's play overall. The mid game, their movement, Collapse on this Timber, Yatoro on his Void, just doing a lot of really good stuff. I think some of the later team fights, I'm a little surprised at how LGD executed them. I think not to their usual standard, but damn, Team Spirit. This team is looking good. I did put them in my top 3. I don't know why I did it, but I did. And they're looking good.
Yeah, they, I think, are now 4-4, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that checks out, yeah.
And LGD are 3-5.
Yes.
Sure. I'm just trying to remember what their record was at the beginning of the series.
They were
but yeah.
2-4 and 3-3.
Spirit were under LGD, and now they've catapulted them. Of course, gotta just stay out of that bottom 2 that get eliminated in each group. But I'm happy to be seeing more variety. I think the panel talked about this as well. We get to see an Axe, even though it didn't win. And even though we are seeing Morphling, it lost. So got to be happy about that in general. Maybe we won't be seeing that hero any further.
I think we'll still see Morph. I feel like both lineups had a lot of playability, but there's a lot of execution stuff I think that LGD maybe fell a little bit flat on. But yeah, I think it's more so like Team Spirit just playing incredibly clean in both these games in very many stages of the game, whether it's about like some buybacks or how they set up the map, how they help each other, Yatoro getting to continuously play in the areas he wants to play in. And yeah, I think this 2-0 is very important like early on in the group stage. It can really help elevate like both your momentum and your strategies forward.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of splits, of course, 1-1s and whatnot. And I mean, those are good because you don't fall behind, but these 2-0s, like you said, are extremely valuable because now that we're in this group stage, the actual group stage, the bottom 2 getting eliminated, pretty big deal. But let's go over to Tsunami and company. He had a nice interview.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Collapse of Team Spirit. Congratulations on this 2-0 victory. I feel like every time you play against LGD, it's an instant classic game. What is it about you two that every single time you play Dota, it's just fireworks?
I mean, we have some battles with past roster, where was the Facebian, Ami, but now just like any other team, I think. So we're just preparing for them and playing versus them like with every team. There's no like any, how can I say it? No changes, I mean.
Sure. زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين معنا كولابس من فريق سبيريت كان معنا في المسرح. سالناه على انه دائما في كل مره نشوف فيها فريق سبيريت جالس انه يواجه فريق PSG.LGD، دائما نشوفهم يعني ادائهم جدا جدا يعني ممتع والجيم دائما يكون في شيء مميز. سالناه سؤال انه وش تتوقعون ممكن كولابس او مش تتوقعون ممكن الفريق يسوي في هذه المباراه؟ كان الجواب حقه انه صراحه احنا ما غيرنا شيء ولا في تغييرات كثيره سويناها. اول كنا نعاني من ضدهم لكن الان صرنا نجهز لهم بشكل افضل وقدرنا ان نفوز على LGD.
I want to take you back to game one. Near the end, Yatoro gets lassoed in the mid lane, instantly dies, no buyback. And it seems like you guys had a plan immediately. There was like no moment of hesitation. You were like, let's do something. What was the comms like in that moment?
When Yatoro died, we thought like, I need to split the creeps. It was their last wave near to our throne. And we just need to take a fight with them, as four at least. So we just took a fight. There's no creeps, glyph, and backdoor, and we just won the fight. I mean.
زي ما شفنا اعزائي المشاهدين الكليب اللي شاهدناه قبل شوي للفايت قاعدين نتكلم عن وش اللي ممكن انه صار في الكوميونيكيشن ما بين الفريق وقدرتوا انكم تفوزون الفايت هذا. كان الجواب من كلابس يقول انه احنا عرفنا في ذاك اللحظه انه احنا لازم اننا نسوي سبليت للويف ونبي نقدر وقتها اذا بعدنا الكريبس نبي نقدر اننا ناخذ الفايت على طول، وعرفنا القرار هذا مجرد ما ان شاهدنا الموقف، فعلى طول سوينا سبليت للكريبس وقدرنا ناخذ الفايت وفزنا الفايت بكل بساطه.
But even in the moment for that last fight, it seemed like that close for you guys dying. How do you prioritize who to go for? Because like Shiro on the Luna ran out of mana, and then like who do you kill first?
We kill first the damage dealer because Luna is the most. Luna is the carry, so we need to kill him first because he gives the aura to other heroes. And after Luna, we kill Decay. I thought, yeah. And after that we just kill the rest of them. So.
سألنا كلابس انه حتى في نهاية الفايت هذا كان جدا كلوز، ممكن انه خسرتوا الفايت بالكامل واخذوا عليكم الفايت بكل بساطة، فكان السؤال على انه اوكي يعني اوكي صحيح انكم انتم عارفين انكم تجيبون الفايت هذا لصالحكم، لكن بنفس الوقت كان صعب انه يعني تقررون القرار هذا، فايش كان البرايورتايز وكيف لعبتوا التيم فايت اصلا؟ كان الجواب بكل بساطه انه احنا دائما نبي نسوي فوكس على الشخص اللي بيعطي اورا لبقيه الفريق، لانه الشيء هذا يبي يعطيهم فرصه انهم يقللون من الفاليو حقته في التيم فايت، وبعدها على طول بيقدرون ياخذون الكاري للدامج، وبعدها على طول يقدرون يكملون على البقيه ويفوزون في الفايت، فكانوا عارفين من البدايه يسوون برايورتايز لمين داخل التيم فايت.
And congratulations on the 2-0 victory collapse. I want to give a shout out to your guys' YouTube channel. I love the vlogs that you're putting out. I can't wait to see the vlog for this game. So congratulations on this win. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي نروح فيه على طول الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم اكثر عن وش صار في هذه المباراه وكيف فريق سبيريت قدر يجيب هالجيم.
Team Spirit doing an amazing job yet again here at the Riyadh Masters, getting the 2-0 win over the side of PSG.LGD, doing so in a very confident fashion, especially in Game 2. Faith Beyond, I want to start with you, especially because Collapse shouted you out in particular. Talk to me about this performance from Team Spirit. At the end of the draft, we really liked what LGD had to offer, especially after the 10th pick. What did they do correct on the side of Team Spirit that allowed their draft to make it look like it was much better than LGD's?
I think they are doing, like overall, they are doing all the right things about how to win the game. Like they put Timbersaw to at the early game against Axe and to take all the damage, and they let Void just farm, slowly farm, and they just do all the correct things, I think. Yeah. And in late game, they also like every team fight, they went for good position and they kill right people. Yeah.
I think that's the one thing that's very interesting to me, Amira, is that generally speaking, when we think about PSG.LGD, we expect them to do really well in the mid and late game team fighting department. If Team Spirit is able to yank away that advantage that they normally expect to have, and also have a good way to start the early game off, it actually doesn't leave that many options for PSG.LGD to play the game in the fashion they normally enjoy.
I think that PSG.LGD had a couple of instrumental timings, and it was very important that those went their way, the way that they wanted it to. So the first one was the Blink Dagger on Axe being an impactful kill. So when Axe got the Blink, he went mid on Laurel on the Wind Ranger, but it was disrupted with the Global Silence and then the Faceless Void TP into a Chronosphere. And it just felt like Spirit had their number with the early Axe Blink timing. It felt like Faceless Void was always there to break the initiation. Mipushka was always ready, he was never the one being caught, and Laurel was always protected. He never died in the Blink initiation, and that was very important. The second thing I would say, the timing that LGD were playing for, is that Morphling Axe. But I think in the first fight that they took with the Morphling Axe, probably using it on Faceless Void after he uses Chronosphere wasn't the correct play. I mean, it's hard to say from where I'm standing, obviously, because we have a full picture, but Void had already chronoed, and then Shiro joins the fight with his Axe timing, uses it on the Void. When he should have used it on Timbered, I feel like he would have had more impact that fight if he had done that. But Spirit played incredibly well. I think their draft was very well-rounded, and I mean, they proved that they don't crumble under pressure at all.
A very good example of how they do not crumble under pressure and how well they can play is our STC play from this game. Let's take a quick look at this. It was towards the latter portion of things, but it was still a very excellent sequence of events. DSJ, you are a carry player. Being able to find the correct target and start the fight by killing off a Storm Spirit, man, this must feel so good in terms of making your fight easier, forcing this early buyback, knowing you just have to kill him once more and the game pretty much ends.
I just specifically loved Yaturo's build. I mentioned during the draft I didn't think he had to buy BKB, but he took that to the absolute extreme as we are like 40 minutes plus into the game, still no BKB. And the reason why I like his item so much is because look at how long these fights are. He's just sustaining with his SNY plus the Satanic. He's time walking like 6 or 7 times throughout the fight, even if they ever do bring him down. Look how much damage he's soaked out throughout the course of this fight. You combine that with Timbersaw, who had the cheese, and there's just too much raw HP for LGD to chew through. You see, like, even with the buyback from Nothing to Say, there's just not enough gas in the tank, and eventually Team Spirit's just able to run him over.
They run them over indeed, and this fight pretty much just broke the game. After this, no more options remained. And you were talking in the draft about how you feel awkward. IO can be an awkward hero, right? And it takes a very particular team to be able to play it. From what you saw here, is this something that you feel LGD should be angling towards deeper into the tournament run?
Yeah, what I think about when I saw the IO is the way you play the map is there should never be a portion of the game where you're fighting with unfavorable numbers, because you can theoretically have 2 heroes all the way across the map that can be joining. In that last fight near the Roche pit that happened right before the one we just saw, where Nothing to Say was bottom and Shiro as well as Nu got kind of caught out near the Roche pit, that's the type of stuff that I think IO should prevent from happening in the game. So that's something they might have to go back to the drawing board, maybe just discuss how they would distribute that later on, because those are pretty tense moments. Crazy things can happen. Everything's happening so quick. So those, back to the drawing board a little bit maybe.
Back to the drawing board indeed for PSG.LGD, but not for Team Spirit, as they got themselves a stellar victory. And also, we have to highlight a particular player from this series. The Kadia MVP of this BO2 set, definitely going to Laurel. This guy, Faith Beyond, I honestly have no words. Both games, although they desperately want to kill him from the side of PSG.LGD, his positioning, man. Like, if you're in the game, right, how do you even talk to your team about how to focus him, given how well he's playing around the map? Like, as in, like, if you're talking about how to go on him, because we heard from Collapse saying that they want to kill Luna at times, right? And they say, you should jump him, you go stun him, you go do this, right? Can you even do that with Laurel, because he's always sitting so far back? Is there any kind of communication you can have in the team to make it easier to find him in the fight?
Find Laurel?
Yeah.
I mean, for LGD?
Yeah.
I think it's because his hero Storm Spirit and Wind Ranger is hard to catch. So, yeah, it's surely hard to find Laurel.
Can just never catch this guy. Like, FE, the build as well, I think was pretty stellar for this game. BKB, Lincoln Sphere, understanding the assignment, right? If he's not dying in the fight, he's not the one that has to be the one dishing out the mass amounts of damage. He just has to be there controlling the fight, in effect, and making sure that he can provide backup to Yatoro, who's always at the front foot, to Collapses on the front foot. And look at that kill participation. He's everywhere all the time.
Yeah, for sure, but also Wind Ranger's universal, so he is getting damaged from these items. Unlucky universal heroes, what can you do? No, I think he's played incredibly well. It felt like today he really brought the fire, because I know that when Team Spirit come into discussion, it's always a comparison between Laurel and Toronto Tokyo. So after watching this series, Fithian, I'm really curious, like, what your assessment of Laurel is now. Like, how do you see him and what does he provide Spirit?
I think he's very stable in this 2 games. His performance both on lane and late game very well. I think he definitely proved himself through these 2 games. Yeah.
Do you think he can get better?
Yeah, of course he can.
Damn, can get better than this. Wow. That's not what I'm trying to hear if I'm a fan of any other team in the tournament right now. Of course, after this game is done and the 2-0 has been claimed, that does mean that Team Spirit move up in the rankings of the leaderboard. So let's take a look at the lay of the land, how things stand at the moment. A very good win for them, getting a 2-0. Elsewhere across the Dota landscape, we see that Game and Gladiators went 1-1 up against Quest Esports, Mind Pandas getting 1-1 against Extreme Gaming, and OG taking 1-1 against Evil Geniuses. PSG, like, the thing that's standing out to me when I look at all of this, a lot of 1-1s for Game and Gladiators so far.
Yeah, all 1-1s. Yeah. 4 for 4 on the 1-1 department. Not exactly sure what's going on there. This is a team that we saw like not have the most convincing group performances throughout the last few tournaments, and yet they always turn it up towards the end. Like I remember at the last season of Dream League as well as the Bali Major, by no means were they dominant. So I'm kind of curious. I haven't gotten a chance to watch their games, but this isn't unfamiliar. I'm really wondering like what's happening here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's happening, not just to them, Effie, but also to Team Liquid. They are 2-4 right now in Group B. So far, the only team that is completely blemishless is BB Team with the 6-0 lead, but Liquid, I mean, we know that they're not always the team that dominates in the group stage. They sometimes started off in the lower bracket, but even for them, this is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I would say so, but I mean, given how they performed at Bali, I think that they're still capable of doing a lot, but it just seems like most teams that came into this tournament prepared for the top 2 teams in the world, right, which are Gaming Gladiators and Liquid. So I feel like they're fighting against a stronger current than most of the other teams, but we're going to see in the next few days whether this is a learning experience or kind of a downhill spiral. So time will tell.
Time will tell indeed. It is only the 2nd day of the group stages so far, so we still have a few more days of action to go before we can fully determine how strong these teams are. If you've only been paying attention to this stream and you don't know what's happening elsewhere in the world, don't worry, we've got your back. Our boy Jenkins is on the floor, ready to give you the update as it goes.
Hello. Are you sick of me? Don't answer that. But if you are, if the answer was yes, maybe there's some people we can get the insights of that you're not sick of, such as the very talented Dota 2 English talent, such as this gentleman right here. Can I interview you?
No, I'm busy.
Now can I interview you?
No, I'm still busy.
That's not the line, dude. No, you're not busy. You're not busy. Okay, for God's sakes. They can't hear you if you don't have the microphone.
I'm yelling at you. Is this scripted?
No, dude. Okay, you guys are awful. You're shut up. Shut up.
No, I'm busy.
That's not the line, dude. That's not the line. That's not the line. Okay, what is your favorite game from today that you watched?
I'm choking.
Oh my God, dude. This guy's a caster. Okay, you have good memory. I know you have good memory because I say things and you're like, oh, that was the, Chengdu Major or whatever.
I'm busy.
Okay, dude. All right, he's a waste of time. All right, what was your favorite game from today, Shiver?
66 minutes Gaming Gladiator. No, PSG.LGD versus Spirit, won by Spirit?
That's right, everybody. Check out Gaming Gladiators, maybe Spirit versus LGD. We're not too sure. Check that one out. Kappa's got an answer. This is going to be a good one, guys.
I'm also busy.
Okay, guys. Sorry for this waste of time. Back to you at the host desk, Shiver.
Actual answers time. All the lights went out. Our TVs turned off. There were guys in the hallway with flashlights. It got really spooky. Axel, our producer, goes on the comms. He says, "Are you okay?"
This is a long story, dude.
No, I was busy.
Okay, back to you, Snare. I'm really sorry about this. Back to you.
Unfortunately, Jenkins, I'm busy. I can't do it.
See you guys.
Very fun games. Honestly, that first game, Faith Beyond, for me personally, have you had a more fun game that you've seen at this tournament so far? Not even in the group stages, but overall, has there been a better game than Game 1 of Team Spirit versus LGD for you?
I think for sure is OG's game today just happened. They make a crazy comeback. They steal the Roche first, and they already lose again, but they suddenly just go base. Yeah.
That was pretty wild. If you didn't have a chance to catch that game, OG versus 9 Pandas, do yourself a favor. Make sure you watch that game too. And we'll also have another play that we actually want to bring to you and present to you, our ALJ play of the day. So if you didn't have a chance to catch that one, let's take a quick look at some more stellar Dota that the Riyadh Masters has had to bring to us. This did indeed happen in the Tundra game. So Tundra, you know, you're watching this game, you're thinking to yourself, oh, this is all gonna be fine. This is gonna be the easiest thing in the world. But unfortunately, BB team, there's a reason, Effie, that they are undefeated. Just watch save. This Enchantress play, like, it looks honestly like this fight is over, right? The carry is dying, the TB is doing everything. There's absolutely no way they can recover from this. And then you realize that, wait a second, this is one of the highest damaging heroes in the entire game.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Just watch save. Watch save and then watch GPK. On the left-hand side on this Wind Ranger. Look at that Shackle. Look at that damage output.
Has a lot of rainbows.
That's a whole lot of rainbows, a whole lot of Shackles. And pretty much just between those two heroes, the entire fight can turn around. And it's always very interesting to me seeing these supports. We saw it in game 1 of the LGD series. Miposhka popping off later on. We see it with this Enchantress. And I think, BSJ, that as the tournament stretches on, I know I asked Faith Biana about it earlier, but I really do think teams need to prioritize making sure that they have damage on their supports, because otherwise you wind up in the situation LGD just wound up in, where the game stretches on and your supports don't actually contribute anymore.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about the meta so far is we're seeing a lot of Legion Sky, Axe Sky, Lion, these type of anti-carry heroes, which means that a lot of other roles in the mid to late game got to step it up, because the carry's always got their target on the back. Collapse in the interview mentioned, like, yeah, we're just going to kill the Looney. Does the most damage. That's obviously who we're going to kill first. So in that case, if your carry is getting the focus, it's even more important in metas like this that the supports can scale.
Definitely so. Now that these games are done and dusted, we still have one more series to bring you to round out the group stage of the first or the second day of the day. TSM versus TALON Esports. Before we're done, Faith Beyond, give me a favorite. Who do you think's gonna win?
TSM.
TSM, Effie?
Let's go TALON!
TALON, all right. BSJ, I'll ask you next because you're still staying here. You're going nowhere. You're held hostage until the end of the night.
Wait, what?
The rest of you at home, you're still going to be sticking around for some more Dota 2, so don't go anywhere. TSM and TALON Esports will round out the evening in just a moment.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا جيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Welcome one and all. We return back to the Riyadh Masters for our final group stage matchup of the day, witnessing TSM taking on TALON Esports. An intriguing matchup given the placements of both of these squads right now. TSM tied in their group with several other teams at the very bottom with a 2-4 scoreline, but TALON Esports finding themselves almost at the very top with 4-2, and if they win out today, they'll be very close towards guaranteeing a berth in the upper bracket of the playoffs. We're going to be talking very much about both of these teams as we progress through the evening, and to do so, we've swapped out the panel a little bit. Joining me now will be Fear and Lacoste. BSJ is still here because he's in prison. Fear, welcome back, brother. This is like doing NA DPC all over again, fam.
Just a little bit, yeah, we're getting close.
It's just the teams are slightly better.
Teams are oh.
In the NADPC.
Oh, okay.
NADPC, the best region in the world. One of the things that's also interesting about this Lacoste is that it's the first time in a while that we've seen TALON Esports playing on the main stage. Obviously, they weren't able to participate at the Bali Major. And normally, when you see a team not being able to go to the last event and then they come to another big marquee event like this one, their performance is a little bit shaky. That has not been the case at all for the side of TALON.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the way they started this DPC season, getting third place at Lima Major, I think that was a big surprise because, you know, with the Southeast Asian teams, you don't know what to expect, but they really stepped it up. You know, I think they also had a really good just overall like performance. Their run through the Lima Major was pretty impressive. As you said, they were not at the Bali Major, but I still consider them to be the best Southeast Asian team.
One of the things they did find interesting here, BSJ, is at the Lima Major and in the prior DPC, we saw them whipping out things that are meta now. They were playing a lot of Morphling. They were the ones that were playing ET support almost every game, Silencer support almost every game. People were flaming them every now and then. What the hell are they doing? They were just ahead of the curve. They had Ice Frog's ideas in their head in advance.
They know when to peak, right around TI, you know, Riyadh Masters time. Perfect timing. I think the biggest thing for this team is that Jabs will always be your third carry. So if that's the case, this is the patch for it. We're no longer in the auras on every single offlaner, every single game meta. Yeah, there's still heroes like Darkseer in the equation, but Jabs, I think this is really a patch for him to shine.
So the kind of heroes that we've seen, obviously, from TSM is that TSM has been interesting to me, given how much better they've done. 2 and 4 might not seem like such a great result, but given the teams that are in their group, it's fairly impressive overall. They went 1-1 with Rebellion as well, which I think is very good for them at the very end of things. Talk to me about this, Fear. When you watch this team and you think about them and their journey throughout this year, are they peaking at the right time, or do you think there's still a few more things they need to unlock to get the maximum strength?
They peaked a bit early, I would say, early on by beating Rebellion so much in the DPC, but of course when it came to LAN, they never really fully showed up here. So if they want to peak on LAN, I think now would be the time. Day 1, they did really good. They drew, unfortunately, they did lose their last series here, but this squad really has a lot to prove, I think. They can play with the best, they potentially could be the best. They've shown that by beating Rebellion multiple times, but they need to show it on LAN. Can they do it? And this is going to be a big test for them.
One of the things that always happens though is why do actually you're an NA player, right? Why are NA players so good at laning? Like, what is it about this region that enables so much good laners?
Well, I think there's a couple things about NA that NA is really good at. Theory crafting is one of them. And then, of course, early game, thinking about like what little things we can do within the first 10 minutes and really focus on that. Maybe we hyper-focus on that a bit too much and neglect some of the late game, mid-game decision-making things, but that's more instinctual, but you can control your first 10 minutes a lot, and you can draft for it as well, and I think we have a high focus on making sure we draft strong lanes.
Well, Southeast Asia does not have that much focus on drafting the strongest lanes, right? One of the interviews earlier this year, we heard 23 Savage talking about how they win games. It's like, we're going to drag an enemy opponent into the late game and just beat them with experience, no matter what. And they do that reliably, BSJ. And when it is, sometimes it looks so shaky, it looks just so wonky. You're like, what the hell are they doing? Why are these massive plays happening? Why are they feeding? And then 30 minutes later, you're like, oh, I get it. I see where they were going with this.
Yeah, I'd say both these teams are like staples of the playstyle that the region represents. I think a lot of this is in their pubs. Like, I've heard from SCA pubs that basically everyone's picking carries, and then no matter what, when one team's behind, they're all flaming each other, but then they're playing till the absolute end of the game. The games get dragged out to some crazy 50, 60 minutes. I love watching Talon at that stage. Not only do they always draft to scale, but they've been in that situation countless times. So what we end up happening is their execution. It's really good. It's really clutch. I love to see a player like 23 Savage on his very flashy Morphlings, Faceless Voids. He's got his signatures. I just love to see what they do. I don't know. It makes no sense to me, but eventually it works.
And just to add more to that, he talked about what happens in C. What happens in NA is like why they're focusing on the laning stage. You were going to say that? Okay, because most of the time, it doesn't even get to the mid and late game. The games are over. This is like pub experience.
I wasn't going to say. I thought about it.
I can definitely tell you. When we were in Bali, right? I thought to myself, it's memes, it's jokes. I was like, how bad can these SEA pubs be? Yeah, BSJ is not lying. It definitely always goes to the limit. It always goes to the very edge of possibility. But of course, a team that has risen to the top, being able to play that style of Dota, has been Talon Esports. So let's take a look at how they found themselves here at the Riyadh Masters.
Missing the Bali major make us have a good break eventually, and I feel like I'm ready to play more. Yeah, I got to spend time with my family, which is great, and personal life as well. So super ready to play this tournament.
Talon's players are they're most likely the best in their roles in Southeast Asia. 23 Savage, every single carry player, not just within Southeast Asia, but even outside of Southeast Asia, considers him to be the gold standard for the carry role in that region.
Jabs is what makes Talon unique. I think he's got a very interesting view on the offlane, and he's definitely the X factor in many of their games.
I prefer playing international opponents. Personally, I think C opponent is not that strong, and I want to play against strong people so I can learn or make the match become fun. I mean, I'm not telling that we're wrecking them, but it's like sometimes we cannot learn anything from C opponents. Yeah.
When I think of Talon, I think of 3 farming cores. So most notably, the one that stands out to me is Jabs and 23 Savage. I feel like Jabs is a player who is dedicated to always being a 3rd scaling core. It's a SEA pub specialty, and what I worry about with this team is that if they can make it to the 40-minute mark, then they're going to outscale you. They out-team fight you. Their execution is on point. But if they play against some of these faster tempo teams, then they usually don't get there, and that's the concern I have for them.
Yeah, so when we came
back from ESL. We just stay at home for like 10 days, and during the 10 days I just have a really good break because, you know, before that the schedule was really tough and we never stopped playing Dota.
Biggest hurdles for this team is going to be consistency. Like what I see from them is their inability to get out of lanes, as well as really enable all three of their cores who are going to farm. Like, you know exactly what your cores are going to do, and it's a matter of whether or not you can get them off the ground running better than the enemy team can shut you down.
This is the land of hero, but it will be known as the land of Talon.
Talon Esports, a team that I'm very excited to witness playing here on the main stage. They are 4-2 in the group all of a sudden. One of the things that I've noticed watching their games here, Lacoste, is they're probably the team that has been abusing, and I use the word abuse specifically, the Twin Gates the most. My goodness, this team is so annoying. If you're a carry player right now, this must just be an awful matchup, knowing that they're going to come through there and try and kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a couple of heroes that do, as you say, abuse these Twin Gates early on. That's definitely like Monkey King, who can easily just hop on the tree, go through the Twin Gates, go to the other side. But yeah, it's the environment that they kind of make to play Dota in. And they thrive in chaos, and these Twin Gates, it's made for Southeast Asia pretty much.
Yep, that's the reason that we've seen doing the most work with these kind of things. One thing I also find very intriguing, we spoke about this in the previous game, BSJ, about Morphling as a hero being nerfed somewhat, right? In this game, we probably have, from each respective region, the marquee Morphling players, right? You have Tomato from North America, you have 23 Savage here, even the Medusas as well, very high level, right? We're probably going to see them being played against both of these teams, so both of them will have studied these heroes. What options are we anticipating in terms of both draft and map movements to try and contain these kind of heroes?
I honestly don't know if Morph needs to be necessarily worried about being contained. We saw last game the effect of that Ags nerf. Like, that 10% stat change was what kept Faceless Void alive long enough that he was chased to the distance that Morphling Shiro ended up dying for trading the kill. So this is a hero that these teams are the few that are going to make it work, but I think it's just a hero you have on your radar, and you just need to make sure it doesn't have a perfect game rather than worrying about like preemptively countering it or anything like that.
So Fear, when we did NA all the way back in January, right, one of the things that we kept talking about was Brawl. At the time, he was sort of carrying the team on his back, right? Yeah. And he was doing really, really well, stomping. Even in games they lost, he was always winning his lane, right? Unfortunately, the same is also true of Mikoto on the side of Talon Esports, right? So what do you think this mid lane matchup is going to look like between these two?
Mikoto's been known for his mid lane mechanics. I don't really see anyone beat this guy like really hard in the mid lane. So Bryle's not gonna have that opportunity unless he like really shows up today to like crush Mikoto in lane, because nobody can do it. Even like when Quinn was unstoppable, no one can beat him in lane. Mikoto was that one guy that could do it. Same with Nisha, right? So you're not gonna beat him that way. But Bryle does have a specific set of heroes that he's really good at that are good in this meta, like the Leshrac, for example. You know, Whitemon loves playing the Io as well. So that's something to really take a look at, is what can Bryle carry the game with? Because Kasane, he loves the Zoo, right? He loves playing the Zoo. He's trying to branch out a little bit in that regard. And you can't shut down Tomato. His hero pool is just way too big. So just making sure Bryle doesn't have a hero that can just get out of control will be the main focus, I think.
And I'm thinking for Mikoto, they're probably going to end up picking Puck a lot, right? That's one of the heroes we've seen steadily and slowly.
Some Spirit, a Puck, like he's good at all these like pick up a rune, make something happen on the map type of heroes. He's super good at that.
Mikoto is not just super good at that, he's really good at a lot of things, honestly. Talon Esports is terrifying to watch right now. And if you thought that Southeast Asia was going to be a pushover, nah, that's not happening. Talon has been carrying this region on their back, and they're going to continue to do so here at the Riyadh Masters. And hopefully, they can make this game against TSM as entertaining as possible. We are about to get into it. So to do so, we need some teams to bring them out. We have Tsunami, we have Fancy, we have some incredible Dota. Take it away, boys.
Welcome everyone to the final series of the day here on the group stage, day number 2 at Riyadh Masters.
حياكم الله أعزائنا المشاهدين في مباراتنا الأخيرة في ثاني يوم من الجروب ستيج في رياض ماسترز.
And what a treat it is to have these two teams in specific, because these were two teams that we haven't seen not only on stage, but at an international event for a while, because they weren't at Bali.
زي ما تشوفون المباراة هذه راح تكون بين فريقين لهم فترة طويلة ما شفناهم في أي ميجر ولا حضروا لان ايفنت، فهم جايين اليوم ينتقمون من الشيء هذا ويثبتون أنفسهم على المسرح.
The first one maybe having a bit of a chip on their shoulder from North America, a lot of people being critical of how they're able to make these achievements. I think they've been taking their time off wisely and coming into this event well prepared.
فالفريق الأول اللي راح يكون متواجد معنا في المسرح لهم فترة كثير من الناس يتكلمون عنهم انهم ما قد جابوا شيء كويس، وكل الانجازات اللي جابوها يعني في سبب يخليهم يجيبونها بس الى الان ما حد يعرفه، لكن الانتقاد هذا راح يقدرون انهم يثبتون انفسهم في المرة هذه لانه عندهم الفرصة.
Let's bring him out. TSM! This North American team has been struggling with relevance on the international stage, but at this point, here in Riyadh, it seems like they're exceeding expectations, making it through the play-in stage, and right now, currently tied for the top of their group.
فريق TSM تواجد معنا في المسرح. هذا الفريق صحيح انه زي ما قلنا ما شارك في المياجر الاخيره، لكن في هذه المره في رياض ماسترز قادر انه يثبت نفسه، خصوصا انه هذا الروستر حتى الان ادائهم جدا جدا ممتاز في الجروب ستيج، بيكون عندهم فرصه جدا جدا عاليه انهم يطلعون الى البلاي اوفز في حال استمر ادائهم على نفس المستوى.
I have confidence in their coordination specifically. That's what I'm looking forward to the most. Meanwhile, though, let's see how coordinated their opponents are.
خصومهم راح يطلعون الآن على المسرح، كلكم تعرفون مين الفريق هذا، يعتبر الأفضل في منطقة جنوب آسيا، خلونا نتعرف عليهم. الفريق الأفضل في جنوب آسيا، تالون. فريق تالون تواجد معنا في المسرح اليوم، وأدائهم جدا متميز في الجروب ستيج حتى اللحظة هذه. حطوا ببالكم أعزائنا المشاهدين إنه ما بقى عندنا إلا يومين فقط ونبي نعرف مين اللي يوصل للبلاي أوفز، وحتى الآن هم في المركز الثاني متعادلين فيه وعندهم فرصة عالية إنهم يوصلون إلى البلاي أوفز.
The shining star of the Southeast Asian region and the only team from there to qualify directly to Seattle. They had some time off during the Bali Major, but here they're looking to leave an impression. And also a little bit of a former ex-teammate situation. Whitemon and 23 Savage, formerly on T1, now going against each other.
الآن بيكون عندنا شيء جدا مميز في المباراة هذه أيضا. وايتمان من فريق تالون بيكون متواجد في هذه المباراة ضد 23 سافج اللي كان معاه كتيميت في فريق T1. الآن بنشوفهم ضد بعض، بنشوف إيش المواجهة اللي بتكون بينهم. مرة متحمسين للمباراة هذه.
All right then, my friends, let's settle it on the stage. Let's settle it in the game. Let's get ready for game number 1.
خلونا نصير جاهزين للجيم الأول أعزائنا المشاهدين، لأن زي ما احنا عارفين كل الفريقين لهم فترة ما أدوا أداء كويس، ما كانوا متواجدين في البالي ميجر، واليوم جايين يعوضون عن الشيء هذا في رياض ماسترز. توفيق لهم. على طول نبدأ في الجيم الأول.
Game 1 about to kick off. Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. Very excited about this matchup. And PSG, I want to pick off something that Fia mentioned. Kasane, normally known for his Zoo Heroes, but Zoo Heroes kind of bad right now. Beastmaster not looking so hot in this tournament. Broodmother, despite being banned every game, enjoys a 42% win rate. Visage, even worse. You know, it's like been picked a little bit less with 11 games, 45% win rate. However, Lycan, in my opinion, Kasane's best hero, 77% win rate coming into the second day of the groups. Why are teams not picking this hero up more often? I know you're an enjoyer.
I'm still waiting for it, man. You sold me when you told me the win rate, and I also had that inkling going into the tournament that hero was going to see some play. But we see TSM, it's interesting. Their first 3 games of this tournament, they gave Kasane a summons hero. They gave him Visage, they gave him Brood twice, and suddenly the last 3 games we've seen Darkseer, Underlord, Tide. So it's an immediate shift of maybe this isn't quite what we're thinking. So maybe they've potentially abandoned summon heroes as a concept, and maybe they're not going to give the Lycan the chance that we think it deserves.
I feel like that hero definitely deserves a little bit more player cost. And overall, I do think What do you think has gone differently that have disabled the Zoo meta? Outside of like the auras changing, has that just been it? Like these items no longer being viable suddenly makes the entire playstyle not a situational thing?
Yeah, some of the also, I'd say, heroes got figured out. It takes a bit of a time. You know, the Zoo meta has been going on for a really long time, so people are still trying to experiment with some of these picks. And I mean, you'll still see them. There's no doubt about it. But the big ones definitely Lycan. I feel like this hero, especially because it's a flex pick, since he's being changed to being universal hero, so he can be played from the safe lane. We've seen it being played from position 1 multiple times by Team Liquid, and from the off lane. That gives you a little bit of a flex in the draft as well.
One of the things that also going to be very flexible here, Fear, is going to be this Meepo. Jabs has played it to very good effect.
He's a Zoo hero. We can count him as a Zoo hero, right? He summons himself.
Imagine if a real Zoo hero like Lycan could just throw his wolves on top of him. And
Yeah, I mean, the difference between Meepo and those other Zoo heroes is that Meepo doesn't buy the auras. If you think of like the Beastmaster, he's built on auras of Visage, same thing, even like the Sunbeam Helm into drums all the time. Meepo, he's more of a carry offlaner. So he's not going to really enable the team that much to group up. He's just going to take the net worth and he's going to take the show himself, which is a fine play style, but your mid laner has to really make that work. That's like the big thing. Your mid laner has to make tons of space so your carry can farm. He's always going to do that. Of course, your carry is going to be a little bit less greedy if you have a Meepo off lane, but your mid and carry, they're going to have to be sacrificed a little bit. Then Jabs is going to take that responsibility of like, I have to carry the game now. I am the carry. So that's just how it's going to be.
Well, to be fair, even a game without Meepo, Jabs has just decided, I am the carry. He's the one that always going to be soaking up an incredible amount of net worth. That's just how he rolls. That's just what he does. TSM will be fully aware of this as well. So as we are about to get into this game, very intrigued and very excited to see what ideas will be presented. I'm expecting more Snapfire bans because that's just been the way the tournament's been going, more Rubik bans. Like, I hope actually that these teams let Brood through. Because honestly, I've been struggling, Lacoste, to see the impact of Brood to the degree that it's been banned out. There's like 2 or 3 games here where I'm like, oh wow, okay, this makes sense, but even then, it doesn't feel like it's the OP, it has to be picked bad every game hero.
The hero did get nerfed a few times in a row for a good reason. The hero was OP. It was Imba, as we like to call it. But yeah, also figured out. I think it comes down to that, because if there's a hero that is being heavily contested in every single game, you know that people are going to start to theory craft more, go deeper into the hero pool, trying to figure out what's really good. The big one that I'm looking into is, I think this is going to be like morphing from the previous patch, is IO Lash. Like, how do you beat this combo?
Yeah, IO is looking quite terrifying right now. It's creeping up on a 70% win rate despite being picked in quite a few games. So I do think that's a hero definitely going to end up seeing at the very least banned or picked in this series. I do think first phase ban makes a bit more sense, and indeed it has been removed. And Talon did the right thing. They realized that TSM, to your point, PSG, they not only play this hero in the off lane, they played it safe lane as well on TSM. Tomorrow and Kasane have rolled with the Lycan. Makes sense to remove it in the first phase.
Yeah, that's even more of a shock to me than seeing it picked in the game, to see it that elevated into the draft when it hasn't been picked by either team at all. But one thing I'd like to say about like the lore of these heroes that have come into the meta that I found so interesting in the Bali Major was that I found out that, first off, pubs tell you a lot about what's going to happen in the meta. Like these are the heroes that the pro players are playing. So a lot of times you can base the meta off of the European pubs, because that's where Eastern Europe and Western Europe players play, and that's generally the best results region so far this year. But with the Bali Major happening in SCA, that is where everyone in the world was exposed to like 5 or 6 Meepo spammers in the SCA region that were rushing this Atos, and that was where pretty much all these teams got this idea for this hero. So I find it so funny that as we're moving these international play throughout the course of different regions of the world, that's going to affect even a tournament later. That in this case, we're seeing so much Meepo crop up.
Well, we have a draft now available towards us. We can witness some of these heroes. Unfortunately for me, we do see an early Broodmother emerging. This is going to be their 6th game on TSM with Brood. They've only won 1 of the previous ones. They're 1-4. So Fear, talk me through it. What's the idea from Moonmeander for going for this, despite it not being successful so far?
Sometimes you just got to stick to your guns, you know? Like, they practiced it, they thought it was good, and they're just going to ride and die with it. It hasn't been working yet, but surely this time.
I respect it. I respect the idea of going for the same hero multiple times. This is the one that I don't like. I've seen so many Chen games at this tournament, and seems like the hero is just not doing too hot. Last time I checked, it was like 25% win rate.
Yeah, 20 games, 25% win rates.
Yeah, there we go. So no one picked it then.
It's yeah, people have tried. They're like, we're gonna make this work, and it's just not working. So very low win rate heroes to emerge here. I mean, the idea is certainly there, right? There's a lot of stuff on the map. You can play very, very quickly, nominally. But Talon, they have this Batrider, they have this Undying, BSJ. Do they have ways to be able to clear out some of these summons from TSM?
I wouldn't say they necessarily have to worry about the summons as much as it is the fact that they can stop the push. Like, whoever's in frontline sieging, yes, they can absolutely make sure the summons don't hit the tower with these heroes, the Tombstone on the ground, Firefly. But because you have the lasso, it makes it so that you can just address a 5-man push by removing one guy from the equation. And these summons heroes playing off of auras, playing off of that 5-man ball, that type of strategy is way less potent when you just remove one key component of it.
Yeah, and now this Elder Titan ban from the first phase makes a lot of sense. It's also hero that Talon loves to run, even like pre-Riyadh Masters. They even showed it at the start of the DPC. If we go way back to Lima Major, they ran it a couple of times, as far as I remember, and it looked really, really good.
Yep. Elder Titan was being played quite a lot early on. This is going to be, I think, their third game with this here at this tournament. And Q is one of his most played heroes, just in general of all time. Another hero he's played a lot has been this Tiny, but I guess they might not need it if they already have the Batrider.
Yeah.
Question for y'all, actually. Why do we not see Batrider mid? I know, Fear, you've not been a fan. Like, what changed about the hero that's not viable mid no more?
Just the sticky napalm changes. Like, right now the hero, he has good trading, he has good HP, good damage, which is fine and all, but what made Bat so strong is you could just stack the stickies. Eventually it was unlaneable. Now you play a lot more around the Flame Break and the Firefly, which isn't really utilized very well. A lot more heroes become viable to lane against us in the mid lane, which makes them a far less pick there. Well, it comes to the support role, he can trade with pretty much any other support, and at the same time there's always that kill threat. You get the Flame Break back plus the Blood Grenade, all of a sudden one other hero attacking on top of that can be a kill.
Talon also have been abusing some movements through the Twin Gates as mentioned, and we've seen Batrider being very, very good at that. Darkseer taken out, no Naga Siren. Man, I really wish we saw more Naga. That hero feels also a little bit underplayed, but it keeps getting banned second phase, I guess.
It's a super strong hero, because some of these heroes got kind of nerfed in the last 2 patches, but the Naga was not touched, and she feels super strong, especially because map is like 40% bigger, and not being able to, like, you don't show on the map and you're still able to push all the lanes, get the farm, you have ulti that can reset, so most of the time you're in a relatively safe spot where you can farm, and 15-20 minutes into the game, if they don't have the carry that can match the farm, you'll have an extra item, and this is your big timing.
Yeah, Naga kind of babysits the map for your team, and I think another hero that we've been seeing a lot of is Terrorblade, which I'm surprised did not get banned out by TSM, because Talon loves that hero. It's absolutely great to pick in lane versus the Broodmother, conceptually good against Chen as well. I wouldn't even be too surprised if Talon just whips it out on this next pick, because it's not the best hero versus Batrider, maybe they don't believe TSM will pick it themselves, so they could always save it for later.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on in this draft, but right now it's just like you have this Brood Shen opening, which is pretty solid versus Undying, and we're going to get the Terrorblade right away. Now all of a sudden TSM is in a spot now where they get to see the carry versus carry matchup. Do they want to prioritize picking the carry for the game here without seeing the lane, or are they going to pick the mid without being able to see the lane matchup as well, as they're going to have to select one of them here?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 options because they have very limited lockdown outside of Talon. PL always going to be a good one, and Slark.
Yeah,
BSJ, I know he's big on Slark, but when you see these 3 heroes, you're like, man, I love to play into that.
Those 2 heroes, you know your carries.
Yeah, I know. I'm not a carry player, but
I was thinking.
Okay, this is also a good option.
I don't like that at all.
You don't?
Why not?
We saw it. We saw what happened is the Drow was yesterday against a Medusa. Very similar idea to the Terrorblade, where you are a stationary ranged hero in fights that Drow outranges and kills you. So in the 1v1 matchup, absolutely fantastic. The problem is when we saw the Drow yesterday, it was against Bat, it was against Storm. In this case, we might be looking at like a Puck or something of that nature. That just makes it so Drow is not going to be able to stand there and hit the Terrorblade. So now that I would say Drow is the main counter to Terrorblade in the draft, how is TSM going to make this Drow, or enable this Drow to stand her ground and hit? Right now I'm skeptical, but I do like the fact that they paired it immediately with the Primal Beast, because that hero is going to draw a lot of attention.
It's a lot of big bodies in front. You have Broodmother, depending like which item build you're going to go. In this one, you have Chen with the creep, some extra sustain coming out from the Hand of God, and of course Primal Beast in these front lines. So he's going to be soaking up a lot of attention, a lot of damage as well. But on the other side, inside of Talon, Timbersaw pick looks like a really good Timber game.
Yeah. I think when it comes to Drow Ranger in particular, to me, this is probably one of the high skill heroes in Dota, because it's all about positioning. If you mess up your positioning just a little bit, this hero looks like garbage. But if you know exactly when to enter a fight and when to back out, this hero can look really good. And I've watched a lot of Tomato, and his instincts of like how to itemize and where to be in the fights is really good. So he's probably just very confident that he'll have the positioning, even if it's just as simple as maybe I have to focus the bat first or wait until bat uses lasso, then I can enter. He just has to have really good decision making here.
This Timbersaw, one thing I am concerned about though is that there's no space for like an Ember. Well, this is Makoto. He's not going to play. He's either playing Ember, Puck, or Storm, right? One of these three, in tandem with the Timbersaw and the Batrider. Can he even position well enough to try and avoid all these heroes clustering onto him at once?
It's going to be tough, I think, for sure. It's going to be a lot up to the Brood as well to take up the space here. Like, the Aura Brood is kind of dead. They're just moving more into this right-click build. If Kasane can get to that point where he's an additional threat on the map, that'll make the game a lot easier for the Drow to make moves around the map. And we'll have to see where this Primal ends up going, because I do know Ahri can play it, but can it also go to the mid lane as well. So it's a little bit of a flex pick there. They have a little bit of time to decide.
I don't know. I'm just seeing Spirit Breaker potentially for Talon on the mid lane, especially if it's against Primal Beast. There was like a game that we had during one of those DPC, I think this year or previous year, where it was like, this never happened, and I feel like Makoto could bang it out, because in terms of, like, they need something from the mid lane that's going to be aggressive, like, all over the place, because Terrorblade, he's the, like, true carry of this game, and Timber can also, it's a relatively free Timbersaw overall game, so they just need something that's going to go in and make the space.
I will say that I totally agree with everything you just said, but we're looking at Talon here. I feel like we might even get like a TA mid or something, you know, like something that's just going to also farm, because I don't think there's any real, like, as long as the mid laner draws attention to themselves by forcing you to either gank them or commit resources, I think TA is very good at like controlling that area. As long as Terrorblade's not getting ganked by a Broodmother level 6 pressure on the tower, flanked by the Primal Beast mid, and then the Chen coming through the Twin Gate, then I'm feeling really good for Talon's game plan right now. And I think if they choose a third core, this would be one of the few games that I don't actually, that I full on believe they will make it to the late game that they're looking for.
So we wind out with the techies for Ahri here. So here's an outside shot for you guys. How about, I know Makoto doesn't normally play this Timbersaw in the mid lane, but what if we put Timber mid, we have Jabs playing the Batrider, and then we round this off with a Clockwork, because I feel like Clockwork could be very good for the side of Talon Esports.
It's not bad. I'm on the same train of thought of they'll probably get another jump like a Queen of Pain, but Clockwork is very good versus the Primal as well. But do you want to put the Timber mid? Is that something he is comfortable with? It's a fine matchup.
He probably plays just play Storm, honestly.
It would be good enough. Like I think if they did that, I would not be sad for Talon's lineup whatsoever. But I do think they need that additional one hero that maybe can pressure the Primal in lane or has an additional jump.
Tiny, maybe? I always like Tiny.
I'm looking at the Wind Ranger.
Get Tiny out of my game. I don't. I don't want to see that mid anymore.
Damn it. Because why I'm looking at the Wind Ranger is very limited amount of lockdown, and she can like lock onto a target, easily find this Drow Ranger. I just like damage output. I think they need something with the lower cooldown just to be able to play the game, because Terrorblade, you know that he's gonna get the farm no matter what.
Yeah, he's just playing Storm. Put us out of our misery, do the right thing, y'all. Get the Storm in. Sunbi and them are talking about it, but we're probably getting that massive jump from Makoto in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he likes playing co-op. It could be an okay game for it as well. Not a free.
Whoa!
Predicted.
That I'm giving you. That's a sick pick. I mean, like in terms of prediction.
We need a new host, and King one out of us three.
Yeah, we have 4 analysts. Where's our host?
Wow. All right, so buttress me here, BSJ. When you look at this Clockwork pick coming out, what else can it accomplish here? What does it do to tie together this draft of Talon?
Well, I think you literally said exactly what it did.
Just repeat it. Look smart. Repeat it, BSJ.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the total original thought coming only from me. What this does is that you suddenly turn this Batrider into a core. His job is to jump the Drow. It's pretty free Batrider game in the sense that they don't have any like instant lockdown from the side of TSM, so abusing the free pathing, the mobility on the map. And then Clockwork, on the other hand, he gives you a hero that just throws himself in, and it cancels the BKB ulti from Primal. It allows you to find like the techies and disrupt the combo that just TSM has. Primal going in, follow up between the Drow and the techies. you sold me when you said it. I just didn't think they were going to do it, and now I'm really excited about this pick, honestly.
So, Lacoste, when you see at this draft of TSM, what do they need to accomplish with their game to ensure that they can win this one out, given how rough some of these direct matchups into the Drow Ranger can be?
Just the Drow Ranger, I feel like this hero is very easily gankable, especially because you're playing into Timber from the mid lane, so he's going to be getting a lot of levels early on. This is also Clockwork plus Batrider. This is a killer lane. They like to isolate one hero, so as a Chen, as a Drow Ranger, if they get on top of you, like this is not an easy lane by any means for TSM, the safe lane with the Chen and Drow Ranger, so I want to see how much Tomato is going to be able to get out of it.
And this Chen hero has not been winning for the most part here. So 2 things. Firstly, why do you think it is that the hero has been struggling so much in this contemporary meta? And what can they do with this draft to make the hero shine a bit more?
Well, this game is going to determine whether TSM is winning or losing with the hero, because he's at 50% win rate with it right now. So it really just comes down to hitting your timings, but I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. I think the clock pick is pretty brilliant because they can rotate to the mid lane quite easily. See with the Timber Saw, they should win potentially 3 lanes here. We all see how that goes here, but that bottom lane is going to be super important for me to watch. Like, can this Chen Drow do something against the Clockwork and the Batrider? If they can, that'll buy them a lot of extra time.
Well, we're going to be witnessing exactly what they're able to accomplish on the side of TSM with their draft, whether these heroes can finally attain a win rate above positivity here at the Riyadh Masters. To find out, we send it over for the last time tonight to Kezu and Sunsfan. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Snare. We got game number. Man, I never realized Undying has a limp like that. Holy, that really took me out of my intro. That is some serious issues. That guy, he needs to go to a chiropractor or something. Anyway, TSM versus Talon, game number 1 of this 2-game series of the group stage. Coming into this, Talon 4-2, TSM 2-4. So inversed. We'll see if TSM can try and bounce back, as we're gonna see a Drow Ranger. And you were looking this up, Mr. Kezu.
Yes.
The most exciting part about this game.
The Glacier!
The Glacier has been purchased by Tomato in every game he's played at around the 21, 22-minute mark. They might have a first blood. Sticky Bomb connects onto Jazz. He gets the Firefly into the low ground, but Bryle's there with the Onslaught. They're not going to have the damage output to actually finish the kill. And Bryle turning into a baby because he's not happy about the turn of events here. Also, talk to me about Glacier.
Before I talk about Glacier, I think you just called him Jazz.
What did I say?
Jazz.
Jazz?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Jabs.
The battle
I called Bryle Jabs?
No, never mind. Anyway,
I need to hear this now. Go ahead. Correct me.
His name is Jabs, right?
Yeah.
I think he said Jazz. They're going on Jazz.
Huh? Sure.
Anyway.
Well, thank you. That's a very irrelevant thing to correct me on, but thank you.
Shut up.
Very Cinderin-like of you. Kasane getting harassed by Q. This is the last pick, Clockwork. And yeah, talk to me about the lineups and then Glacier, of course, afterwards.
Of course, the Glacier. I think the 2 carry matchups, I don't really care about them for too much, because how this game is going to go, I think it's decided by the 4 heroes around these 2 heroes. It's going to be a lot on can the Batrider Timber Clock go in enough to dissuade the Drow from really hitting, and at the same time, I think Tomato can only have a good game if his team kind of allow him to push forward. But I do think out of the 2 heroes, TB helps his team to get to that state more. He's more tanky, he can stand his ground easier, he has turnaround potential, he helps you with the map. So I think Tomato is in for a little bit of a hard time, as he's laning into Batrider Clock. That's not good. You're playing into Clock with Hookshot. And Timber is also really annoying because he just gets in your face. So, but then when the Glacier comes out,
yes,
that's where everything will turn around.
Okay. And why is Glacier so good this game?
Because he gets attack range to hide even more.
Oh,
and then he can let it go.
Very good. That's a crazy cosmetic on Kasane.
This pumpkin spider?
Pumpkin spider? I'm not, yeah, it's actually a cool, I actually like that cosmetic, surprisingly. Okay, I do want to talk about a couple of supports. We're going to see the Blood Grenade onto Kasane. Sticky Bomb is going to connect, but it's not going to be enough to save the Pumpkin Spider this time. So First Blood goes the way of Talon. Talk to me about, let's start with techies. This here was nerfed in the last patch.
Yep.
I was reading the notes the other day, again, for the 5th time, of course.
Yes.
It didn't seem too drastic. It's like 3 base damage reduction, the Sticky Bomb, the cooldown slightly nerfed. And I think that's it.
I think maybe one base armor too, but something like that. So I think the hero's still very good. I'm surprised.
It was like a first pick, first ban for a long time, so I'm surprised it's just fallen
I definitely
off.
think it died off perhaps a little too much, so the hero's still very, very playable. Or I mean, Ari will show it to us, but you know, the hero you have very high range, you have pretty good damage, but the lane that they're going into is definitely like a very classic lane. Undying, you just frontline for the TB. He can also help you with reflection. Then he has meta with very high damage, so they're gonna have to be more careful up here, because all you're playing for here as the Brood is to get level 6 as fast as possible, because then you take over the lane. None of them can be here. Maybe then later you need the Timber Saw to come up here, but damn, they're applying a lot of pressure.
Yep, Tombstone place this time. Kasane trying to outrun the meta, but he's not gonna find his way to the tower, and the deny comes out from Ollie. That limp is not going to prevent him from denying his tombstone in time. God, something's wrong with his leg. But anyway, speaking of which, that's the other hero I want to talk about is Undying, because he was also nerfed in the last patch. That base HP regen slightly lowered, and of course, grab ally removed, which I will still be calling it grab ally, by the way, because technically you're grabbing yourself, which is an ally.
It's still kind of grab ally, so he's fine. You can still yell it all you want.
I will.
Oh, Lotus.
Yeah, White Mom will still get it. But yeah, do you think Undying has also... I mean, we've been seeing it banned still, so it still seems like it's an upper echelon type support.
Still a very good hero, right? Like the fact that you're a good laner, you can frontline for your carry. I think every carry in the game literally loves having Undying, especially these range carries that want to get out of the lane early on. Medusas, Drows, TBs. You have great team fight, you still have the save mechanism later on in the game. And the fact that you can pair up your Tombstone always with this Blood Grenade, like this hero needed this little bit more. And I think this item really pushed the hero like over the edge as well.
So yeah, with the Tombstone, with that eventual shard that I'm sure we'll see, because everybody loves going for those Tormentors, basically can't use it on a stun target, right? Like you can't have... Undying himself can't grab somebody. You have to put it yourself in there, essentially.
Yes.
Or if you do place the Tombstone on top of somebody, then it will automatically bunker them.
Yes. So you still kind of have the same. It's not as stupid as before, where you're just like, oh, my Tombstone is here. Come over, everyone.
Yeah, like you can't counter dual Chronosphere, things like. Well, I guess you could counter Chronosphere still, if you put the Tombstone on top of him during Chrono.
Yeah, you still can. It's just more you may have to hold your tomb now instead of having it like kind of free play. Some people run there, but I have to point out that this top lane, Kasane is not happy.
Yeah.
And this lane, it can go this badly, but you always want to prevent it from being this way, because this is a stomp. So Talon are going to try to just continue to push this forward, but every single deny in this lane is so important to just delay Kasane's timing.
Another Tombstone. This time their target is Ari, who is going to use Blast Off to try and get away, still getting pursued by the zombies and whatnot. Well, I guess he did kill them all, but the decay is more than enough. So another kill going the way of Talon in this top lane. Like you said, they are absolutely dominating.
Yeah. Second level in decay, so you can actually get the last hit with it, as Bryle just doing a classic thing here in the mid lane, where if you don't really want to lane, just pull it into the side. Looks like Makoto's going to try to steal some of these hard camp creeps. Was not successful. Nice job by Bryle here. As look, even Q is here to try and put some pressure on. I mean, their side lanes are doing great. As a matter of fact, all of their lanes are doing great.
Yeah. You can see Jabs 27 and 4 in CS, so that's doubling the CS of the opposing offlaner, if you want to look at it that way. So yeah, definitely having free games in every lane for the time being. I mean, what can TSM do to try to counteract this? Do they need... Because Kasane just has to be given space in some regard.
Yeah. I think it's about levels, as Arya looks like he might just be a dead hero over here. For TSM, it's going to be... I think it's only Bryle that can really do anything. Other than that, it is just getting levels and waiting. So for them, it's Bryle in a bit of trouble.
Oh boy, very annoying. Had to use all his mana to try to get to this rune, and he's not even going to find it. Bryle will be forced out, and even Ollie's here.
This is very annoying.
The bounty rune.
He doesn't have enough mana to like TP out. He just has to, suicide? Or like...
There's no way he's going to suicide.
Honestly, I don't think it's that bad of a play.
Really?
Yeah, he has nothing.
Blood Grenade onto Jab, slow to a crawl. Gust is there from Tomato. To the multi-shot. They really need this kill. They really need it. Creeps are continuing to pursue. The little mini babies come out with the shards, but not able to find their target, so Jabs will get away.
Can we look back at Bryle?
Yeah, where
yeah,
is he
okay.
right
He ended up running around for 40 seconds, and now he TP base. All right. We'll have to...
Level 5 still, by the way.
Yeah, he'll make to have his way mid. The problem is that his side lanes are... I mean, Tomato's doing well, but it's more the fact that if you want to help your Brood lane...
This is terrible.
They're losing both runes.
Oh, this is terrible. Talon get both Wisdom runes. Ollie's going to be able to TP out. TSM, nothing is going their way right now.
Yeah, the game's going to slow down a little bit as here, or for TSM, they should hope it slows down a bit. You're going to lose your mid tower, so Mikoto is kind of a no-go. They're not going to be able to kill him. You need Brawl to get 6, maybe he can get a surprise kill up top, but I think 23 will be ready as Q.
Yep, inside the cogs, and the battery solved one of the best counters to this hero. Braille killed and still level 5, by the way. Mikoto, I mean, but by the time he's up, might be level 8.
Mikoto's TPing bottom, actually. So Tomato's gonna have to walk it off, maybe twin gate top, or has to be very careful here.
Yeah, Mikoto has the illusion rune as well. Actually, it's gonna pop, I think, on its own, so won't be able to counteract the gust, although Might Wand's gonna be spotted.
Just TP
Nothing to disrupt him here, so we'll be able to get away, and Tomato in the Roche pit will have the same fate. But this will open up the bottom lane now, so Talon will likely try to go for that, although Might Wand was greeted by 23 Savage, but will somehow live to tell the tale.
One of the big problems that you run into in Pro Dota right now is if you can pressure the enemy tower, even if it's just one, like mid tower or their safe lane tower, but you get to hold your own kind of like this where 23 Savage is still in the area, your map starts looking so damn nice. So as for TSM, they're going to have to look to open it up later. They have Chen around here, maybe Kasane can get closer to his 6, but losing 2 of your towers this early on, this is going to make 23 Savage's life very, very easy to play around the map.
Yeah, Kasane is second net worth on his team, so he's come back a bit. Of course, the problem is the top 2 net worths are far away and ahead right now for Talon.
Well, he's closing in on his level 6, so he'll be able to help the map a little bit as, yeah, I really like this map movement from Talon. I think parking your Timber here is... Honestly, until Ari gets level 6 or you put Braille here, I don't see how you open up this tower, so I think it's very likely we see TSM kind of back off. Kasane just like farms the sides, you wait for some levels, because, yeah, this Timber is not pressurable, not with these heroes.
Yeah, the fact that Braille had to jungle in Talon's jungle just to get some XP right now, get some space. If the hook shot come out from Q, he's already level 6 at 9.5 minutes. And Ari will likely fall, indeed he does. Q is going to be just fine as well. Tombstone is placed there. Another deny coming out, potentially.
That's the second deny, I believe. Okay, so Jabs is the only one maybe not having a perfect game, but still more than fine. Good levels, queuing up the Boots of Travel, I think, and especially with this type of map, yeah. Definitely can't fault him for doing that as... Yeah, I mean, look how aggressive Talon are playing on the map. A lot of Q's moving right now, the aggressive ward as well. Finds Ari again.
Yeah, I mean, Ari's level 3.
Yeah.
This is looking really rough. Braille, I mean, the Pulp Rise is instantly canceled. That was very ambitious. The battery saw very good, like we said. And Braille will die. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe they're a bit tilted here, but this is just a rough start for TSM. Down 7-0, 5K net worth deficit at 10 minutes.
Yeah, 0-7 with a 5K is...
I don't know if we're going to see Glacier.
That's... yeah, we might be getting ahead of ourselves.
Please, Tomato. I mean, he is farming decently well.
Yeah, he's going to drop himself a ward. I think it is important that when you're down this much, there's not really much you can force. You wait for Talon to potentially overplay. Like, you protect the areas that you can. When they overmove with any type of heroes, you try to kill them and punish them. But I think Ari needs levels. So you need to bank on Talon overplaying, or you just need to give Ari a lane. Because you don't have the damage to cut through these heroes right now.
Hook shot finds his target, this time Whitemon. And you can see the combo between the 2 robots, pretty fierce.
Oh, they're just making it look very easy right now on the map. So maybe Kasane can end taking this top tower. I think, nope. Mikoto's like, nah, bruh. Just TP's up there. Looks like he's gonna clear the spiders. As, yeah, I mean, Talon just have full control of this game.
Kasane's out leveling Braille. Right. And that, as rough of a start as Kasane's had, that is just shocking.
My thrift rewarded.
This is also a bit of a problem when you are far behind. Sometimes you can feed off of the enemy's supports a little bit, but these are tanky supports. That's a 1200 HP clock. He's about to be level 7.
Yeah, Tombstone is placed, but just in a defensive measure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
TSM need levels.
Yeah, well, good news for them. In 2 minutes, a Wisdom Rune will spawn. Let's see if they can get it this time.
Honestly, that is like a comeback into this game. Smoke up and someone go on a goddamn mission to steal theirs.
Ollie's on the
that's one way.
cliff, so Bryle putting him up there, looks like.
Well played, Bryle.
So this will lead to likely the first kill of the game for TSM. And it will, it's taken a while, but they'll finally get it. Hookshot and bike Q. You can see Jabs pursuing from behind as well. Tomato stuck inside the cogs, but he's doing a decent amount of damage onto Jabs, but onslaught coming in very nicely from Bryle. He gets a double kill.
Let him cook. 3
have died though for TSM, including the carry, Mr. Tomato's Drought.
Honestly, I don't think that this is bad for TSM. If you're this far behind, if you can like trade 2 for 4, or just even get any kills on the board, this XP is very, very much needed. And any kills that you get right now, they give you so much gold too. Kasani is getting some stuff up top. I mean, Bryle's still doing pretty good, right? We touched on him, you know, 5.6k net worth, not too shabby. But nice move from 23 Savage coming into the back as well, getting himself some much needed, or I don't think much needed kills, but some very good kills for himself.
Now, what does Bryle need to go for this game? I mean, BKB seems to be very standard, and obviously against a Clockwork, you have to go for that. Is it first item BKB?
It has to be, right? You're playing into what, Timber, Clock, Bad Rider? Yeah, you're definitely gonna need his SCBC.
Oh yeah!
Oh, what a beauty! That's the comeback kill of the game, right there. Bryle God angling his charge into the high ground cliffing. I mean, even this kill took like 13 seconds.
Yes, I mean, it is Flesh Golem with the K.
2300 HP.
It took long enough for Talon to at least get Tomato, but like you said, I think TSM, considering how this game is going, they'll take this.
Yeah. I mean, they got, like, Tomato did a good job there with the silence and getting off the multi-shot, trying to make the best out of the situation. I think if they can hold the game as it is like this, that's a victory for them. Because Talon, they have all the freedom on the map to do whatever they want. You see a good hookshot, you push him back, you get them killed, you have jabs come around.
All right, 14 minutes, Wisdom Runes.
Oh,
it's time.
They're getting one.
Ari, Blood Grenade, dead.
He's level 6.
He got it from the Wisdom Rune.
Easy clap.
Whitemon picks it up. MVP of the game so far for TSM.
I think it might be his birthday.
Who?
Someone at the start of the game said happy birthday to, I think, Whitemon.
Oh, okay.
So happy birthday, Whitemon.
Happy birthday. Get slapped here in game number 1.
Oh, good scan from Radiant. They do scan it out that Talon are on their way to try and murder them once more. Here comes Mikoto. He's going to steal some Ancients. Oh, here comes Bryle.
Not too happy with this. Actually cancels the Timber Chain mid-chain into the Pulverize now. This would be a very big kill if they can get it, and they do. Ollie's going to be next on the list. Bryle on a killing spree because he's the only person that's gotten a kill on TSM.
Oh, this is big. This is exactly what you... Like, you kind of want to keep the map open when you're far behind, but as I said, when they overplay, you need to punish these rats on the map. And they did exactly that. Killing Mikoto there and getting another kill and also getting a Lancet on a Tombstone. Like, now we're back in the game. Ari, level 7, halfway to his vessel, as a hold that, Mr. Q.
Ari,
easy kill.
Dunzo. Man, the Clockwork really working out.
Yep, Snare is too good. He called it.
A lot of annoying long animations on the side of TSM.
And yeah, I mean, techies hate. There's like 4 heroes that literally hate playing it. Maybe 3. You know, Chen and Brood might be okay with all their summons, but yeah, Bryle kind of got to recover his game. Close to the BKB, but I think Talon's still more than happy with the state of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have a TB Bad Rider in your head, it will always be very easy for you to set up the map and just kind of play the game in the way that you want to.
A 15-minute Blade Mail on a support Clockwork. Pretty good.
And it's
I would say.
pretty good timing.
That's what I said. It's a good timing.
I'm agreeing with you, yes.
Okay. Just checking.
There's no analysis. It's a good item. I'm just agreeing.
And Tomato, he also got a Hurricane Pike, so he has an option now inside the cogs. As we're seeing highlights of some kills.
Let him cook. As, we're going to see the Aghanim Scepter once more for Tomato. Very good in this game. Just the hypothermia, getting more damage on your frost arrows with the stacks. If anyone explodes, you just shred them out, having the heal reduction as well. Timber, Undying, still very good. It's Primal Beast, that's a faster average. I guess some people are going like Blink Daggers and Blade Mails.
Oh yeah, this is first item.
Yeah,
so.
This is very, very, very first item.
I mean, he got Phase Boots at 10 minutes, so it was a rough start for Mr. Bryle, but he has come back. Tomato. All right, we're hoping for the shard after the Aghanim Scepter.
It will come, as he has a very nice timing. Gets to push out the wave at the bottom tier 2, TP towards your triangle up top. Can farm Ancients twice, hit them, pull them out. Looks very good, but yeah, lead went from 3k up to a 5k. Just, I think 20,
just from
like,
farm.
Yeah, Talon's heroes, they just farm the map more nicely. And there's also more threat on TSM when Talon are fogging with the Bad Rider, with the clock. You're like, okay, where are they? We have to back up. As I see Ollie ping out Roche, which when you have TB Undying, that's also a very easy thing to do.
Yep, that's true. It is still quite early, but they have a very big lead.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they will feel comfortable doing that at some point in this early stage. Looks like Manta is on the wait. Is he
he's going Scotty straight. I
okay,
think.
he's just changing his mind to straight Scotty.
I like the Scotty straight when you play into heroes that, because I think they kind of rely on bursting him or like trying to kill him in like a stun lock or like some primal beast into techies. But this way, he's just gonna have very high HP to like stand his ground. Gives him also another answer into the primal beast. We have a big smoke coming up from Tia. Yeah, Scotty is completed on 23 Savage. If he's in the fight and they don't.
And the Pupil's Gift. Don't forget the Pupil's Gift. I'm sure he has a branch in there as well.
Does he have a Pupil's Gift?
Of course he does.
He has a circle in the backpack.
And a
Lotus.
Lotus.
Pull it out.
Oh my goodness. So many.
Dude, the Scotty plus
items.
Pupils, it makes such a difference.
It is. I'm not even being sarcastic.
Really?
At all. Yeah, I mean, even the Lotus. And, of course, the Wand.
The 20 Wand charges.
Yeah.
And the Strength boots when he swaps them.
Yeah, that's true. Forgot to mention that one. This is going to be a tier 2 tower. They do pop the Fortification. But you have to think, based on the position, this will inevitably go the way of Talon.
I do think that Ari's Vessel could have a lot of impact on some of these next fights. Like maybe 23 Savage doesn't have Manta until then, or Mikoto doesn't have any Dispel, so Vessel can really do a lot.
Jabs. Has the boots of travel. He's going to pop the BKB, not really needed.
Happy birthday,
like.
Whitemon.
Yep, happy birthday indeed.
Just get BKB lassoed by jabs. So, okay. It's a pretty free kill. It's going to allow them to just, sure, you take the tier 2 tower, but what good teams are going to do, they'll just try to push back, defend their areas, and in this case, they even get to push it in all the way and potentially just go and take Roche. Looks like that's
Tomato only 2k away from his axe right now. And I mean, you mentioned the hypothermia. I think this game, like the game that we were talking about, there weren't any like big juicy heroes, but this time around they definitely have it on the side of Talon. So you're going to see some value as the Pulverize coming out into the blast off. Makoto's going to get some help via jabs and the boots of travel. And looks like Ari is going to die as a result.
That was pretty nice. They glyphed the wave so jabs can come in and kill the mines. Not sure if Mikoto would have necessarily died, but overall very good play. So that means that Talon did not commit in killing Roche. I'm kind of okay with that. You can wait for some of your next items to make it more safe. Maybe get 1 or 2 Dispels. Just chill as, I mean, we can see that their lead is just increasing by the minute.
Yep. I mean, when you're in a game like this, how close do you think the players would be if they had to guess how much they're down? Like
in this game, I think actually very close.
Very close.
I think.
Do you think generally speaking, players are really good at knowing? Because sometimes, like when we're casting and the score is close, net worth not, and sometimes it's not even that obvious.
I think this game is kind of easy for them to know because like you're losing and you had like 1 or 2 kills and like that's kind of it. Yeah. Some games are like more back and forth where it's like now you get 3 kills, then they get 3 kills, so you don't really know. But in this game, I think most players would pinpoint between like 4 and 7k. As here Talon gonna get themselves in pretty quick.
Watch Roche's face in the bottom right. Watch for it. Have you seen it yet?
Yeah, I have. When he comes out now.
Oh God!
That scared me, dude.
That's right.
It's like a horror movie.
That's right. You ever play the VR Roche thing that Valve made? It's scary, actually.
What, the one at your tournament, Midas?
No. That's when you were playing as Roche. They had like a, when they were coming out with Steam Deck, they had everybody test it out like a couple years before. And they have like this, why am I talking about this during a cast? But anyway, they had a thing where you had like the secret shop and you can look around. It was really cool. And then there was a jump scare with Roche coming out.
Yeah, looks like exactly the thing that I would never do. So thank you for telling me about it.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
So Talon with the Aegis, first Roche of the game. And the question is, how much will they get with it? There's still tier 2s on the top and mid lane, along with a tier 1 top as
They are going to get, I think they're going to clean the whole map. Every outer tower, they're about to get blink on jabs, which is a big timing. They're going to put the map in a good position for the time where 23 Savage will be closer to his meta And then I think the tier 2s are all going to start falling. And until then, I don't really see how TSM fight back unless they create.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, the Torment.
My boys, TSM.
Everyone buy the shard so Tomato can get it.
That's right. That's the play. It's going to go to Ari.
That's a good shard, though.
It is.
We take those.
And Blink Dagger now on Bryle.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, that's another thing with the Aegis, like you talked about. They're going to want to take the rest of the towers, most of which are in the top lane, which could transition into the Tormentor. So, in a way, you're kind of denying Talon from getting that as well.
That is very true. Because now they have to go back on the map, which no one will ever do.
Yeah, we've learned that. They'll keep the Tormentor up till 40 minutes if they have to.
Yep, 38 minutes, I think, in the last game. So we'll have to wait 16 minutes until they do that.
That's right.
There's a tier 2. Yeah, it's very hard to play. And I love this gem pickup from Talon. I don't know exactly who bought it, but them doing that when you're ahead on the map and that's all you're going to do, as Jabs is looking for a move. Looks like he doesn't really want to lasso the techies.
Bryle hiding in the trees. Gonna be found now by Makoto. He's gonna pop the BKB. Trying to go on top of somebody. The Pulverize actually gets canceled. I think it was by Bryle himself. As he's now gonna get lassoed back into the arms of everybody else from Talon. Kind of a weird engagement for TSM. The Aghanim Scepter online for Tomato, but you have to think 23 Savage and company are not gonna stop anytime soon.
I actually think that Makoto could run into the tier 4s, press E, and not die. He has Axe, he can get all the stacks completed. There's no damage onto him. So Talon, they're going to stay here, try to hit the tower down for the remainder of the meta. I think they have about another 10 seconds left. Also like 23 Savage's items with the Chrysalis. Just, you know, a little more damage, push forward the game.
Focusing on the range racks to start as there's the reactive armor shield. Wow.
Oh, he's going to stun everyone.
That's, yeah, it does.
Throw it.
Very nice.
He should be able to throw the shield, I think.
Throw it?
Yeah.
Just like a very slow projectile?
Yeah, like an alchemist.
Yeah, okay. I can be into that.
Okay.
I think people are picking up it often enough that it's not going to get redesigned. It's just a numbers thing.
That's true.
So they get the tier 3 tower in the bot lane.
Yep.
And obviously still with the Aegis intact. We'll see if they want to just continue this kind of methodical approach to the game. Not doing anything crazy, like Bryle, who gets pushed onto the other side after the blink. Yeah, great job from Q. Bryle finally gets the BKB up with the Pulverize, doing a good amount of damage, but ends up dying there. 23 Savage with a nice Sunder. Looks like Ari's going to get cleaned up. Q finally does drop, but it's going to cost them a lot of members. Lasso onto Kasane. Gets off the BKB, trying to TP out. Do they have the damage? No. So 2 for 1. Aegis will be consumed in a minute.
I mean, those are some of the, I think, best cogs that you're going to see, especially around these like high ground areas. Not only does he push back the Primal here, but no one else can really come and help. So this is just disgusting if you're Bryle. Now you end up between a Clock, a Tombstone, and a Skadi TB. So that doesn't feel too good.
Ends up being a good Pulverize.
Yeah. He didn't cancel it, so it was good.
That's right.
And it's just awkward for Tomato to connect to this fight. Even though he's close, if the start of your fight isn't good, you just gotta call it quits. Go back to get closer to your next item and hope for the best.
They actually cut down the tree for Makoto. Cut down the tree he was trying to timber chain to. I think they actually get that kill if he's able to get up there. But either way, Talon not going to be too sad about that as they are crushing this game right now.
Yeah, I'm always trying to look for ways how when you're losing, so as TSM, like what can they try and look for in one of the next fights? Because I think it's a lot more straightforward, obviously, for Talon to play when they're up this far. You blink lasso, 4-step someone into you, into a tombstone, or you even just go to the high ground with this TB, who is so fat in this game. They have 2 Lotuses. This Clock is close to an Aghanim Scepter. So I think TSM need to like find a way where Tomato needs to get to hit in the fight, and Bryle needs an initiation where Ari gets to follow up. Like, if you can somehow create the scenario, it's Bryle.
Yeah,
nice push back.
He gets off his BKB, but they might have enough damage just to rip right through him. Getting control with the hook shot. So even if he comes back, the BKB is going to be on cooldown. As Boots of Bearing finished on TSM side. Okay. That was unexpected.
Oh, Whitemo's pretty, he's a pretty big boy.
It looks, yeah, Solar Crest as well.
Well, Tomato's actually pretty strong still in this game.
23 Savage, focusing on the bottom racks now. Gets the ranged. Don't have to worry about Bryle anytime soon. No fortification available, so you have to think this will eventually be a full set for Talon.
There's
Sane in the trees. Oh, backdoor protection kicks in though, so maybe it'll be a little bit difficult.
BKB
23 Savage getting 4 staff to safety. We'll have to pop the Lotus actually, so
zero
we'll see if
damage.
Talon want to try to retreat for the time being, as Makoto scaring everybody off with that shield. Good defense from TSM, not having their mid laner at all.
I mean, TSM do hold with Tomato being, he's still pretty strong in this game.
Is he going shard yet?
No. He was queuing up. So he's queuing up. Yeah, he just needs his Lincolns to not get lassoed.
Why?
I'm sorry for you, but I agree with him. He would indeed like to win this tournament.
Yeah, but
not make content for
you
you.
won't be remembered for winning. You'll be remembered for Glacier.
Now, that's certainly true. I always remember the Glacier play, not the winners.
That's right.
As I mean,
we
like
have
with
0 data points on that because it's never happened.
That is actually true. Maybe it's different.
I think, who was it? Yatoro did it, right? He actually got Glacier.
We didn't
Not at
watch
this
it.
tournament, though. It was, I don't remember what tournament, but
someone did it.
It's happened. Don't even know if it worked out.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, grab ally.
Tombstone.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll see if he
Q
can
with
grab him.
Q with the upcoming Aghanim Scepter will. I mean, TSM are already in a lot of trouble, but I think this Ags is. It's always like in the background, and it's very annoying. Like suddenly getting 1, 2, 3 rockets on like some Drow Ranger techies is. Yeah, it hurts, but most importantly, this vision to help Jabs kind of get this lasso he wants, because once he latches onto someone, there's no counterplay. You're gonna get Blink lassoed, forced into the team, and Tomato has to play around that. I mean, actually, everyone has to play around it, because as we saw, even Bryle, he just dies to 23 Savage. He's way too strong.
And Jabs, he is invisible right now. If you can find a target. Well, not invisible, but smoked. He's going to go on the outskirts of the base here.
I like this play. They're going to be very well set up, whereas TSM,
Jabs is
they're slipping.
Such a good spot right now. They're never going to expect him here. And meta's popped, so Barracks is, I think
they're not ready for
this up. Clockwork has an Aghanim Scepter now, so lots of vision coming out from the double rocket, the infinite rockets or whatever it is.
Triple rocket flare that you can use, I don't know how many times, maybe like 5 or 6
4 or
times.
5.
Yeah.
One of
Pretty
those
close.
two. 23 Savage focusing on the mid tower
Okay.
now as Bryle jumps in. He gets off the pulverize, but not going to be able to find anything because of grab ally, indeed. Saves the day again, and 23 Savage can just continue hitting buildings.
They don't
And I don't
really
know what
have an answer.
TSM can do here. They get the fortify off, but there's no tower to help out. It's just delaying the inevitable.
Okay,
But
Bryle looking.
Onslaught in, but the instant lasso to cancel him
That's one
out.
Lotus.
And it looks like Bryle's just gonna melt under the pressure. Makoto pops that reactive armor. And as usual, everyone from TSM has to run away. But they do defend the barracks technically.
The problem is, eventually, it doesn't matter how much you defend. I'm not seeing the idea of how they want to try and approach it, and I don't really blame them. It's really hard for them to find a way to win a fight. But I think going from the front, I don't know if that's the way. Maybe you have to do some funky play where you smoke around and kill the supports. I'm not sure.
Oh
There's
my
good
goodness.
hook shots.
Yeah, that Clockwork is scary. Oh, he gets
Harpoon.
harpooned back in, but Kasane has to be careful. That's funny, even if you harpoon it, you got that blade mail to work with. Makoto pops the reactive armor, Batrider coming in on a creep, gets the lasso, finding Kasane.
bam, bam.
Double damage, 23 Savage, even in melee form, very fearsome. Ari comes in with a blast off, connects onto 2. Not a whole lot of follow-up as Bryle looking for somebody.
Good
Gets off the
onslaught.
BKB with the pulverize as well. Ollie
Savage?
gets the tombstone. The grab ally is going to keep him safe and sound for the time
Oh,
being. He gets the thunder as well. Triple kill for Makoto. And some way, oh, they do get the Terrorblade eventually, but it's going to cost them dearly. 2 buybacks now. Tomato trying to... he's not going to get out either. 70 seconds of no buyback for the Drow Ranger.
He's
and
gonna
that
boom.
is an ultra kill Makoto.
Boom.
And he's not done yet. The
Rampage.
rampage to follow. Why not make it a
Oh,
double,
double.
my friend? Stolen by the disgusting Clockwork player, but either way, Talon. I'm actually surprised that GG was not just called here, but I guess they don't have their building damage guy.
A good casual 12,000 damage with 30 minutes into the game. Mikoto just kind of showing off why the boom boom spell, that's what I'm gonna call it now. This Timber Axe is really damn good, especially in this game. Literally no one touches him. They deal no damage, and then he just kills everyone. And he's just gonna whack away at the
He's
towers.
a universal hero, so he does some damage now.
Yep,
Doesn't have his
214.
flamethrower though.
Yeah, he should go buy it. Or sell Soul Ring 1 and buy Deso.
Oh, yeah, easy.
That's okay. Looks like TSM will have another hit in them.
Yes, they will, and I think the only thing that can save them is the Glacier. That's the only counter to grab ally.
Radiant's middle tower
Somehow.
is under attack.
It's coming.
Oh, come
That's why they're
on.
not.
60. All right, let's click on when he's up. We're going to follow him until he purchases it. Very important.
Very important. He will get it from the bottom wave. He will get it from the wave.
Okay, let's see.
Give him the
Changes
wave.
his mind. He knows the game's about to end.
Multi-shot.
Multi-shot. And
Glacier.
yes! Come on, baby. Let's go, Tomato. Let's get some Glacier action. There we go. All right.
As here.
I thought we were going to see a replay of him buying the shard. This is a little disappointing, actually.
Oh.
This was sick. This was sick.
They grab ally into the aggress. Did someone else force staff him in? Because I think his was already in cooldown. Anyway, sick play from them. And then Mikoto gets the very cool rampage, which could have been a double. And you flamed the Clockwork, but it was actually the zombie man who's killed.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Still blaming Clockwork, though.
Okay. With the
And
double
we have a
tip.
smoke right now on the side.
Back to the game, we need the Glacier.
Of Talon. Yeah, we have to make sure we catch the first Glacier of Esports history.
Oh,
even though
yeah.
we're pretending that Yatoro never did it. And here we go. Tomato.
Oh, he's baiting an illusion.
What's the cooldown of Glacier?
20.
20 seconds. Pretty good.
On it, I feel like I could have been so wrong.
It's not like
but-
Rampage from Troll. That's 80 seconds for some reason.
No, that's true.
Ryle.
They took Roche in the meantime, by the way.
That's fine. Don't need to mention that.
Okay.
Was this the second or third?
Second. I don't know. Second.
Good.
There was no cheese before.
No. All right, so no Ags, no refresher. And Talon looking to finish this game, and we'll see if they can overcome
the Glacier.
The Glacier from Tomato.
They're doing it very cleanly. Take Roche, everyone go top, walk down the lane, let 23 Savage hit. If you see a good lasso, you take it. Otherwise, you don't really need to force it in terms of, using the lasso. Just let 23 Savage do his thing. As,
Yep, Metamorphosis is there. Rocket Flare's coming out from the Clockwork
Glacier.
Aghanim Scepter. Tomato trying to dodge this eventual hook shot to come. They're going to smoke up to make it a little bit harder. Jabs, though, with the Firefly. Looking
Eyes
for
on
an
Drow.
opening himself, but the buildings are melting. The Tier 3 tower's already dead.
The Glacier!
Makoto, the Glacier from Tomato! Huge play from him! And they're going to lose the range racks now.
Get back on it!
Don't worry, it's back up relatively shortly. Bryle jumps in with the BKB, gets the pulverize on the correct target, but the grab ally, the counter to the Glacier has been used. But can you beat Tomato in the fountain
He has a
with
new Glacier.
Look at the damage being applied. He pops the cheese. Makoto's going to stay alive as a result, but the Mega Creeps will come.
Glacier again!
Glacier again, the multi-shot, the extra arrows being applied. Insane damage from him, but Bryle looking on, can't do much about it. As it looks like the Mega Creeps will finally come. Tomato might have a third Glacier available for this game in this
Yeah, it's a
final
Chrysalis
stand to
now.
come.
This is the combo, Glacier plus Chrysalis.
Okay, Chrysalis Glacier
Oh,
combo,
oh, jabs.
very icy indeed. Makoto already popped the reactive armor onslaught. He's going to continue on now, cancels it halfway through.
Oh, boom, boom.
Ryle, yeah, Makoto does a bit of damage there. And the Glacier was used again. I forgot to hype that up. Didn't use it at all, though. Tomato, 3 If you get Octarine Core, imagine, and Spell Prism, imagine how
You can
often
stand
you
on
could
it forever.
use it.
Well, you can actually play.
Endless Glacier.
You can play King of the Hill. You just stand on it for you are not allowed to move.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Tomato.
It's only Megas. They've done this before. 100% win probability channel.
It doesn't have any stats on Glacier.
That's why they have 0. That's true.
It's incorrect.
Oh, boom, boom. Easy shard.
The way of Q, so he'll have the jetpack now.
He can get on top of the Glacier.
Oh, that the counter is the. Also, we didn't mention Firefly as well. If you have a
He should
branch on
burn it.
Timbersaw, he could put a tree up there in Timber Chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could put Tombstone up there. There's actually a lot of counters to Glacier. It's not very good. But
Really?
30K lead for Talon. The Mega Creeps. There's the Glacier from
Thunder.
Tomato. Bryle, Pulverize. Where's the grab ally? Not being used. It's not in range right now. And that's the Aegis. Ollie too late to the party. That Limp really catching up to him. Had to waddle his way over. 23 Savage now. Sick and tired of things.
Who's getting lassoed?
Metamorphosis. Now the tier 4 tower's starting to melt. Oh. Look, the Glacier again being used to full effect to
Stay
kill
on
some
it.
creeps. Tier 4 tower number 2. 23 Savage will get it. Throne exposed. Tomato. He's ready to go with Glacier. The Firefly is there.
Oh, 20 Savage.
Another Pulverize. Ari getting quite low in the thick of things. And the TB's gonna get the Sunder off just in time. And Tomato, he does still have Glacier. Just letting everybody know. Still has the usage in the fountain, which he's gonna use now. Look at those creeps get decimated. Unbelievable play as finally, for some reason, GGs are called literally 15 minutes after the game was actually over. And Talon take game 1.
They did it for you.
Yeah,
so you get to see the Glacier.
I appreciate that. We saw more Glaciers than we've ever seen.
This game was all Talon from start to finish. I think especially starting with this, the TSM offlane, I think that put them in a very hard spot. I think maybe going into the next game, try to make it a bit easier for themselves. Not sure because, yeah, I didn't see that many signs of life really in this game. Talon were just too far ahead and was maybe even just too easy for them.
Yeah, it might have been draft related. I mean, Kasane had a really tough start, and I think that kind of snowballed to other lanes because the supports could rotate to help out the other lanes. Not that they even needed to, because like you said, they were doing a very good job anyway. But either way, Talon take game number 1. Let's hear what the panel has to say about Glacier.
The Glacier and the Grab Ally. The contest of the ages, and it seems that Grab Ally still reigns supreme as Talon Esports get themselves the game 1 victory here. And although the game was extended a little bit in terms of its duration, Fear, let's be honest, from about 8 minutes, we could probably tell this game was over.
Ooh, where do we start on this one? I guess we can start at the offlane. The Broodmother didn't do very hot. It was a 20% win rate before this game. That's going down now, and at this point, maybe it's not a first pick hero. This Undying plus Terrorblade lane was way too rough from him. And if we're going to another rough lane for TSM, Bryle mid against this Timbersaw, really, really rough. He tried making 2 rotations before he even got level 6 because that lane was not going well. Those didn't work, and Bryle's game, I felt bad for him. He just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, he was completely ruined by this Clockwork pick, Timbersaw in a mid lane, Flame Break. Like, how do you play Dota on Primal Beast pre-BKB? The answer is you don't, as we've seen in this game, but even when he got the BKB, so many times there was jabs just kidnapping with the lasso. And like the way this game started is 7 minutes into the game, you lose your Wisdom Rune, enemy team has it, which means that you're going to be playing with level 4, level 5 Clockwork, Chen, plus, who was it? Yeah, Techies, because I didn't really feel the influence. I couldn't even remember who was in the game, but because he was level 4, 13 minutes into the game, that's really, really rough. You need those level 6s to be available so you can actually punch back, because you don't have the damage, you don't have the sustain without those 2 big ultis.
That's a very good point, PSG. One of the things we've seen with 4 positions throughout this tournament is they have to be able to make an impact. You've seen the rise of Rubik's, your Lions. Techies fell off for a reason. In this game, did you feel the impact of the Techies? What was he actually able to accomplish from Ari?
I'll be honest, I don't think the Techies had any chance of being a hero. Like, they picked it 9th, right? It was their last overall pick. I think at that point in the draft, there was no 4-position hero that they could have picked to do the job that it needed to do in that game. So yes, Techies has absolutely fallen off as the lane dominator. Like, if you saw Techies Brood last patch as a carry player, I'm like, well, I lost the lane. But when you're dealing with Undying, Terrorblade, 2 heroes that weren't nerfed at all at that stage of the game, Techies and Brood who were, suddenly you're seeing like Kasane get killed level 1, and Ari's like out leveling his offlaner, and whenever that happens, you're going to see then later Ari doesn't have anywhere to go. He tries to get that kill bottom, jabs with some sick jukes, so suddenly a 3-man gank from TSM that's going to maybe establish a bit of equilibrium at like 4 minutes on the map. It just it's all downhill from there.
Before we break it down even further, I want to highlight a quick play. Our STC play of the day has to come from Mikoto with his mid lane Timbersaw. Now, Fear, this is a man who has only played 8 professional games of Timbersaw in his entire career. This was his 9th one. The last time he played it was last year. Why is he not playing more of this if he's able to perform at this level?
I mean, this is a man of many talents, but sometimes when you are on a Dota team, you are giving a particular role that you need to fulfill, and usually it's going to be the Spirit heroes, making space, making things happen, but really good by Talon here to find that, this is actually a good game to pivot. Maybe put on the mid Timbersaw. Mikoto doesn't play it a lot, but it's a great game for it, and he delivered, and this is what makes or breaks a good Dota player. Can you be versatile? And Mikoto is proving he can do what he needs to every game, but he can go above and beyond some games, getting a Rampage in this game, and that'll actually be the 4th Rampage of the entire tournament now, so there hasn't been too many.
Yeah, this is also a sick play. TheraBlade getting inside like the grab ally, the old ability, so gets into the Tombstone, gets the Sunder off, dies in the end. That was the only death of 23 and Mikoto. He gets the Rampage in the end. Just beautifully done. Like this game was over pretty much from the start after the laning stage was done. Even like we consider laning stage 10 minutes into the game. Even before that, the game felt completely over because TheraBlade, like he had one job, continue to farm up, show in some of the fights once you get that metamorphosis, and also the big item. Scotty against all of these cores, against healing coming out from Chen. Trial Ranger, you don't get to play Dota.
Yep, 17 minutes of Scotty coming out from him, or 4.5 minutes faster than the average. Incredible performance coming in from Talon Esports. Before we break down more of what they did exactly right in Game 1, we still have to find out what's happening elsewhere in the Riyadh Masters event. To do so, we send it to our man on the ground, Jenkins. Flex it for us and tell us what's up.
Hello. I'm here with Vintage, of course, EG's coach. Thank you for doing your iconic walk. What do you say to your team when you do the iconic walk?
¿Qué le dijiste a tu equipo cuando entraste así?
Usualmente siempre gritaba como que sabía que íbamos a ganar, pero la mitad del tiempo era dejen de fedear en las rundas, maldita sea.
Most part of the time I said like I knew we were going to win, but the other part was like stop feeding in the runes or fighting in the runes.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So at the last major, it was a bit rough. You guys bombed out, but now you're top of the groups. What did you change? What happened?
Bueno, en la major anterior no les fue muy bien, ahora les está yendo muy bien, así que cambió.
Creo que básicamente decidimos que Bali era el mejor lugar para tener vacaciones, era el lugar perfecto para resetear el mindset y creo que nos divertimos lo suficiente como para venir acá con la motivación necesaria de ganar.
Okay, he said they decided Bali was a nice place to have vacations, so they picked the place to have a good mindset, a reset mindset.
Okay, it is a nice place. So if you were on a stranded island, a deserted island with your team, who would be the first to resort to cannibalism, and who would you eat on your team?
Si estuvieras en una isla desierta, básicamente resumiendo, con tu equipo, ¿a quién te comerías primero?
Yo creo que el primero sería Panda, porque es el que está más farmeado, y luego estaría entre Whisper y yo, porque ahí nomás le seguimos a Panda. Pero creo que la supervivencia se basaría entre Panda, Whisper y yo.
Well, I think that's...
Can I guess they would eat Panda?
Don't need translation for that.
Yeah, and Whisper would be the one to...
The second one would be Vintage or Whisper. They need to decide which one.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Por eso engordé un poco. Que la comida de Bali era muy buena, por eso engordé un poco.
He said the Bali food was really good. That's why he's a little bit chubby.
And that's why you didn't have to resort to cannibalism. Anyway, that's it for this video. Thank you so much for joining me, Vintage. I appreciate it. Back to you, Shiver.
Unfortunately, Jenkins, Shiva's busy. So after that game, BSJ, one thing that you mentioned in the draft was the matchup head-to-head, Drow versus TerraBlade, can nominally seem quite good, right? However, you did say that the game, overall, the game state is incredibly hard for her to play. And Fia did say that Drow needs to position very well. She did that, but
yeah, on top of the glacier, she positioned herself.
On the high ground, Anakin would be proud. I mean, the thing is that I really feel like I saw Monet yesterday pick Medusa into Drow, and I was skeptical. I was like, that's not a good carry matchup. But after I saw the game play out, I was like, wow. The vision of the game, it made so much sense that his team needed a Medusa in that particular game yesterday. In this game, I feel like the Drow is very good against the TB, but when you have a Chen, the number one thing I've been told about Chen is that he wants to go jungle on his own because that's all that hero really can do at like minute 3, minute 4. So that means the carry is going to be left alone. That means the carry wants to be an independent, survivable, hard to gank carry like Slark, Lifestealer, all my favorite guys that I'm always biased against when I suggest them on the panel. But if you don't pick that sort of thing, suddenly Chen's not doing the thing he wants to do. And then it is your job as Drow to basically 1v9 because you're the one against Terrorblade, but your teammates are going to have less items in the process. And that just means that when I see them draft in this next game, I want the focus to be on what makes their draft work rather than what counters everything that Talon's bringing out.
Regrettably, we have yet another game where we see Broodmother lose, Chen losing again. Their win rates are dropping precipitously at this point. And as a result, Talon Esports find themselves one game away from tying at the top of Group B and almost guaranteeing themselves a spot in the upper bracket of the Riyadh Masters playoffs. We find out exactly what their destiny will be or if TSM can fight back after a very short break.
I think the one player that inspired me and that I watched and I get to play now, it might be Paparazzi. I've been watching him a lot when I was younger. He used to be like a super cool core player, play carry, used to play mid, and now I get to play them, so it's really nice. I think it was TI7. I think he was on IG Vitality, and I already knew him. I knew he was like a Chinese superstar. I think we got to beat him. His team wasn't very good. It was like the B team of IG, and then he got ascended to the main one, and then that's where the monster Paparazzi came from. Started, right?
I mean, I think there's maybe only one player really at this event that still is alive and kicking, which is Clement. I think Puppy. I don't know if I remember the tournament specifically, but I remember TI4, like, I think that was maybe the first time that we kind of started like chatting and stuff, because I was so new in the scene, and then he was on Navi, which was like, you know, a household name, and just like, you know, Kavos, Dendi, Kuro, Puppy. It was like kind of funny, but it was like big names, you know, big characters, and all of a sudden we're like just hanging out, you know, playing Dota next to each other, and it was kind of like, yeah, it was a cool experience. I honestly don't remember, but we must have played them at some point during that year with EG, the first one, TF4. I don't remember if we played them in groups at TF4, but I think that might have been the first time, yeah.
Powerful experience ahead right now, like easy. 40,000.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful chronosphere from the universe as he locks in 3 and Mason.
Papi is definitely the person who I was always watching, and especially when I started playing Dota. So, I mean, it's always cool to see him and play against him. I believe first time I saw Papi in Dota 1, it was tournament WDC in China, if I remember correctly, and he was playing in Navi back then. Well, I would say the reason why I'm watching Papi is obviously we're playing kind of same role and we're same position in our teams. But he's, at least when I was watching him back then, he was like jungler, you know, hit creeps in jungle with some Lycan, Chen, whatever hero. He always liked it, and back then I didn't like it so much, but you know, time has proved that I was wrong, he was right. So should have hit jungle instead. First time I played against Papi, I don't think I was nervous, but I was definitely hyped and tried to prepare as hard as I can. If I recall correctly, we won first match against Navi. It was some online tournament. Navi wasn't playing good online games, so you know, I was kind of proud of myself, and also I understood that they didn't play their full power at all.
We are back for game 2 here between TSM and Talon Esports, where so far TSM find themselves with their back against the wall. And this matchup matters more than you might think. Whilst we were off here, BB team ended up losing 2-0 against Team Secret. So they are now suddenly in a situation where they don't have a lossless record any longer. They are 6-2. So if they get the W here, Talon Esports will match them at the top of Group B, and that increases their prospects of entering the playoffs in an advantageous position. Unfortunately, if TSM end up dropping the ball and losing 2-0, suddenly they're the first team on the precipice of being eliminated and not being able to get into the playoffs. I'm joined yet again by Fia, Lacoste, and BSJ. Lacoste, changes, adaptations definitely need to be made. For me, the first place I want to start is the Chen Broodmother. I do not want to see these heroes emerge again. If they don't, what do you think TSM should be doing to try and deal with what Talon is bringing to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are picking the heroes that have very low win rate at the tournament, heroes that have been nerfed multiple times in a row in recent patches. So let's start with that, and then we'll see. Because I mean, they can play relatively aggressive Dota on side of TSM. It's just a matter whether they get the good picks or not. You know, IO, Leshrac, they've been really dominating with these picks because, like, they came from the play-in, so they played a lot of games so far at this tournament compared to Talon, who are just chilling, waiting until it's their turn to play. So they have a little bit more play time, and I think they should use this because they saw what works, what doesn't, and just stick with what works.
So Fia told me about this, right? Normally it's kind of an advantage when you get to play more games, you get to figure out your own playstyle. Sometimes, though, it ends up being a detriment because the moment you start losing games with the playstyle that was working, you start to question all of your own ideas, right? How hard is it to mentally reset and ensure you go back to what was actually working rather than trying to reinvent the wheel, as it were?
I think it really depends on a lot of things and how much you believe in your idea, because they have been playing Brood the most. They're not winning with it, but they still believe in it. I think it takes more strength to admit defeat. And like, this isn't working. It's time to do something new, right? Instead of just continuously being like, oh, we can do this small macro little thing a little bit better this time, and then we'll be good. I'm okay with trying that a couple times, but when you're now like 1-6 with a hero, might be time to step it back, like, and be like realistic to yourself. This ain't working. We got to try something new. Let's play something that we're actually winning with. Maybe the Lycan, the Visage are doing well. In fact, the Beastmaster, they have one game on and they're winning with it. All the other Zoo heroes they have a positive win rate. It's just the Brood that's not working.
Yeah, that is actually very true. All the other ones are looking somewhat positive for them. So hopefully they are going to be deploying those into Game 2 in order to save their tournament lives and ensure that we have multiple NA representatives going into the playoffs. So one thing I also want to see in this particular game here, BSJ, I want to see them give Ryle a hero that can actually play the game. This game, I think we all agree that the Primal Beast game was practically impossible to play given the matchups, right? And usually, when TSM is doing well, Ryle is popping off. So if you're not going to give him a Primal Beast, a hero which has been somewhat hit or miss at this tournament, despite looking very good at the beginning of the group stage, what other heroes from him stand out to you that would be easier things to focus on to give themselves the best possibility of winning?
Well, I know Bryle's a player that he likes to play on the other side of the map. He likes to be up in your face and have ways out. Like, he likes to get out of jail free cards because of how aggressive he's constantly playing. So if you're looking at Undying Batrider, I think of just slows, right? There are a lot of kiting, a lot of slows in the mid game, and a hero that has natural mobility, all the spirits fit that bill. Primal Beast, like, once he charges in, he really hates these type of lineups because that hero uses movement speed in order to do damage. So when I look at his draft, or what I saw about the Drow against the TB, it's almost like an equal critique that they used the Primal to enable the Drow, and they kind of like griefed Bryle in the process by picking a hero for his team that specifically would struggle. So I'd like to see Tomato's hero be more about the team and Bryle's hero more about himself. And I think that'll be maybe a little bit better of a recipe moving into Game 2.
Lacoste, there's a hero that you literally forgot about at the end of the game. The tech is at the very end, right?
Yeah.
Also, are we okay with 9th pick your support in this particular meta? It feels like there's an increased premium towards having at least one of your cores ending out the draw for yourself.
Yeah, I don't mind it too much. Like, we've seen a lot of these, like, 2 cores openers from the teams, especially when they have a second pick, which is not too common, and it works out nicely. I think it's not like a few years back where you needed to, like, okay, it's not a bub also where you're like, you gotta pick 4 and 5, otherwise you're gonna lose, your teammates are gonna be very angry. But yeah, I'm just not a big fan of techies right now. I was 2-3 patches ago. This was one of the strongest, like, most contested heroes, and seems like the hero is just not as strong, and try sticking with something else.
Yeah. Well, Fia, Ari Rubik, maybe?
Definitely, yeah. I think his Rubik's good. Rubik has just replaced techies this tournament. There's been very few techies picks. I've seen a couple win, so the hero's not completely dead, but Rubik is far more popular and much easier to execute. I feel like you have to be a specialist now at techies. It's not about just right-clicking in the lane now. You've got to be able to do all the combos correctly, know where to be. Everything has to be on point, and it has to be a good game for you. You have to build a draft around it.
I mean, how we've been seeing sometimes Rubik's in the enemy team can be better than the techies, right? They steal all your mines, end up completely controlling the base and just making magic happen. So as we're about to get into this draft here, another thing that's going to be intriguing for me to watch is how they play the laning phase, because nominally we would imagine that the NA teams, we discussed it, do really well in the lanes. But TALON Esports, not only do they do well in the lanes, we know that they can control the game thereafter. So I need to see more defense of these Wisdom Runes, allow these supports to actually be able to play the game. We need some more vision control to protect Braille in particular a little bit more. But from a laning perspective, BSJ, just from play-wise, is there anything that they could have actually done differently in Game 1?
I'll be honest, I thought Talon's draft was like really good. I think they kind of not only maybe dropped the ball a bit on the side of TSM, but Talon, like, the reason why I doubted your Clockwork suggestion was because that required Makoto to play a hero we don't normally see him play, Jabs to take over a hero that was picked first round that was usually played support this patch, and then giving the credit that this last pick support makes these two players' potential lack of flexibility that most teams do not have worth it. And then they do that, right? So I think that TSM, it's just one of those things where everything about Talon's draft just made so much sense to me. And when I see TSM's draft, it's like most teams are picking a core on 8 that you protect with 3 bans. In this case, they pick Chen, and then they ban heroes that Drow's actually good against, and then they end up picking Drow because they see the TB. It's like a reactionary draft rather than this is we know exactly what we're visioning this draft, like the path that it's going to take, and then escorting themselves down it.
Well, TALON Esports is not a team that has ever been accused of not having a very clear vision for what they want to accomplish in a game. Whether or not that vision pans out all the time is a mixed bag, but so far here at the Riyadh Masters, it has been very, very good for TALON Esports. Let us see if this train of success will continue as we head on over into Game 2. Game 2 is live right now. We have a draft on our hands. TSM will be playing a Radiant side with second pick. All right, this is one of the very few games in this tournament that this has happened here. North of 80% ratio for Radiant's first pick. Okay. I'm not sure who picked what in this situation. Does this change how you should be approaching the draft, since it's very rare nowadays that you get Radiant second pick?
I mean, for the most part, you're going to stick to drafting-wise what you're comfortable with on first or second pick. There are small nuances that some teams may prefer if they're on a Radiant or Dire side, but those are generally on a case-by-case basis. So we'll have to see if TSM has anything cooking in that regard. But yeah, I think they're just going to stick to what they know and what they prepared for having that particular pick.
Well, Radiant, if you have Dire first pick, you have a 59% win rate at this tournament. Pretty startling. Wisp already been removed. Snapfire, of course, being the second most contested hero in the entire game right now, at least at this tournament. And TSM, I'm glad that they did this, Lacoste. No Timber, please. Just get rid of it, man.
Yeah, get him out of there. The hero still provides you with so many problems that you need to like address in the draft. Like you're going for the heroes that most likely you did not want to pick. Like you have a certain idea coming into the draft, like what you want to pick. You know that these teams, they practice the openers. If they go with this one, what they're gonna go. So there's like 5-6 scenarios that they have in the head how they're gonna open up. One hero that is still left in the pool is Elder that was banned out in the previous one. And also Silencer, that's the hero that I'm looking out for Talon potentially, because they play really, really well with that hero, because it does allow them to like counter-initiate. It does give them a lot of team fight, but for now, it's just gonna be Batrider and taking the Silencer from them.
It's funny to me how much of a staple Storm is in the meta across like the last few months, because it feels like all that's happening is the supports are going through the rotating door of who's getting nerfed because they're always picked with Storm. And yeah, Storm got slightly touched in the E patch, but clearly not enough to prevent teams from first rounding him. He's also got a pretty high win rate at this tournament despite his early picks. And we saw Pugna, we saw Coddle, we see teams with IO. That's what TSM's go-to has been so far. And now Silencer has just become like the fourth guy that enables you to buy less defensive items, more mana, and basically effectively giving you mana.
31 games, 58% win rate for the Storm. Picked very early. Unfortunately, the hero that we see coming out from Talon Esports right now, not enjoying the same success. 25 picks with a 24% win rate.
Yikers.
I'm worried. All right, talk me into it. Where is this going? Is this the Makoto TA through the mid lane? We saw it win earlier from Abed.
Yeah.
Or is it going to be the safe lane TA that we've seen reliably losing this tournament?
Oh, this one's going mid. It's going to Makoto. This is a matchup that I've seen quite a few mid players enjoy. I haven't necessarily seen TA always win this matchup, but in Makoto's hands, he's one of the best laners in the world, probably top 3. So I do believe that he knows this matchup and he should win it. There's not many heroes that can punish a Storm in lane, but TA with the meld strikes, if you can keep hitting him over and over again, this is a hero that potentially can do it. So it's a bit of a risky play here for Talon. Be like, all right, we're gonna first phase a mid TA. We're gonna make sure that we try and punish the Storm. If it does work, it's going to allow them to be able to snowball the game even further. But that does mean 23 Savage has to be more conscious of his hero pick coming out here, because you're not going to have Makoto bailing you out if you have a bad laning stage. He's going to be busy farming, most likely not making a ton of rotations. Maybe he'll leave you that a little bit by going blink first, as we did see Abed do that. But either way, Makoto, he's going to have a good laning stage with this TA.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think they just took one of Talon's book, because they opened up with this Silencer Storm 3 times already at Riyadh Masters, and they're like, we're going to use this weapon that you showed is very good and use it against you. But as PSG was also talking about, like, Silencer does allow Storm to play much more aggressive. He doesn't necessarily need to care about some of these, like, post 10 minutes when Silencer gets level 6, so you have Global Silence to back him out of the trouble. Maybe, like, even if they get a good initiation with the Batrider Lasso, he can still stop some extra damage from coming in. This is why Templar Assassin is going to be good. Like, all you need is a couple of right clicks. If you have a Refraction, maybe one Meld Strike, you're still going to be able to kill the target.
I'm going to give some credit to Talon here, because, like, preemptively, I'm pretty sure if they do put the TA mid, that what I'm seeing a lack of is a carry that, or like a core that offers you playmaking potential. And if you just kind of pigeonhole an offlaner into doing that, it doesn't feel nearly as good. So if I see a 23 Savage, Slark, or Void, I would be infinitely happier with this draft. Even though I don't hate the TA, but just purely based off the numbers, you're going to have to enable this hero. You can't just casually throw TA into the draft. And so I really am keeping an eye out for what 23 Savage elects to do to, like, make this work.
I definitely think as well with this TA, the laning stage is going to matter a lot, because depending how well she does in lane, that's when her time is going to come online. So of course the lane should be good in theory, but the thing that's really great about TA against Storm as well is you get the shard at 15 minutes, and all of a sudden you have that silence to work with to help kill the Storm as well. And if it's as simple as that, you have blink and shard by 15 minutes on this TA, you can make a lot happen. You just got to pretty much get there. And for TSM, there's a lot of things you can do to prevent TA from getting there, and the most notably, it's going to be gank the TA in the mid lane. Have some type of rotations. Silencer's not the best at it, so I'd like to see TSM potentially pick something that can help Bry out this game. Otherwise, it's going to end up like game number 1, where Makoto's out of hand, nobody can help Bry on his Storm Spirit. Now what is Bry supposed to do? Make a couple rotations? If they don't work, he's going to be in the same boat as last game.
So let's see what heroes can still possibly be coming out here. We've spoken about the Ori Rubik. There is his Lion that's still in the pool. Scareth Mage has increased relevance in the game, but maybe not into TA. So what do we want to see, Lacoste, that's going to enable them to rotate onto the mid lane and assist Brad in this game?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see Spirit Breaker, but it got banned out, something that can push the tempo. I think the one that can also work, especially if they want to pair it up with the Darkseer, is Bounty Hunter. This way you don't lose your XP runes early on, something that did happen. You also threatened to take these Wisdom runes from the enemies, which is going to be a big one, and also not getting slowed by some of these. So have like Surge, have someone that can also build into aura items like a Darkseer, so I wouldn't mind seeing that. Just
That'd be a really cool pick.
Like those damage over time against Templar Assassin as well.
Damn, I like that idea a lot. I haven't worked with you in a while, Lacoste. I've been stuck with all these people that I haven't. I was only targeting Fear because I've been on a bunch of tables with him. But yeah, that's exactly what I'd like, actually.
I agree, Lacoste. That sounds great.
Great.
I agreed first.
I agreed second.
Never mind. Just going to be casual Rubik for now.
GG.
Just average Ori Rubik. I mean,
that has been what he's playing.
Yeah, he's played it the most. It's the most played hero at the tournament. It is what it is, so definitely makes sense. Not the best spells to steal so far. However, if you do get lucky enough to take Firefly and then you use it onto the Refraction, that can feel pretty good.
T just kills you in 2 hits.
It's fine. You'll buy Ghost Scepter. It's okay.
Yeah, you'll have a Solar Ghost, Force Staff, everything, Shard to get yourself out of the trouble. I mean, it can be good. We saw Kaka the other day. I believe he was playing against Team Secret, where he got like Aghanim Scepter, a refresher from Roshan. So Lasso could be a good steal overall, but I'm feeling that TSM heroes are relatively squishy. Like this Rubik Silencer, they're very easy to kill. And yeah, this hero we talked about on side of TSM, don't mind it on Talon as well, because this is the hero that builds into Guardian Greaves. So say goodbye to Global Silence, can reinitiate, keep them long enough alive to be able to get the spells off. So let's see what they're gonna pair it up with.
Probably a Disruptor, even though like the combo is like whatever this patch. For Storm, it's always nice to have that additional like lockdown and silence.
What about the ET phone home? That's a hero that
he loves it.
Yeah,
it is a combo.
Big combo, it really is.
But not great for Storm.
Okay.
I feel like their lockdown for Storm, it's okay. I mean, I mentioned TA traps already, you got Lasso. Is that enough? Perhaps.
Maybe they can also be buffing up this damage from the TA, right? You have that, if ET's on top of you, you get hit like once, twice.
Yeah,
Dies so
I mean, it'll
quickly.
definitely force them into a situation where picking any agility hero will be quite uncomfortable. That's for sure.
You could also be playing, I know you don't like to see it in the mid lane, but it has been played in the support role for Talon, this Tiny hero.
Yeah.
That could be an option for them, some additional disable. And like Surge Tiny always feels very strong, right?
Yeah, and not to just harp too much on, good pick. This is just something Ollie he loves this hero.
Yeah,
he
we
loves it so
thought
much.
it might show up earlier in the draft because they love to pick it up. He plays it extremely well. And again, in these big tournaments, ET, he's going to find a way.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Moon.
As this draft continues, though, I don't want to harp too much on Makoto having to play this TA, because if you pick something on your side lane for TSM that, you know, this might be a good TA safe lane game, I'm still looking at like a Puck being particularly good here for Talon, so they have options still.
Bloodseeker, one of the premier carry heroes at the very least at this tournament. Been doing fairly well for himself, not necessarily the best. How do you feel about this, BSJ? It being involved in this game, most of the time it ends up getting banned in the second phase. It finally gets through. Is this a good game for the Bloodseeker on 18?
It's a pretty solid Bloodseeker game for the lane and also for like disabling the TA from being able to navigate the fights the way that she wants. My only concern is the need for a BKB on this hero, and then also another item. Like even if he buys BKB, which I think he has to because you're against ET Darkseer, this hero will still absolutely get shredded in a Lasso plus Meld Strike Deso. Like you will just get bursted. And that's always my fear on Bloodseeker if I don't feel confident with that BKB timing of just kind of being invincible.
Yeah. BSJ, Bloodseeker justified, that's what it's all about. But yeah, I don't know if I like it too much. It's another hero that is like single target oriented against, this is a heavy teamfight lineup. We still don't know where Templar Assassin's gonna go, and you know, if they want to go something more heavy, more physical, I'm down for some Sven if they want to run this Templar Assassin on a mid lane.
I would have been down for Sven for TSM as well. I thought it was pretty good here with the Warcry armor, but yeah. Are they really not going to ban Void?
Who knows?
It's such a good Void game.
For whom?
For
Talon.
For Talon?
Yeah.
Like the ET makes it even better.
So banning out Pudge, I mean, Jabs did play Pudge. So if they want to run it, maybe they haven't a read like who's going where. Mid Batrider, DA from the safe lane and the off lane Pudge.
Darkseer?
I don't know. Like,
There's no way.
Where's this Pudge supposed to go? Like, this is
Pudge jungle. That's what I see in my pubs. We were talking about the pubs influencing meta.
Oh, that's a good one. Thank you. You can farm the jungle quite efficiently.
One shot the creeps.
Yeah.
So what other heroes are we afraid of?
Okay, they banned Void. Thank
There's
God.
a Void.
Yeah.
So with Void being gone, then BSJ, what comes in for potentially for 23 Savage?
I would lean more towards putting the TA safe lane with the fact that you picked ET and then you left your carry in the pool, which I think Void was by far their best option. But I would like the Puck. I like Fear's suggestion of the Puck. That was you, right?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I gotta give you credit. And it's gonna be
Gotta take
not
the credit.
Nah,
I mean, they have options, right? Like, a lot of the carries are banned here, so it might, I mean, good old Medusa.
Oh, that matchup's like unplayable for Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, yeah.
I totally forgot about this hero.
How could you forget about Medusa?
It's been like a week since she was broken. She's still good, but
So now that this Medusa is in,
That's
we
a
have
sick
one
pick.
hero for Kasane. His Lycan's gone, his Beastmaster's gone. I don't think this is a good game for his Visage. Tidehunter feels a bit iffy here. Underlord, maybe?
Right, I'm Moon Meander here, right? And I'm asking Kasane, what's good versus Medusa? You know what he's gonna say?
He's like, I haven't won a lane since
I
don't know.
This is the conversation they're having right now in the booth live. So there is nothing right now that's particularly going to be good against this Medusa. They're just gonna have to survive, and Medusa's gonna do her thing.
I think they just had maybe Tidehunter option, this Underlord option, because you want to reduce the physical damage built. Into Crimson Guard here, you're playing into Medusa, into Templar Assassin, so you needed to have some physical damage mitigation. I think they try to fix the draft, but when we draw the line, the answer is they didn't, I guess.
I'm in agreement.
Hold on, there's some positives here though, boys. One of the things we saw in Game 1 that kind of sucked for them is that they had a very difficult time responding to movements from Talon Esports. It's now a little bit easier with Kasane playing the Underlord and Brow playing a more mobile hero on the Storm Spirit. Tomato, you wanted a hero BSJ that's a bit more self-sufficient in the lane. Bloodseeker can certainly do that for you. And of course, you actually have ways to deal with the Templar Assassin. Medusa is still a big problem, I agree, but it's not like the entire draft counters everything that they do as in Game 1. They could still play fast enough before this Medusa comes fully online here, especially if they abuse early movements through Twin Gates and stuff, while she's still a little bit squishy.
I think Tomato has to have the absolute game of his life, going through Twin Gates at NASCAR speed, getting kills all across the map, because right now, looks like Medusa's gonna have a free farm game, and so is this TA. They will shut down the Darks here, though, and you will